Chapter 1: The Survival Game on the Train. Welcome to the All-People Train Survival Game. Each of you will survive aboard your own personal train. This update includes 8 billion players from Earth. Gameplay will be divided into zones. All trains run on single-track, straight routes. Collisions are impossible, so there's no need to worry about that. Whenever your train stops at a station, you may choose whether to disembark and explore. Every station holds vital survival supplies and immeasurable treasures, but also deadly risks. Whether you rise to fame and fortune or fade into mediocrity depends entirely on your choices. You may also take on passengers and charge them a reasonable fare. Treat it as a transaction, but remember, not everyone you pick up is truly a passenger. Now then, welcome to the game. The trains are about to depart. Please hold on tight, and enjoy yourselves. A sudden jolt shook Jiang Chen awake. When he opened his eyes, he found himself inside a train carriage. A faint ringing echoed in his mind, leaving him momentarily dizzy. But the haze quickly cleared. A survival game, on a train. For everyone. His thoughts raced. Where did I even get the money for this? He looked out the window. Beyond the glass stretched a vast, mist-shrouded plain, like an endless early morning fog. The vague silhouettes beyond were completely unfamiliar. So the voice hadn't been lying. He really had entered a train survival game. Is anyone there? Jiang Chen asked aloud. Can you see me? You are visible. That's great. It's Chinese, one of our own. Mom. I want my mom. I'm a foreigner, but I can understand what you're saying. Everyone, stop panicking and talk to the train conductor to claim your newbie gift pack. It's true. I got a cup of instant noodles and a bottle of water. Then why did I get an axe? Jiang Chen tapped a glowing blue virtual chat icon. In an instant, countless messages flooded his vision. With his sharp perception, he quickly extracted 2 key pieces of information. First, the chat was automatically translated, allowing players worldwide to communicate without language barriers. Second, speaking with the train conductor granted a newbie gift pack. Some received weapons. Others received food. Given the circumstances, both were invaluable, but Jiang Chen had no idea what his own gift would be. Suppressing his excitement, he stepped into the cockpit. The moment the door slid open, he froze. The driver's seat was empty. Yet the train glided forward in complete silence, enveloped in an eerie stillness. Jiang Chen steadied himself. Maybe someone was playing a prank. To confirm, he spoke in the chat. Please set your ID for your first message. Sinking ship. After typing his ID, he sent his message. There's no such thing as a train conductor. We're all newbies, don't joke around. Why would I lie? There really is a train conductor. Mine has one too, just a silent NPC that only drives and hands out newbie packs. Yeah, totally expressionless. I tried getting information out of him, no luck. So everyone really was in the same situation. Not me. My train has a beautiful flight attendant, absolutely stunning. Damn it. I'm not letting you eat that alone, it's supposed to be a buff. Seeing those messages, Jiang Chen's heart sank. Everyone else had a conductor. Some even had attendants. But he had nothing. Did he not even qualify for a newbie gift pack? He frowned, about to mutter a few lines of classical poetry out of frustration, when his gaze landed on a palm print scanner embedded in the control panel. He didn't press it immediately. Instead, he asked the chat. Has anyone seen a palm print device? Yeah. Pressing it binds the train information. Everyone's train model is different. I pressed mine, this is my train. A message followed instantly. Fast Harmony Express, Class 1. Durability, 3000/3000. Carriages, 3. Speed, 400 km per hour. Battery, 99%. Attributes. Attack, E. Defense, E. Speed, S. Electricity consumption, S, 6% per hour. Train talent. Acceleration burst, temporarily increases speed to evade pursuit. Evaluation. You have nothing but speed. The chat exploded. Holy crap. 400 kilometers per hour. Is this thing trying to fly? I'm reporting this guy for cheating. Are you stupid? It burns 6% power every hour. It'll die in less than a day. That actually makes sense. But he'll reach stations way faster than us and grab supplies first. Maybe he'll die even faster. Different tracks, maybe. Faster train, longer distances. As the argument spiraled, the familiar voice echoed once more in everyone's mind. Each train is generated based on the player's personality and physical condition. Absolute fairness is guaranteed. Please refrain from disputes. However, newbie gift packs are entirely luck-based. Some players in your region have already obtained rare equipment. The notification instantly drew everyone's attention. Equipment. What kind of equipment? Hey, whoever got the rare gear, show it already. After a long pause, the lucky player finally spoke. Title, Blade Born of Black Light. Type, Weapon. Quality, Rare, Purple. Attack, A. Defense, B. Spirit, E. Description. A rare blade capable of effortlessly slicing through monster flesh. Prolonged use risks corruption by black light. Special ability. Visible only to the owner. P.S. Item tiers are common, white, fine, green, rare, blue, uncommon, purple, superior, gold, epic, purple gold, and legendary, red. Monsters. Jiang Chen's heart skipped. Were there really monsters in this world? With this weapon, can we just get off the train and loot whenever we want? So jealous. Bro, I'll buy it for $1 million. Buy what? Everyone's on separate trains, you can't even trade. What's the special ability? Tell us. The chat buzzed with noise, but the lucky player stayed silent. Jiang Chen muted the channel and turned back to the palm print scanner. According to others, this was how one bound their train. He hesitated. For some reason, he felt his train was different. Otherwise, why did everyone else have a conductor, and he didn't? But hesitation wouldn't change anything. This train was all he had. Smack. He placed his palm on the scanner. Binding successful. Loading vehicle owner data. Owner, Jiang Chen. Train name, Death Train. Level, 1. Carriages, 1. Durability, 9999/9999. Speed, 200 km per hour. Energy reserve, 0%. Attributes. Attack, A. Defense, A. Speed, A. Train talent. Death Train Conductor, a train infused with the aura of death. It can operate without electricity. However, it may only carry a fixed number of passengers who are not human. You must charge them a fare that satisfies them, or you will regretfully log off. Current passengers, 2. Comment. Good luck, kid. Chapter 2, Red Item Drop, Legendary Gear. You have already bound your account to a train, a newbie gift pack will be sent to you shortly. The gift pack has been sent to your in-game mail. Please claim it promptly. Jiang Chen was taken aback, then overjoyed. Sure enough, he also had a newbie gift pack. Upon opening the email, I found a pair of rimless glasses inside. This is equipment. Name, glasses that can display interesting information. Type, props. Quality, legendary, red. Attribute, Spirit plus 20. Review, as the name suggests, it provides interesting information, helps you avoid risks, and obtains resources that are beneficial to you. Special ability, X-ray vision. You can see through objects at any distance for a short period of time, allowing you to minimize risks and obtain resources. In some novels, it's always been a popular cheat ability, isn't it? Note that the greater the distance, the more mental energy it consumes. Upon seeing the description of these glasses, Jiang Chen's mind went blank. So this is what happens. His first instinct was to stuff the safety net and find an evacuation point, but then again. Next stop, Shiratani Station. Passengers who wish to disembark, please prepare your luggage in advance. This train will stop at Shiratani Station for 1 hour. Just as Jiang Chen was shocked by his sudden rise to fame, he suddenly heard the train's arrival announcement. Are we arriving at the station so soon? He didn't have time to worry about whether he became famous or not. He opened the chat channel again to gather useful information. Sure enough, many people were talking about the station. My train just notified me that it's arriving at its stop, but the stop is only for 5 minutes. Then I suggest you don't get off, otherwise you might not have time to get back to the car. But I'm so hungry right now. My station notification says it's reached its destination. Silent Hill. Seems like a pretty quiet place. Damn it, bro, don't go down there. Something's wrong with this world. I'm getting a notification that I'm in Raccoon City. I need to get to a place called the Mirror Station. Anyone here at Furnace Station? Let's team up and explore. Attention everyone. If the name on the train doesn't match, do not get off. If you do, you must return to the train with your supplies, otherwise, the train will refuse you boarding. At that moment, someone suddenly spoke up. What? Such a thing exists. Damn, isn't this forcing people to explore? How did you know that, you amazing expert? I just got off at a station in a forest. As soon as I entered, I encountered a bear-like monster. When I tried to escape back to the train, this mechanic was triggered. There was no further information about this person, but it's easy to guess that he must have evaded the monster's pursuit and retrieved the supplies to return to the vehicle. The chat below was mostly full of praise, like, brother, you're awesome, or, big shot, can you help me out? Demeanor. Jiang Chen also secretly noted down this person's ID. To be able to evade monsters at the beginning of the game, either he got high-quality equipment from the newbie gift pack, or his train conductor talent was exceptionally powerful. After quickly glancing at the chat channel a few more times and finding nothing useful, Jiang Chen blocked the pop-ups and pondered to himself. His next stop has an hour's rest time, which is undoubtedly more than the previous person's time. But the problem is that he has no weapons. If he encounters a monster, wouldn't he be powerless to resist? He didn't think the glasses could completely eliminate the risk, because the monster might have the ability to track scents. Ding! 2 passengers are about to disembark at Shiratani Station. The train conductor may go to the carriage to collect the fare. Note, due to the passenger's special circumstances, you need to collect a fare that satisfies them. Then another notification sound came to my ear. He almost forgot about that. He could still collect fares, but then he remembered the system's earlier warning, the passengers on the death train weren't human. After hesitating, Jiang Chen still walked towards the carriage. After all, he couldn't let the passengers get something for free. Whoosh! Open the door. In carriage number 1, it seemed that at that moment, 2 pairs of eyes simultaneously fell upon him. Both passengers were completely black, sitting in their seats like shadows, with only their general shape discernible from their outlines. 2 of the dark figures had green arrival signs above their heads, while the rest had red signs. Jiang Chen walked up to one of the dark figures who had arrived at the station. Upon closer inspection, it appears to be a woman dressed in a gorgeous long dress, with an exquisite bag slung around her waist. Of course, this is just Jiang Chen's intuitive guess. Just as he approached the shadowy figure, the figure suddenly raised its hand, making Jiang Chen feel as if he were facing a formidable enemy. Then, a train ticket was handed out. It was a false alarm. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, took the ticket, and looked at the travel information on it, but then he was stumped. This person traveled for a total of 24 stops, which means that she had already been on the train for quite some time before she entered the game. How much should I charge for this? Most importantly, what should be the unit of measurement, ghost money? But he had never been to the underworld, only heard that inflation was severe there. How could he charge the other party a fare that would satisfy them? Oh, what a beautiful woman. 23 drivers have already died at her hands before you, poor things, they all guessed wrong. If you're going to charge her, I suggest asking for a kiss, that's the best fare. Suddenly, a strange subtitle appeared before Jiang Chen's eyes, and he immediately realized that it was a prompt from the legendary glasses. He was overjoyed. He never expected that the legendary glasses could actually display the pricing information. 23 drivers died ahead of her, no wonder she took 24 stops. But is this train ticket for real? After much hesitation, he finally believed the information from the men in the glasses and gritted his teeth, saying, as for the train ticket, give me a kiss. Upon hearing this, the other shadowy figure looked over. These passengers can actually understand what I'm saying. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a sense of dread, and the dark figure in front of him was also slightly taken aback, seemingly not expecting Jiang Chen to say such a thing. But only a moment later, a cool pair of lips landed on his cheek. Title: The Kiss of a Fallen Princess. Attribute: Curse. Synopsis: You have become the chosen consort of a princess from a fallen kingdom, burdened with her deep-seated hatred. Upon arriving in the kingdom of Landis, you must help her wipe out her enemies and awaken her from her grief. As a reward, you can summon her dark knights to serve you briefly until then. Each summon will grant you one gaze of the fallen princess. Name: The Dark Knight. Level: LV 35. Attribute: Summon. Attack: A. Defense: A. Spirit: B. Summoning duration: 60 seconds. Bite. Congratulations to player Sinking Boat for triggering the curse and unlocking the special map, The Fall of Landis. This map has been randomly inserted into the routes of all players in the region, and all players can explore it. After a brief silence, everyone realized something big had happened and praised Shenzhou for triggering a server-wide broadcast, as this was the first time a broadcast had been issued because of a single player. But soon, criticisms began to emerge. I'm testing this, who is this sunken ship? My next stop is Landis, I used my talent to take a look, damn it, extremely dangerous, is this something a human would do? Upon seeing this message, Jiang Chen silently closed the chat interface. Chapter 3, Shiratani Station. Whitebone Station. There was one ticket that wasn't collected. Jiang Chen turned to another dark figure. During this time, the gaze of the princess of the fallen kingdom seemed to be fixed on him, making him feel uneasy. The other shadowy figure was a burly and strong-looking man. Jiang Chen looked at him. This was a burly hunter in life. He's missed several stops, so I advise you not to provoke him. As for the ticket, it's best not to ask for it. Of course, if you're confident you can complete his mission, you can ask for his hunting rifle to try. Jiang Chen's gaze paused slightly as he looked at the information floating before his eyes. The shadowy figure missed the stop, and Glass's first suggestion was surprisingly not to charge the fare. With the next stop just around the corner, Shiratani Station, which didn't sound like a safe place, he desperately needed a weapon for self-defense. So. Ticket, I want your hunting rifle. The dark figure seemed to chuckle coldly before handing over the hunting rifle. As Jiang Chen took the hunting rifle, a voice echoed in his mind. You have accepted the hunter's undead quest. Mission brief: as the most famous hunter in White Valley Forest, he died in his own hunting grounds. You must kill the boss to avenge him. As a reward, you will gain the right to use this hunting rifle in the future. You have obtained the Old Hunter's Rifle. Title: The Old Hunter's Rifle. Type: Weapon. Quality: Rare, Purple. Attack: A+. Defense: D. Spirit: C. Review: This is a gun that has seen countless battles alongside the Old Hunter. Magazine capacity: 7. Special ability: having followed an experienced hunter for a long time, it possesses a sense of smell even more acute than a hunting dog, allowing you to fire without aiming. Looking at the shotgun, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up slightly. Its attack attributes were quite good, probably making it one of the best among rare weapons. Especially with special abilities, isn't that auto-aiming? Ding! We've arrived at Shiratani Station. Just then, the train announced that it had arrived at the station. His emotions instantly tightened. There was no doubt that he would have to go down and explore this station. After all, with only an hour's stop, it would be an absolute crime not to go down and explore, a complete waste of the opportunity. Even if there is danger at Shiratani Station, he still has the Dark Knight as a trump card. According to the introduction, the Dark Knight's level is as high as LV 35. Now that it's the beginner period, even if the monster's level is high, it can't possibly exceed LV 10, right? With this in mind, Jiang Chen felt more confident and followed the two dark figures out of the car. Stepping onto the soft ground, surrounded by a vast forest, much like the description in the Hunter's Quest. The princess of the fallen kingdom seemed to take one last deep look at herself before disappearing into the distant mist. Jiang Chen walked a distance into the woods and suddenly realized that the surroundings were shrouded in fog. When he turned around, he could no longer see where the train was parked. This startled him, but he wasn't too panicked. Panicking won't help. He's definitely lost now, so he has no choice but to keep going. Click, click, click. Suddenly, he heard a movement beside him, like an old, worn-out doll being reassembled. He looked closely and saw a human shadow. Could it be another player? Jiang Chen had this guess in his mind, but he couldn't be sure, so he activated the X-ray vision function of the legendary glasses. In an instant, the thick fog was broken down and clarified by the glasses. This secretly pleased Jiang Chen, because it meant he could use the glasses' X-ray vision to find his way back, but his joy quickly faded. Because that clattering sound was actually a skeleton being assembled from sections of white, withered bones. Each skull had deep-set eye sockets, within which unknown worms wriggled. The joints were stained with blood, like copper rust, and the stench of decay gradually filled the nostrils. Jiang Chen looked embarrassed. Shirakuya Station. Whitebone Station. At this moment, he finally understood why the site was called that, but the current situation left him no time to worry about such things. Because one of the skeletons was already very close, lunging at him in an extremely bizarre posture, as if he had seen a rare treasure. Jiang Chen instinctively raised his shotgun and pulled the trigger. Bang! A dull thud, carrying the recoil of a numbed arm, burst forth with intense sparks, striking the skeleton man squarely in the chest. Almost instantly, the skeleton's chest exploded like fireworks, releasing a pungent smell of gunpowder. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The power of this shotgun was unexpectedly good, with amazing lethality. A single shot could kill the skeleton man instantly. Ding! You have killed a skeleton, gaining 3 experience points. Your level has been increased to LV1. A voice suddenly echoed in his mind, but Jiang Chen didn't have time to check it. His immediate priority was to escape from the encirclement of these skeletons. He hurriedly used the X-ray vision function of the legendary glasses to continuously expand his field of vision until he saw a dilapidated wooden house, which made Jiang Chen overjoyed. In this boundless forest, surrounded by a group of skeletons, who can understand the sense of salvation that comes from seeing a wooden cabin. He immediately determined the route, pulled out his shotgun, and fired several shots at the skeleton blocking the way. Bang! 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 Ding! You have killed a skeleton, gaining 3 experience points. Ding! You have killed a skeleton, gaining 3 experience points. Ding! You have killed a skeleton, gaining 3 experience points. Click. Is it stuck? Jiang Chen was startled, then realized that there was no more music playing. He then remembered that the old hunter's spirit had only given him a hunting rifle, not ammunition. Depend on. Jiang Chen cursed inwardly, but the surrounding skeletons ignored him and pounced on him with bared teeth and claws. Fortunately, although these guys were disgusting, their movements were not as agile as Jiang Chen had imagined. In fact, they were a bit stiff. He kicked one of the ones in front of him away, then took off running. The skeletons chasing him like wolves and tigers could not match Jiang Chen's desire to escape. Finally, even without the legendary glasses, he saw the wooden house. The moment he pushed open the door, he leaned against it, breathing heavily, and his adrenaline levels plummeted. Jiang Chen glanced back through his legendary glasses and saw that the skeletons were lingering around the wooden house, showing no signs of attack, which made him completely relieved. A moment later, he got up from the ground and looked around. A strong smell of dust entered his nostrils, indicating that no one had taken care of the place for a long time. Animal pelts hung on the wall, and the room was furnished with only simple furniture and no other decorations. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's gaze fell on a worn-out notebook on the table. He stepped forward, picked it up, and examined it. It was filled with densely packed notes, some of which, most importantly, made Jiang Chen realize who the owner of the wooden house was. It was most likely the home of the old hunter who gave him the hunting rifle. He remembered the mission he had taken on, to help the old hunter kill the boss here. Perhaps, this diary could provide some clues about the boss. He quickly flipped through the pages and finally found some seemingly useful information. The wind is strong today, and there's a strong smell of blood in the air. I've decided to go out and take a look. Damn it. Why are there skeletons here? Are they sentient? I was attacked and seriously injured. I probably won't live much longer. Damn it, the one who attacked me was. Chapter 4, Region-wide announcement, first kill of the boss. The diary ends here. It seems that the hunter sent something while writing in his diary, which is why he stopped writing. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, when suddenly the air seemed to make a sound. He suddenly stiffened as if he had thought of something. But he still pretended to be calm and glanced at some scattered ammunition not far away, which was probably left behind by the old hunter. He slowly approached the pile of ammunition. At that moment, a spider several meters long was hanging upside down from the ceiling beam above his head, its fine web covering the entire ceiling. It has 8 scarlet eyes, 2 of which are scrutinizing its prey, Jiang Chen. Yes, Jiang Chen broke into the spider boss's lair right from the start. Seeing the delicious lunch, the spider finally couldn't resist. It slowly slid down a spider web and silently opened its blood-red maw, aiming for Jiang Chen's head. Swish. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already grabbed a handful of ammunition, changed the bullet, and loaded it in one smooth motion. Bang. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Jiang Chen turned his head and fired a shot that struck the spider squarely in the jaw. Squeak. The spider, in pain, let out a piercing shriek, its massive body thrashing and destroying everything in its path. Jiang Chen took a few steps back, while simultaneously activating his legendary glasses to examine the spider's information. Name, Giant Spider. Level, LV5. Attack power, A. Defense rating, A+. Mental strength, C. Skill, Sticky Spider Silk. The giant spider's silk is extremely sticky. Once you're caught, it's very difficult to escape. It's best not to get caught easily. Review: the final boss of White Valley Forest, at level 5, is a nightmare for newbies. LV5. Moreover, it possesses astonishing A-level attack power and A+ level defense power. Just as the legendary glasses suggest, they are an absolute nightmare for beginners. You are no match for them. He planned to leave as soon as he opened the door. But the giant spider had already recovered. With a big leap, it rushed to the doorway and blocked Jiang Chen's way, while emitting a sharp crack. Squeak. It got angry. Upon smelling the overwhelming, nauseating stench, Jiang Chen's face twitched slightly. He couldn't help but curse inwardly, wondering who had designed this creature, making a novice like him fight a monster of this level. Wasn't this going to kill him? Fortunately, he had a trump card up his sleeve. Death Knight. With a low shout, a mysterious purple halo appeared beneath his feet. A burly knight with dark purple flames emerged from the flames, and a chilling aura instantly spread, causing the temperature in the entire wooden house to drop significantly. Sizzle. Jiang Chen only felt a flash of black light in front of him, and then he saw that the level 5 giant spider had been cut in half. Ding. You have defeated the boss at Shiratani Station. Slay the giant spider, experience points plus 50, your level has increased to LV2. Dropped items, Spider Slime 7, Shiratani Station Pass 1, Bronze Chest 1. Congratulations on completing the Old Hunter's quest and gaining permanent access to the hunting rifle. Regional update: player Shenzhou has defeated the boss at Baigu Station. The fog at this station has cleared, and the danger level has been greatly reduced. Server-wide announcement: player Shenzhou has achieved the server-wide first boss kill achievement, rewarded with 1 silver treasure chest. Regional announcement: the trading function is now open. Players can trade in the train trading area. A bunch of notification sounds appeared in my mind, the last 2 of which triggered a region-wide broadcast. Needless to say, the chat channel is bound to explode again. But Jiang Chen didn't have time to look, because another notification sound appeared in his mind. You have summoned the Death Knight and gained the gaze of the princess of a fallen kingdom. The fall of the Landis kingdom will arrive 5 stops ahead of schedule. Upon hearing this prompt, Jiang Chen was completely dumbfounded. Did the fall of Landis arrive ahead of schedule? He quickly opened his track map, only to find it completely gray and he couldn't see any arrival information. But the system's notification was definitely correct, the arrival time for the fall of Landis was ahead of schedule. A strong sense of crisis washed over him. After all, he carried the curse of the fallen princess of the Landis kingdom. Others who arrive in the Kingdom of Landis have the right to choose whether or not to leave, but he might force his way in. The summoned Knights of the Fallen Kingdoms alone are level 35 strong. Even with such strength, they couldn't stop the destruction of the Kingdom of Landis. You can imagine how insane this dungeon is. The most urgent task is to obtain the item that allows me to view a map and determine how many stops I am from the Kingdom of Landis. Only by figuring out the destination on the map can he plan his own path to advancement, so that he doesn't die immediately upon reaching the lost Kingdom of Landis. Before figuring out its location, it's best not to summon the Knight of the Fallen Kingdom. Otherwise, summoning it 5 stations ahead of time is something no one can withstand. After pondering these things, Jiang Chen came to his senses and saw the Knight of the Fallen Kingdom still before him. Oh right, I think the description said this fallen knight had a 60-second lifespan. We can't waste the remaining time. Quickly, go out and hunt down that skeleton man. Jiang Chen gave the order. Most of those skeleton monsters are level 1 monsters, and each one gives 3 experience points, but there are so many of them, why not farm some experience points? Upon receiving orders, the Knights of the Fallen Kingdom immediately rushed out of the cabin and began their massacre. You have killed the skeleton men. Experience points, +3. You have killed the skeleton men. Experience points, +3. You have killed the skeleton men. Experience points, +3. Ding. You have killed too many skeletons, attracting elite monsters, skeleton soldiers. You have killed a skeleton soldier. Experience points, +15. Items dropped, crude skull spear 1, wooden treasure chest 1. Your summoned creature, the Knight of the Fallen Kingdom, has disappeared. Hearing the notification in his mind, Jiang Chen was slightly surprised. Before the Death Knight disappeared, he actually attracted an elite monster, and it even dropped loot. Based on the provided experience points, this skeleton soldier should be level 3. Fortunately, the Knight of the Fallen Kingdom was dealt with before he disappeared, otherwise it would have been a problem for him as well. This wave of experience should have given me around 50 points, but my level hasn't advanced to LV3. So he opened his personal panel to check the situation. Name, Jiang Chen. Level, LV2, 67/200. Identity, Train Owner, Death Train. Attack, 30, +21. Defense, 10. Spirit, 50, +30. Talent, none. Review, a very lucky newbie. It actually takes 200 experience points to upgrade to level 3. Below are its own attributes, but what do the parentheses after attack and spirit mean? He looked at the hunting rifle in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then put it down. Sure enough, the attack attribute column changed to 9 points, so the +21 in parentheses is provided by the weapon. The +30 to the spirit attribute should be the attribute provided by the legendary glasses. However, he remembered that when he first unlocked the glasses, they only provided a 20-point boost to his mental attribute. How come they've become 30 points now? Equipment attributes are determined based on weapons of the same level, while bonuses are increased progressively based on the wearer's level. Seemingly noticing his question, a notification sound rang out. Jiang Chen suddenly realized, so that's how it is. No wonder some equipment, even if it's only white quality, can still reach A grade or even higher attack and defense attributes, because this is only judged based on items of the same level. The question was answered. His gaze fell on the giant spider's corpse not far away, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Now, it's harvest time. Chapter 5, Open 3 treasure chests in a row if you're a friend. This is a complete bear pelt, it might be a good choice for keeping warm. This is leftover gunpowder from the hunters. If we had the recipe, it could be used to make bullets. The old hunter's worn-out musket was far less powerful than a hunting rifle, but it was still a firearm. Glittering gold. The old hunter's few train coins might be useful for exchanging supplies. Oh my god, it's a case of bottled water. Oh, he even stocked up on a case of braised beef instant noodles, that's pretty lucky. No one can refuse a roll of toilet paper. A magazine meant for personal enjoyment, even better when used with toilet paper. A pile of timber chopped by an experienced hunter, good material. A large pile of scattered supplies took Jiang Chen a considerable amount of time just to move. He didn't have time to check them in detail, he just loaded all the supplies that the legendary glasses had identified onto the truck. When they had almost finished moving everything, the train entered its final countdown to departure. Back in the carriage, Jiang Chen was panting heavily. Just as the train was about to depart, the doors to the passenger carriages suddenly opened, and a wave of icy coldness instantly enveloped the entire train. New passengers. The train is about to depart. Please fasten your seatbelts and hold on tight to the handrails. Have a pleasant journey. As the train's machinery broadcasted, the death train slowly began to move. Jiang Chen sat in the cockpit, the corridor behind him piled with miscellaneous items, which made him frown. This space is too small. However, his train only had one extra carriage, which also had to be used to carry passengers. We can't just pile up supplies in the passenger compartments. I thought about it and decided against it. These dark figures were not to be trifled with. If they suddenly went berserk, they might just kill me in the car. We'll squeeze in a little. By the way, trains should be able to add more carriages, right? He opened the chat channel. It had 999 plus messages. During the time he was at Shiratani Station, the channel's news was like freshly popped popcorn, it just wouldn't stop. Climbing stairs is impossible. He asked directly. Does anyone know how to increase the number of carriages on a train? After just 1 second of silence, the chat interface shot up like a rocket. Holy crap. It's actually the legendary Chen Zhou. You've finally shown yourself. First boss kill in the entire server. Do you need any underlings, boss? Is the big shot still alive? Has the big shot already left Shiratani Station? Nonsense, they've already killed the boss, how could they not get out? The site's resources have probably all been emptied by that boss. Hey bro, do you have any food you could order for me? Get out of here, freeloaders. Countless messages, but none of them were of any use, leaving Jiang Chen speechless. Just then, a friend request popped up. Player Fengdu has requested to add you as a friend. Add friend. Jiang Chen was taken aback, not expecting this feature to exist. After thinking for a moment, he clicked agree. He remembered this person, it seemed to be the guy who got rare equipment from the newbie gift pack. Speaking of which, he also has a rare level weapon. Demeanor, would you like to add more carriages to the train? Shenzhou, yes, you know a way. Elegance, I know, I won't keep you in suspense. To add more carriages to the train, you need to upgrade the train's class. Elegance, I was lucky, my first stop was IKEA's steel storage area, where I immediately obtained enough materials for my first train upgrade. After the upgrade, an extra storage car was added. Name, Lucky Taji. Level 1. Durability, 1800/2000. Carriages, 3. Driving speed, 200 km per hour. Energy balance, 76%. Train attributes. Attack, D. Defense, D. Speed, D. Electricity consumption, D. Train talent, blessed by luck, your survival journey is remarkably fortunate, with unexpected strokes of good fortune often occurring. As he spoke, Fengdu also sent over his train information. Jiang Chen was taken aback. She hadn't expected this person to be so proactive and generous, directly sharing the information with her. As he was pondering this, Fengdu sent another message. Grace, don't get me wrong, you'll see these messages in the chat channel sooner or later, so I might as well tell you in advance. Grace, however, I hope you can reserve this friend slot for me. Shenzhou, friend slot. Grace, yes, you can add the friend function after reaching level 2, but the system won't notify you. I just discovered it out of boredom. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, he understood. He randomly clicked on someone's avatar in the world chat channel and, sure enough, saw the option to add them as a friend. Previously, this option wasn't available when I clicked on someone else's profile picture. Shenzhou, thanks a lot, but I feel a little bad that you've sent me so many messages and only asked for one friend slot. Grace, you're too modest, sir. You're the first to trigger a server-wide announcement twice in a row. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. During the time he had been at Baigu Station, had no one else triggered the district-wide broadcast. Shenzhou, okay, I'll reserve the friend slot for you. This person has a high luck attribute and seems to be quite intelligent. Most importantly, he gave himself the information for free. Grace, by the way, did you open that silver treasure chest, bro? Treasure chest? Upon seeing this message, Jiang Chen's eyes flashed. It seemed that when he killed the giant spider boss, there was indeed a notification sound saying that he would be rewarded with a silver treasure chest. However, besides the silver treasure chest, he also had a bronze treasure chest and a wooden treasure chest, neither of which he opened. Chen Zhou, not yet, what's wrong? Grace, I was lucky today. I found a wooden treasure chest, and inside I got a blueprint and a few gold coins. Grace, so I guess you should be able to get something even better from that silver treasure chest. Drawing, leather gloves. Type, armor. Required materials, animal fur 3. Quality, standard, white. Defense attribute, D. Evaluation, provides basic protection against cuts and scratches, and offers a slight defensive attribute bonus. Fengdu then posted the information about the drawings he had prepared. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed, it was actually blueprints for armor. This treasure chest seemed to contain something. He closed the chat window and went to look for the supplies he had brought back. Both the bronze treasure chest and the wooden treasure chest were inside the carriage. He found the silver treasure chest in an email. Looking at the 3 treasure chests in front of him, Jiang Chen rubbed his hands together expectantly. If Fengdu can get a blueprint from a single wooden treasure chest, he should be able to get at least 1 or 2 from his 3 treasure chests. The first thing to do is open the wooden treasure chest. You've opened the wooden treasure chest. You have obtained 10 pieces of wood, 1 piece of sturdy glass, and 1 shiny train coin. No blueprints. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback, but he was not discouraged. He had long anticipated that it was impossible to produce a 100% accurate drawing. As for manners, that guy has a lucky bonus. You have opened the bronze treasure chest. You have received the blueprint, 1 high-quality shower head, 1 integrated train toilet, 3 ceramic items, 5 plastic items, and 1 bottle of purified water. Compared to wooden treasure chests, bronze treasure chests offer significantly more rewards. Moreover, 2 blueprints were issued at once, but they were not for equipment, they seemed to be for furniture. Never mind. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the last silver treasure chest. You have opened a silver treasure chest. Chapter 6, Train Upgrade, Individual Talent. You have obtained the recipe, Ammunition 1. You have obtained the blueprint, Simmons King Bed 1. You have obtained 10 steel, 20 wood, 1 soft mattress, and 1 energy concentrating solar panel. You have obtained 1 ordinary breast protector mirror. You have received 5 shiny train coins. A whole bunch of notification sounds went off. First came the formula, then the blueprints, then the materials, and a chest protector. It sounds like a breastplate should be a piece of equipment. The rewards from the treasure chest are quite good. But Jiang Chen looked worried because the increased use of materials had further reduced the size of the carriages. There's hardly any room left to put your feet down. The trains must be upgraded as soon as possible. Thinking of this, he hurriedly ran to the cockpit and, as Fengdu had instructed, placed his palm on the previous binding device. A message popped up instantly. Name, Death Train. Level 1, to be upgraded. Carriage, 1. Durability, 9999/9999. Driving speed, 200 km per hour. Balance of electrical energy, 0%. Train attributes. Attack, A. Defense, A. Speed, A. Passengers, 1. He clicked on the upgrade option, and another interface popped up. Upgrade materials, 50 steel, 10 plastic, 10 wood, 6 glass. Steel accounts for the majority. After passing through Baigu Station and just having unpacked a series of boxes, he had a considerable amount of supplies, but not enough materials to upgrade the train. There is a particular shortage of steel. Perhaps, a trade is possible. He heard that the trading function had been opened in the entire region, but what resources could be exchanged for enough upgrade materials? After sorting things out, he decided to trade the old musket. Name, the dilapidated handgun. Category, weapon, green. Attack, B. Defense, D. Spirit, E. Ammunition capacity, 1. Review, a crudely made musket, its power has diminished over time, but it's still decent for self-defense. Firearms. In such a world, it would be a highly sought-after commodity, something that could absolutely save your life in a critical moment. Of course, this musket was far inferior to his hunting rifle, but it was still acceptable. I believe many people would be willing to exchange it for something that exceeds its intrinsic value. He quickly posted a link on the trading platform and then forwarded it to the chat channel. Trade order, 1 worn-out musket in exchange for 30 units of steel. Holy crap, a musket. It's unbelievable that someone would be willing to trade muskets in this kind of environment. It's not surprising that it's the big boss Chen Zhou. Hey bro, I don't have any steel. Can we trade using coal instead? I traded 3 boxes of instant noodles for it. Get lost. Aren't muskets more useful than your cheap instant noodles? Player has placed an order. Player has requested to add you as a friend. While the chat channel was still buzzing with casual conversation, a player named had already completed the transaction and even requested to add him as a friend. Upon receiving the email containing 30 pieces of steel, Jiang Chen did not collect them, as he had little space in his car and storing them in the email seemed like a good option. However, he noticed the email's expiration date, 24 hours. In other words, this method of temporarily storing supplies can only be used for 1 day. After some consideration, he accepted Yuan's friend request. Kite, hey boss, do you have any gunpowder? A message came from the Kite. Gunpowder. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly. He had only listed muskets on the trade list, and muskets require gunpowder to fire. This Kite probably thinks that since it can sell muskets, it might also have gunpowder on hand. He does have it. Moreover, there were several boxes, all of which were found in the old hunter's basement. Shenzhou, yes, how many do you want to trade? Kite, 20 portions. Do you have any? Sinking boat, yes, 10 parts steel and 10 parts plastic. Iris, you probably want to upgrade the train, right? I have a few pieces of glass here, do you need them? Kite, there's no need for extra gunpowder. I just feel like I'm getting a bit of a bargain by trading these for your gunpowder. Depend on. Seeing what Yuan said, Jiang Chen couldn't help but wonder if he had quoted too little. Forget it, he doesn't need a flintlock pistol since he has a hunting rifle anyway. These materials, however, were crucial upgrade resources, so he felt it wasn't a bad deal. Moreover, the glass here is perfect, saving him the trouble of finding someone else to trade with. He sent a private transaction order, and the other party completed the transaction quickly. Iris, hey bro, here's a bonus, upgrading the train has a chance to unlock a personal talent. Personal talent? Jiang Chen was taken aback. It seemed that there was indeed a talent bar on his personal panel before, but his talent was displayed as none. It turns out that you need to upgrade your train to have a chance to obtain it. Shenzhou, thanks. Kite, you're welcome. Close the chat interface. Jiang Chen received all the materials directly from the email, further reducing the available space. He clicked the train upgrade button. The train is undergoing upgrades. Upgrade complete. The train has now been upgraded to level 2, gaining 1 storage car and 1 living car. The train driver activates the talent, Undead Body. Undead Body, when activated, temporarily grants immunity to physical attacks for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 24 hours. Upon seeing this talent, Jiang Chen was shocked. Immune to physical attacks. Is it that amazing? Although it has a 1-day cooldown, it is still a worthwhile upgrade, the kind that can save your life or even turn the tide of battle. After his initial joy, he began tidying up the carriage. As a result of the upgrade, his train added a storage car and a living car. He got busy, first piling all the miscellaneous materials into the storage compartment, and then moving the Simmons bed and mattress into the living compartment. Jiang Chen was a little out of breath after doing all this, so he made himself a packet of instant noodles. After he had eaten and drunk his fill, he remembered something and asked his 2 friends. Do you know any way to view a map of your destination? Elegance, I'm not quite sure, sir. Iris, sorry, I don't know much about this. Jiang Chen shifted his gaze slightly, abandoning his intention to inquire in the entire chat. The fact that Fengdu and this Yuan added me as a friend at this time clearly means they've both reached level 2. In this area, everyone is probably at the top level. If they don't know something, asking them in the general chat probably won't get you any serious answers. As the train moved forward, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. He lay down on the bed, with a soft bearskin mat beneath him, and gradually drifted off to sleep. Next stop for the train, RT Mart. Passengers disembarking, please prepare your belongings and disembark in an orderly manner. The train's stop time is 20 minutes. Jiang Chen didn't wake up until the train made an announcement. What did he hear? RT Mart. Is it the RT Mart he was thinking of? Then he won't be sleepy anymore. Chapter 7, Frost Gem, Extreme Cold Across the Entire Region. Glancing at the passenger compartment, the dark figure that had boarded earlier didn't seem to have any intention of getting off. He breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know why, but he always felt a strange pressure when dealing with these passengers. Suddenly, he remembered something, opened the chat interface, and asked about demeanor. Shenzhou, when your train passengers get off, what fare do you ask for? Demeanor, requesting. Graceful, dude, don't joke around. We can't ask for the passengers' fare, they paid for it themselves. Politeness, generally, you'll be given train coins. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Their passengers don't even have to ask for their own fares. Only those who want to be different. Speaking of train coins, he seems to have gotten them from the old hunter's house and when opening treasure chests. Shenzhou, do you know what train coins are used for? Elegance, I'm not sure, but I guess they'll open something like a system shop later, and train coins might be used for that. Shenzhou, okay. He closed the chat interface, feeling vaguely that these train coins would be very useful, so he should hoard as much as he could. Of course, we also need to prepare for the upcoming arrival at RT Mart. There's definitely not enough time to move everything in 20 minutes, so try to move only the useful parts. So far. Looking at the somewhat empty living compartment, he mainly wanted to improve his comfort. Since it was a RT Mart supermarket, there should be a lot of daily necessities. We have arrived at RT Mart. Passengers, please disembark in an orderly manner. As the announcement rang out, Jiang Chen stepped off the platform. Not far away stood a huge building, none other than the RT Mart he had been longing for. However, he did not let his guard down and first observed the surrounding situation. Somewhat strangely, he didn't see the thick fog that had appeared at the previous station this time. He held the old hunter's rifle in his hand, and on his back was a long spear made of white bone, the tip of which gleamed with a sharp, cold light. Name, Crude Skull Spear. Category, Weapon, White. Attack, B. Defense, B. Spirit, E. Evaluation, a spear crafted from human skeleton bones, possessing decent mid-range attack capabilities. This is a weapon dropped by that elite skeleton soldier. Its stats are passable, but it's Jiang Chen's only melee weapon, so he took it just in case. He used the X-ray vision ability of the legendary glasses to scan his surroundings, including the interior of RT Mart, and found no danger. In other words, this was a safe supermarket. Cool. Without any further hesitation, Jiang Chen rushed into the supermarket to start shopping, mainly grabbing everyday items like towels. After that, there was some simple food, because he only had a few buckets of instant noodles from the old hunter on the train, so food was also essential. It's a pity this place lacks some household appliances, otherwise it would be perfect. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback, because he suddenly remembered that some of the blueprints he got from opening treasure chests seemed to be related to home appliances. Does this mean that you won't get these things from the train stops, and only the blueprints can provide these core home appliances that can improve your life? Upon closer reflection, it was indeed possible, so he didn't need to focus his attention on that. Instead, he should try to collect the materials and make those blueprints. 20 minutes later. Looking at the fully loaded carriage, Jiang Chen relaxed slightly. Now he had no worries about food and drink. The next passenger disembarkation station is approaching. This train will stop for 3 minutes. Before he could catch his breath, the announcement suddenly rang out, startling Jiang Chen. We've arrived at our destination again so quickly. But then he realized that this stop seemed to be specifically for passengers, because the stop was only for 3 minutes, leaving no time for passengers to get off and collect supplies. So, is it time to collect the fare? After tidying himself up, Jiang Chen walked to the passenger compartment at the back and immediately felt the temperature drop sharply, as if it had suddenly dropped below zero. What's going on? He shuddered, his gaze falling on the calmly sitting figure, and he thought to himself that it must have been this passenger who was behind this. This seemed to be no simple character. Recalling the last time the princess of the fallen kingdom of Landis was killed, he felt a little apprehensive. Or should we let her get it for free this time? Forget it, let's take a look with the legendary glasses first. This appears to be an elf from the snowy lands, where the climate is often extremely cold. However, not long ago, a massive catastrophe struck the snowy region. You will receive the Snowfield curse by demanding an ice gem from her with your train ticket. No. Are they not even going to act anymore? Upon seeing the information reflected in the legendary glasses, Jiang Chen was completely stunned. Was it really a curse? Do you think he's an idiot? The last curse caused a district-wide broadcast, and he was severely criticized. How could he possibly, this time? Frost Gem, a valuable material that can be used for enchanting or energy generation, and also has the ability to dispel fog on maps. Upon seeing the description of the Frost Gem, Jiang Chen suddenly felt that curses didn't matter anymore. Frost Gem. He walked up to the dark figure and said in a deep voice. Have you thought it through? If you accept this Frost Gem, you will bear the curse of the entire snowy region. Unexpectedly, this time the shadowy figure actually spoke. The voice is soft and sweet, like that of a sweet girl. Oh, you already bear the curse of the fall of Landis, one more won't make a difference. Before Jiang Chen could say anything, the snow elf's soft voice rang out again. She seemed to be looking at the spot where the princess of the fallen kingdom of Landis had kissed Jiang Chen on the cheek. Jiang Chen had a few more black lines on his forehead. What do you mean by, one more wouldn't matter? Here, the Frost Gem. The shadowy figure stretched out his hand, and a round, translucent, icy blue gem floated in his palm. The moment the gem appeared, the temperature in the carriage dropped again. Jiang Chen suddenly realized. No wonder the temperature inside the car dropped as soon as he got in, it was this thing that was causing the problem. Just as the train arrived at its stop, the snow sprite got off. Server-wide announcement, player sinking boat has triggered the Snowfield curse, causing a significant increase in temperature across the server. The region will enter extreme cold weather at night. Please prepare warm clothing in advance. No, not again. Who on earth is responsible for this sunken ship? Why is they ruining our server like this? Shenzhou, you don't know. He killed the first boss in the entire region. I spoke a little loudly just now. Seeing the screen filled with arguments, Jiang Chen skillfully closed the chat channel and then looked at the Frost Gem. According to the description, this thing can dispel the fog on the map, which means he can see how many stations away he is from Landis. As for that snowy region, it only triggered a curse and there was no special mission involved, so it shouldn't need much attention in the short term. He slowly opened his orbital map, and the lingering mist began to dissipate gradually under the influence of the gems. Chapter 8, Dispelling the Fog, Holiday Inn Station. Is this my track map? As the stations began to appear one after another, Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly. Holiday Inn, Underground Currents, Snow-Covered Mountain Villa, Mushroom Forest, Cave of 10,000 Snakes, Orchard. The site icons are in different colors, including green, blue, yellow, and red. The ruins of Landis are located dozens of stations away, marked by a huge, deep red icon that looks rather eerie on the map, standing out starkly against the dangerous atmosphere of the surrounding stations. Dozens of stops, and at his current train speed, it will take several more days to arrive, which should be enough time for him to develop. Seeing the map put Jiang Chen at ease. The next stop was a place called Holiday Inn, but judging from its yellow icon, it probably wasn't a very pleasant place to stay. At that moment, a cold sensation swept over me. The extreme cold air made him shiver involuntarily, and then he looked out the window. Before I knew it, the sun had already set outside the window. I remember that when he demanded the Frost Gem, the entire region was plunged into extreme cold at night, which must have started around dusk. He didn't have any thick clothes, only that bare skin had some insulation, so in preparation for the coming extreme cold, he found an iron basin he had gotten from the supermarket. Then they gathered some dry firewood from the old hunters, lit it with a lighter, and instantly warm flames danced in the cold train. Jiang Chen reached out to warm his hands by the fire, then carried the brazier to the bedside, wrapped himself in a bearskin, and drifted into a warm dream. Night is approaching. Should the train driver reduce speed to avoid missing the next station? There was even a helpful reminder. Enter low speed mode. He nodded without hesitation. After a day of playing the game, he realized that speed wasn't always the best factor. The most important thing was personal condition and skill improvement. Through the frost gem, he saw that the red areas at the next station would become increasingly dense, indicating that the danger would increase as they progressed. Only by not missing any of the previous stops and striving to improve oneself can one cope with the dangerous stops ahead. Therefore, it is essential to get adequate rest and be in top condition for each stop reached. Nothing was said that night. Early morning has arrived, and the trains will soon resume normal service. Next train arrives at Holiday Inn. Passengers disembarking, please take your luggage and belongings with you and disembark in an orderly manner. Number of passengers arriving this time, 0. This train's stop time, 30 minutes. Sizzle. As the train pulled into the station, the doors slowly opened, and a blast of cold air hit us. Perhaps because the night had just ended and the air conditioning hadn't cooled down, Jiang Chen tightened his clothes as he got out of the car, only to find that the surroundings were shrouded in mist. Is there fog again? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, wondering if it was related to the weather or the time of day. Or is it related to the dangers within the site? I remember at Shiratani Station, after he killed the boss giant spider, it seemed like a voice broadcast was triggered, mentioning something about the fog disappearing. Jiang Chen's expression instantly became much more serious. He thought he probably knew what the fog represented. It likely meant that a boss had spawned at this site. He gradually tightened his grip on the shotgun, while discreetly feeling the ammunition in his pocket. There were about 20 rounds. He examined the bullet formula after it was provided yesterday. Recipe, bullets. Materials, gunpowder *2, brass *1. The recipe and the blueprint seem to be different, and the recipe can be made repeatedly, while the blueprint may be a one-time use item. The old hunter had only a little brass stored in his house, but he still had plenty of gunpowder, enough to make about 20 bullets. I wonder if this is enough for this exploration. After thinking it over, just to be on the safe side, Jiang Chen took out the skull spear from behind him. With his level 2 attributes, he should be able to deal with most dangers even with just the skull spear. As for the shotgun, it's better to save it for dealing with the boss, since ammunition isn't plentiful. As he pondered, he arrived at the so-called Holiday Inn, a dilapidated place filled with the smell of disinfectant. Wait, why does the hotel smell so strongly of disinfectant? Jiang Chen picked up a spear and activated the legendary glasses. Using the legendary glasses will slowly deplete your mental attribute, somewhat like a mana bar. However, with his high spirit attribute of 50 points, it is more than enough to support the consumption of the legendary glasses for half an hour. This is a dilapidated Holiday Inn, but it recently underwent some dramatic changes, seemingly originating from the basement. The legend of the glasses made Jiang Chen pause slightly. The pungent smell of disinfectant seemed to be coming from the basement, and following the direction, he found the basement door. This is a steel door that has been severely corroded. The pungent smell of disinfectant is particularly strong here, and there are piles of stark white bones on both sides. Etc. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He pushed aside the scattered bones and found a black pistol lying among them. If it weren't for the legendary glasses, he would have really missed out. Name, old pistol. Category, weapon, green. Attack, B. Defense, D. Spirit, E. Magazine capacity, 5. Review: this is an old pistol, its power has been slightly reduced, but its advantage lies in its ability to fire in bursts. It was much less powerful than a shotgun, but it was small and portable, and could be used in some confined spaces. Jiang Chen reloaded the bullets and clipped it to his body. Then there's this steel door. Clearly, this is where the danger lies at this stop. Since we're already here. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen suddenly kicked it away, and an indescribable, intoxicating smell rushed straight from his nostrils to the top of his head. Then he saw pairs of scarlet eyes. Oh, so this Holiday Inn's basement was requisitioned by a special department as a laboratory, where they used lab rats to create some incredible machines. Target, mutant mouse. Level, LV1. Attack, B. Defense, D. Spirit, E. Remarks: these mutant rats have lost their minds and become extremely aggressive after the experiment. Be careful not to get bitten, or you will be poisoned. The legend of the glasses also surfaced after he saw those scarlet eyes. Seeing the level 1, Jiang Chen breathed a slight sigh of relief. Sure enough, he wouldn't encounter any overly powerful dangers during the beginner phase. He could handle these level 1 mutated rats, as long as he was careful not to get bitten. After all, the glasses were rumored to have a warning that if bitten, one would be poisoned, presumably by a toxin that would turn him into the same kind of mutated rat. He didn't want to lose his mind. In just a few breaths, the mutated rats were already squeaking and charging straight at him. Jiang Chen reacted quickly, picked up his spear and stabbed the first few at the front. Puff! The viscous liquid splashed out, and a notification sound appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. You killed the mutated rat, experience points +3. You killed the mutated rat, experience points +3. Chapter 9, Second Encounter with the Boss, another update. What a truly exhilarating and enriching experience. Looking at his ever-increasing experience, Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he reached level 3. At that time, the attributes will definitely be further improved. A few minutes later, a considerable number of mutated rat corpses had piled up around Jiang Chen. You killed too many mutated rats, attracting elite mutated rats. The sudden notification sound made Jiang Chen's heart jump. An elite monster has been triggered. He turned his head and saw an elite mutant rat that was significantly larger than before. Its fur was as hard as steel, and it had 2 thick fangs in its mouth. Seeing the elite mutant rat glaring at him with ferocious eyes, Jiang Chen silently pulled out his truth and fired several shots at the elite mutant rat. Bang bang bang. The rapid-fire gunshots were particularly deafening in the cramped basement, and the smell of gunpowder instantly overpowered the smell of disinfectant in the air. After a few shots, the elite mutated rat fell into a pool of blood. A wisp of smoke rose faintly from the dark muzzle of the shotgun, seemingly proclaiming the invincibility of truth. You have killed an elite mutated rat. Experience +15. Your level has increased to LV3. Dropped item, 2 hard fangs. Seeing the loot, Jiang Chen's lips twitched slightly. An elite monster only dropped so little stuff. The last one had dropped a weapon and a wooden treasure chest. Well, it's impossible for every monster to have such a high drop rate. After killing the elite mutated rat, the surrounding environment became noticeably quieter, but Jiang Chen did not let his guard down. According to his previous guess, there should be a boss at this site, which was why there was fog. Perspective. Jiang Chen clicked on the legendary glasses to activate the X-ray vision function. This function would greatly increase the consumption of mental attributes, but it was the best way to find targets. With the perspective effect, Jiang Chen quickly discovered that the so-called boss was actually right above his head. It was a much larger mutant rat, comparable in size to a tabby cat. Strangely, it was hanging from the ceiling, which is why Jiang Chen hadn't noticed it. A foul-smelling liquid dripped from its mouth, nearly splashing onto Jiang Chen, but he nimbly dodged it. The next second, the vicious boss-level mutated rat pounced directly at Jiang Chen's head. This agility is something Jiang Chen has never seen before. He couldn't dodge this attack. With this in mind, Jiang Chen immediately activated his talent, Undead Body. Undead bodies are immune to physical damage. The instant he used this talent, his body, like the other train passengers, turned into a black shadow, and the boss mutated rat actually passed straight through his body. Jiang Chen didn't have much time to marvel at this amazing scene, because this boss mutated rat was very strong, with all its attributes far exceeding his own. If we can't kill it during the 10 seconds it takes to maintain its undead form, then it's likely that it will be the one who gets killed later. Of course, he also has the Death Knight as a means of survival, but he doesn't want to summon the Death Knight unless absolutely necessary. For hastening the fall of Landis would be entirely detrimental to him. So, Jiang Chen fired several more shots with his shotgun. The loud gunshots continued, but Jiang Chen's heart felt slightly heavy. He had fired at least 5 shots, but only one actually hit the boss mutated rat because it was too fast. Quick! Etc. Suddenly, Jiang Chen thought of something and took out an ice blue gem from his pocket. In the dimly lit basement, the gem emitted a dazzling and dreamlike brilliance. More importantly, an option has been presented to Jiang Chen. Weapon detected, Old Hunter's Rifle. Consume energy to enchant it with ice attribute. Yes. Jiang Chen nodded. In an instant, the shotgun in my hand felt cold, and a blue halo flickered in front of me. Jiang Chen noticed that the frost gem seemed to have dimmed a bit after the enchantment was completed, but he didn't have much time to think about it, as the duration of the undead body was running out. Bang bang bang. After reloading, Jiang Chen quickly fired several shots. One of the bullets hit the boss mutated rat, and the rat's speed visibly slowed down. Under the gaze of the legendary glasses, he saw that the mutated rat seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, and it was this frost that reduced its speed to the extreme. Even after the undead body's duration ended, the boss mutated rat was too slow to catch Jiang Chen, so what followed was a period of frenzied damage output. Bang bang bang. The sound of bullets being chambered continued until, finally, after about 20 bullets had been fired, he heard that familiar warning tone. Ding! You've successfully won over the Holiday Inn boss. You have defeated the mutant rat boss, gaining 50 experience points. Dropped items, Hard Fangs *2, Holiday Inn Pass *1, Bronze Chest *1. Regional update, player Shenzhou has defeated the Holiday Inn boss, the fog at this location has cleared, and the danger level has been greatly reduced, 48 hours. Seeing the lifeless mutated rat, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He used the residual force of his talent to make him slightly dizzy and unable to move. He sat down to rest in a chair, which gave him time to open the chat interface and check the system notification he had just received. Like the previous elite mutant rat, this boss mutant rat didn't drop anything good, but fortunately there was a guaranteed bronze treasure chest. In addition, there is a pass. I remember the last time I killed the boss at Shiratani Station, I also got a pass like this, but I was busy moving supplies at the time and didn't have time to check what it was for. Item, Holiday Inn Pass. Effect, allows your train to go directly to Holiday Inn Station. This is an insert route and will not add to or change your train's original route. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up. This is a good thing. If I'm not mistaken, the previous hint mentioned that the fog would disappear, but only for 48 hours. In other words, the next boss will spawn in 48 hours. At that time, he can use this pass to control the boss. Although the rewards from this boss aren't great, the guaranteed bronze chest is still pretty good, you can at least get some blueprints to use or trade. After putting away the pass, his mental attributes recovered somewhat, and he glanced at the timetable. With only 7 minutes left before the half-hour stop, it's time to find the supplies and head back. But what kind of supplies could a Holiday Inn possibly have? He used the legendary glasses to scan, and suddenly his gaze stopped in front of a door, where the information from the glasses appeared. This is a basement warehouse. Researchers used to stockpile a lot of medicine here. In this kind of environment, medicine is a scarce commodity. Chapter 10, Fever. I have medicine. It turned out to be a warehouse for storing medicines. Without saying a word, Jiang Chen kicked it open. There were some messy medicines on the neatly arranged shelves, and broken medicine bottles on the ground, which seemed to be caused by some kind of chaos. However, in an inconspicuous corner, there were several boxes of unopened medicine, and he decisively began to move them. 10 minutes later, all the boxes of medicine had been loaded onto the train, and Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The train started moving again, and looking at the strange scenery outside the window, he idly opened the chat channel. Unexpectedly, the entire channel is still talking about him. Wow, this shipwrecked guy is incredibly lucky. He's cleared 2 boss stages in 2 days straight, and I haven't even encountered a single boss yet. Come on, you're only level 1. Even if you encounter a boss, you'll just die. Is the boss really that high level? Only a 2-time champion like Chen Zhou can answer this for you. Upon seeing these messages, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, and he was in a great mood, so he simply chimed in during the chat. Both bosses I encountered were level 5. If you're planning to kill a boss, please be aware of your capabilities. Wow. The legendary shipwrecked boat has appeared. Level 5 boss. What level is that player, Chenjo? I can't see him. You can only see level information for players lower than yourself. Shenjo has killed 2 bosses, so his level is definitely much higher than yours. Is Shenjo already level 10? Probably not. The experience required to level up increases exponentially. Even if Shenjo levels up very quickly, he probably won't reach level 10. Agreed, I bet it might have level 5. Forget about levels, I'm starving. Is there anyone who can give me something to eat? CPDD. Inside. Seeing the chat getting increasingly strange, Jiang Chen closed the public chat. In fact, he didn't even reach level 5 as they guessed, he was only level 3. Name, Jiang Chen. Level, LV3, 47/500. Identity, train owner, Death Train. Attack, 46, plus 30. Defense, 13. Spirit, 65, plus 45. Talent, Undead Body. Review, a very lucky newbie. To advance to the next level, you need a lot of experience, which requires at least several sites with experience levels equivalent to Holiday Inn or White Valley Forest. He discovered that the monsters in all the sites did not respawn infinitely. Usually, killing small monsters to a certain extent would trigger elite monsters. After killing an elite monster, regular monsters will no longer respawn, which, in a way, eliminates the idea of endlessly farming experience by relying on regular monsters. To some extent, this also increases the value of the so-called Battle Pass. According to Jiang Chen, the Battle Pass can only be obtained by defeating a boss. As for whether it can be obtained through other means, it is currently unknown. Iris, is the big boss there? Just then, a message popped up from a private friend. Chenjo, yes, what's wrong? Jiang Chen was quite friendly towards this friend with whom he had previously traded. Kite, do you have any fever reducers? Jiang Chen was taken aback by what the other party said. Chenjo, you have a fever. Yuan, yeah, it was too cold last night, and I didn't have any warm clothes. Chenjo, wait a minute. Coincidentally, he had just acquired a batch of medicines, but he didn't know if the medicines used by the researchers would have antipyretics. After searching for a while, Jiang Chen popped up a transaction link for Yuan. Item traded, 1 box of antipyretics. Iris, thank you so much, sir. I've asked so many people and couldn't find it. Thank you. System notification, your transaction order has been completed by player. Transaction email, 10 pieces of steel, 3 bottles of purified water, 1 hard wolf fang. Jiang Chen was surprised to see the items for sale in the email. Actually, he didn't intend to want anything. After all, he had several boxes of medicine. In this situation, giving out a box of fever reducers would be a drop in the ocean for him, but it could be life-saving for this kite. Unlike other male protagonists in novels, he doesn't haggle over every gain or loss, nor does he scheme or plot. He would still help with things that wouldn't cost him anything, since in this post-apocalyptic survival environment, no one knows what tomorrow will bring. Living in the moment and having a clear mind are the most important things. But Yuan didn't seem to be the kind of person who liked to take advantage of others. She still gave herself equivalent supplies in exchange, and even took out her hard wolf fangs. These should be drops from killing monsters. Jiang Chen also has some, but it's unclear what these materials are used for at the moment. The fact that even something as simple as kites is being traded shows that resources are running low. Iris, sorry, boss, these are all the items I have left to trade. I know how important medicine is during this time. Once I recover, I will definitely return the equivalent amount of supplies to you. At this moment, Yuan sent another message. Chenjo, this is enough. Take your medicine first. Iris, okay, thank you so much. Heart.jpg. Jiang Chen smiled when he saw it and was about to close the chat interface when he suddenly saw Fengdu's message pop up. Graceful demeanor, hey bro, wanna grab some good stuff? Item, stop time extension card. Use this card to add 10 minutes to the train's stop time. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up when he saw the description. It was indeed a good product. Shenzhou, where did you come from? This item looks like an important item in the game, and you'll definitely need it later, so it's worth asking about its origin. Grace, a guy got lucky and got it from a chest. I saw him showing it off in the world chat, so I spent some money to buy it from him. Upon seeing the message, Jiang Chen stroked his chin, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Shenzhou, what price are you planning to offer? Graceful, do you have any warm clothes? I'm afraid I won't be able to stay warm tonight. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile when he saw this, another guy driven crazy by the severe cold. Warm clothing is in short supply right now, and even if he doesn't have much, he definitely can't give away that bare pelt, but... Sunken boat, we have wood and a brazier, do you want them? Style, yes. Transaction order, parking overtime card, pending transaction confirmation. Player Jiang Chen uploaded the following items for trade: 20 pieces of wood, 1 stainless steel basin. Graceful, dude, a brazier is just a stainless steel or iron basin. Player Fengdu has completed the transaction order. Although the guy complained, he still agreed to the deal. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, suddenly thinking of something. Shenzhou, with your strength, even without warm clothing, you could probably exchange other resources for some, right? It seems unnecessary to trade with me. Grace, hee hee, you saw right through me, sir. I did intend to get on your good side. After all, with your influence, your friend list must be overflowing by now. If I don't get on your good side now, I won't have a chance later. Jiang Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected Fengdu to think this way. Using a parking time card to get noticed was really something else. But even if he didn't say it, he succeeded. As for the friend requests being flooded. Indeed, there were quite a few friend requests, but he rarely spends time in the chat channel, so these requests were automatically filtered out by the system. Elegance, also, warm clothing is incredibly precious right now, a piece of timber costs as much as a box of instant noodles. Shenzhou, holy crap. It's worth that much. Chapter 11, The Sunstone. A hidden level. Grace, boss, you won't regret this, will you? Sinking boat. He didn't regret it, though. He had a lot of timber in his carriage, a lot of which he had brought from the old hunter, plus some more from opening treasure chests. Even after the transaction with Fengdu, he still had several dozen pieces of timber left. He felt that the value of the extended stop was still higher than that of 20 pieces of timber, and it could play an unexpected role at some stops with very short stops. Shenzhou, no, you can keep it. Grace, by the way, buddy, I'll give you a free tip. Someone I know was attacked while the train was moving. I don't know the specifics, but it's best to be careful. Shenzhou, you mean the train was attacked while traveling normally, rather than stopping? Demeanor, yes. Jiang Chen closed the chat channel, his eyes flashing slightly. He really hadn't expected that a train traveling normally would be attacked. He looked out the window. His path was currently passing through a vast grassland, but the grassland was dark green and looked extremely oppressive. Forget it, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. The so-called attack was probably a low-probability event, and it's unlikely that he would be so unlucky as to be attacked. He took out a map and checked it. The next stop was still more than 1,000 kilometers away, and at the speed of the death train, it would take at least several hours. Take a nap first. Next stop for the train, underground currents. Passengers disembarking, please take your luggage and belongings with you and disembark in an orderly manner. Number of passengers alighting at this station, 0. Train stop time, 30 minutes. Sizzle. As the train doors opened, Jiang Chen stepped off, naturally not wanting to waste the 30 minutes. According to the markings on the map, this site is only marked as blue and dangerous, so there probably won't be a boss. At most, it might just be an elite monster. Stepping onto the ground, he was greeted by a strange sight. His station was located in a huge pit, with a river flowing downstream. This must be what is known as the underground undercurrent. In the pitch-black environment, it was difficult to see anything clearly, so Jiang Chen activated the legendary glasses. The moment the glasses were activated, everything around became much clearer. This is an abandoned mine, there might be some unexpected remnants of ore inside. Be careful underwater, there seems to be hidden danger. As the prompt appeared, Jiang Chen glanced at the dark undercurrent and moved slightly away. If he were dragged in by something, there would be no way out. At the same time, he took out the hunting rifle from his back, loaded it, and prepared for any eventuality. According to the legendary glasses, there might be some remaining ore in this mine. He continued forward without encountering any danger until the light in front of him suddenly became intense and extremely dazzling. A remnant of a sunstone vein. This ore has an extremely strong warming effect. Carrying one in your pocket will keep you warm all day. To use it, simply tap it on the ground. The legendary glasses notification sounded again, and Jiang Chen's eyes lit up immediately. This is amazing. He didn't have any suitable tools, so he simply put down his hunting rifle and took out the skull spear he was carrying on his back. Although it wasn't exactly handy either, it was still better than digging with his bare hands. After a series of actions, several sunstones quickly fell from the soil. Considering their effects, Jiang Chen gently wrapped them in his clothes and placed them on the ground before they fell. Since this was just a remnant of a mine, Jiang Chen finished digging it out in about 20 minutes, leaving a small mound of earth with about 50 pieces. That's enough for now. Following the direction they came from, Jiang Chen returned the way he came. Whoosh! A dark current swirled around them, and Jiang Chen glanced at it but paid no attention and continued on his way. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sound broke through the water, followed by the appearance of a giant fish, its body completely black with 4 claws and some rugged features on its forehead. Name: the mutant giant salamander. Level: LV4, Elite. Attack: A. Defense: S. Spirit: E. Skill: Rapid Regeneration. Evaluation: possessing extremely strong limb regeneration capabilities, coupled with formidable defensive attributes, it's virtually impossible for beginners to defeat it. Running away is strongly advised. Run. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all. Although this thing was only at the elite level, it was the only one Jiang Chen had seen with attributes exceeding S. In addition, with its rapid regeneration skill, it was definitely not something he could deal with. Even if you shoot him with a shotgun, it probably won't have any effect. In short, there's no way to stop him right now, so run. Without a doubt, this was the right choice, because while the mutated salamander was indeed very strong, it was surprisingly slow and couldn't catch up with Jiang Chen running at full speed. Finally, the dark eyeball could only watch Jiang Chen disappear into the cave entrance and then return to the water. Alright, no need to run like crazy anymore. The mutated salamander isn't catching up, it seems to be guarding something interesting. System message: congratulations on triggering the hidden level, the underwater treasure. You have obtained an additional underground pass, 72 hours. Recommended entry level, LV10. Jiang Chen, who had stopped and was still looking at the information about the legendary glasses, suddenly heard a system notification. Undoubtedly, triggering this hidden level is related to the legendary glasses. He guessed that to trigger this key, one must have some kind of detection tool or equipment. He guessed that he had stumbled upon the right thing by accident. He obtained an extra pass, but it only lasts for 72 hours. In other words, he must reach level 10 within 3 days to avoid wasting the pass. However, it's a bit difficult. Moreover, the giant salamander guarding the gate was a problem. Jiang Chen secretly guessed that although it was only level 3, it would require at least level 7 attack attributes to kill it. That S-rank defensive attribute, plus the rapid regeneration skill, is just too overpowered. Unless he summons the Death Knight. Well, let's try our best within 3 days. If we can't meet the standards for passing through customs, we'll decide on another matter. Thinking this, he left the underground station and returned to the train. After another tremor, the train started moving again, and Jiang Chen sat on the bed counting the sunstones. Under the influence of frigid weather, these sunstones are undoubtedly treasures, lasting much longer than wood and being extremely portable. So this trip into the underground undercurrents was worthwhile. There were 57 in total, which was quite good. He was opening the chat channel, wondering whether he should list one to test the market price, when he suddenly saw a transaction message. Transaction order: scrapyard access permit, pending transaction. Has anyone exchanged their travel permit? I need warm clothing. Chapter 12, VIP. Next book, The Junkyard. Pass. Jiang Chen paused, never expecting that someone in the world would actually sell passes. However, judging from the other party's level of 1, this pass may not have been obtained by killing a boss. Jiang Chen added the other person as a friend directly. Shan, hello, Master Chen Zhou. The other party accepted the request almost instantly and then said hello. He clearly knew the name Shenzhou. In this district, Shenzhou's name was quite well known. Shenzhou, you need warm clothing, right? Shan, yes. Sinking boat, thick bear hide *1, sunstone *3, is this enough? The other party was silent for a moment, clearly checking the item's information. Shan, that's enough. Thank you, boss. System notification, you have completed the transaction order for player Ashen. Shenzhou, okay, if you need this kind of pass again in the future, please contact me first. After replying, Jiang Chen closed the chat channel. He also traded the bear pelt, because given the valuable nature of the pass, a few time-limited sunstones might not be enough to satisfy him. Therefore, he had no choice but to reluctantly part with the bear pelt as well. As for himself, there are still about 50 sunstones left, enough to last a long time. In these 50-odd days, he has plenty of ways to obtain new warm supplies. Grace, boss, that battle pass order is gone. Did you take it? A friend message popped up again. It was that same guy. This guy is here to gather information. Judging from all the free information he gave me before, he must have added a lot of friends. In this kind of environment, intelligence brokers are still quite popular. It's certainly a good idea to make some connections with people in this profession. Shenzhou, yes, I took it down. Jiang Chen responded. Moments later, news of Fengdu arrived again. Grace, hey bro, what's the purpose of this pass? Tell me. I'll share all the useful information I get with you for free. Jiang Chen was taken aback, then laughed. This was like getting a free VIP membership from the intelligence provider. As time goes by, players will become stronger and stronger, and eventually others will also defeat the boss. Even if you don't say anything, the purpose of the pass will eventually become clear. You might as well do someone a favor now. Sinking boat, the pass allows you to change the train's next destination, and it's a plug-in system. As we all know, all players' tracks are fair and impartial, so the pass will be key to differentiating yourself from other players. Grace, I see, thank you so much, from now on you're a VIP member here. Jiang Chen smiled, but didn't continue the conversation. Instead, he went to look at the pass. Item, Scrapyard Pass. Recommended level, LV4. After looking at it, Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, then glanced at the other two passes he had previously obtained. Item, Shiratani Station Pass. Recommended level, LV5. Same as above. Item, Holiday Inn Pass. Recommended level, LV5. Therefore, the recommendation for this pass should be based on the monster with the highest danger level. For example, both Shiratani Station and Holiday Inn have a level 5 boss, which is also the recommended level on the battle pass. The highest level monster in this junkyard is probably level 4. Jiang Chen guessed that it was most likely just an elite monster, and the boss's level would most likely be no lower than level 5. Therefore, with his current level 3 strength, he should be able to solve it easily. However, he was now out of ammunition, and the only weapon he could use was that skull spear. Without firearms, it's still a bit unsafe. But he couldn't worry about that anymore. He felt that this junkyard should have materials like brass. He still had a lot of gunpowder, but he lacked brass. If we can find them on this site, we can make a large quantity of bullets and never be short of ammunition again. No bullets available. So when he saw this pass, he knew he had to get it. And go as soon as possible. Use the pass, Jiang Chen said calmly. The next moment, the train seemed to enter a passageway, and the scenery outside the entire window turned pitch black. A few seconds later, the train stopped. This train's destination, abandoned car factory. This is a special stop for those with a travel permit. There is no time limit for stopping. Passengers who need to disembark, please keep your belongings safe and disembark in an orderly manner. Oh. Upon hearing the prompt, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, having gained another useful piece of information. The pass is for special stops and has no time restrictions. It seems like we can explore this station properly. There was no fog. As expected, that level 4 monster wasn't a boss. Jiang Chen relaxed a little. At the same level, elite monsters are definitely much easier to deal with than bosses. But he still didn't know what was so strange about this junkyard. The legendary glasses, he murmured, as the colored text notification appeared before his eyes. This used to be a thriving auto repair shop, but it declined due to an accident, perhaps related to a pack of stray dogs. If you search patiently, you might find a large quantity of hardware materials. Stray dog. Jiang Chen noticed the key point in the prompt and tightened his grip on the skull spear slightly. It sounded like this was no pushover. Ugh. A low whimper sounded from behind. Jiang Chen turned his head and saw a black dog with white foam around its mouth and a dull look in its eyes, staring straight at Jiang Chen. It looks like a rabies attack. Name, infected dog. Level, LV2. Attack, A. Defense, B. Spirit, D. Evaluation: this animal has been infected with a rabies-like disease, causing it to become mentally unstable and extremely aggressive. Do not let it bite you. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed. The monsters here were all level 2, which meant he could gain a lot of experience. Just as he picked up the skeleton spear to attack the infected dog, he heard a low growl behind him. Turning his head, Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched. 3 more had appeared behind him without him noticing. They were attacked from both sides. However, he did not panic. He immediately thrust his skull spear at the lone infected dog in front of him. The sharp spear pierced through the infected dog's body in an instant, and then a notification sounded in its mind. You killed an infected dog, experience points +10. Upon receiving the signal, Jiang Chen turned around and looked at the other 3 infected dogs. One of them had already pounced on him, followed closely by the other 2. Jiang Chen instinctively rolled to the side into an open space, then stabbed again, killing another infected dog. The remaining 2 are much easier to kill. Although they are agile, they are not very smart. Once they decide on the direction of their attack, they will not turn back for a short period of time, as if their vision is impaired. In short, the 4 infected dogs were easily dealt with, but there were more than 4 infected dogs in this junkyard. These 4 creatures were probably attracted by me. How exactly they were attracted was probably by sound or smell. It seems we need to be more careful with our subsequent actions. At least we can't attract too many people at once, otherwise things will get really difficult. In just a few tens of minutes, after killing about 20 or 30 infected dogs, the notification sound finally came. You killed too many infected dogs, attracting elite-level distemper dogs. Chapter 13, Ammunition Freedom, Multiplayer Station. Name, Distemper Dog. Level, LV4. Attack, A. Defense, B. Spirit, D. Evaluation: one of the parent strains of the plague virus, possessing extremely high toxicity. Once bitten, infection will occur within a very short time. Upon seeing the information about this plague dog, Jiang Chen's eyes flashed. Although the attribute information of this thing was the same as that of the infected dog, the attributes of level 4 were completely different from those of level 2. With his level 3 stats, a direct confrontation is definitely not going to work. Frost Gem. Without saying a word, Jiang Chen immediately pulled out one of his trump cards. Enchantment. The chilling aura seeped into the skull spear, dimming the gem's light once more, but a layer of icy blue radiance appeared on the spear, making it extremely eye-catching. Click. Inconspicuously, a tiny crack appeared on the spear, as if it could not withstand the enchantment properties of the frost gem. With the enchanted skull spear, Jiang Chen felt more confident, because after using it last time, he knew that the slowing mechanism after the gem enchantment was extremely powerful. The boss-level mutated rat was extremely fast, almost impossible to detect with the naked eye, but when hit by bullets enchanted by frost gems, its speed became as slow as a tortoise's crawl. This is his second trump card, so it was definitely worth it to ask the ice sprite for this gem. Oh whoa. The plague dog suddenly let out a strange howl and pounced directly at Jiang Chen. But he reacted quickly, throwing the spear directly, giving the plague dog no chance at all. Bang. The plague dog was struck by the spear, let out a mournful howl, and flew backward, its body covered in frost. As the plague dog's body gradually stiffened, Jiang Chen's lips curled up, and he slowly stepped forward to pull out the spear. The plague dog tried to struggle to its feet and fight back, but it seemed to have lost all ability to move. Jiang Chen picked up his spear and stabbed it several times until its life force completely dissipated. You killed a plague dog, experience points plus 40. Drops: Hardened Bone Dagger *1, Wooden Treasure Chest *1, Antidote Serum *1. Wow. The loot from these elite monsters is pretty good. Just as he was feeling pleased, the skull spear suddenly broke completely, snapping in two. At the fracture site, a fine layer of frost can still be seen. Did it break because it couldn't withstand the enchantment of the frost gem? Jiang Chen pondered. He had noticed it when the enchantment was first applied, but fortunately it held up until the end. He didn't feel too much heartache. After all, in this kind of environment, being absolutely safe was the most important thing. Even the legendary glasses warned against being bitten by this plague dog, so he decided to fight like a lion hunting a rabbit, otherwise he would be the one to suffer if something went wrong. After toying with the new bone dagger for a moment, Jiang Chen's lips curled up slightly. Out with the old, in with the new. Alright, now it's time to reap the rewards. With such a large factory, where should we start moving? A few hours later. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief as he transported the last batch of disassembled hardware parts onto the train. The haul was quite impressive. The amount of brass stored at the junkyard alone filled 2 large boxes. He also used the remaining time to dismantle countless junk cars, obtaining large quantities of steel, plastic, and other materials. That's right. Having obtained another batch of materials, Jiang Chen thought of upgrading the train, so he went to the driver's cab and pressed his fingerprint on it. Upgrade materials: 300 steel, 50 wood, 30 plastic, 20 glass. Wow. Upon seeing the upgrade materials, Jiang Chen's eyes widened. This time, the amount of upgrade materials was almost 5 times that of the last time. With his current resources, it is clearly not enough. It seems we'll have to put it on hold for now. Let's make ammunition first. With his current gunpowder and brass reserves, he can produce quite a lot of ammunition. The thought of achieving ammunition freedom is exhilarating. Next train arrives at Fengzhehanzhuang multi-person station. Passengers, please check your belongings and disembark in an orderly manner. Stop time for this train, unlimited. Number of passengers arriving this time, 0. Jiang Chen, who was resting after finishing making ammunition, suddenly heard the sound of a train arriving at the station. Strangely, this time it was also a station with no time limit. Moreover, it's a multi-person station. Does this mean there are other players? Sizzle. As the brakes came on, the train slowly came to a stop. Based on his sixth sense, he had brought a few extra sunstones, just in case. In addition, he brought all his weapons. The station was shrouded in thick fog, making it almost impossible to see anything. However, with the help of the legendary glasses, he could still see several trains parked on other tracks besides his own. Sure enough, a multiplayer site means there are other players. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, then suddenly remembered something and opened the chat channel to find Fengdu. Sinking boat, Snowstorm Manor, have you heard of it? This guy, Fengdu, must spend a lot of time in chat channels, replying to messages instantly. Grace, boss, you've arrived at the Snowstorm Manor. Then I strongly suggest you don't go down. Sinking boat, I've already logged off. Grace, alright, with your strength, sir, you should probably be able to get out. Sinking boat, detailed explanation. This demeanor shows he knows something about the Snowstorm Manor. It's good to learn about it before going in. Grace, several friends I know arrived at Snowstorm Manor at different times. I've been in contact with them for a while and learned that this is a long-running scenario-based instance. Demeanor, anyway, that's how they say it. They say you get a lot of rewards after clearing the level, but... Sinking boat, but what? Grace, but they said there were no monsters to fight in the Snowstorm Manor, though they didn't forbid players from killing each other. The few friends I knew eventually lost contact with them. Grace, besides, they are level 2 players, quite skilled. Although they are a bit weaker than you, they are still pretty good, so... Jiang Chen, understood. Grace, hey bro, let's keep in touch. Let me know if you have any information. Of course, I'm not taking it for free, I'll buy it with resources. Shenzhou, I'll tell you some special information as payment for this exchange. Grace, no way. We agreed that you'd be a VIP from now on, and I wouldn't charge you anything, but I have to pay for information to do business. Seeing this, Jiang Chen felt somewhat helpless. This man's demeanor was quite principled. Shenzhou, okay, then you can trade me for steel of equal value later. Grace, okay, you're really impressive, starting to upgrade your train to level 3 so quickly. I won't bother you anymore. Jiang Chen also closed the chat channel and, after passing through a snowy fog, arrived at the so-called Snowstorm Manor. The gate to the manor was half closed, and Jiang Chen was about to push it open when a head suddenly popped out. Honorable guest, the master has been waiting for you. A sharp dagger was pressed against his neck, causing the man dressed as a servant to break out in a cold sweat. Guest. Jiang Chen recognized the person. It was a single individual. Could it be a player? Legend has it that once the glasses are activated, information will appear before your eyes. Name, house servant. Identity, NPC. Level, LV5. Attack, B. Defense, B. Spirit, C. Review, the gatekeeper of Snowstorm Manor, but he seems to be hiding some secret. Going to the manor lord's wife's room late at night might reveal something interesting. Oh. NPC. It seems that what Fengdu said about having no monsters to farm isn't entirely true. Chapter 14, Snowstorm Manor, Cross-Regional Players. Following the servants into the manor, they saw 6 people sitting at a huge round table, men and women, some of whom looked rather impatient. Hey, is everyone here? Can we start now that everyone's here? A somewhat roguish young man glanced at Jiang Chen with a hint of hostility and asked the servant. We're still missing 2 people, please be patient and wait a little longer, the servant said with a forced smile. The thuggish-looking man snorted in displeasure, then looked at Jiang Chen. New guy, introduce yourself. Jiang Chen calmly found a seat and sat down. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking others to introduce themselves? The roguish-looking man frowned upon hearing this and was about to stand up when a cold voice suddenly came from the side. I advise you to think before you lose your temper. You can't afford to mess with this person. The thuggish-looking man was taken aback, then looked at Jiang Chen as if he had just realized something, and his eyes narrowed suddenly after a moment. He couldn't tell Jiang Chen's rank. According to the game rules, players can see the level information of players whose level is lower than or equal to their own. He's level 2. I can't see this person's level information, which means this person has already reached level 3. Ahem, boss, I was a little too loud just now, I apologize. The thuggish man's tone softened considerably. Jiang Chen's lips curled up slightly. He thought this guy was going to keep showing off, but he didn't expect him to be so quick to behave himself. The saying, first he was deferential, then he was obsequious, is laughable. He shook his head. Never mind, you're here early, just give me the message. The 6 people looked at each other, and the last one, a young man wearing black glasses, cleared his throat and said, let me speak. This person was the same one who had spoken up to dissuade the thuggish-looking man earlier. Jiang Chen looked at him, and he nodded in a friendly manner. We arrived around the same time. There was a steward who told us that once everyone was there, we would be provided with accommodations. He said that if we stayed here for 3 days, we would receive a lot of experience and item rewards. Listening to the bespectacled man's introduction, Jiang Chen seemed thoughtful. It was pretty much what Fengdu had said. It seems that the Snowstorm Manor uses the same routine for every player who enters. Boss, do you think this dungeon is dangerous? A rather thin-looking boy asked nervously. Jiang Chen did not answer, but simply looked at the group of people. 4 men and 2 women. In addition to the 3 men who had already spoken, there was also a young man with a cold and stern face. There were 2 girls. One was dressed rather glamorously and had a mature and sexy figure, while the other was a petite girl who was only about 1.5 meters tall and looked somewhat timid, always keeping her head down. However, she is also a level 2 player. Besides her, the roguish-looking man and the aloof young man were 2 other level 2 players. Just then, 2 more players entered from outside the door. Strangely, both of them were dressed in ancient costumes. One had the appearance of a handsome young master, while the other wore a bamboo hat and a white veil. making it impossible to see her face. All that could be seen was that she was a woman. The most interesting part is that Jiang Chen can't see the level information for these two people. In other words, their level is higher than mine, and there are people in the district whose level is higher than mine. Jiang Chen is confident that he won't. It takes 500 experience points to go from level 3 to level 4, and he only had 400 experience points after leaving the junkyard, which is about 100 experience points away from level 4. He considered the speed to be extremely fast. These two people started from the same point, and the one who leveled up faster than him must be using cheats. Legendary glasses, activated. Oh, it's players from other servers. They used their battle passes to get into Snowstorm Manor, which increased the difficulty of this dungeon and really disrupted the game rules. Sure enough, Jiang Chen's gaze darkened. These two were players from other servers. However, he only saw the boy's information. The girl wearing the straw hat seemed to have some kind of equipment that concealed information, which even the legendary glasses could not see. On the contrary, his own spying attracted the other party's attention, and the eyes hidden under the straw hat seemed to glance at him. Now that all guests have arrived, please return to your rooms to rest. We will meet again here in 3 days, if you are still alive. After saying these words, the servant disappeared at the end of the corridor. Damn it, what does he mean by that? What does, if he could still live, mean? The thuggish-looking man exclaimed in annoyance. Besides, didn't the butler say he would lead us to our rooms? Why is he going to our rooms by himself now? Because the game has been upgraded. The young man in ancient costume smirked, looking down at the game with an air of superiority. Upgrade. Apart from Jiang Chen, the other players in the new server all looked at the men in ancient costume, their faces full of confusion. You'll find out soon enough. The young man in ancient costume had an extremely unrestrained and sinister smile, and then walked towards the guest rooms. After glancing at the group, the woman in the straw hat also walked towards the guest rooms. Jiang Chen and others followed. Qian, Kuan, Li, Dui, Kan, Sun, Zhen, Zhen, Yinyang Fish. There are 9 guest rooms, each corresponding to one of the 9 players. The 2 players in ancient costumes have already entered the Qiankuan and Qiankuan rooms. Jiang Chen pondered over the remaining 7 rooms before entering the one with the yin-yang symbol. Because he used the legendary glasses, he saw information indicating that the room that survived to the end would receive the most generous reward. As for the danger, when it really comes down to it, I'll have to use the Death Knight. Hopefully, the rewards I get then will be worth it compared to using the Death Knight once. Night falls. Demeanor, boss, how's the situation? Shenzhou, it's pretty much what you said, there's nothing going on for now. Grace, barring any unforeseen circumstances, 1 player will die tomorrow. You'd better be careful tonight, boss. Shenzhou, okay. After closing the chat channel, Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly. This instance seemed to be some kind of rule-based instance, but he hadn't figured out the specific rules yet. He only knew that surviving for 3 days was the first requirement. As for Fengdu's statement that there were no monsters to farm, he thought the information was incorrect. The person who told him the information might have been too low level to discern the levels of those NPCs. However, his legendary glasses could detect monster information, and he saw the NPC's information, which meant that the NPC could be killed. As for the 2 players from other servers dressed in ancient costumes, they were definitely not doing any cosplay. They probably knew some of the rules. Furthermore, since they used a pass to enter, they must also be trying to obtain the rewards here. The fact that even veteran players from other servers went through so much trouble to enter suggests that the rewards must be very generous. Therefore, choosing the yin-yang fish room with the most generous rewards is the right choice. Knock knock knock. He suddenly heard a knock on the door. It was his own room. Remembering Fengdu's suggestion, he walked to the door, the short blade gliding in his palm. The moment the door opened, a beautiful figure rushed in and practically threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms. Yes, that veiled woman in ancient costume. Her pure white ancient-style gauze dress was now tattered and torn, with several glimpses of her skin peeking out, arousing the imagination. What's going on? Seeing that he was unconscious, Jiang Chen thought for a moment and then placed him on the bed. Then, looking at the somewhat cumbersome veil, he raised an eyebrow and lifted it off. Chapter 15 Ning Feiyue, I'll warm your bed. the first thing I saw was an extremely beautiful face. At this moment, she was frowning in pain, and her face was covered with fine frost. What's going on? Jiang Chen was taken aback, then suddenly touched the sunstone on his chest, hesitated for a moment, and then removed it. Instantly, an extremely cold aura surged into his body, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Is it that cold? No wonder this woman is so cold, it must be freezing outside, but he can't feel it because he has the sunstone. But seriously, what's up with this woman? Judging from her tattered clothes, she must have been through a fierce battle. I wonder who she fought with to be so badly injured. Could it be her companion in ancient costume? But they seem to be teammates, so why would they start killing each other on the first day? Suddenly, the woman let out a soft moan, and then opened her eyes. They were a pair of pale purple eyes, dreamlike and ethereal. No wonder she was wearing a straw hat. Fire, she said softly, looking at Jiang Chen. Fire? Is she saying she's cold? Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly. He took out a sunstone, gently tapped it on the ground, and then placed it on the woman's chest. In an instant, the frost on the woman's face disappeared, replaced by a healthy, rosy complexion. With the chill gone, the woman gradually regained some strength and struggled to sit up in bed. Thank you. Jiang Chen didn't pay any attention, but just stared at the woman. Don't thank me yet, I have a lot of questions to ask you. The woman glanced at the straw hat placed beside her and nodded slightly. Ask away. First, what's your name? Jiang Chen asked calmly. The woman was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Jiang Chen's first question to be this. Ning Feiyue. The second question is, how did you get injured? I was no match for the boss of this site and was seriously injured, Ning Feiyue said softly. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Sure enough, this woman had fought with the boss of Fengxue Manor. His deduction was correct. There were monsters to kill in Fengxue Manor, and they were high-level monsters with high experience and high drop rates. He nodded and continued, Third, why didn't you go to your teammate after the incident, but instead came to my room? Teammates. Ning Feiyue shook her head. We just made a deal. I bought a pass to Fengxue Manor from him. Although we came in together, we are not teammates. Moreover, he is a rather cunning person, and who knows what might happen if you go to him. So, when you come here, aren't you afraid something might happen? Jiang Chen looked at her with a hint of amusement. You won't. Ning Feiyue shook her head. Jiang Chen was somewhat taken aback. Are you so sure? Yes, my eyes tell me you won't. Ning Feiyue tilted her head slightly to look at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shifted his gaze slightly. Your eyes are trained talent, Ning Feiyue said softly. I see. Jiang Chen nodded. It wasn't just a talent for trains, but a very good one. Any more questions? Ning Feiyue asked, resting her chin on her hand. Why do I suddenly find this woman kind of cute? Finally, let me tell you about the information you have about this Snowstorm Manor, and why you used your pass to come to our new district. You know I'm not from your district. Ning Feiyue was a little surprised, then shook her head. Never mind, it's not important. Wind and Snow Manor is just a yellow difficulty beginner dungeon here, but in our region, it has become an orange difficulty dungeon. There are very few monsters in this dungeon, but they are all high-level elite monsters, and there are even 2 boss monsters. Unless it is a very strong team of players, it is impossible to clear this dungeon. Of course, there is also the most important thing, which is the rule of this dungeon: only one person can get the reward in the end. So even if a team of high-level players enters, they will often fail to defeat the boss because they kill each other. However, if we can use the pass and the cross-server pass to reach the Snowstorm Manor in the new area, which is at a yellow danger level, we will have a chance to kill the boss and get the rewards, even if we are alone. I understand. Jiang Chen nodded. But, is this how you go it alone? As he spoke, Jiang Chen's gaze swept over Ning Feiyue's tattered clothes. Ning Feiyue noticed Jiang Chen's gaze and immediately covered her exposed skin, her delicate face flushing slightly. I was surprised. I didn't expect the boss to temporarily increase its power based on the challenger's level. Jiang Chen wanted to laugh after hearing this. In other words, you went through all the trouble of getting the Snowstorm Manor pass to get here, only to be faced with an orange-level danger-level boss. Yes, Ning Feiyue lowered her head. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen could no longer hold back and burst into unrestrained laughter. It seems that this game is quite good in terms of balance and preventing bugs. The righteous Judge D will not let any opportunistic player get away with it. Hearing this, Ning Feiyue felt a little embarrassed, but she still couldn't help but roll her eyes at Jiang Chen and said weakly, "Is it that funny?" Ahem. After a moment, Jiang Chen coughed lightly twice, his expression serious. "By the way, you still haven't told me why you insisted on coming to this Snowstorm Manor." "I'm here for the gems." Mentioning gems, Ning Feiyue's expression turned slightly serious. "You probably don't know what gems are, do you?" "Gems are." "I know," Jiang Chen waved his hand, interrupting her introduction. Not only did he know, but he also possessed the gem. However, showing it to Ning Feiyue was not a wise choice. Although she appeared harmless at the moment, she had come for the gem, and it was hard to guarantee that she wouldn't try to harm him once she found out he had it. The system will balance the game when facing a boss, but it won't when players are on opposing sides. "Alright, go back if there's nothing else." Jiang Chen waved his hand, preparing to shoo them away. He borrowed the other party's room to temporarily avoid risks, and even gave away a sunstone, so getting this information wasn't a loss. "I'm not leaving." Ning Feiyue sat on the bed and shook her head several times. "Oh dear, you're still clinging to me." Jiang Chen frowned, surprised that this pretty woman was so shameless. "My room has been targeted by that boss. Going back will only lead to further attacks. I can't go back." "Let me stay here with you for a couple more days," Ning Feiyue said shamelessly. Looking into those purple eyes, Jiang Chen calmly extended his index finger and waved it. "No. I can give you supplies." Ning Feiyue puffed out her cheeks slightly. "Damn." Jiang Chen continued to shake his head. "Then I'll give you more train coins." Ning Feiyue gritted her teeth and raised the price, staring at Jiang Chen. "No." Jiang Chen shook his head again. Then I'll warm your bed." Ning Feiyue shouted angrily, her eyes still closed. "Make a deal." "Then I'll wait a bit." Ning Feiyue was taken aback, looking at Jiang Chen in confusion. If she hadn't misheard, he had agreed. Chapter 16, First Encounter, the first boss of Wind and Snow Manor. "Hey, you. He's just after my good looks." Ning Feiyue glared at him angrily. "You're right, I was only attracted to your good looks." Jiang Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. He hadn't originally planned for Fang Ningfei to leave, since she knew more information than he did and was quite capable. If they really needed to join forces, she would be the best helper. Moreover, in this kind of environment, why not have a beautiful woman help warm the bed? "Alright, you keep warming the bed. I'm going out to check on things." Jiang Chen glanced at her, tidied up his things, and prepared to leave. Hey. Seeing this, Ning Feiyue hurriedly spoke up to stop her. "Are you serious? I've already suffered a huge loss in this freezing weather outside. If you go out now, aren't you just asking to get yourself killed? Didn't you say that the monsters here are balanced according to the enemy's level? So I might not run into any trouble if I go out. Besides that, I also want to see what's so strange about this Snowstorm Manor." Jiang Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Every other day, 3 players die at Wind and Snow Manor. After 3 days, all the players are dead. It seems to be because of some kind of curse. Ning Feiyue's purple eyes flickered as she spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. "You're not being honest." "What do you mean I'm not being honest?" Ning Feiyue's cheeks flushed slightly. "We've only known each other for less than a day. I'm hiding things from you to protect myself." Jiang Chen nodded. "All right, I guess you're not stupid. Now you can go into more detail, okay? You don't want me to be one of the 3 players who die on the first day, do you?" "Of course I don't want to. This room is yours. If you die, I'll have to find someone else to share it with, which is too much trouble." Ning Feiyue pouted. Upon hearing this, several black lines immediately appeared on Jiang Chen's forehead. "Is that how it is?" You might not be familiar with curses, let me introduce them to you. Ning Feiyue was about to speak when Jiang Chen suddenly waved his hand to interrupt her. I know about curses. I already have 2 on me. Just tell me the effects of the curses on this place. Huh? Ning Feiyue's big eyes showed a hint of confusion. Aren't you a new player? How come you have 2 curses on your head? Never mind, that's not important. The terrifying thing about the curse of the Snowstorm Manor is that 3 people will die every night, whether they kill each other or are killed by the monsters of the Snowstorm Manor. In short, 3 people will die every day. The best strategy is to kill all the monsters at this site before the 3rd day arrives. Without the monsters to bother you, all you'll have to deal with are the other players. Ning Feiyue rambled on, but Jiang Chen only caught the most crucial information. You mean, even if we kill the monster, we can't leave Snowstorm Manor? Jiang Chen looked at her with a furrowed brow. Yes, the most basic characteristic of the Snowstorm Villa curse is that you must wait 3 days before you can leave, so there should be a prompt when you enter the station indicating that there is no limit to the stop time. Okay, I got it. You go get some sleep first, I'm going out for a walk, Jiang Chen said calmly. No, after all I've said, you're still going out. Ning Feiyue's eyes widened, then she muttered, you just have to be in such a hurry to get yourself killed. Jiang Chen smiled calmly. He wasn't going to throw his life away. What he wanted to do was the same as Ning Feiyue, clear the Snowstorm Manor. How can we get the final reward if we don't test the depths of this Snowstorm Manor? As soon as he stepped out the door, he felt a wave of icy cold rushing towards him. Even with the protection of the Sunstone, he could still feel the bone-chilling cold. Call. Suddenly, a torch flashed in the darkness. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly caught up. The torch moved extremely fast, twisting and turning until it finally arrived at what appeared to be a woodshed. The torches disappeared here. Jiang Chen pushed open the door and entered, only to see a person lying in a pool of blood. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the arrogant men who had spoken so wildly during the day. However, at this moment, his whole body was covered in frost, and his blood was frozen into icicles, showing no signs of life. The first one, Jiang Chen murmured. Guest, why aren't you resting in your room so late? What are you doing here? A voice suddenly sounded from behind. Jiang Chen turned around and saw the servant from earlier that day, but now he was shrouded in a strange black aura, making him look like a ghost of the night. It's obvious that they've been affected by a curse. That arrogant man was probably killed by this servant. Jiang Chen drew his broken blade, imbuing it with the power of the frost gem, and thrust it straight at the enemy. With a swift stroke, the servant was struck and roared furiously, trying to pounce on Jiang Chen, but his movements were stiff and he had little power to resist, even with his level 5 attribute. You have killed a servant of the Snowstorm Manor. Experience points plus 50. Dropped item, Immortal Torch *1. After defeating the servants, a rather nice item even dropped. The Immortal Torch possesses an inextinguishable flame, continuously providing some light and a faint warmth. It's probably not very useful for heating, but the lighting is quite good. Oh, right. According to the information I saw about this servant, it seems that the master's wife is involved. He had looked at the manor map during the day, and this path seemed to lead directly to the manor owner's wife's residence. He wondered if the manor owner's wife might be the boss. He made up his mind and quickly set off. We arrived at an extremely exquisite courtyard, where the lights were dim and the doors were half closed. Jiang Chen was very worried about being ambushed, so he simply activated the X-ray vision ability of the legendary glasses to check the situation. Through the wall, I saw a misty, shimmering expanse of water. It turned out to be a very spacious bath. On the surface of the bathwater, a pair of large, snow-white thunderbolts rippled with the waves. Guest, since you're here, why don't you come in? The mistress of the manor suddenly stood up, her slender, fair body blooming like a winter plum blossom, drawing people deep into her beauty. Jiang Chen was so captivated that he couldn't help but walk inside. The mistress of the manor walked slowly from the pool to the edge, her snow-white breast swaying slightly in the air with each graceful step, water droplets falling with the current. Jiang Chen's gaze was as if he were possessed, and he stepped into the pool step by step. Suddenly, the frost gem in his arms flashed. Jiang Chen regained his senses, and the information about the manor lord's wife appeared in his eyes. Name, the Lady of the Snowstorm Manor, Boss. Level, LV7. Attack, A. Defense, A. Mental Strength, A+. Skill, Charm. Evaluation, a half-snake, half-human monster that uses the Snowstorm Manor as cover to hunt players. Its methods are extremely cruel. Half-snake, half-human. Jiang Chen looked closely and saw a thick snake tail swaying slowly beneath the surface of the pool water in the hazy mist. Chapter 17, Killing the Manor Lord. The mistress of the manor, with a seductive look in her eyes, approached Jiang Chen step by step. When she reached him, her expression suddenly changed, and she looked fierce and menacing. Whoosh! Suddenly, the thick snake tail shot out of the water and coiled directly towards Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen instinctively tried to block with his short blade, but it was no match for the thick snake tail, and he was instantly swept into the air. As the snake's tail contracted, the manor owner's wife pulled Jiang Chen in front of her, offering a perfect view of the magnificent scenery. "Guest, what are you doing sneaking here in the middle of the night instead of resting properly?" The manor owner parted his red lips slightly, and a scarlet snake tongue emerged. Jiang Chen forced a smile. "I came here, of course, to play with you, madam." The manor owner's wife chuckled, her delicate eyes glancing at Jiang Chen. "Play with me? But I don't want to play with you. I want to eat now." As he spoke, the scarlet snake tongue licked Jiang Chen's tongue sharply. "Damn, you have bad breath." As the saliva from the snake's tongue smeared onto his face, Jiang Chen couldn't help but make a comment. "It's not actually smelly, just a faint fishy smell that gives you a pleasant feeling when you smell it in your nose." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the mistress's charming face changed drastically, even becoming somewhat distorted. "What did you say?" Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched slightly, and he felt the snake's tail tighten even more, making it hard for him to breathe. "I said, your saliva smells so good." The mistress of the manor loosened her snake tail a little, and her expression also relaxed. "That's more like it." The manor lord's wife flicked out the snake's tongue in a cheerful mood. "Does this boss like to hear nice things?" Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly. He hadn't figured out the boss's mechanics yet, but it seemed there might be terrain restrictions, meaning the boss could only move around in this bath. In addition, they also enjoy hearing praise. Although he was bound at this moment, the mistress of the manor did not intend to kill him instantly, so there was still room for maneuver. Moreover, Ning Feiyue said that there are 2 bosses in Fengshui Mountain Villa, but only one has appeared so far. The mistress of the manor is truly beautiful, like a fairy. "I wonder how lucky the manor lord is to have married such a beauty," Jiang Chen continued to praise. But the manor lord's wife's expression changed instantly in the next second, and she almost roared, "Don't mention that disgusting guy to me." Then the snake's tail tightened rapidly, and Jiang Chen heard the sound of his own bones cracking. It seemed that the mistress of the manor was now determined to kill him. Broken. "We've brought up something we shouldn't have." He originally only wanted to find out information about the manor lord, but he did not expect to anger the manor lord's wife. He realized that his vital signs were fading and immediately activated his trump card. A ghostly body. As his voice faded, his body turned transparent and fell into the pool. When the manor owner's wife saw Jiang Chen suddenly disappear, she exclaimed in surprise and immediately dived into the water to begin searching for him. Although Jiang Chen was immune to physical attacks and had become a ghost, he could still be seen and was quickly spotted by the manor lord's wife. But when the mistress of the manor's snake tail coiled up again, it was still empty. On the contrary, Jiang Chen pulled out his hunting rifle and fired several shots at the manor owner's wife. A few streaks of blood spilled into the pool, and the stench of blood drove the mistress of the manor even more mad, her slender body swimming rapidly in the water. Jiang Chen was surprised to find that the wounds he had just shot through the body of the manor lord's wife had all healed. Skill. No, the information just scanned by the legendary glasses indicates that the other party does not possess such a skill. Jiang Chen frowned deeply. The troublesome situation of this mistress of the manor was far beyond his expectations. If he wanted to resolve it, there were only 2 ways. The former is simple and straightforward, just use the Death Knight. But right now he's only found one of the 2 bosses in the Snowstorm Manor, so using a Death Knight is too inefficient. According to his thinking, even if it really comes to the point where he has to use the Death Knight, he should at least kill 2 bosses at the same time to maximize its effectiveness. Therefore, Jiang Chen chose the second option. He took out the frost gem, and an extremely strong burst of icy energy erupted. However, this time he didn't enchant the weapon but used its power directly. Even before he obtained the frost gem, he had discovered through the legendary glasses that the frost gem had more than one use than enchanting. Instantly, the water in front of them began to freeze, and the mistress of the manor exclaimed in horror, "You actually have an ice gem." Jiang Chen didn't care about anything else. Using the frost gem like this consumed a lot of energy. If he didn't take the opportunity to kill her, he would be at a huge loss. He picked up his hunting rifle, ready to kill, but suddenly his expression changed, and he quickly went ashore to hide. Because his legendary glasses detected another extremely powerful target approaching this place. Just as Jiang Chen hid, a burly man dressed in fine clothes walked into the frozen land. Upon seeing the manor lord's wife, who was frozen inside, he snorted coldly. Then, a fiery red gem appeared in his hand, and a fierce heat wave swept through the entire bath, thawing the frozen bath and successfully thawing the mistress of the manor. Ode. Before the mistress of the manor could recover, she was bound to the manor by a huge scorpion tail on his back and pulled to her face. A feeling of suffocation made her struggle. "Let me go." Cough cough. The only person who could possibly be so powerful that even the mistress of the manor was powerless to resist was clearly the manor owner. His sinister face stared at the mistress of the manor, his eyes cold. "Useless trash, you can't even handle a bunch of novices." The mistress of the manor looked at him with a mixture of fear and apprehension, but more than anything, with disgust. "That person has the frost gem," she said through gritted teeth. "Heh, a new player has a frost gem. Do you think I'd believe that?" the manor lord sneered. "Besides the frost gem, what else has the energy to freeze the hot spring pool you created with the flame gem?" The manor lord's wife sneered, seemingly mocking the manor lord's naivety. The manor lord frowned, but then his face contorted with rage. He slapped her across the face and yelled, "Shut up! You useless woman! If you hadn't been frozen, how could my flame gem have wasted so much energy?" The manor owner's wife covered her bright red cheeks, daring not to speak out in anger. "Lie down," the manor lord commanded, releasing his wife and looking down at her. The mistress of the manor looked somewhat resistant when she saw what she wanted, but in the end she still knelt down. Hiding in the shadows, Jiang Chen's expression gradually turned strange. What the hell? Showing him this. But it must be said that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once these two relax a bit more, he will directly use the Death Knight. Now. Jiang Chen saw the manor lord's body tremble for a moment, so he immediately summoned the Death Knight to appear, and an aura of death instantly spread throughout the space. Whoosh! The black blade struck the manor lord's head first, instantly beheading him. As the other person's head slid off, a notification sound rang out. "You have killed the Master of Wind and Snow Manor, experience points plus 150. Your level has been increased to LV4. Chapter 18 Lucky Equipment. Drops: Frostblade Blueprint *1, Frost Shield Blueprint *1, Frost Bracers Blueprint *1, Frost Knee Pads Blueprint *1, Frost Leggings Blueprint *1, Frost Soft Armor Blueprint *1, Frost Arm Guards Blueprint *1, Frost Waist Guard Blueprint *1, Frost Boots Blueprint *1, Silver Treasure Chest *1, Flame Gem *1. The sudden turn of events took the mistress of the manor by surprise. After recognizing Jiang Chen, she wiped her mouth and revealed a sinister smile. "You've kept it well hidden, a novice like you possesses such skills." The mistress of the manor's gaze was cold, yet somewhat relieved. "All right, enough with the nonsense, you can die now," Jiang Chen said calmly, and the Death Knight obeyed, swinging his long sword directly. "Wait, I have something to say," the manor lord's wife exclaimed, seemingly not expecting Jiang Chen to be so decisive. "He's just an NPC, why is he acting so dramatic?" Jiang Chen was getting impatient and asked the Death Knight to stop for a moment. Perhaps the words spoken by the mistress of the manor before she died contained some important information. "What is an NPC?" The manor lord's wife was taken aback, then shook her head. "Never mind, it's not important. You killed him, which helped me to be free. In exchange, I can give you something." As she spoke, a snake scale appeared in the palm of the manor lord's wife's hand. Jiang Chen looked over. Title: The Blessing of the Scaled Serpent Woman. Category, Lucky Equipment, Purple. Attribute, Spirit plus 17. Special ability, creates an avatar with identical information to oneself, capable of replacing one death. Unique ability, disappears after use. Beep, the legendary glasses are about to undergo a short-term functional upgrade and will be temporarily unavailable. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. The glasses were rumored to be upgrading their functions. Could it be related to his own upgrade? Hopefully, once he completes the upgrade, he'll bring me some surprises. As for this lucky equipment, its special ability is very targeted. You don't really think that having this as a trump card will allow you to escape the curse of the Snowstorm Manor, do you? The Manor Lord's wife chuckled. A curse is called a curse because it is bound to happen, so all 9 of you will die here. But with its help, you can escape this calamity, the Manor Lord's wife said softly. After saying that, she charged straight at the Death Knight, whose self-defense mechanism activated, and he swung his sword, cutting her in 2. Upon seeing the naked corpse, Jiang Chen paused for a moment, then set it alight with a torch, letting it turn to ashes and disappear. As for the Manor Lord, let his corpse lie exposed in the wilderness. Standing at the door of the room, Jiang Chen thought for a moment, then pretended to be injured and pushed the door open to enter. Cough cough. He coughed twice, his face pale, which immediately woke Ning Feiyue from her sleep. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and was slightly surprised when she saw Jiang Chen's appearance. She quickly got out of bed. Are you injured? In the dim light, Ning Feiyue's purple eyes shone exceptionally brightly, sparkling like amethyst. Smack. The room lights were turned on, and Ning Feiyue looked at him with concern. This expression shows genuine concern, but whether there are other motives hidden beneath that concern remains to be seen. According to the combined statements of the Manor Lord's wife and Ning Feiyue, defeating the boss does not equate to the end of the dungeon. On the contrary, the real competition has just begun. Without the threat of the local boss in the Snowstorm Manor, the remaining crisis lies between the players. If I want to leave this place, in addition to ensuring my survival until the 3rd day, I also need to ensure that both of these cross-regional players are buried here. He wasn't sure of the 2 men's levels, but he figured the Death Knight could handle it, though that was a last resort. He didn't want to use the Death Knight twice in one instance, the distance of 10 stations was too much for him to handle. Therefore, letting these 2 fight each other is the best solution. Ideally, one should die and the other be injured, then the game can be completed under his control. Although he didn't really want to get rid of the players, especially Ning Feiyue, she didn't seem like she wanted to harm him. But the mistress of the manor also said that the curse would definitely happen, so either she or they would die. Faced with a choice between the 2, Jiang Chen could only choose the former. Hello. Ning Feiyue was right in front of him, her fair hand waving gently in front of him. Jiang Chen snapped out of his daze and returned to normal. It's nothing serious, he said. Then you're still injured. Ning Feiyue's eyes scanned the area. Did you encounter an elite monster or a boss? Or perhaps, the player? It's unlikely that a player could beat you up like this, so you're still a monster from the Snowstorm Manor. Hearing the woman's incessant muttering, Jiang Chen said helplessly, Boss, Madam Manor. Oh, so it's that woman. Ning Feiyue nodded, her eyes sparkling as she spoke. Was the mistress of the manor you met dressed or naked? The sudden words startled Jiang Chen. This woman's focus is so strange. What does it matter? He asked casually. Of course there are. The mistress of the manor is in her normal state when she is dressed. She usually takes direct action to kill intruders. When she is not wearing clothes, she is in a seductive state. She usually uses seduction to anesthetize intruders. At this time, most of what she says cannot be trusted. But judging from your situation, since you came out alive, you must have encountered a normal state. If you had been in a bewitched state, you definitely wouldn't have been able to get out. Ning Feiyue rambled on and on. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Without a doubt, he had seen the mistress of the manor in a bewitching state. If we follow Ning Feiyue's explanation, perhaps the manor lord's wife's last words were deceptive. The lady of the manor said that the curse would definitely be fulfilled, and the direction she was pointing to was that she would eventually kill all the players. However, if the mistress of the manor is lying, there is still room for maneuver. The premise is that Ning Feiyue did not lie. Logically speaking, she should not yet know that the master's wife has been killed by her, but her words at this moment happened to be at a crucial point in whether she believed the master's wife. In fact, on the way back, Jiang Chen had already thought about this question: could the estate owner's wife's last words be believed? To be honest, he was more inclined to believe the mistress of the manor, for as the saying goes, a dying man's words are often kind. The manor lord's wife had indeed been killed by him, and the system also issued a notification. If she doesn't want peace even until her death, and is even willing to use lucky equipment as bait to lure him into believing, then he, Jiang, has nothing to say. On the contrary, Consort Ning is the one who deserves more attention. Legend has it that while the glasses can distinguish information about monsters, they cannot distinguish information about players. Moreover, she was a player from another region, and he was unaware of her strength and level. The only thing that can restrain her at the moment is that she is unaware of the death of the manor lord's wife. Ning Feiyue's purpose in contacting him was not as simple as she had previously stated. Because this dungeon has a balancing mechanism, Ning Feiyue now believes that the best way to hunt down the boss is to find a player from the same server. Then, give the opponent some high-level items or equipment to kill the boss by taking advantage of this information gap. Ning Feiyue undoubtedly chose herself. This is also why he burned the manor lord's wife's body. As long as she knows there is still a boss alive, she won't do anything to him. Chapter 19, Our Boss Sunken Ship. The next day. Ning Feiyue rubbed her eyes and turned around. When she saw Jiang Chen's face so close to hers, her pupils dilated instantly. Hey! What are you doing in my bed? Ning Feiyue kicked Jiang Chen hard from under the covers. Fortunately, Jiang Chen wasn't sleeping too soundly and had been on guard against Ning Feiyue. Upon hearing something amiss, he raised his hand and grabbed the foot that was being kicked by her. The smooth, tender feel stirred something within him. He smiled and looked at Ning Feiyue, saying, "Shouldn't you be in my bed?" Me. Ning Feiyue struggled with her foot, but to no avail. He remembered everything as he frowned. Her face immediately flushed red. "Okay, even if I'm in your bed, you can't sleep on top of me. Don't you know that men and women shouldn't touch each other?" Jiang Chen rolled her eyes. "Don't forget how I agreed to take you in. You're here to warm my bed. Would I be stupid if I didn't sleep in it after you've warmed it?" After saying that, he got up and stretched. Ning Feiyue's mind went blank for a moment before she gradually remembered the absurd things she had said in a moment of panic yesterday. They remained silent. Fine, I won't sleep in the bed tonight then," Ning Feiyue said, somewhat unhappy. Jiang Chen glanced at her. She was clearly a player from another region, far stronger than me, yet she acted so weak. That's really strange. Hey, come out quick, something's happened. Suddenly, there was a knocking on the door. Jiang Chen and Ning Feiyue exchanged a glance. He saw the calmness in her eyes. As everyone knows, subconscious reactions cannot be faked unless one is prepared in advance. After tidying themselves up, the two left the room. Ning Feiyue, as before, took out a bamboo hat and put it on her head. The snow-white veil made her look like a female knight-errant, but only Jiang Chen knew what kind of face was behind the hat. By the way, it seems he forgot to ask about the purpose of this ancient-style clothing. After all, it's impossible for Ning Feiyue and another man in ancient style to specially dress up in ancient costumes just to match the scenery of the snowy mountain villa. In the hall where they entered, the remaining 5 people were already waiting. When the man in ancient costume saw Jiang Chen and Ning Feiyue come out together, he frowned slightly but did not say anything. "Everyone, 3 people died last night." The first to speak was, as always, the boy wearing black glasses. Jiang Chen remained noncommittal. He already knew that one of the people who died last night was that arrogant man, and the other 2. His gaze swept over the remaining group. The cold-faced young man and the ordinary-looking girl were nowhere to be seen. So what if they're dead? Why gather them all together? Are you planning to hold a memorial service for them? The man in ancient costume sneered. He didn't actually want to come out, but he came out anyway because he wanted to know some information. However, most of the time, his gaze was fixed on Jiang Chen and Ning Feiyue. "Gentlemen, we only stayed one night last night, and 3 people died as soon as the sun came up. If 3 people die every day, then none of us will survive in the end," the man with black glasses said. The man in ancient costume glanced at the other person subconsciously, because this guy had hit the nail on the head. Was it intentional or accidental? Judging from the man's expression, he probably didn't realize anything, and he looked away. Besides their 3 bodies, we made other discoveries, the timid boy whispered. He appears to be an ally of the boy with black glasses. Oh. The man in ancient costume looked at him. Judging from its appearance and attire, we guess it might be the boss of this dungeon, or an elite monster, he said again. The man in ancient costume immediately became serious, and Ning Feiyue's bamboo had trembled slightly beside Jiang Chen. Which way? The man in ancient costume asked. There's a bathhouse deep inside, over there, the timid man said. The man in period costume was the first to rush over. Ning Feiyue was not in a hurry. Instead, she walked to Jiang Chen's side and said softly, "Is that the place where you met the mistress of the manor by the bath?" Jiang Chen glanced at her, his expression unreadable beneath his bamboo hat, and then nodded faintly, "Mm. Then the one who died must be the mistress of the manor. Did you kill her?" Ning Feiyue asked after a moment of silence. "No, that's not it." Jiang Chen pretended to be clueless, while secretly laughing to himself. "You thought it was the manor lord's wife who died? We'll give you a big surprise when we get there." Seeing that Jiang Chen did not admit it, Ning Feiyue stopped talking and hurried towards the bathhouse. The once warm and bubbling bath has now frozen solid under the temperature of the ice and snow manor, and a corpse lies quietly beside it. The man in ancient costume stood to the side, already lost in thought. Ning Feiyue froze on the spot after seeing the corpse. Not far away, the 3 remaining novice players were also observing, but they were not as shocked as Ning Feiyue and the man in ancient costume. Because they simply don't understand what this means. Why? After a long while, the man in ancient costume murmured in disbelief. Could the information I got from the intelligence provider be false? The boss in this bathhouse should be the manor lord, not his wife. Ning Feiyue heard his words, and her purple eyes under her bamboo had flickered slightly. She also had information from an intelligent source, just like the men in the ancient costume, and knew the location of the boss, but she was certain that the information was accurate. He was injured last night in this bath because he fought with the mistress of the manor. But at this moment, the manor lord's wife, who was originally there, has vanished without a trace, while the manor lord's corpse lies in the field. Moreover, it was cut in 2, and there were no other wounds, which means that the manor lord was likely killed instantly. First of all, the ancient styleman who entered the instance with me definitely doesn't have this kind of strength. So, what about the remaining few novice players? Are there any experts among them? Her first suspect was Jiang Chen, because he was the strongest among the newcomers. However, they had talked last night and Jiang Chen had met with the manor lord's wife. Moreover, he had been injured by the manor lord's wife and fled back, so it was impossible for him to still have the strength to deal with the manor lord. Jiang Chen, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but chuckle to himself as he watched the group brainstorm. "Do you know something?" At this moment, the men with black glasses spoke up, looking at the young men in ancient costume who had a furrowed brow. After hearing this, the young man in ancient costume snapped out of his daze and sneered, "So what if I know?" "In this situation, the best course of action is for everyone to share what they know," the bespectacled man said in a deep voice. "Give this information to a newbie like you. Don't be naive, any one of the monsters here could kill you. I really don't understand how you guys, who aren't even level 5, dare to enter this kind of multiplayer dungeon and even dream of cooperating with me," the man in ancient costume sneered. The bespectacled man's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. "What do you mean? Aren't you a newbie player?" The man in ancient costume snorted coldly and ignored him. A moment later, he suddenly turned his gaze and said, "Actually, it doesn't matter if I tell you, since you're all going to die soon anyway. The instance we are in is a place with a curse. The curse causes 3 people to die every day. The 3 we just saw were the first batch. Do you even know what a curse is?" "I doubt you do, since you're just a bunch of novices," the man in ancient costume said with an arrogant sneer. "Who says we don't know? There's a big shot in our area named Chinzhou who's already triggered the curse twice." The timid boy couldn't stand the tone of the men in ancient costume and couldn't help but argue. Chapter 20, Substitute I. Or do you want to just eat my mouth directly? What? The man in ancient costume was stunned. Your new server actually has such a master. It's a pity you haven't reached the final destination yet, otherwise I would like to recruit this guy into the guild. The man in period costume is talking to himself. Ning Feiyue gently moved closer to Jiang Chen from behind, whispering, "Chen Zhou." Jiang Chen's body stiffened slightly. Do you understand the shame of having someone call you by your online name? He is now. He had previously revealed that he had triggered the curse twice, but he never expected that someone would bring it up at this time, causing him to lose his online name. But he didn't care too much, after all, it was just a screen name. After the men in ancient costume finished uttering the curse, the three novices visibly panicked. If they were ranked according to their strength, they would definitely be the three of them to die next. The man in ancient costume went straight back to his room. His plan seemed to differ from Ning Feiyue's. He intended to deal with the boss one last time. Jiang Chen and Ning Feiyue, who had nothing else to do, also returned to their rooms, but they went back to the same room. The little girl who was at the back saw this scene and her eyes flickered slightly. Master Chinzhou, you're a god to those newbies, aren't you going to help them break the curse? As soon as she returned to her room, Ning Feiyue took off her bamboo hat, her delicate face full of a playful expression. The big boss is already too busy taking care of himself, Jiang Chen said calmly, lying on the bed and looking at the ceiling. Consort Ning pouted but didn't say anything more. By the way, why did you take off your straw hat as soon as you got back? You're so careful about being seen outside, but you're so casual here. You don't happen to like me, do you? Jiang Chen glanced at the girl and teased her with a smile. I like you. Ning Feiyue's body stiffened instantly, and her face flushed crimson. You're overthinking it. I wear a straw hat outside just to prevent others from seeing my eye color and worrying about revealing my talent. I took off my straw hat here because you've already seen it, so there's no need to keep wearing it. After all, it's not a light thing, and isn't it strange to wear it indoors? Also, am I so ugly that I need to hide myself with a straw hat? Ning Feiyue rattled off a whole bunch of nonsense, glaring at Jiang Chen with her arms outstretched. Jiang Chen examined it closely, and after a while gave a two-word evaluation, indeed, not ugly. What do you mean by not ugly? I may not be a beauty of unparalleled grace, but I'm still considered pretty, okay. Ning Feiyue was very dissatisfied with this assessment. This is the first time I've ever seen such a narcissistic girl, Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. I'm afraid you've never met many girls, have you? Ning Feiyue scoffed, her beautiful eyes sparkling. In other words, you've never really known many girls. Jiang Chen's face stiffened, she was indeed right about that. Looking at Jiang Chen's dark face, Ning Feiyue leaned closer. What? Did I really guess right? Oh, I was just kidding, don't be angry. By the way, if you don't know many girls, then you probably haven't been in a relationship either, right? Ning Feiyue said, continuing to rub salt into the wound. Jiang Chen gradually stopped smiling and his gaze towards Ning Feiyue became increasingly hostile. If you want to sleep in the corridor tonight, I don't mind. Upon hearing this, Ning Feiyue immediately fell silent, realizing that she might have gone too far, and her momentum gradually weakened. I don't want to sleep in the hallway. How about I think of a way to make it up to you? Ning Feiyue said in a humble voice. Compensation. Jiang Chen glanced at her. Yes, how about I be your girlfriend for a day and let you experience what it's like to be in love? Ning Feiyue nodded vigorously, her eyes shining like the bright moon. Jiang Chen had just taken a sip of water when he heard her words and almost spat it out. Are you serious? He looked at the other person with a strange expression. Ning Feiyue looked at herself pitifully and said, as long as you don't kick me out, I'll do whatever you want. Seeing the scene gradually going off track, Jiang Chen frowned slightly. How did he turn a survival game into a dating game? Beep, glasses upgrade complete. Just then, a message popped into my head that the glasses upgrade was complete. Jiang Chen ignored Ning Feiyue and instead checked on the legendary glasses. New feature, legendary glasses can now recognize player information. Target, Ning Feiyue, substitute doll. Level, LV27. Attack, S. Defense, A+. Spirit, S+. Talent, substitute I, can create 7 clones with different personalities to collect resources while the user is idle. The distinguishing feature is the color of their pupils. Evaluation. This clone created by the Stand-I inherits a certain amount of the talented user's strength and is currently sharing vision with the talented user. The information about the legendary glasses left Jiang Chen speechless. This Ning Feiyue was actually created by talent. Seriously, Ning Feiyue's talent is insane. 7 clones, all able to simultaneously AFK collect resources. Does that mean that she can send a clone into each station to explore without taking any risks herself? Ning Feiyue herself actually did just that, because what was in front of her was a clone. No wonder she wears a straw hat to cover her face. If people saw those glasses, they would easily associate them with the talent of the Stand-I. The reason she was so unguarded was probably because she considered herself a novice and believed she was unaware of this talent. By the way, what's with this sharing view thing? Is this what he meant? Jiang Chen's gaze toward Ning Feiyue gradually took on a strange quality. Hey! Why aren't you saying anything again? Ning Feiyue was waving at him from the other end. She looked somewhat sullen. What? Jiang Chen replied. So? Do you agree to what I just said? I'll let you experience being my girlfriend for a day, and you let me stay until I leave the Snowstorm Manor. How about it? Ning Feiyue looked at Jiang Chen, her eyes still filled with anticipation. Jiang Chen initially couldn't understand Ning Feiyue's actions, but now he understands them somewhat. Because this Ningfei moon is just made of materials, from a certain perspective, it's a pair of broken copper and scrap iron. No, during the period when the Stand-I is active, the user and the clone share the same senses and vision. Information about the legendary glasses has surfaced. Etc. My thoughts were just fleeting in my mind. How could the glasses possibly provide answers? Does this mean that the function of scanning players has been upgraded, and the AI's ability to answer questions has also been upgraded? Yes. Information about the legendary glasses has resurfaced. Jiang Chen was overjoyed and found Ning Feiyue much more pleasing to the eye. He nodded lightly and agreed, all right, from now on you are my girlfriend. Give me a massage, Jiang Chen commanded. Ning Feiyue herself created this clone to seduce herself, simply using the clone as a game prop to help her achieve her goal through a honey trap. Since that's the case, he has no reason to be polite. Huh. Ning Feiyue was stunned when she heard this, and her face turned as red as if splashed with lacquer. This isn't how you experience being a girlfriend, she said weakly. Jiang Chen looked at her and raised an eyebrow slightly. What do you mean? Or do you want to skip all that and just kiss me? Chapter 21, is this also equipment? What? A sucker. In a desolate field, a train with dozens of carriages is speeding along. A girl with black hair and black eyes is sitting on a princess bed, operating something with her eyes closed. She suddenly opened her eyes, her face filled with unbearable embarrassment, along with a touch of annoyance. Who is this person? I only dated her for a day, why did he kiss me right away? Damn it, damned sunken ship. You better not let me catch you. After making those harsh words, she controlled her clone again and forced a smile. Kissing is too hasty, let me give you a massage first. Jiang Chen nodded, but secretly chuckled as he lay on the bed. Soon, soft little hands covered her body. To be fair, their skills were quite good. Jiang Chen didn't give her many instructions, letting her do as she pleased, until Ning Feiyue's hands got tired. She then asked softly, is it okay now? My hand is getting tired. There was no response. She frowned and peeked out, only to find that Jiang Chen had fallen asleep at some point. She rubbed her slightly sore wrist and looked at Jiang Chen with a resentful expression. What kind of person is he? She muttered something under her breath again. It's wrong to talk badly about your boyfriend behind his back. Jiang Chen's voice came out like a ghost, which startled Ning Feiyue. Her chest heaved violently. Realizing what she'd done, she glared at Jiang Chen, embarrassed and angry. Are you trying to kill me? You know you can scare someone to death, right? Looking at her reproachful expression, Jiang Chen sighed. She really did have the feeling of being in love, but unfortunately, the person in front of her was a fake doll. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately lost all interest. What do you plan to do next? He asked calmly. What do you mean, what should we do? Ning Feiyue replied subconsciously. I'm talking about this instance, don't tell me you've already given up the rewards. Jiang Chen looked at her. Ning Feiyue visibly became serious, and her mood relaxed considerably. This guy finally got to the point. All her hard work in using her beauty to guide him wasn't in vain. Of course I haven't given up, but as you know, this dungeon's boss has a balancing mechanism that I can't handle. She gave a token explanation, but there was more to say. Jiang Chen smiled and directly said for her, then you can give me some of your equipment, and I'll go kill the boss for you. Ning Feiyue was taken aback. She was still thinking about how to persuade Jiang Chen, because she had already thought of what props and equipment to give Jiang Chen last night. She just needed to find an opportunity to get Jiang Chen to help her. After all, he's the most skilled among these newbies, so having him help me increase my chances of success. But she really didn't expect that Jiang Chen would bring it up on his own initiative. We really are a couple, we have such great chemistry. Ning Feiyue said encouragingly in her excitement. Jiang Chen glanced at her, you. What about me? Ning Feiyue asked coquettishly, in a very good mood. I had a bit of a fever from talking like that just now, Jiang Chen admitted. Ning Feiyue's expression changed instantly, you. But she swallowed her words back, remembering that she still needed Jiang Chen's help, so she kept them to herself. Then I couldn't help but think about what Jiang Chen had just said, and how she looked just now. Was she really burning up? Although she deliberately performed using a clone, she still felt conflicted after hearing Jiang Chen's comments. Jiang Chen's statement can be seen as an affirmation of her own performance, but if she really does what Jiang Chen said, she finds it hard to accept. For a moment, she was extremely conflicted. Hey, do you still need my help? Jiang Chen interrupted her dilemma. Ning Feiyue snapped out of her daze and quickly replied, of course. As she spoke, she pulled out a lot of equipment from her clothes. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen frowned slightly. You took so many things out of your clothes. He looked at the place where Ning Feiyue took the things out, his eyes strange. Seeing Jiang Chen's strange look, Ning Feiyue blushed slightly and explained, it's not what you think. This piece of clothing is a special garment, you can think of it as a storage device. In this game, you can find some special clothes. These clothes have different colors, styles, and functions. For example, this one of mine is for storing items. Oh, what special clothing? Wouldn't it be easier to understand if you just said fashion? Jiang Chen said casually. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Ning Feiyue nodded. I thought you were doing a couple cosplay with that guy, Jiang Chen joked. What couple cosplay? Ning Feiyue was a little angry. It's just that our stored clothing happens to be in the style of ancient costumes. We have absolutely no relation to each other. You're my boyfriend now, so if you keep saying that, I'll get angry, she said angrily, puffing out her cheeks. Jiang Chen was stunned when he saw the girl's angry expression. After a long while, he said quietly, you're really into the role. Ning Feiyue's anger stopped abruptly. After Jiang Chen's reminder, she remembered that she and Jiang Chen were actually playing a couple cosplay game, and for a whole day at that. Alright, let me choose the items to fight the boss, Jiang Chen said. He was more interested in these props than the shy fake doll. Not bad. He picked up a pair of arm guards, his face showing admiration. Name, engraved arm guard. Category, armor, blue. Attack, D. Defense, A. Spirit, C. Evaluation, this arm guard possesses excellent defensive properties and can effectively protect both arms. Of course, I specially picked this out for my boyfriend. Ning Feiyue, as always, offered emotional support upon hearing Jiang Chen's praise. Jiang Chen couldn't help but glance at her again. Seeing her obedient appearance, even though he knew she wanted him to help her deal with the boss, he didn't feel any repulsion. If only he were this well-behaved in person, Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. At that time, on that train. Damn it, how dare you make me say such disgusting things? I'll never forgive you. Even though you didn't force me to say it, why would I do such a thing if it weren't to get you to agree to my request? So it's your fault. You despicable, sinking boat. After venting her emotions, the girl brought her thoughts back to her clone. At that moment, Jiang Chen was holding a pair of black silk stockings. He looked at Ning Feiyue with a puzzled expression. Is this also equipment? Title, Black stockings worn by a young girl. Category, couple supplies. Attack, S+. Defense, E. Spirit, S+. Special ability, gradually excites the opponent, bringing them into a battle state. Comment, these are socks that the girl hasn't had time to wash yet. I suggest you take a deep breath of them. Chapter 22, Players Clash. This is definitely not it. You took the wrong one. Upon seeing this, Ning Feiyue hurriedly rushed over to snatch it, her face flushed. I don't think I took the wrong one. Jiang Qin raised his hand. He was half a head taller than Ning Feiyue, and Ning Feiyue couldn't catch up with him for a while. Then what do you mean? Ning Feiyue looked at him with shame and indignation. This guy was holding her worn socks in his hand, and she always felt ashamed as if the enemy had seized the spoils of war. Do you still remember who you were? Jiang Qin said with a smile. Ning Feiyue was stunned. In her haste, she had almost forgotten that she was still playing the role of Jiang Chen's girlfriend. She stopped chasing after the stockings. Then, what do you want to do? She bit her lower lip, her voice shy. Shouldn't a girlfriend make her boyfriend happy? Jiang Chen's lips gradually curled up. This is to be expected, but what do you want to do to make me happy? Ning Feiyue's eyes flickered, her heart pounding with anxiety. Could this guy be thinking? Even though it's just an avatar, if someone did that kind of thing, I would feel the same way. Put them on. Jiang Qin handed her the black stockings. Huh. Ning Feiyue was taken aback, staring blankly at Jiang Qin. Just wearing stockings. Yes. Jiang Qin nodded lightly. Even though she's just a doll, she should at least dress a little sexily so he can enjoy her appearance. Meeting Jiang Chen's gaze, Ning Feiyue nodded, but a strange feeling still lingered in her heart. She had worn stockings, but never for a single man. It felt different, like some kind of stamping ceremony. She was just acting, so why did she have this feeling? After a rustling sound. All right, Ning Feiyue's shy voice rang out. Jiang Qin turned his head to look, his eyebrows slightly raised. It must be said that Ning Feiyue's legs are extremely perfect, and they are even more alluring when wrapped in black stockings, making people want to hold them in their hands and play with them. Looking at it brings a sense of comfort. Not bad, wear it like that. Jiang Qin admired it without restraint and said casually. I'm glad you like it. Ning Feiyue gently tugged at the crease of her stockings with her small hand and said softly. Jiang Qin ignored her and continued picking through the pile of equipment and props. Name, sharp longsword. Name, durable wristband. Name, the worn-out Desert Eagle. Most of the equipment Ning Feiyue provided was of blue rare quality, while there was none of the purple rare quality. Presumably, it's because even at her level, purple rare quality equipment is hard to obtain. Okay, I'll take them all. Jiang Qin spoke casually, about to stuff all these things into a backpack-like equipment. Ning Feiyue was a little dumbfounded. Wait, you said you want them all? Yes, is there a problem? Jiang Qin calmly raised an eyebrow. Didn't you need me to help you fight the boss? How can I defeat it without giving me enough equipment? That makes sense. Ning Feiyue hesitated for a moment. Jiang Chen's words made sense. Because the boss of the Snowstorm Manor is very difficult for a novice like Jiang Qin to defeat, from a certain perspective, they shouldn't have gotten off at this stop at all. Those who get off the bus will basically become cannon fodder. Even with the help of her own items, she wasn't entirely confident that Jiang Qin would be able to defeat the boss, given the level difference. Fortunately, one of the bosses in the Snowstorm Manor has died inexplicably, and Jiang Qin only needs to kill the other one to end the crisis with the bosses. Fine, you can have all of this equipment. I only want the gems from the boss. Ning Feiyue said through gritted teeth. Jiang Qin chuckled inwardly. She was about to add gems, which were the most valuable items dropped by the boss. However, he still feigned confusion. You want gems? Of course, otherwise why would I go to all this trouble to equip you with items? It's to get this gem. Ning Feiyue nodded. What's left besides the gemstone? Jiang Qin looked at her. The rest is all yours, Ning Feiyue said. Wait a minute, you said that the Snowstorm Manor is cursed and will last for 3 days. Even if I kill the boss, I still won't be able to get out, right? Jiang Chen's eyes shifted. Don't worry about that. I'll find a way to help you get through the third day. Ning Feiyue said softly. You'd be a fool to believe you. Jiang Chen secretly pursed his lips, but didn't say anything more until late at night. He left with a bag of props and equipment, while Ning Feiyue stayed in the room to wish him a triumphant return. But where in the entire Snowstorm Manor can there be any bosses to kill? He was just out for a stroll. He would tell Ning Feiyue, the mistress of the manor, that he had killed her tomorrow, and then act accordingly. Most importantly, I got a bunch of free equipment. It was absolutely awesome. As he was strolling around, he suddenly smelled a bloody odor. In a secluded corner, he saw the men in ancient costume wiping a blood-stained knife. Before him, the timid men and the bespectacled men from earlier in the day lay lying in pools of blood. Stop hiding, come out. The man in ancient costume suddenly sneered. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed. Although he didn't know how this guy had discovered him, he still went out. Target, Zhao Shan. Level, LV 25. Attack, A. Defense, B. Spirit, B. Talent, Explorer, capable of detecting life within a certain environment. Rating, Average Player. This guy's attribute information is much worse than Ning Feiyue's clone, and his level is also lower. With the Death Knight's strength, defeating him would be a piece of cake, but Jiang Chen doesn't plan to use the Death Knight. It seems she's chosen you to help her deal with the boss. Zhao Shan looked at Jiang Chen and sneered. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed. Could it be that this guy has also fought against the boss and knows the boss's balanced attributes? Alright, I'm not going to waste my breath on you. I'll pay double her price if you help me kill the boss. Once you get the flame gem, I can not only give you more benefits, but also take you out of this dungeon. Upon hearing Zhao Shan's words, Jiang Chen remained indifferent. Ning Feiyue at least gave me props and even wore black stockings for me to see. In a way, her attitude in asking for a favor was very good. But this guy in front of me seems to be trying to win me over without any investment. That's really interesting. What if I refuse? Jiang Chen said calmly. If you refuse, you'll end up like them, dead here. Anyway, there's only one other newbie left besides you, and you'll be the third person to die today. Zhao Shan looked like he had Jiang Chen completely under his thumb. Is that so? It's not certain who will die. Jiang Chen suddenly launched an attack. Zhao Shan was slightly startled, but a look of contempt appeared in his eyes. A guy whose level isn't even an even number dares to attack me. He swung a short knife and killed Jiang Chen instantly, after which a cup of red stone fell to the ground. Zhao Shan was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up with joy. Flame gem. So this guy has already killed the boss. Chapter 23, The Villains Should Just Die Peacefully. The next day. Jiang Chen did not return home that night. Ning Feiyue had a bad feeling. When she walked into the hall, she saw 3 corpses laid out in the hall, one of which was Jiang Chen. Her pupils, hidden beneath her straw hat, suddenly trembled, and her delicate body stiffened for a moment. It seems unbelievable that the boy who confidently went out yesterday is now lying in a pool of blood. However, as a veteran player, she knew that this was just the norm in the game. She looked at the men in ancient costume, whose face was full of smugness. You lost, I got the flame gem. The sheepdog you chose is not bad. He killed the boss last night, but unfortunately he ran into me. The man in ancient costume shook his head with feigned regret. Ning Feiyue clenched her fists slightly. So Jiang Chen had succeeded. He really killed the boss, but Zhao Shan was the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It was her fault for being careless and forgetting to guard against this person. If she had known that Zhao Shan would target the players tonight, she should have gone to meet Jiang Chen. Sigh, I didn't want to kill them, but those 2 bastards were really unfriendly to me yesterday. As for the guy you chose, it's funny, he actually thought that taking your tool made him my opponent. Zhao Shan's tone was full of smugness. Ning Feiyue frowned slightly upon hearing Zhao Shan's words. Although she only spent 2 days with Jiang Chen, she understood his personality. According to Zhao Shan's words, Jiang Chen was actually offering himself up for death. How is that possible? He knew perfectly well that he and Zhao Shan were players from different regions. The fact that he was able to escape unscathed when facing the mistress of the manor, who was several ranks above him, shows that he was not an impulsive or reckless person. And facing Zhao Shan, a player from another region, how could he actually feed kills? Although Jiang Chen's body was right in front of her, she had a vague feeling that something was wrong. The inexplicable sadness in my heart was thus somewhat relieved. She chose to cooperate with Zhao Shan. You actually killed him and took the flame gem. I demand it back. Ning Feiyue took out a gleaming sword and immediately began fighting with Zhao Shan. Its sharp edge was menacing, and the force it exerted forced Zhao Shan to retreat repeatedly. I know you are stronger than me, but now that I have the flame gem in my hand, do you really think I'll let you do whatever you want with me? Zhao Shan snorted angrily, and a red gem appeared in his hand. Consort Ning was shocked upon seeing it. It really was the flame gem. Given Zhao Shan's strength, he certainly couldn't have succeeded. Could it be true, as the other party claimed, that Jiang Chen killed the boss and was ambushed by him? In an instant, for some reason, she felt a surge of murderous intent and lunged at Zhao Shan. Zhao Shan's face was contorted with rage and smugness. He had complete faith in the power of the flame gem. But when he pinched the flame gem, nothing happened, while Ning Feiyue's sword pierced into his body. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief, took one last look at the flaming gem in his hand, and collapsed into a pool of blood. Bang! The gemstone rolled to the ground. Ning Feiyue hesitated for a moment, and was about to bend down to pick it up when suddenly she was stabbed in the chest. Buffed. The dagger pierced her body, and she was completely unaware that someone was nearby. She turned her head in surprise, only to see the indifferent-looking little girl, who was the one who had stabbed her with the dagger. Cross-server player? Ning Feiyue's pupils dilated. Besides her and Zhao Shan, there was actually a third player from another region. But the information displayed by this girl clearly shows that she is only level 2. Hee, is that so strange? If I appeared as a high-level player, you would definitely be on guard, so I used a disguise doll to suppress my level and pretend to be a novice player. It's all for this final moment, to deliver the final blow. As it turns out, I succeeded. The lowly girl grinned wickedly. Even if you kill me, you won't get the reward. The curse will make you die without a burial place. Blood trickled from the corner of Ning Feiyue's lips, her voice low and menacing. Really? A stand-eye talent user. The lowly girl directly lifted Ning Feiyue's hat, revealing a pair of purple pupils in her eyes. Your talent for creating clones is truly terrifying. Not only can you generate clones, but you can also send your belongings back to your original body via email after you die. Perhaps from the very beginning, you were determined to use up this clone, but unfortunately, you had a backup plan. As the little girl spoke, she placed her hand inside Ning Feiyue's bosom and began to grope around. This scene filled Jiang Chen, who was watching from not far away, with immense envy. Of course he didn't die. The one killed by Zhao Shan was merely a substitute created by the blessing of the scaled serpent woman. After seeing Zhao Shan kill the 2 novice players, he came up with this golden cicada shedding its shell method. If he pretends to be dead, then whether Ning Feiyue suspects it or not, she will definitely fight with Zhao Shan. He knew he would have a way to reap the benefits, but he didn't expect there to be a master among them. The remaining lowly girl was also a player from another server, and she was so sneaky, disguising herself as a newbie player to enter the dungeon. Not only Ning Feiyue and the others, but even he was fooled. Fortunately, he was the one who ultimately sat back and watched the tigers fight. I think so. After some fumbling, the little girl took out a rag doll from Ning Feiyue's arms, and a smile appeared on her lips. Substitute doll, a one-time use item that can replace one death. We both know that the curse of Wind and Snow Manor is not to kill all the players, but that the game is passed as long as a player dies 9 times. Therefore, these items with the ability to take someone's place are the most important for passing the level. I spent a fortune to enter this instance, and I no longer have the resources to exchange for the substitute doll item. So, if you don't make this final preparation, I might really die here. Fortunately, I made the right bet. You and this guy named Zhao Shan, one of you must be carrying a substitute doll. But I never expected it to be you who brought the stand doll. Stand users don't need stand dolls, so you prepared it for that guy. As the young girl spoke, she glanced at Jiang Chen's corpse on the ground. I hate this kind of naivety and kindness. It's disgusting that someone would still think of others in this apocalyptic environment. But I also have to thank you for your naivety and kindness, otherwise you wouldn't have made a wedding dress for me. She had barely finished speaking when, just as she was about to activate the substitute doll, a short knife suddenly slashed at her arm. Instantly, blood gushed out. Jiang Chen walked out from behind her, casually picked up the fallen doll, and smiled broadly. The sudden loss of her arm caused the little girl's pupils to tremble violently, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. No. How is this possible? How are you still alive? She clutched her wound, her face turning deathly pale as she screamed in agony. Enough with the nonsense, the villain should just die peacefully. Jiang Chen shook his head, the dark muzzle of his gun pointed at the little girl. Bang. Chapter 24, Clearing the Snowstorm Manor. Sizzle. 2 bullets struck her right between the eyebrows. The little girl looked at the substitute doll in Jiang Chen's hand with extreme resentment. Just one step away, just one step away. Jiang Chen remained calm. This should be the 8th player to die. Is this the last one? He looked at Ning Feiyue, who still had a breath left, and smiled slightly. Ning Feiyue's clone was already exhausted, her purple eyes looking at Jiang Chen with a hint of bitterness. You're really cunning. Jiang Chen laughed and said, is that a compliment? Upon hearing this, Ning Feiyue couldn't help but roll her eyes at Jiang Chen. You really have a thick skin. Jiang Chen remained noncommittal, and said softly, actually, I want to know if what she said is true. You specially prepared a substitute doll. Did you anticipate this and want to save my life? Ning Feiyue shook her head. How could I have such precognitive abilities? I originally thought I could handle the boss, but some unexpected things happened later. As for this substitute doll, it was truly prepared for you. Upon hearing the first half of Ning Feiyue's words, Jiang Chen nodded, which aligned with his understanding of the situation. If Ning Feiyue had thought of using the strength of novices to deal with the boss from the beginning, why would she have gone through all that trouble to provoke the boss on the first day? He ended up severely injured. Therefore, he didn't think that the lowly girl's claim that Ning Feiyue used the substitute doll to save him was just a backup plan she had left for herself. But when Jiang Chen heard the second half of Ning Feiyue's words, he was stunned again. She's right. The stand-eye has the ability to transfer equipment. Once I die, it will transfer my existing items back to my original body. On the contrary, the main body can also teleport items to the clone. Ning Feiyue looked at Jiang Chen with her beautiful eyes sparkling. Of course, you can also think that I'm trying to gain your sympathy and deceiving you. She added another sentence, speaking casually. I don't think you're lying to me, but what is your purpose in doing this? Jiang Chen looked at her with interest, and suddenly the corners of his mouth turned up. You don't mean you've fallen for me, do you? Pa. Ning Feiyue spat lightly upon hearing this. But this movement aggravated her wound, causing the woman to furrow her brows slightly, exuding charm. I saved you only because I didn't want someone like you to die in the newbie zone. If I'm not mistaken, you should be ranked among the top in your zone, Ning Feiyue said. Rankings. Jiang Chen was taken aback. What rankings? Ning Feiyue's expression showed obvious surprise. Don't tell me your district hasn't even started rankings yet. Your district hasn't even reached 7 days. Jiang Chen nodded. Their district had indeed not yet reached the 7th day. What a freak. Ning Feiyue looked at him with a strange expression. So you probably don't know the final stop either. I don't know. Jiang Chen shook his head honestly. However, he seemed to have mentioned this name before, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but become a little interested. What is the final destination? The final stop, the end for beginners, and also the beginning for beginners. You know what a bus is, right? Every bus has a departure point and a final destination. The stops along the way are just temporary stations. You should be familiar with that, right? Ning Feiyue said softly. Jiang Chen nodded. Before being transported to this game, everyone was a human from Earth, and everyone had ridden a bus before. The final station is similar to the main station, while the copy stations we pass through are temporary stations. The final stop, which we call a large station, provides a place for all players to rest and recuperate. There, players form a huge game society, even guilds and merchant associations, and all sorts of things. But beyond the final stop lies an even more perilous world. It is said that there is a larger station with even richer resources beyond the final stop. Countless veteran players and guilds have rushed to explore this large site, but not a single one has reached it yet. The current final destination urgently needs a boost of fresh blood, which is why I don't want you to die in the newbie zone. As Ning Feiyue spoke, she looked intently at Jiang Chen. Now, do you understand? Yes. Jiang Chen nodded. You like me? Jiang Chen. Ning Feiyue gritted her teeth and spoke, her fair face flushed red. She explained so earnestly and in detail, and this guy just said this. All right, I understand what you mean. You want me to join your faction or guild after the newbie period, right? He said calmly. Ning Feiyue's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, that was what she meant. But hearing these words from Jiang Chen made her feel inexplicably shy. What does it mean to do it for her? However, her guild is currently in dire need of powerful players because she has just learned a big secret about the terminal station. The fact that he went to such lengths, even using a clone, to come to the Snowy Manor in the beginner area to obtain the flame gem is also related to this secret. Now, we definitely can't get the gem, but if we can recruit Jiang Chen, this super newbie, then losing this clone will be worthwhile. Yes, we must bring Jiang Chen over. With that thought, she looked at Jiang Chen with tenderness in her eyes and said, if you're willing, I'll always be waiting for you at the final stop. Looking at Ning Feiyue, who was once again putting on cheap acting, Jiang Chen shook his head. I'll think about it, but shouldn't you be leaving now? Huh. Ning Feiyue was taken aback and looked at Jiang Chen. So far, only 8 players have died. I can't end the game instance if you don't die, Jiang Chen said frankly. Ning Feiyue glanced at Jiang Chen speechlessly, then said in a tone that was both coquettish and reproachful, you really don't want to spend more time with me. That's nonsense. Your clone is just a fake doll. It's nowhere near as appealing as the rewards for clearing a dungeon. Jiang Chen looked at her with disdain. Ning Feiyue was stunned. You. Are you leaving or not? If not, I'll send you on your way. Jiang Chen said, raising his hunting rifle. Seeing the dark muzzle of the gun pointed directly at her, Ning Feiyue pouted, you really are heartless and ungrateful. Having said that, she struck herself, stabbing him squarely in the chest. Sizzle. As blood splattered out, Ning Feiyue's clone gradually dissipated. The curse of Snowstorm Manor has ended. You have completed the curse and obtained 1 Snowstorm Manor key. You have obtained the Blizzard Staff *1 and the special costume, Blizzard Robe *1. You have discovered a hidden mineral vein in Snowstorm Manor and obtained 897 Snowstorm Oregon. You have also obtained a special treasure, Snowstorm Treasure Chest. You have obtained 1,000 units of wood, 800 units of steel, and 300 units of leather. You have acquired some miscellaneous items. You have acquired a special landscape, a snow bath. You are about to be transported back to the train. Regional announcement, player Shenzhou has cleared the special dungeon, Snowy Manor. The fog has dissipated, and Snowy Manor will be removed from the train stop list in this region. Server-wide announcement, player Jiang Chen has completed the first clear of a multiplayer dungeon and received a golden treasure chest reward. Chapter 25, Liquidation Rewards. 1 stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Soon the new district was in an uproar, with everyone discussing it. Holy crap. Shenzhou is awesome. Haven't heard from Shenzhou for days, turns out he's entered Fengshui Manor. I know this dungeon. Everyone who goes in comes out alive. This pro actually cleared it. Amazing. What is the Snowstorm Manor? Are the rewards good? Jiang Chen was teleported back to the train. Seeing the chat channel suddenly pop up, he skillfully turned it off. Grace, oh my god, you finally came out, I thought you. A message from a friend popped up. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow slightly and swiped through the chat interface, which showed at least a dozen messages from Fengdu. But he didn't receive it at the Snowstorm Manor. Shenzhou, there should be a mechanism to block messages in Fengshui Mountain Villa. I didn't receive your later messages. Grace, I see. But you're amazing, you actually cleared the Snowstorm Manor. The sunken boat, a lucky escape. After saying that, he stopped talking and turned his attention to the gains from the trip. This trip to Fengshui Mountain Villa took him 3 whole days. Inside, there aren't many monsters to fight. Apart from the 2 bosses who give the majority of experience, there are almost no other places to gain experience. So far, his level is still LV4. At this moment, when he clicked on Fengdu's avatar, he could no longer see his level information, which meant that Fengdu's level had caught up with his own and reached level 4 or even higher. However, what he gained in these 3 days was something that no one else could compare to. The flame gem alone, dropped by the owner of the Snowstorm Manor, made his trip worthwhile, not to mention the large amount of blueprints and materials, as well as the treasure chest rewards. Because there were too many, he could only examine them one by one. Name: Frostbite Blade Blueprint. Category: Blueprint, purple. Description: this weapon can be crafted to create unique weapons for the Snowstorm Manor. Its attacks have a small amount of ice attribute. When used in conjunction with the Frost set, it can produce unexpected effects. Name: Frost Shield Blueprint. Category: Blueprint, purple. Description: this item can be used to create a unique shield for the Snowstorm Manor, possessing the ability to reflect damage. Attackers who receive the reflected damage will be paralyzed by ice poison. When used in conjunction with the Frost Armor set, it can produce unexpected effects. In addition, there is a complete set of blueprints for frost and wind equipment. Name: Frostbite Wrist Guards Pattern, Frostbite Knee Guards Pattern, Frostbite Leg Guards Pattern, Frostbite Soft Armor Pattern, Frostbite Arm Guards Pattern, Frostbite Waist Guards Pattern, Frostbite Boots Pattern. Category: Blueprint, purple. Description: can craft the Frost and Wind 7-piece set, protecting the wrists, knees, legs, upper body, arms, waist, and feet respectively. Set bonus: 2-piece set, significantly increases additional ice damage. 4-piece set, immune to fire-type negative buffs, increases spirit attribute cap by 100. 6-piece set, increases attack and defense attribute points by 50, and has a 15% chance to trigger the freeze buff when attacking. Freeze, the target is frozen for 1 second. 7-piece set, grants access to hidden equipment appearance options. Wearing the 7-piece set allows you to enter the Snowstorm Manor as the Manor Lord. Seeing the attributes of these blueprints, Jiang Chen was extremely envious, especially of the Snowstorm set. He was mostly carrying weapons, and the equipment he received from Ning Feiyue was mostly green or blue. The Snowstorm set, however, is a genuine set of purple-grade armor. Moreover, it also possesses incredible set abilities. Although the purpose of the 7-piece set for playing the role of the Manor Lord is unknown, the special attributes of the first few pieces undoubtedly provide a huge boost to actual combat. In addition to the basic attributes gained from wearing protective gear, his combat power undoubtedly skyrocketed this time. Although the others have the same level as me, LV4, their attributes will probably be several times worse. Of course, this is on the premise that he can turn these drawings into finished products. He looked at the materials required for the blueprints, and he was still short quite a bit. Although he obtained a large amount of materials at the Snowstorm Manor, it was still not enough to make a 7-piece set at once. He immediately went online and listed the materials he had obtained from the Snowstorm Manor for sale. Various materials can be used to craft armor, including leather, silk, cotton, etc. As soon as he posted his trading information, countless suitors added him as a friend. After agreeing to add several people as friends, Jiang Chen immediately began trading materials. These people still mainly need insulation items. 3 days have passed, and insulation materials are still in short supply, which makes him sigh. Soon, Jiang Chen had exchanged most of his items with these people. By this time, he had lost most of his sunstones and wood, and finally gathered enough materials to make a 7-piece set of armor. He immediately made 7 pieces of armor and put them on. Name: Jiang Chen. Level: LV4, 207/1500. Identity: Train Owner, Death Train. Attack: 237, plus 191. Defense: 345, plus 305. Spirit: 500, plus 400. Talent: Ghostly Body. Review: a very lucky newbie. Seeing his impressive attribute panel, Jiang Chen was overjoyed. His attributes had increased exponentially compared to 3 days ago. With his current attributes, he wouldn't be afraid to take on the Snowstorm Manor one-on-one. However, this set of equipment looks a bit bulky when worn. So he activated the 7-piece set's ability, concealing the appearance of his equipment. Instantly, he felt a lightness on his body, and the feeling of heaviness disappeared. However, looking at the panel, the attribute bonuses are still there. Is this the ability of hidden equipment? That's really impressive. I just don't understand what the playing the Manor Lord part means. Never mind. Besides this set of armor, he also received other rewards. For example, the settlement rewards of Fengshui Mountain Villa. Wind and Snow Manor Key. With this key, you can open the gate to Wind and Snow Manor, currently only unlocked, Wind and Snow Bath Scene. Name, Staff of Wind and Snow. Category, Equipment, Purple. Attack, S. Defense, D. Spirit, S. Special ability, Frostbite, applies a frostbite buff to the target, slowing them down and causing them to take continuous damage for a certain period of time, requires charging. Description, a staff with an extremely wide attack range, a powerful tool for clearing mobs, and essential for grinding experience. Name, Snow Robe. Category, Special Costumes. Ability, when worn, grants storage space for materials and equipment. Finally, the robe caught Jiang Chen's eye because he was very envious after hearing that Ning Feiyue's clothes were special fashion items. Unexpectedly, he also got a piece of equipment as a reward in the final settlement of the Snowstorm Manor. Chapter 26, The Personal Shop opens. Jiang Chen immediately changed into it. It was a white and blue robe with an ancient style, and it felt quite nice on her. He then took out the key to the Snowstorm Manor, but after reading the description, he didn't quite understand its purpose. The moment he grasped the key, a door suddenly appeared in front of him. He seemed to be deep in thought, and then opened the door with the key. The world behind the door shocked him immensely. It's actually the Snowstorm Manor. Jiang Chen was somewhat incredulous. He turned his head and looked around. He was indeed still on the train. Moreover, the scenery outside the window is rushing past, which means the train is moving, while the snow-covered mountain villa is still at the gate. This key actually allows me to enter the Snowstorm Manor. After a slight hesitation, he stepped inside. The scene that came into view was very familiar, swirling smoke and rustling bamboo. This is the bathing pool where the Manor Lord's wife is. The pool of water was steaming and bubbling, looking like a fairyland. This scene reminded Jiang Chen that he hadn't taken a bath since he came to this game world. Immediately, he took off his clothes and jumped into the bathtub, happily scrubbing himself. After a relaxing soak in the hot spring, he returned to the train, changed into his pajamas, and felt languid and sore all over, thoroughly enjoying himself. However, as he looked at the somewhat rudimentary train carriage, his eyes darted around slightly. Given his current abilities, there isn't much room for improvement, so his remaining pursuit should be improving his quality of life. Especially after soaking in the hot springs at Fengshui Mountain Villa, he felt the train's facilities were rather crude. In fact, the entire train didn't even have a decent toilet. These past few days, his hygiene issues have mostly been resolved by finding a corner to relieve himself when the bus stops, which is quite embarrassing. So, we are buying large quantities of crafting blueprints, ammunition, equipment, and materials, which can all be exchanged for them. Jiang Chen sent a message in the chat channel, and instantly countless people added him as a friend, almost overflowing his friend list. This undoubtedly made Jiang Chen frown deeply. Your friend request limit has been reached. Group chat functionality is now enabled for you. A system notification tone suddenly sounded. Jiang Chen immediately laughed. It was like a pillow being delivered just when someone was sleepy. My friend list is full. If you have the blueprints, please join the group and post your trade order, noting what you want. If I need them, I will trade with you directly, and the price will definitely satisfy you. Group chat, Sunken Ship Trading Group. Ding ding ding. Player Hui has joined the group chat. Player Wang Duyu has joined the group chat. Player Can't Do Numbers has joined the group chat. Before long, the number of people in the group chat reached over 100, and Jiang Chen temporarily closed the group chat application. Chen Zhou, group owner. OK, send out the orders. Orders for all kinds of furniture and household goods started popping up, and Jiang Chen felt overwhelmed by the sheer variety. To be fair, these guys have varying levels, from level 1 to level 2, but they have quite a few strange blueprints. For example, this one. Blueprint, water spraying toilet. Description: after using the toilet, a water stream will wash your bottom, significantly saving toilet paper. Transaction demand, steel or glass. It's changed. And this too. Blueprint, a soft waterbed. Description: this bed is so soft it's almost unbelievable. You'll know once you've slept in it. It's even better if you have a girlfriend. Trading request, one weapon, quality not limited. It's changed. Blueprint, bread maker. Description: a machine used to make bread, but only if you have the ingredients for making bread. Trading demand, brass. A few hours later. Jiang Chen replaced a large number of blueprints, even those that lacked the materials to manufacture but would be needed in the future. After the transaction was completed, a district-wide announcement was suddenly broadcast. Player Shenzhou became the first to complete 100 transactions across the entire server, unlocking the personal shop feature and receiving an additional reward of 100 train coins. Wow, I'm so envious. You've even unlocked the personal shop. While we're still struggling to find food, these big shots are already focusing on quality of life. Is this the difference? What is a personal online store? Jiang Chen also has this problem. He went to the cockpit and saw that there was a new personal shop button. He clicked it gently. In an instant, a dazzling array of shopping mall interfaces appeared before him, with all sorts of categories and all kinds of items. The transaction method in this mall is train coins. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly. He had received some train coins in bits and pieces, and with the 100 coins he received for this achievement, he had about 200 coins in his possession. I don't know what I can buy. He started browsing. Product, mirror blueprint. Price, 3 train coins. Product, electric water heater blueprints. Price, 15 train coins. Product, solar photovoltaic panels. Price, 30 train coins. Product, steel long knife, blue. Price, 90 train coins. Product, deerskin gloves, blue. Price, 65 train coins. After looking around, Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched slightly. The price was quite high, but it was also within reason. After all, most of the equipment he sells are finished products. He browsed through some more products, and suddenly his eyes fell on a particular category. Higher. Jiang Chen was taken aback, but gradually became interested and clicked on the page. There are several categories again. Flight attendant. Train conductor. Explorer. Repairman. He opened the flight attendant's page and was immediately struck by the sight of beautiful women in various uniforms standing quietly on the screen, striking alluring poses. Holy crap, this is something. Jiang Chen suddenly felt a heat in his nose and almost had a nosebleed. Fortunately, he had good self-control and managed to suck it back in. Then, he suddenly noticed the prices of these flight attendants. Stealing the young master. 8,000 train coins. Why the hell don't they just rob someone? Jiang Chen sneered. In fact, he had never thought about buying any flight attendants. He could tell that this was just a game to corrupt people's minds. How could he, Jiang, fall for it? Wait a minute. Special character, the Manor Lord's wife, pure custom version. Ability, healing spell, capable of healing injuries. Introduction, the mistress of Snowstorm Manor, a pure and customized version of herself, has yet to meet the Manor Lord, but only the Lord of Snowstorm Manor can command her complete obedience. Is it fate or a nightmare? Restriction, snow and wind bath. Price, 800 train coins. Hiss. Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched slightly. There were even special characters. It seemed that the characters here were unlocked based on the dungeons that had been cleared. Moreover, due to the privilege, the price is more affordable. However, the money was still not enough. Forget it, Jiang won't be fooled by these things. Jiang Chen abruptly closed these interfaces, and at the same time, a message came in. Fengdu, hey bro, what does the personal shop look like? Graceful, tell me, I don't want to freeload, I have some good stuff to trade with you. Chapter 27, Two-Player Dungeon. Oh. There's really nothing to hide about having a personal online store, anyone can open one if the conditions are met. But what Fengdu mentioned is something he's quite interested in. Sunken Boat, a shop where you can buy goods, located in the cockpit. The key point is that the currency for purchasing is train coins. Grace, just as I guessed. Shenzhou, don't be so sure, you're not planning to renege on your debt, are you? Graceful, how could I possibly renege on my debt? Grace, actually, this good stuff doesn't really belong to me, someone asked me to help them find a reliable supplier. Elegance, pass, have you heard of it? Jiang Chen was taken aback, he had heard of this before. He still has a few cards left, so the boss should have respawned by now, right? He'll have to go back and check on it when he has some free time. But usually, a pass only allows one person to enter, right? So he asked. Shenzhou, is his pass for multiplayer dungeons? Grace, not really, it's a two-player dungeon, but he's too weak, so he wants me to find him a strong teammate. Demeanor, after much thought, only you can handle this good thing. Jiang Chen laughed upon seeing the message. Shenzhou, this dungeon must be pretty difficult, right? Otherwise, you would have gone in yourself. Grace, hee hee, to be honest, the dungeon boss is level 7, but most of the mobs are level 5. His requirements aren't high, you just need to help him level up, and all the remaining loot is yours. Jiang Chen thought for a moment. Level 7. To be honest, he could handle it even without the Death Knight and gems. Shenzhou, no problem, I'll take this order. Have him add me as a friend, and remember to add a note. Demeanor, all right. Soon, Jiang Chen received a friend request. Player Bai has requested to add you as a friend, with the note, 2-player team dungeon. Jiang Chen clicked agree. To be honest, he had never seen this 2-player team dungeon before, but it should be different from multiplayer dungeons. In multiplayer dungeons, everyone should be pursuing their own goals, but this 2-player dungeon sounds like they should have a common objective. Bai, hello, Master Shenzhou. Shenzhou, how do I use that pass? Do I need to do anything? Bai, I need to team up with you to enter together. Please agree. Shortly after Bai sent the message, a team invitation appeared in Jiang Chen's chat box. Player Bai has requested to team up with you. Team up? Jiang Chen was taken aback. What kind of function was this? How come he didn't know about it? Despite his doubts, he agreed to form a team. Bai, boss, I'm about to use the pass, are you ready? Shenzhou, okay, use it. He had already put on his snow robe, which contained all his equipment, weapons, and medicines, making things much more convenient than usual. Because he no longer had to carry a gleaming hunting rifle on his back, nor did he need to carry a short knife at his waist, it was much more comfortable. Buzz. The next second, he suddenly felt a flash in front of him, and the train entered a strange track and was accelerating. A moment later, the train slowly pulled into the station, and Jiang Chen got off. Boss Shenzhou. A crisp voice rang out, followed by a small figure running up behind Jiang Chen. He turned around and saw a fair-skinned and pretty young girl. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. What, aren't you a man? When talking to him, Fengdu always referred to him as he. Well, I did tell Fengdu that I'm a guy, since I need to find teammates, so. Bai said somewhat embarrassedly in a low voice. Jiang Chen understood what she meant and nodded. He then looked around. The area was shrouded in mist, and he could vaguely see some trees. It seemed to be a forest. What's your name? He asked casually. Huh. The girl behind him was taken aback, biting her lower lip and hesitatingly said, I didn't call out. Jiang Chen glanced at her speechlessly. I'm asking what your name is, what your surname is. Ah. Oh. The girl's fair face immediately flushed red. My name is Bai Ning. How does the past describe this site? Jiang Chen continued to ask. This place is called Flower Forest, and the recommended level is LV7, but I don't think there are any LV7 players yet, so I'd like to ask Boss Feng to help me find a skilled player who can just grind the low-level monsters, Bai Ning said softly. Her voice is beautiful, like a wind chime. Having such a teammate, even if he's just a supporting character, is still acceptable to Jiang Chen. But Brother Feng, he chuckled, seemingly teasing. Yes, everyone outside calls him Boss Feng. He has a great reputation and is the know-it-all of our district, which is why I asked him for help. I originally wanted him to help me, but he said his abilities weren't reliable enough, and he agreed to help me find someone instead. Bai Ning started talking non-stop. Help me find it. Did you pay me? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Yeah, I got 5 train coins. Bai Ning said a little embarrassedly, then looked up at Jiang Chen with her big, watery eyes. Boss, did I lose or gain? Jiang Chen chuckled inwardly. This Bai Ning was quite interesting. Didn't she suspect that he was in cahoots with Feng Du? Why did she ask such a question? If you find me, you've definitely struck gold, Jiang Chen said calmly. By the way, the agreed-upon condition was that I would only gain experience points and not get any loot, right? He then asked a follow-up question. Yes, Bai Ning said, but her beautiful eyes kept darting around Jiang Chen. What are you looking at? Jiang Chen noticed her gaze and said calmly. Boss Chenzhou, why do you seem to be without weapons? Bai Ning asked with curious eyes, like a child asking a question. I didn't bring it. Jiang Chen replied dismissively, speechless. This girl is brainless. She brought in a level 7 dungeon without a weapon. What's the difference between that and throwing her head away to die? How can you even ask such a weak-type question? Looks like I'll have to delete him from my friends list after this job is done. This kind of idiot is not someone I can be close to. Wow, Shenzhou is really amazing. I've seen your name on the news before. I never thought I would have the chance to add you to my friend list and even be carried by you in dungeons. Speaking of which, with your strength, Mr. Chenzhou, your friend list must be packed with people, right? Could you please reserve this friend spot for me? If there are any good opportunities like this in the future, I'll let you use it for free, Bai Ning asked sincerely. Meeting Bai Ning's sincere gaze, Jiang Chen's lips twitched slightly, but he still didn't reveal his true thoughts, only giving a perfunctory reply. He then activated the legendary glasses, which enabled his X-ray vision, allowing him to see some of the surrounding scenery clearly. He had already noticed the problem. That is, he and Bai Ning had been gone for some time, and based on previous experience, the fog near the station should have disappeared by now. But they still have it in front of them now, which is clearly not right. Perhaps he has indeed escaped the fog surrounding the station. However, this map may have been shrouded in fog for a long time. In places with extremely low visibility, the danger would multiply, but Bai Ning beside him was still chattering away, completely unaware of the impending danger. Bai Ning, he shouted, startling the girl into standing at attention. Arrive. Jiang Chen glanced at her and frowned slightly. She speaks so fluently, could she have some kind of special profession? Jiang Chen's suspicious gaze made Bai Ning blush slightly. Master Chenzhou. It's nothing, I just want you to talk less, otherwise if you attract something, I might not be able to keep my eyes open to protect you. His words were mostly meant to scare people. But Bai Ning turned pale with fright. No way. Speaking is so dangerous. Sorry, Mr. Chenzhou, I've just not seen any living people for so long, I might be a little excited, sorry. Seeing her guilty expression, Jiang Chen didn't say anything more, but continued to increase the field of vision of the legendary glasses. There was nothing special about it, it was surrounded by nothing but trees, not even a single flower, which hardly lived up to its name as a flower forest. Are you sure this site is called Flower Grove, and not forest? Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask at the end. He felt that Bai Ning was a bit confused and might have just misremembered the name. That's right, my name is definitely Hua Lin. Bai Ning replied with certainty. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. Since it wasn't Bai Ning's problem, then it must be the problem with this place. But where exactly does the problem lie? Activate the analysis function, he whispered to himself. Legend has it that the glasses' analytical capabilities are enhanced after the upgrade, perhaps allowing them to see through the mysteries within. You wouldn't believe it until you saw it, it was quite a shock. Target, Flower Tree Monster. Level, LV5. Attack, A. Defense, A+. Spirit, B. Evaluation, the flower's heart is hidden within the tree trunk, only by being destined can it bear fruit and survive. It's extremely difficult to deal with, beginners are advised to run away as soon as they encounter it. There are at least 20 such pieces of information. However, he remained calm and casually reminded Bai Ning beside him. "Little white lemon, if you want to leave here alive, you'd better hold on tight to me." Although Bai Ning didn't understand what Jiang Chen meant, she knew something was wrong when she saw his serious expression. So she jumped onto Jiang Chen like an octopus and hugged his waist tightly. Bai Ning has a petite and delicate figure, with a completely lowly-like physique, so when she hugs Jiang Chen's waist, it's almost like she's hanging. Noticing Bai Ning's unwavering obedience to orders, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, and a hunting rifle appeared in his hand. Bang! Bang! The 2 bullets were fired in quick succession, aimed precisely at the heart of the flower tree monster. This flowering tree monster was the highest-level monster he had ever seen, and it also had a special mechanism. It wasn't exactly tricky, but it was still quite troublesome. The fact that the flower tree monster also has A+ level defense makes this problem even more difficult. But for Jiang Chen, it wasn't a big problem. Because the attack attribute points of the weapon he is currently wielding have reached over 200. As for these flowering tree monsters, although he didn't know their specific attributes, he figured they wouldn't exceed this attribute. After all, he was fully armed with purple rare-grade armor and weapons. If his stats were worse than those of a level 5 monster, he might as well find a block of tofu and smash his head against it. With the second bullet, a crisp sound of a tree trunk breaking was heard. The flower tree monster is hollow. Bang! Jiang Chen fired a third shot, which struck the hidden core of the flower. However, this bullet did not kill the flower tree monster. Instead, it enraged the flower heart within it, causing it to leap out. Then an ugly, flower-like face emerged from it, accompanied by a sharp, piercing roar. Its appearance was nothing but ferocious, lacking any beauty whatsoever. The sap dripped from the flowers onto the ground, emitting a foul and nauseating odor. Ugh! Because Bai Ning had already vomited. "Damn it, don't throw up on me." Jiang Chen couldn't help but roar. "No, Mr. Chenzhou, this thing is just too disgusting, I can't help it." Bai Ning's fragile voice rang out. "If you can't hold it in, just swallow it back down," Jiang Chen said coldly. Upon hearing this, Bai Ning immediately swallowed back what was about to be said. At this moment, Jiang Chen fired several more shots at the flower tree monster, but strangely, it did not cause any damage. Strangeness. The first bullet hitting the center could be considered a sign of its strong defense, but after so many shots, it still showed no signs of death. That's where the problem lies. As he attacked this one tree monster, the other tree monsters began to riot and flock towards them. As the encirclement intensified, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. As a bullet was fired, he finally noticed something amiss. The flowers are the culprits. If you ask where the key to a bouquet of flowers lies, it must be the roots and stems. But this strange flowering tree had no roots, so Jiang Chen could only hit the second most vulnerable spot, the flowers. But every time a bullet hits the flower, it seems to sink into a quagmire, its roots disappearing completely. Get a bullet. He looked thoughtful, glanced at the hunting rifle in his hand, and then switched to holding a long knife. The long, icy blue blade, glistening with frost, caused the surrounding temperature to drop suddenly. This blade was none other than his newly acquired frost blade, whose attacks were imbued with elemental attributes. He had a vague feeling that the special feature of this flower might be its immunity to physical damage, while the elemental attribute of the frost blade did not belong to physical damage. With a slight movement, he was already in front of the flower, and his long sword pierced through the center of the flower in an instant. A foul-smelling, sticky liquid spurted out, causing Jiang Chen to frown slightly, while Bai Ning in his arms screamed repeatedly. But he didn't have time to care. The frost and wind pierced the flowers, but this time the flowers did not engulf them as usual. Instead, they withered quickly, and the entire trunk of the flowering tree became as limp as mud. You have defeated the flower tree monster, experience points plus 50. Dropped item, would *3. At the same time, Bai Ning also received a notification, and the girl's face beamed with joy. "Master Chenzhou, you're amazing." Jiang Chen ignored them and instead looked at the other flower tree monsters. Now that we know the key to killing these flower tree monsters, all that's left is pure slaughter. You have defeated the flower tree monster, experience points plus 50. Dropped item, would *3. You have defeated the flower tree monster, experience points plus 50. Dropped item, would *3. You have defeated the Flower Tree monster, experience points plus 50. Dropped item, wood *3. As time passed, the number of Flower Tree monsters around him gradually decreased, and a melodious voice rang out after he killed one of the Flower Tree monsters in front of him. Your level has been increased to LV5. It's been upgraded. Jiang Chen smiled with delight. Level 4 to level 5, but it's a difference of over 1,000 experience points. He would need to kill at least 20 or 30 level 5 monsters to level up, but he had checked his route and the monsters at the next few stops were all level 3 or lower. His current growth rate may have already surpassed the level of his own route station. If he wants to upgrade quickly, he probably has to find a pass from a higher level station. The location for Bai Ning's pass was quite good, all the monsters were level 5, and he quickly leveled up to level 5 as well. He glanced at Bai Ning in his arms. When she came in, she seemed to be only level 2, but in just a short while, she had already leveled up to level 4. Puff! With his long sword piercing through the enemy ranks and eliminating the last remaining tree monster, Jiang Chen sheathed his sword and stood still. Boom! The ground beneath his feet suddenly trembled, and then a message appeared in the legendary glasses. Chapter 29, Feeling lost and confused about not finding the boss. Target, Elite Human-Faced Flower Tree. Level, LV6. Attack, A+. Defense, A+. Spirit, B. Skill, Flower Entanglement, quickly extends vines to bind the target, continuously inflicting flower poison damage. It's here. Jiang Chen wasn't surprised. Every time he finished off the smaller monsters, an elite monster would appear, and this time was no exception. The elite human-faced flower tree is completely different from the ordinary flower tree monster. It reveals its face right from the start, a human face growing in the middle of the branch, which looks extremely strange. After taking one look, Bai Ning was terrified and clung even tighter to Jiang Chen's arm. Boss Chenzhou, we can just kill the small monsters, let's skip the elite monsters. She whispered. Why did you let it go? Jiang Chen asked rhetorically. Bai Ning hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but then stopped. If you're worried that I'm no match for you, then you can leave now. After all, I only accepted the task of helping you clear out the mobs, so the agreement is already fulfilled, Jiang Chen said calmly. I'll stay with you then. Bai Ning thought for a moment, and it seemed that she was safest in Jiang Chen's arms. After hearing this, Jiang Chen ignored her and instead looked at the human-faced flower tree. Without any fancy moves, he simply swung his frost blade and slashed straight at the target. The tree with the human face wouldn't just stand there and let him cut it down. Immediately, countless branches spread out from the top of the tree, binding Jiang Chen tightly. Ah! Mr. Chenzhou, Bai Ning's voice was almost choked with breath. It turns out that since Bai Ning was outside, she was the first to suffer after the branches were tied up. Whoosh! Jiang Chen gripped the frost-covered blade in reverse, chopped down the branches, and then took out a staff from his snow-covered robe. Frost! He uttered a spell, and a visible frost covered the human-faced flower tree. Perhaps sensing the danger, the man's face showed fear, and he turned to run away. The trunk of this human-faced flower tree is already as large as a towering giant. When it moves, its roots wriggle in the soil, causing the earth to tremble violently with each movement. Of course, it had been hit by a frost spell, its movement was extremely slow, and the frost continued to invade its branches, soon enveloping the human face as well. Before long, the entire human-faced flower tree was transformed into an ice sculpture, standing in the center of the field. You have defeated the elite human-faced flower tree, gaining 70 experience points. Dropped items, Peach Blossom Branch *1, Peach Blossom Elixir *1. Seeing that the flower tree was so easily dealt with, Jiang Chen smiled calmly. Clearly, the Blizzard Staff is more powerful than the Frost Blade in terms of elemental damage. Especially since this human-faced flower tree has a binding skill and its branches are coated with a certain amount of flower poison, it is not suitable for close combat at this time, which makes the Wind and Snow Staff even more useful. Unfortunately, the Blizzard Staff cannot be used indiscriminately, as it must be charged every time a skill is cast. The energy required is Frost Gem. Interestingly enough, the Snowstorm Manor, which sounds like a manor where ice and snow gems fall, actually dropped a Fire Gem. During the settlement, a staff that was bound to the Frost Gem even dropped. If anyone else encountered this, the blizzard staff would become nothing more than a decoration. But Jiang Chen was different. Before obtaining the fire gem, he already possessed an ice gem. Therefore, he is the only one who can use this blizzard staff. The branches were loose, and the white lemon fell to the ground. Watching the elite human-faced flower tree die at the hands of Jiang Chen, she was filled with shock. "Boss, is it fixed?" "As you can see," Jiang Chen said calmly, picking up the items dropped by the human-faced tree spirit and looking into the depths of the mist. "It seems the boss is even deeper inside." "Huh." Bai Ning had just gotten up from the ground when she heard Jiang Chen's words and was stunned again. "Boss, you mean we have to fight the boss, right?" she asked timidly. "What? You want to fight too?" "You can have it," Jiang Chen said calmly. "No, no, no." Bai Ning hurriedly shook her head. "What I mean is, isn't this too risky? Killing an elite monster is already difficult enough, let alone a boss. Where did you see that it was difficult to kill them?" Jiang Chen said helplessly. "The monsters in this dungeon have some special mechanics. I was just looking for patterns before. Like I said, either follow along or go back." After saying that, Jiang Chen had already taken the lead and walked into the depths of the mist. Bai Ning blushed immediately after Jiang Chen said that, and hurriedly caught up with him. In this fog, if even one remaining flower spirit were to attack her, she would be doomed. At this point, she gradually realized that she had talked too much, and that she didn't even know how to lie down and win. For the rest of the journey, Bai Ning wisely kept her mouth shut, which surprised Jiang Chen but also relieved him. Although the girl's voice was quite pleasant, her constant chatter was really annoying. It's much quieter now. What followed was the tedious process of finding the monster, but for some reason, the boss seemed to be hiding, and we couldn't find it after searching for a long time. That shouldn't be the case, Jiang Chen said with doubt. He had searched almost the entire forest in the direction he was looking, but he hadn't found the boss. This didn't make sense. The first time he felt so lost was because he couldn't find the boss. "Boss, what's wrong?" Jiang Chen's sudden stop caught Bai Ning off guard, causing her to crash into him. The girl's chest trembled, but she didn't have time to pay attention to the slight pain. Instead, she looked at Jiang Chen. "This boss is probably hiding from us," Jiang Chen said calmly. Bai Ning glanced at Jiang Chen suspiciously, and once she was sure he was serious, she immediately parted her cherry lips slightly and then closed them again. If it were someone else, she would find this hilarious, thinking the boss is avoiding you. But if Jiang Chen had said that, she wouldn't have dared to mock him like that, though she would have thought it was a bit far-fetched. "So, what do we do next?" she asked tentatively. "I refuse to believe it can hide forever," Jiang Chen said, as an ice blue gem appeared in his palm. Frost gem, in addition to enchanting with ice elemental damage, also has the effect of dispelling fog. As the frost gem appeared, the surrounding mist began to dissipate, and Jiang Chen continuously infused it with spiritual attributes, amplifying its dispelling effect. In no time, the fog that stretched for over 100 meters dissipated, making all movement in the silent jungle all the more noticeable. Rustle. Suddenly, a giant tree couldn't help but tremble. Jiang Chen smiled and took a step forward. "Found you." Whoosh. The moment Jiang Chen spoke, the giant tree rose from the ground, its enormous body even larger than the human-faced flower tree monster, its crown no longer visible. "Big boss, little." Bai Ning was about to speak up to remind him, but her eyes widened in disbelief. Because the first second after the boss stood up, it didn't attack Jiang Chen, but instead started running wildly into the distance with its roots. This boss is actually hiding from Jiang Chen. Chapter 30, How many train coins will we need this time? Jiang Chen remained calm, the frost blade floating in his palm as he raised his hand and threw it out. Ode. The long sword pierced the air and embedded itself in the branches of the giant tree, immediately slowing its speed. Frost. Another staff appeared in his hand, and he chanted incantations as frost-like elemental power enveloped the giant tree's body. The giant tree finally couldn't hold back any longer and turned around, swinging a huge branch directly at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and he raised his hand, revealing a fiery red gem in his palm. Enchantment. As he uttered those two words, a hunting rifle appeared in his hand, and he fired several shots at the branches sweeping towards him from the giant tree. The fire attribute of the flame gem spread across it, rapidly climbing to the roots of the giant tree like a leech. The damage from this fire attribute was even greater than that from the ice attribute. The flame gem represents destruction. Under the intense flames, the giant tree boss was finally reduced to ashes. You have defeated the giant tree boss, gaining 90 experience points. Drops: Spirit Crown *1, Miraculous Armor Blueprint *1, Sturdy Flower Branch *10, Crisis Fruit *5. Looking at the dropped items, Jiang Chen calmly collected them all. As the boss died, the mist in the entire flower forest began to dissipate. It seems that the environment was indeed related to the boss, which was a pity. Before the boss could even unleash its power, it was consumed by the power of the flame gem. This was, in fact, the first time he had ever used the power of the flame gem, and he hadn't expected it to be so amazing, and that it had such a strong restraining effect on this kind of plant-based monster. At least with the power of ice elements, he didn't feel this overwhelming killing speed. "Alright, I've completed your request. Now everyone can go home," Jiang Chen said casually, glancing at Bai Ning beside him. The two returned to the station where the train was parked, only to find Bai Ning standing hesitantly next to their train. "What are you doing?" Jiang Chen frowned. Was this girl trying to cling to him? "Hey boss, do you have any water?" "I don't have much water left in my car, but those monsters in Hualien spat on me, it stinks," Bai Ning said, her face slightly red. Jiang Chen was taken aback. He sniffed himself and found that he also had a fishy smell. "Don't worry, boss, I won't take advantage of you for free. I can buy it with resources or train coins, either way is fine." Bai Ning hurriedly spoke up when she saw Jiang Chen's expression, afraid that he would refuse. "Oh." Jiang Chen said thoughtfully, "I have a hot spring. Would you like to soak in it? It costs 10 train coins per session." He gave a shrewd, merchant-like look. 10 train coins could buy 10 large bottles of purified water in the personal shop. However, not many people have opened their own shops yet, so they don't know the prices. Jiang Chen can take this opportunity to make a fortune as a profiteer. "Hot springs, that's awesome. Boss, wait a minute, I'll go to the car and get you some gold coins." Bai Ning excitedly ran back to the car. Before long, 10 train coins were handed to Jiang Chen. Seeing that Bai Ning didn't seem to be in any pain, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. "Turns out she's a rich woman. Let's go." He pocketed the train coins and said casually. Bai Ning nodded and obediently followed behind Jiang Chen, showing no sign of wariness. "How stupid of you to get on the bus with someone like that. Aren't you afraid something might happen?" Jiang Chen glanced at the girl and laughed. With 10 gold coins in hand, he felt a bit better and joked. "Boss Chenzhou is a good person, otherwise you would have attacked me back in Hualien," Bai Ning said earnestly. Jiang Chen shook his head, said nothing more, and went straight to the door hidden on the train. Arrive. Looking at the iron gate in front of her, Bai Ning was taken aback and suddenly became somewhat wary, cautiously watching Jiang Chen. This kind of plot is very similar to when the villain is about to kill someone to cover it up. He leads the enemy to a place and suddenly says, "We've arrived." Was she wrong? Was Jiang Chen really a bad guy? Jiang Chen, unaware of Bai Ning's imagination, took out the key to the Snowstorm Manor and gently opened it. Currently, he can only unlock the use of the villa's bathhouse. It seems that he will need to clear the Snowstorm Villa again to access the remaining areas. However, he didn't plan to go again, since he had already acquired the best bath in the entire Snowstorm Manor, and he wasn't very interested in the rest. The door opened, and a humid smell rushed out, startling Bai Ning. This, she glanced at the gate, then at the train. Based on the space of the train, there should be tracks just outside this door, but behind it is such a huge bathhouse. It's unbelievable. Jiang Chen glanced at Bai Ning. The girl's expression was almost identical to his own when he first saw the scene behind the door. "Please, Your Excellency," Jiang Chen said with a smile. Bai Ning nodded vigorously and walked in, unaware that Jiang Chen's lips were gradually curving upwards behind her. "Madam, would you like to change into a bathrobe before taking a bath?" Just as Bai Ning was standing in front of the bathtub, unsure of where to step, Jiang Chen's concerned voice came. Bai Ning glanced at her dirty, smelly clothes. She definitely couldn't wear her current clothes into the bath. She was afraid of soiling Jiang Chen's crystal-clear tub. Do you have any here? Yes, yes. Jiang Chen nodded. He certainly doesn't have a lady's yukata, but you can buy one in the personal shop for just 2 train coins. A special snow-covered yukata, 6 train coins per set, no cheating. Jiang Chen would never be that kind of assassin merchant. Although he is a shrewd businessman, he is a shrewd businessman with professional ethics. Everything is clearly priced. Oh, okay. Bai Ning said, feeling dizzy. The next second, he realized, I have to pay. Jiang Chen's face immediately hardened. What kind of talk is that? My business is just a small operation. Okay, I'll pay, but could we settle the bill later when we go outside? I don't have any extra train coins on me. Bai Ning said pitifully. Of course, Your Excellency, Jiang Chen said with a smile. He handed the sexy yukata to Bai Ning, and the girl blushed slightly upon seeing the revealing style. Boss Chinzhou, this. I'm sorry, our shop is short on stock, we only have this one style of yukata for the time being. Jiang Chen anticipated what she was going to say. All right then. Bai Ning could only nod, then ran to the side and changed into her yukata. Only after she entered the pool did Jiang Chen turn around with a smile. Madam, there is no time limit for our hot spring pool. Soaking for a long time can even have the effect of strengthening the body, but just taking a bath is too boring. Do you need some fruit or drinks, or some entertainment like video games? Do you have this too? Bai Ning asked hesitantly. Of course. Jiang Chen nodded. Then, how many train coins will it take this time? The girl, with only her head sticking out of the pool, asked weakly. Chapter 31, The fog is a bit heavy today. What are you saying? Jiang Chen said, pulling him aside. Free. Bai Ning's eyes lit up. Fruit drink combo, only 8 train coins per serving. Jiang Chen immediately said. What about the video game equipment? Bai Ning asked softly. So that's where the focus is. Add 2 train coins to rent video game equipment to guide you through the shower. Jiang Chen laughed. Okay, I'll take this set meal. Bai Ning nodded. Let's go out and pay the bill, right? Jiang Chen looked at her with a smile. The girl nodded. Jiang Chen immediately made a grand gesture, using train coins to purchase a juice-making machine and a video game set from the personal shop. It cost him a total of 5 train coins. What flavor of juice would you like? Watermelon. Jiang Chen already had the fruit. He had bought a lot from the supermarket before and had been storing it in frost gems. Now it was finally coming in handy. Soon, a watermelon-flavored fruit drink, along with a fruit platter, was served. Seeing this, Bai Ning stood up and said somewhat embarrassedly, Brother Chinzhou, how could you go to so much trouble? Seeing the girl's embarrassed expression, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a pang of guilt, but this guilt was immediately overwhelmed by his conscience. Not at all, it's a service you should expect after paying for it, Jiang Chen said seriously. However, from his angle, he could see the girl's snow-white figure perfectly, especially since the yukata had a transparent effect. In an instant, Bai Ning's flawless figure was fully captured by Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chen's fixed gaze caught Bai Ning's attention, and she immediately let out a soft cry and shrank back into the water. Boss Chinzhou, what are you looking at? The girl's shy voice came out. It's nothing, it's just that the mist is a bit thick. I can't see clearly. Jiang Chen hurriedly waved his hand. Bai Ning was in the water, her hair dampened by the mist. Some water droplets flowed down her fair neck and into her delicate collarbone, then merged back into the water in an exaggerated arc. She pursed her cherry lips. Was the fog really that thick? This is a video game machine. Enjoy playing it. Call me if you need anything, Jiang Chen said, returning to the train carriage. He really can't stay inside any longer. After a moment, Jiang Chen calmed down, and then he heard Bai Ning's voice coming from inside the door. Hey Mr. Chinzhou, do you have any shower gel here? Jiang Chen pushed open the door and entered. Of course, shower gel, body lotion, shampoo, conditioner, everything is provided. Bai Ning blinked. Package price, 5 train coins. Give me one. All right. Boss Chinjo, do you have any extra women's clothes here? Of course, the price is fixed at 5 train coins. Give me one. Finally, Bai Ning finished washing up and came out with her hair still wet, wearing the cute white silk dress that Jiang Chen had prepared for her. The girl, her face flushed, walked up to Jiang Chen and whispered, "Boss, could you do the math?" A yukata costs 6 train coins, a fruit drink and video game combo costs 10 train coins, a shower gel combo costs 5 train coins, and a lowly dress costs 5 train coins, for a total of 26 train coins. I'll round it up to 30 train coins. Jiang Chen said generously. Huh. Bai Ning looked at Jiang Chen with a deep gaze. Ahem, I misspoke. 25 train coins will do, Jiang Chen chuckled. I'll go get it. Bai Ning nodded and ran back to her train. A moment later, Jiang Chen emerged carrying 25 train coins. Looking at the gleaming coins, he raised an eyebrow slightly. This Bai Ning is really a rich woman. Most players at her level would never have so many train coins. After all, her level was only LV2 before entering this instance. She probably had more on the train, but Jiang Chen wouldn't do something like stealing. It was a pleasure working with you. I hope we can meet again sometime. Jiang Chen waved and prepared to get into his car. Wait a minute. Bai Ning suddenly spoke up again. What's wrong? Jiang Chen turned to look at her. Hey boss, you must have a lot of supplies here, right? Can I buy some? I brought extra train coins this time. As she spoke, Bai Ning patted her bulging pockets. Jiang Chen's lips immediately curled into a smile. Welcome, distinguished guest. Before long, Bai Ning bought almost a complete set of daily necessities from Jiang Chen. However, Bai Ning's eyes were still searching around for something, but in the end she probably didn't find it, and she looked disappointed. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Jiang Chen asked. He might not have enough supplies, but he has his own online store where he can buy things and resell them to Bai Ning. Bai Ning hesitated, her face turning slightly red, as if it were something she found difficult to say. Finally, she gritted her teeth and asked, Boss, do you have any sanitary napkins here? Sanitary napkins? Jiang Chen was taken aback, he didn't actually have any. Seeing Jiang Chen's stunned expression, Bai Ning realized something and quickly waved her hand, saying, Boss, don't misunderstand. I haven't arrived yet, but I have a feeling that the time is almost here. It's all right, just wait a moment. Jiang Chen quickly made some moves and bought several boxes of sanitary napkins from the online store. He had intended to buy some more to act as a middleman and make a profit, but suddenly saw the words sold out. Is there a quantity limit on the goods in this online store? He temporarily put aside that thought and instead carried the boxes of sanitary napkins over. Is this enough? That's enough, that's enough. Bai Ning nodded hurriedly. This was enough for her to use for several years. So, do you have a chamber pot here, sir? Having already mentioned an item that was difficult to talk about, Bai Ning wasn't so embarrassed anymore. Just like Jiang Chen before, she had been resolving issues at the station, but yesterday, while she was resolving the issue, she was bitten on the buttock by a passing snake. This made her afraid to relieve herself outside anymore, and she still feels a bit repressed. A chamber pot. Jiang Chen shook his head. Seeing him shake his head, Bai Ning's expression darkened slightly, so even the great master Chinjo doesn't have such a thing. It's not that we don't have them, it's just that they're not high-end enough. I have this. Jiang Chen said, directly buying a ready-made train-specific toilet from the mall. Holy crap! Bai Ning exclaimed, her little face full of excitement. I'll buy this, boss. I'll buy it no matter how many gold coins you ask for. Bai Ning's beautiful eyes were full of hunger, she was truly starving. Jiang Chen's lips curled up, but this thing was a finished product, and it cost 18 train coins in the mall. 30 train tickets, Jiang Chen reluctantly gave a number. Okay. Bai Ning eagerly took out her train tickets to pay. After helping Bai Ning install the toilet, the two returned to their respective trains, with Bai Ning leaving the special train track first. Just as Jiang Chen was about to start the train, the rear door suddenly opened, and a dark figure slowly walked onto the train. Jiang Chen was taken aback, then a look of apprehension crossed his face. Passengers shouldn't be boarding at these special stops. Chapter 32, The Sandstorm Dragon. After boarding, the passenger seemed to glance at Jiang Chen before casually finding a seat. In this carriage, there was another passenger who hadn't gotten off yet. When the passenger saw this passenger, he moved slightly to the side, moving one seat away. This is apprehension. No, it should be more accurate to say fear. Jiang Chen realized that this new passenger, who was also a ghost, was likely a formidable character, as the previous passengers were wary of him. Therefore, he did not approach and start a conversation. Although he had an obligation to collect the fare, he figured this was someone he could not afford to offend. His intuition told him that even a death knight might not be able to kill him. Fortunately, the passenger didn't seem inclined to talk to Jiang Chen, he simply sat in his seat and did nothing else. Boom. As the train slowly moved forward, Jiang Chen returned to his position in the driver's cab. His next stop was a place called the Cave of 10,000 Snakes, a place that sounded very dangerous. Fortunately, I am currently quite strong and should be able to handle it. Before arriving at the Cave of 10,000 Snakes, Jiang Chen took another look at the loot from this two-player dungeon, and one of the equipment blueprints caught his attention. Name: Miraculous Armor Blueprint, Gold. Category: Armor. Description: Armor crafted from ancient tree branches, absorbs physical damage upon impact, except for elemental damage. Durability: 999. When he found the blueprint, he noticed that the glow emanating from it was golden, but he didn't have time to examine it further at the time. Looking at it now, it's surprisingly similar to the immunity ability used by that elite human-faced tree spirit back then. However, this armor is different from the previous equipment, it has a durability display. What does this mean? Jiang Chen was puzzled, so he sent a message to Fengdu. Sinking boat, what does it mean to have equipment with durability? Elegance: durable equipment is disposable, it cannot be repaired and will be unusable once its durability is used up. Fengdu: wow, you got your hands on this kind of equipment. What grade is it? The sunken boat, golden. Elegance: holy crap. It's gold, wow, that's amazing. Jiang Chen did not reply further and instead closed the chat interface. It turned out to be a one-time use item. He said that the effect of this item was too overpowered, absorbing physical attacks, which was very similar to the effect of his ghost body ability, except that the only difference was that the ghost body lasts for a limited time, while this equipment is limited to a limited number of uses. He was initially regretting the cooldown time of ghost body, because sometimes, immunity to physical attacks is indeed necessary to maintain one's condition. However, once the ghost body is activated, the ability will enter a cooldown period after 10 seconds. If the fight can't be resolved in 10 seconds, it'll be very frustrating. But today, this magical armor was a complete surprise to him. If he encountered any damage that he had to avoid, he could use the magical armor's ability. Using it in combination with ghost body can greatly solve the problems you encounter in your daily battles. However, the materials used to forge this golden equipment are truly outrageous. 20 sturdy flower branches, 1 rose heart, 5 cloud threads, 1 wonder stone. The first material is easy to find, it drops in the flower forest. Although the quantity is insufficient, knowing where the material is located means that it can be collected later. I reckon I can get my hands on the cloud woven thread too. The only 2 materials, the heart of a rose and the heart stone, were things he had never heard of before. He also asked Fengdu, who had never seen them either, so it seemed unlikely that he would be able to obtain these 2 materials in a short period of time. Putting that idea aside for the time being, Jiang Chen turned his attention to a few other things. Another thing that attracted him was the so-called crisis fruit. Name: Crisis Fruit. Category: Food. Introduction: taking this product will allow you to know the crisis you are about to face. Seeing the fruit's effect, Jiang Chen's lips curled up. So the reason that Giant Tree Boss was avoiding him was because of this fruit. That's something interesting. Jiang Chen picked up a fruit, hesitated for a moment, then put it in his mouth. The sour taste of the fruit melted in his mouth, and he closed his eyes. If he were to eat one at this moment, he would be wary of the passenger behind him. As the effects of the fruit gradually took hold, images that did not belong to his memories began to appear in Jiang Chen's mind. A giant earth dragon suddenly emerged from the train tracks and began relentlessly chasing and attacking a train, which turned out to be his death train. The effects of the crisis fruit wore off, and Jiang Chen opened his eyes, hurriedly walking towards the back of the train. As he passed the passenger carriage, his gaze paused slightly. There was only one passenger left in the entire carriage. He looked at the dark shadow, which seemed to be looking at him as well. He vaguely felt that the shadow was smiling at him. But he wasn't in the mood to care about the guy and headed straight for the back of the train. As the train door opened, a wild wind raged outside, and at the end of the train tracks, yellow sand swept across the landscape, within which a huge figure could be vaguely seen surging. It really was something I saw using the crisis fruit. Jiang Chen's heart sank. This thing was extremely destructive, capable of shaking even a train. He wondered what level of power it possessed. I remember Fengdu mentioned before that a train was attacked by a monster, so this must be something like this. He activated the legendary glasses, peering into the shadowy figures amidst the sandstorm. Name: Sandstorm Earth Dragon. Level: LV10. Attack: S. Defense: S. Spirit: E. Description: a ground dragon that lurks near railway tracks, specifically targeting passing trains. Its attack and defense capabilities are extremely formidable. Upon seeing the message, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. LV10. This was the first time he had encountered a monster whose level had reached double digits, and judging from its attributes, it was among the best of all monsters of the same level. He might be difficult to deal with. However, upon opening the map, he realized he wasn't far from the lost kingdom of Landis, and the Death Knight absolutely could not be used again. I can only rely on myself now. Jiang Chen said thoughtfully, taking out his frost blade. He shook his head, put the gun away, and then took out his hunting rifle. The sandstorm dragon is still some distance away, and only long-range weapons can inflict effective damage. He first filled his shotgun with bullets, enchanted them with the power of frost gems, and then fired 2 shots at the sand dragon. The bullet hit, and the speed of the sand dragon decreased rapidly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen activated the legendary glasses and adjusted them to a great distance before he could see the sandstorm dragon. He couldn't help but twitch his lips, almost forgetting that the train was in a normal running process, so the crisis of the sandstorm dragon was solved. I suggest you stop and kill it, otherwise it will follow you relentlessly. The frost gem's slowing effect is indeed very strong, but it also limits your vision. The sand dragon is very fast, and it will catch up once the frost effect ends. The shadowy figure in the passenger compartment walked up to Jiang Chen. Chapter 33, Earthenware Jewels. The sudden sound startled Jiang Chen. Upon seeing that it was that passenger, he immediately frowned warily. Don't be so nervous. I'm just hitching a ride with you to the final stop. I don't have any romantic feelings for you, Yu Ying said calmly. The final stop. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. This was the 3rd time he had heard of the final stop. However, given Shadow's strength, he probably wouldn't have any reason to lie to himself, so what he said should be true. What about the fare? Jiang Chen rubbed his nose. It's quite a distance from here to the final stop. Travel fare. Yu Ying was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Jiang Chen to ask this question. Just as he was about to reply, he suddenly felt a strong pressure on the train, which startled him. Your train? A train? Jiang Chen looked at the dark figure with a puzzled expression. It's nothing, I'll give you the fare later, and I'm sure you'll be satisfied, said Yu Ying. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded and returned to the driver's cab to stop the train. The first time I stepped onto the ground in the train aisle, it felt soft under my feet, like sand. At the end, the yellow sand gradually reappeared, and Jiang Chen approached with his frost blade in hand. According to Yu Ying, the sandstorm dragon had already locked onto his train, and if he didn't act decisively, it would indeed be a huge problem. Even if the frost gem can slow it down and keep it falling behind, it will be a huge problem as long as it catches up. Moreover, if it attacks the train while he is exploring the station, he will not even be able to come back to help. Therefore, the sandstorm and earthworm problem must be solved here. Roar. With a deafening roar, the sand dragon caught up, its gaping maw full of serrated teeth, resembling a worm-like monster. This thing deserves to be called an earth dragon. Jiang Chen twisted his neck, drew his frost blade, and threw it directly at the surface of the sandstorm dragon. The sharp blade, damaged by the ice element, sliced through the sandstorm dragon's body and embedded itself directly into its skin. However, Jiang Chen had already enchanted the frost blade with the power of the frost gem. With such a blade embedded in its body, the speed of the sandstorm dragon would be limited to the maximum extent. Moreover, this angle is extremely tricky. The sandstorm earthworm's body makes it impossible for it to remove the frost blade. Having achieved the first step, Jiang Chen quickly retreated. He fired several shots in quick succession, the bullets of which were also enchanted. When dealing with monsters of this level, he couldn't be stingy with the durability of the frost gem. What he needs to do is limit the speed of the sand dragon, only in this way can he have a chance to finish it off. The firing of bullets wasn't the end of it, he then took out the frost staff. Frost. The incantation was chanted from his mouth, causing the speed of the sand dragon to decrease again and again, until it was almost as slow as a tortoise crawling. Jiang Chen's lips curled up in a smile. For such a behemoth, the advantage lies in its speed. The sand dragon continued its pursuit, but all its attacks missed. It seemed to realize that its speed was being suppressed, and began to shake wildly on the ground, eager to shake off the frost blade. The frost blade wobbled slightly. Jiang Chen would never give him that chance. He picked up his hunting rifle and fired several shots at the sand dragon's glasses. With his attack power, he actually shattered one of its eyeballs. This seems to be his weakness. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. This sand dragon didn't just have one pair of eyes, it had at least dozens of them covering its mouth. This time, we're going to have to use up all our old ammunition, Jiang Chen thought to himself, and simply took out the flame gem. The enchantment was applied to the gun barrel, and several more shots were fired, hitting several of the sandstorm dragon's eyes. Flames began to burn along its eyeballs, and the sand dragon let out a miserable cry, twisting its body wildly, causing the ground to rumble and tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Watching the rampant flames, Jiang Chen waited. The fire gem was far more powerful than the ice gem. After a while, the burning would surely reduce the sand dragon's defense and health by a lot. But soon, something strange happened. The flames on this sand dragon began to die out, and its attacks began to affect the soil, leaving Jiang Chen trapped and unable to escape. Earth element. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes as he watched the writhing earth, and then retreated swiftly. He had researched the information on this sand dragon, it couldn't possibly have earth elemental attack capabilities. But he couldn't think about that right now because of the earth elemental attacks, which trapped him in a quagmire. The speed advantage gained from using the frost gem was completely lost at this moment. The sandstorm dragon kept approaching, to the point that even Jiang Chen himself was in trouble. After all, it was a level 10 monster, and he might not be able to withstand it. At this point, Jiang Chen had practically revealed all his cards. Whoosh! A beam of black light suddenly pierced through the body of the sandstorm dragon, and instantly, the sandstorm dragon collapsed to the ground. At this stage, you are indeed very strong, Shadow said. It's just a pity that this sandstorm dragon has an earth energy gem inside it, and with the level 10 suppression, it's normal that you are no match for it. Earth energy gem. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly. Besides the frost gem, you also have a flame gem. Frost is characterized by dispelling, fire by destroying, and earth element gems by regeneration. It can provide you with a continuous source of power. It can also serve as the central energy source for trains, driving all energy-powered furniture. Consider this my payment for your ride, Yu Ying said calmly. Jiang Chen looked at the yellowish-brown gem and realized that he had just been about to use the Death Knight when Shadow made his move. Is this the fare he paid for his own ride? That's pretty good. You have defeated the Sand Dragon, gaining 180 experience points. Drops: Earth Energy Gem *1, Earth Dragon Hide *1, Earth Dragon Saliva *1. Server-wide announcement: Sinking Boat has become the first player on the entire server to slay the Sandstorm Dragon, and has received a special reward, a golden treasure chest. The sudden broadcast caught Jiang Chen off guard. He hadn't expected that killing this thing would reward him with a golden treasure chest. Speaking of which, it seems there were a few treasure chests I didn't open when I cleared the Snowstorm Manor last time. I can open them together with this golden treasure chest when I go back later. Wow, Shenzhou is at it again. This is nothing unusual. Didn't they break a record for a 2-player team dungeon this morning? Shenzhou is practically a god in our server. That only means we're ranked in our district, In other districts, we might not even be ranked. I think you're just being sour grapes. Hey, Chinzhou, help me out. Children, battle orders are not being delivered here. This caused another stir in the chat channel. Jiang Chen ignored the chatter and looked at Yu Ying instead. Does the Earth Energy Gem drop from every Sand Dragon? Dream on. Out of thousands of Sand Dragons, only one has a chance of dropping an Earth Energy Gem, Shadow said calmly. Earth Energy Gems can only be obtained by killing Sand Dragons. Jiang Chen asked again. I have a feeling that this Shadow knows a lot. While he's talking to me now, I might be able to ask him for more information. Chapter 34, Clearing the Cave of 10,000 Serpents. That's not true. There are many ways to obtain Earth Energy Gems, but killing the Sand Dragon is currently the most reliable method. Of course, only one Sand Dragon drops from thousands of Sand Dragons, so the drop rate is quite low, but it's still better than those elusive ways to obtain them, said Shadow. So, besides these three, what other gemstones are there? Jiang Chen asked again. As for gems, besides the frost, fire, and earth energy gems you have, there are also lightning, wood element, undead, gold patterns, wind-seeking gems, and so on. However, I suggest you obtain a necromancer's gem before you go to the fallen kingdom of Landis. The Shadow seemed to chuckle a few times. You know I'm going to the land of the destroyer? Jiang Chen exclaimed in surprise. Not only that, you also bear the curse of the snowfield, a place from which there is no return. Shadow shook his head. Good luck. After saying that, Yu Ying leisurely returned to the train. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. The shadowy figure only told him to get a necromancer's gem, but didn't say how he could obtain it. Oh, by the way, the only effective way to obtain undead gems is through the Tomb of the Dead, but the drop rate is extremely low. You might get one after clearing it a few hundred times, Shadow suddenly added. Tomb of the Dead. Jiang Chen made a mental note of it and then returned to the train. Fengdu, wow, that's amazing. What exactly is that sandstorm dragon? Fengdu is here to gather information again. Shenzhou, do you remember when you said a train was attacked? Grace, oh. So, the sandstorm dragon you killed was. Shenzhou, yeah, be careful if you encounter them. The sand dragon in our area is around level 10. Elegance, LV 10. Wow, you can even kill monsters of this level. Jiang Chen did not reply and closed the chat interface. At that moment, a voice announcement sounded. The next train arrives at 10,000 Snake Cave. Number of passengers arriving this time, 0. Train stop time, 20 minutes. Jiang Chen had planned to open the treasure chests he had, but since the train was about to arrive at its destination, he had to temporarily give up and wait for it to arrive. A 20-minute stop is neither a long nor a short time. We've arrived at the Cave of 10,000 Snakes. Passengers disembarking, please take your luggage and belongings with you and disembark in an orderly manner. As the train's announcement rang out, the train doors slowly opened, and a blast of cold air rushed out. However, the special snow robe he was wearing had a certain effect of immunity to cold, so he didn't feel too cold standing in the cold wind. However, despite the bright sunshine, the Serpent Cave is so cold and damp. It's unclear whether this is due to the weather in the entire train game world or the geographical features of the Serpent Cave itself. Legendary glasses, activate. Jiang Chen said calmly. There is no fog in this cave of 10,000 snakes, which means there is no boss, making things much simpler. Once the Legend Eye was activated, he quickly discovered the monsters hidden in the area. Target, cold-blooded venomous snake. Level, LV3. Attack, B. Defense, C. Spirit, D. Description, a venomous snake hidden in the cave of 10,000 poisons, its mouth is filled with cold, if it accumulates to a certain level, it will freeze and kill the victim. It's another poisonous species. Jiang Chen raised his hunting rifle. He had experience dealing with this kind of monster, and shooting it was the most effective way. With his current attack attributes, a single bullet could easily kill a venomous snake. What followed was a simple and straightforward hunt. Within minutes, he had killed no fewer than dozens of venomous snakes, but they continued to emerge from the cave in droves. A level 3 monster gives 15 experience points. After this hunt, my experience points have increased by 600 or 700. but it's not over yet. Jiang Chen's lips curled up. It seemed that the number of monsters in all the dungeons was not the same. Previously, at the stations he encountered, killing 10 or 20 regular monsters would trigger the appearance of elite monsters. However, the 10,000 Snake Cave shows no signs of stopping. This should be considered a pretty good dungeon for leveling up. Nearly 100 venomous snakes died under Jiang Chen's gun before the notification sound for the elite monster was finally heard. You killed too many frost venomous snakes, attracting the attention of the great frost venomous snake. Hiss. Two much larger, venomous snakes appeared, staring at Jiang Chen with fierce eyes. Judging by their size, these must be the parents of those small venomous snakes from earlier. They really can reproduce. Jiang Chen made a sarcastic remark, then fired several shots in quick succession, filling the air with the smell of gunpowder. The two large, newly appeared venomous snakes fell into pools of blood. You have killed the Great Cold Serpent, experience points plus 50. You have killed the Great Cold Serpent, experience points plus 50. Dropped items, 2 tough snakeskins, 1 cold-quenching agent. After killing the 2 venomous snakes, the train stop was almost over, and Jiang Chen hurriedly returned to the train. This trip was very fruitful. Although there were no useful drops, I gained over 1,000 experience points. Name, Jiang Chen. Level, LV5, 1766/3500. Identity, Train Owner, Death Train. Attack, 257, plus 191. Defense, 365, plus 305. Spirit, 520, plus 400. Talent, Ghostly Body. Review, a very lucky newbie. The speed at which he was about to upgrade to level 6 was also much faster, which made him very happy. However, on his way back to the train, he noticed 2 shadowy figures on the platform, but they seemed to be afraid of something and dared not get on the train. These undead are his main source of extra income. One of the frost gems he currently possesses comes from a snow elf undead. Now, none of these spirits dare to get on the vehicle. The culprit is obvious. Shadow. He went straight to the car and confronted the shadow. In the passenger compartment, Yuying was looking out the window when he saw Jiang Chen and asked in a questioning tone. The shadowy figure had always been quite friendly towards me. But this reaction definitely doesn't mean he's someone who can be friend-zoned. If I'm not mistaken, he must have been subject to some kind of restriction, which is why he treated me so peacefully. Where is the passenger who was on my bus earlier? He asked, squinting. He had forgotten about this incident because of the Sandstorm Dragon incident, but now that he thinks about it, the disappearance of his passenger is definitely related to the shadow. This guy is completely different from ordinary undead passengers. Oh, you mean that? I was a little hungry, so I ate it. Yuying pointed to her stomach as an indication. You ate it. Jiang Chen's lips twitched violently. Chapter 35, The Disguised Player. Yes, I'm really hungry, Shadow said softly. His nonchalant manner made it seem as if he had simply had a meal. Jiang Chen also began to understand the role this ghost played among the undead. No wonder the passengers below wouldn't get on the train. It turned out there was a great gourmet in the carriage, so who would dare to board? If you do this, what about my passengers? Jiang Chen asked calmly, knowing that he was no match for ghost strength. All we can do is discuss it. Shadow glanced at the passengers waiting to board below the train and smiled. In this entire district, you're the only death train. They'll have to get on sooner or later. Upon hearing Yuying's words, Jiang Chen's gaze turned somewhat hostile. If that's what he says, then he might just have to let the Death Knight out for a spin. As everyone knows, Death Train's greatest strength is not its talent, but the things its passengers bring. It is these things that allowed it to safely get through the early stages and grow to its current strength. However, the appearance of the shadowy figure made the passengers behind him afraid to board the bus, which would be an unspeakable obstacle to his growth. Therefore, even at the risk of using the Death Knight, he had to find a way to get the shadow off the vehicle. Seeing Jiang Chen's expression, Yuying shook her head helplessly. All right, at worst I won't eat your passengers. It's just a matter of being hungry for a while. Jiang Chen continued to look at him. Even if you promise not to eat them, as long as you're still in the car, these spirits won't dare to get on. Shadow shrugged. All right then, I'll take off my disguise, is that all right? After speaking, the shadowy figure suddenly changed. The black undead state disappeared, and he transformed into a handsome young man dressed in black casual clothes. Jiang Chen was taken aback. You're not a ghost. When did I ever say I was an undead? Shadow said calmly. Jiang Chen frowned. Then you. I'm telling the truth. Getting into your car is just a free ride. Compared to that rich woman with a little money, I think you have more potential to reach the final destination. Shadow interrupted Jiang Chen. Young rich woman. Jiang Chen immediately realized that he must have been referring to White Lemon. I wanted to ask, are you a player? Jiang Chen shook his head. He didn't doubt the truthfulness of what Yu Ying had said earlier. Yes. Shadow nodded. Jiang Chen thought to himself, as expected, in a place like this, besides NPCs, there are only other players. This guy's behavior from the beginning was unlike those undead passengers. He seemed more like a player. Now that he had shed his disguise, Jiang Chen felt even more that he was a player rather than an NPC. So, why are you in the newbie zone? Jiang Chen asked the question that had been on his mind. Given Shadow's strength, he is clearly not a player from their region. He is definitely a veteran player. Oh, I was originally going to clear a special dungeon, but something unexpected happened on the way and the train broke down, so I used a cross-region card to take the train, but I didn't expect to end up in the new region, Yu Ying explained casually. Train tickets can be reimbursed. Jiang Chen looked at him skeptically. Of course, you don't think the train is a permanent shield, do you? Shadow said jokingly. Then what do you mean by pretending to be an undead and getting into my car? Jiang Chen asked, frowning. What he said made sense and could be trusted, but the act of disguising himself as an undead was somewhat suspicious. Don't misunderstand, the identity of the dead was a disguise I made to evade pursuit when the train was decommissioned. When I met you, seeing that you were on the death train, I didn't intend to reveal it. I was planning to secretly. But now that you've discovered it, there's no harm in going back to normal. Shadow shrugged. Then what you said about eating the undead? Jiang Chen asked again. That's true. I have the identity of a demon hunter, which allows me to devour the undead to restore my strength, Shadow replied. Identity. Jiang Chen looked at him. You can't access this right now. You'll find out when you get to the final station. Also, the train can be repaired at the final station, but it will consume a lot of resources. But I'm just unlucky, so I can only hitch a ride to the final station now, said Shadow. At this point, Jiang Chen's questions had been answered to some extent. After the Shadow removed his undead disguise, the two passengers below boarded the vehicle. It's likely that the ghost hunter the Shadow mentioned was his undead disguise. It's moved, you stay here, Jiang Chen said, turning to leave. Wait, I've already laid it all out on you, so you don't need to stay in this passenger car anymore, right? Shadow caught up and said with a smile. Where do you want to go? Jiang Chen glanced at him. He figured out that this guy's cross-region card must have some restrictions, or rather, there would be certain restrictions in the newbie zone, under which he couldn't attack him. Otherwise, with this guy's strength, he could have just robbed the train. Why would he be here chattering away? Let me go to the living quarters, you know I'm a demon hunter, and if I can't resist disguising myself and transforming, I might end up doing something to you two passengers. Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched upon hearing this. This B************* D was making a blatant threat. There's no living quarters left, but I'm planning to upgrade the train again, and you can stay in the extra living quarters then. Jiang Chen's lips curled up, and he looked at Yu Ying with a somewhat malicious gaze. Shadow sensed the ill-intentioned gaze and became wary. You kid, you don't actually want me to provide you with materials to upgrade the train, do you? It's okay, you can continue sitting in the passenger car without any problem. It's just that a hard seat all the way to the final stop won't be a very pleasant experience. Jiang Chen shook his head and turned to leave. Wait a minute. Shadowy said with a helpless expression, I'll provide the materials, you upgrade, okay. Anyway, your trains as beginners probably haven't been upgraded much, so you don't need many materials. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, that's quite true. His train is currently only at level 2, and the upgrade materials he needs are probably several hundred steel pieces and various other miscellaneous materials. Compared to when he first entered the game, these materials were undoubtedly astronomical, but now Jiang Chen can present them with something respectable. So, when he got to the driver's cab, he first upgraded the train. Congratulations. Your train has been upgraded to level 3. You have obtained 1 living quarters car and 1 storage car. At this moment, Yu Ying sat down and was slightly stunned when he saw the level 3 train. Was your train just a class 3? I remember it being class 2. He looked at Jiang Chen suspiciously. Of course, it's always been level 3, Jiang Chen said calmly. The current upgrade materials are 1,000 parts steel, 300 parts alloy, 50 parts refined copper, and 100 parts concentrate. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's offer, Yu Ying's lips twitched slightly. Even if he wanted to take out these materials, it would be a painful expense. You're ruthless. But remembering that he had promised, he could only swallow his pride and bear it. Chapter 36, The Newbie Zone Incident. Shadow contributed the materials, which Jiang Chen accepted entirely, and then poured them all into the train upgrade. The train is undergoing upgrades. Train upgrade successful. The Ghostly Body talent has been upgraded. Ghostly Body, after using Ghostly Body, grants immunity to physical and elemental damage, and increases the duration to 20 seconds. Congratulations on acquiring a new personal talent, Death Blind Box. Ghost Blind Box, there is a chance to obtain a Ghost Blind Box after defeating a target. It may contain unexpected items, or it may contain cursed items. Your train has been upgraded to level 4, adding 1 living quarters car and 1 storage car. The level 4 train has also been upgraded. With 2 consecutive upgrades, Jiang Chen felt an unparalleled sense of comfort. Freebies are always the best. Among the materials needed to upgrade the level 4 train, there were some new ones with names he had never heard of before. If he were to collect them himself, it would probably take him a while. With Shadow, the sucker, it would be much faster. What? You look so happy. Did you get a new talent after upgrading the train? Shadow suddenly asked. Jiang Chen's lips curled up. Is it that obvious? His mouth is practically stretched to his ears, Ghost Shadow said speechlessly. Speaking of which, I've done you a considerable favor, haven't I? He added. Jiang Chen's eyes immediately sharpened. What do you mean? Seeing Jiang Chen's cautious demeanor, Yu Ying's eyelids twitched slightly. It's nothing special, I just hope that you can join my guild after you reach the final destination. Another guild. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. You know about guilds? Shadow was also a little surprised. People in the newbie zone shouldn't know about that. Could there be something that would shock Yu Ying? Jiang Chen simply nodded in acknowledgement. After all, that's what he said. What can he do if he doesn't admit it? How did you know? Shadow asked with great interest. Never mind, I have plenty of strength and means. Jiang Chen lay leisurely on a leather sofa. Yu Ying smiled, not minding at all, and sat down like Jiang Chen. Actually, in all the times I've been to the newbie zone, you are the most promising newbie I've ever met, without a doubt, Yu Ying said calmly. Thank you for the compliment. Jiang Chen was as thick-skinned as ever. Especially the speed at which you acquire gems, even some veteran players probably don't have as many gems as you, Ghost Shadow exclaimed. Jiang Chen remained silent, unconcerned that Yu Ying might try to snatch it. Given how easily Shadow killed that sandstorm dragon, if they wanted to kill me and steal my things, they would have done so already. At least, he won't make a move before reaching the final destination, presumably due to some kind of protection mechanism in the beginner area. But whether this shadowy figure will turn against them at the final destination is really hard to say. It seems we need to prepare for this as soon as possible. So, I'm sincerely inviting you to join my guild. The guild needs a promising newcomer like you. Shadow's eyes were very sincere. What if I don't join when we reach the final destination? Jiang Chen said calmly. Upon hearing this, Yu Ying frowned but shook her head. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, even if you don't join my guild at the final stop, I won't harm you. The final destination is in grave danger right now, not a time for players to fight each other. You may not understand what I'm saying now, but you'll understand why when you get to the final destination. Listening to Yu Ying's words, Jiang Chen felt a wave of desolation wash over him. He felt that what Yu Ying said was probably true, because Ning Feiyue had invited him to join her guild in the same way before she left, and now Yu Ying was inviting him in the same way. He even felt that the frequency with which veteran players entered the newbie zone was completely abnormal. He even suspected that these people were pretending to enter the newbie zone to clear dungeons, but actually to select new players. If that's really the case, it can only mean that the situation at the terminal has reached a critical point, to the point that there's a shortage of new players and an urgent need for fresh blood. However, the shadowy figure clearly didn't tell him what happened at the final stop. Jiang Chen simply shook his head, no longer considering these things. Since the final stop was so critical, his primary task now was to improve his strength as much as possible in the beginner area. Player Pisces has used a zone fusion card. This newbie zone will merge with newbie zone number 13 in 1 hour. Trains will meet at that time. Please be prepared, protect your train, and ensure it runs normally. A notification tone suddenly sounded. The sudden sound made Yu Ying stand up, her eyes filled with shock. What's wrong? Jiang Chen looked at him strangely. He had never seen him so shocked since he met him in person. The 12 constellations actually intervened and merged with your district. Shadow frowned deeply. What does fusion mean? What are the 12 constellations? Jiang Chen also sensed something was wrong and couldn't help but ask. Let me put it this way, when you enter this beginner area, there should be a message saying that all train tracks are one way and there won't be any collisions, right? Shadow said. There is indeed such a warning. What? Could it be that regional merging will cause a train collision? Jiang Chen's pupils shrank. If that were the case, it would be outrageous. That's not necessarily true. It's just that a one-way track will become a multi-track track. That means there might be other trains on the track next to you. If the other train is traveling faster than you, then in a sense, it has the ability to attack you, said Yu Ying. But didn't you say that the current situation is no longer suitable for players to kill each other? Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask back. That applies to us veteran players. Almost all veteran players who have reached the final destination have reached a tacit agreement that players are not allowed to kill each other except in special circumstances. But in the newbie zone, you don't know this, so there are countless instances of players fighting over things in the newbie zone, Shadow explained. Jiang Chen suddenly realized something, so, the key point is who the hunter is, or rather, which area is the hunter. What's our district number? Yu Ying was very impressed with Jiang Chen's quick reaction, but her expression was somewhat serious. You are in the 18th newbie zone, which opens 5 days later than the 13th newbie zone. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Chen's lips twitched slightly, meaning they were the prey. Player Scorpio has used a zone fusion card. This newbie zone will merge with newbie zone number 12 in 1 hour. Trains will meet at that time. Please be prepared, protect your train, and ensure it runs normally. Player Libra has used a zone fusion card. This newbie zone will merge with newbie zone 11 in 1 hour. Trains will meet at that time. Please be prepared, protect your train, and ensure it runs normally. Just as Yu Ying finished speaking, 2 more notification sounds suddenly rang out, making Yu Ying's expression extremely interesting. Damn it, you guys in the newbie zone on the 18th have violated the heavenly rules. Chapter 37, A Three-Way Struggle. Jiang Chen's expression also changed slightly. If he heard correctly, 3 newbie zones had merged with their server, and these were all zones that were ranked higher than theirs. No matter how you look at it, this seems like a targeted attack. If I'm not mistaken, someone in your area must have offended someone from the 12 constellations. But let's be honest, how could any player in your newbie area possibly have the ability to offend someone from the 12 constellations? Yu Ying asked, her face full of doubt. What? Is this 12 zodiac signs very powerful? Jiang Chen asked. They're one of the top guilds in the final destination, a level that most guilds can't afford to mess with. Wait, don't tell me you're the one who messed with the 12 constellations. Shadow suddenly spoke up. Jiang Chen had doubts, but still thought it couldn't be him, since besides Yu Ying, he had only ever interacted with Ning Feiyue, a player from another region. Given Ning Feiyue's final attitude towards me, she shouldn't have done something like this. But it's hard to say for sure. After all, he didn't ask which guild Ning Feiyue belonged to. Maybe she really was the one who did this. I don't know. Jiang Chen shook his head, then looked at Yu Ying, a slight smile playing on his lips. What? You seem quite afraid of the people from the 12 constellations. Are you no match for them? What a joke. Yu Ying curled her lips. With my strength, I can easily deal with any one of the 12 constellations. It's just that those people have no sportsmanship and always gang up on each other. I learned my lesson once before. Oh, so it's a case of once bitten, twice shy, Jiang Chen said sarcastically. Hee hee, you have time to mock me, but you'd better pray for your own good fortune. If the 12 constellations are really targeting you, then you'll definitely be targeted by players from these regions. You've probably noticed, haven't you? A lot of veteran players frequent the newbie zone, precisely because they're there to recruit promising new players. Of course not, I was genuinely teleported to your server by accident, Ghost Shadow said calmly. Jiang Chen nodded silently. Speaking of which, is it only possible that someone offended one of the 12 zodiac signs? Could there be other reasons, he asked again. Shadow pondered for a moment, then his expression suddenly changed slightly. There really is another possibility, and that is a regional dungeon. Area instance. Jiang Chen looked puzzled once again at this unfamiliar term. So-called regional dungeons are dungeons that only spawn in specific newbie or growth areas. These dungeons have a chance to drop legendary equipment. Perhaps it's because the 12 constellations have their eye on a certain area dungeon that's about to refresh in your region, which is why they're merging so many areas. And I'm afraid this area dungeon is quite difficult, otherwise the 12 constellations wouldn't have gone to such lengths, said Yu Ying. You mean, there will be players in these newbie zones who will help them get that equipment? Jiang Chen asked. Yes, they must have selected players. As a pledge of loyalty to join the 12 constellations, they'll most likely help them clear that dungeon, said Shadow. As is customary, once the rankings for your region are released, the 12 constellations should also send players from other regions to select suitable players to join the 12 constellations. However, they obviously can't wait, which means that the regional dungeon is likely to open soon. I understand. So, regional instances, like the other instances, appear on their respective tracks? Jiang Chen asked. No, when the zone instance is opened, it will lock all eligible players. A button will appear in the cockpit of these players, which can directly lead to the zone instance. Of course, those who are too weak shouldn't bother with this, Shadow replied. Meets the requirements. Jiang Chen realized that this was the key. Yes, the newbie zone dungeons will only select new players as eligible players, while the growth zone dungeons will only select experienced players as eligible players. The players in those newbie zones are just like those in your newbie zone number 18, they're still in the newbie phase. The 12 constellations are taking advantage of this loophole to merge your zones. As long as the new players they cooperate with are strong enough, they are determined to get this area dungeon. As it stands, it seems that only the 12 constellations have made a move, and the other guilds don't seem to be competing for it. Yu Ying seemed thoughtful, and you could vaguely hear a sense of watching the show from his tone. Are you saying that other guilds might make a move? Jiang Chen asked. Pretty much, unless those guys just sit idly by and let the 12 constellations take the rewards from this area's dungeon, Shadow said calmly. Player, Vermilion Bird, has used a zone fusion card. This beginner zone will merge with beginner zone number 10 in 1 hour. Trains will meet at that time. Please be prepared, protect your train, and ensure its normal operation. Player White Tiger has used a zone fusion card. This newbie zone will merge with newbie zone number 9 in 1 hour. Trains will meet at that time. Please be prepared, protect your train, and ensure it runs normally. Player Red Moon has used a zone fusion card. This newbie zone will merge with newbie zone number 7 in 1 hour. Trains will meet at that time. Please be prepared, protect your train, and ensure it runs normally. As soon as Yu Ying finished speaking, several notification sounds rang out, and the smile on Yu Ying's face instantly deepened. The 8 Fiends Palace and the July Society have also made their move. It seems that this area dungeon in your region is really attractive. I bet it's at least one legendary item, Tisk TSK, maybe even more than one. Listening to Yu Ying's words, Jiang Chen had a vague feeling that a storm was brewing, and he had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Oh, and those treasure chests of his. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that he hadn't opened any of the treasure chests he had accumulated during this time, including 2 gold treasure chests and 4 or 5 silver treasure chests. Silver chests probably won't offer much of a boost, but gold chests might yield some good items. Seeing Jiang Chen take out 2 golden treasure chests, Yu Ying's eyes widened slightly. "You're something else, kid. This must be a record that was broken in the entire region, right?" Jiang Chen neither confirmed nor denied the claim. TSK, back in our newbie zone, I was quite the big shot." Shadow began to boast. Jiang Chen ignored him and opened the first golden treasure chest. "Congratulations on obtaining the golden desert eagle, purple. You have obtained the recipe, healing potion. You have obtained 1 tattered old garment. You have obtained some materials. You have received 18 train coins." Jiang Chen was delighted to find that the golden treasure chest contained a finished weapon, and it was even a ranged weapon. It was a good start. "So, there's 1 more golden treasure chest left. Let's open them all in one go. Where is Chapter 38 Despicable? Congratulations. You have obtained a Dark Dungeon Pass *1. You have obtained the skill book, Poison Making. You have obtained the recipe, White Bone Powder. You have obtained some materials. You have received 16 train coins. Poison Making Technique. What is this?" Jiang Chen was puzzled when he saw the item that had fallen from the golden treasure chest. "You got a skill book." Upon hearing this, Yu Ying, who was resting on the sofa, immediately came over. "How did you know?" Jiang Chen glanced at him. He had only mentioned the poison-making technique, but had not mentioned the skill book. Poison making is one of the skills. The probability of getting it from a gold treasure chest is only 0.001%. What incredible luck you have, kid. How did you manage to drive one of these? Yu Ying asked, his face full of envy. Then, his eyes darted around, and he revealed a malicious smile. "Will you sell this skill book?" "How much?" Jiang Chen asked with great interest. "I'll offer 1,000 train coins, how about it?" Shadow seemed very confident in the price he offered. Jiang Chen was taken aback. That valuable? That price is enough for him to buy back the estate owner's wife from the store. But not for sale. Jiang Chen coughed twice. "You won't sell?" Shadow's voice was noticeably louder. "You won't even sell it for 1,000 train coins? Do you know how many things that many train coins can buy in the personal shop?" "I know," Jiang Chen said calmly. 1,000 train coins can indeed buy a lot of things, but not skill books, right? Yu Ying looked at Jiang Chen with a strange gaze. "You kid, have you already opened your own shop?" "That's right," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "No wonder," Shadow muttered. Jiang Chen is right, 1,000 train coins is a considerable fortune, but skill books are priceless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to acquire the book in Jiang Chen's possession. Moreover, the name, Poison-Making Technique, sounds like it could be helpful in combat. If it were auctioned at the terminal station, it would definitely be snapped up. Now, he can only envy Jiang Chen for getting lucky. "Oh right, I think I have a few recipes for some kind of poison. Since I don't know how to make poison, I'll give them to you," Yu Ying said, taking out a few recipes and throwing them to Jiang Chen. "So kind of you." Jiang Chen was surprised. Given Yu Ying's personality, he doesn't seem like such a generous person. "Since I don't know how to make poisons, this stuff is just a waste of paper to me, but it might be useful to you. I guessed you would definitely go to that area dungeon, so this recipe is for you to save your life. I still hope you can take me to the final destination alive," Shadow said calmly. "I have a feeling that even if I die, you'll still ride in another player's car to the final destination." Jiang Chen chuckled. "This isn't nonsense. If you died, I'd definitely take someone else's car back. But I've finally met such an outstanding genius player like you, I don't want to see you die," Ghost Shadow sighed. Jiang Chen looked at him and suddenly smiled. "Don't worry, I won't die." He began to look through the poison formulas given to him by Yu Ying. When he saw the words, lily powder, and aphrodisiac poison, his lips twitched slightly. "No, are you sure this stuff can save my life?" "Of course," Yu Ying said without batting an eye. "Although this poison is tainted with color, the opponent will be too preoccupied to fight during the battle, and you'll be able to escape then, won't you? Especially effective against female players, this is an absolute weapon, so go ahead and use it. Isn't this a bit too despicable? Jiang Chen was still hesitant. What's so despicable about it? She's about to kill you, and you're still bothering with this nonsense. If all else fails, you can keep this thing. At worst, you can just throw it at her. At least she won't die from poisoning, is that all right? As he spoke, Shadow threw out a few more items. When Jiang Chen took a look, he was surprised to find that it was one of those toys, and its size was quite astonishing. His lips twitched again. Wait, you carry this thing with you too? You wouldn't. No way. I'm a real man, don't think this thing is so vulgar. Some players often ask me to ship privately. Shadow said calmly. Yu Ying returned to her living quarters, while Jiang Chen began to examine the remaining resources at his disposal. The poison in that white bone powder is very useful. When it is sprayed in battle, it can corrode flesh and blood to reveal the white bones, hence the name white bone powder. But the problem is that the ingredients need bone meal. This thing only drops from skeleton-type monsters. Back when he was at Shiratani Station, there were quite a few skeleton monsters, but he thought they were useless and didn't pick them up at the time. Now he realizes it was a real waste. However, he had a pass to the bone station, as well as several others. Oh, right. Jiang Chen suddenly realized something and cried out in alarm. He took out the pass for the underground current, and sure enough, it showed that it had expired, which made him very distressed. This is a dungeon recommended for level 10 players. Even ignoring the hidden mysterious rewards, the experience points alone are enough to give you a good time. But now the time limit has expired. At that time, I should still be at the Snowstorm Manor, so I would definitely miss this opportunity. By the way, I wonder if that guy Yu Ying has any ideas. Jiang Chen took the pass to find Yu Ying, who was playing a game with great enthusiasm, having somehow produced a gaming setup. I have an expired time pass, do you have any ideas? Jiang Chen asked directly. A limited time pass. Let me see it. Shadow put down the controller in his hand and asked curiously. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen handed the pass to Yu Ying. Underground River, Shadow muttered, actually, it's easy to handle. Don't you have a personal shop? There's something called a reset card in there. You can use it to reset the time of these limited time passes. However, sometimes the price of a reset card can be higher than the dungeon you want to enter, so you'd better think it over carefully. Okay, thank you. Jiang Chen nodded and returned to the living quarters at the front. He then went to the cockpit, opened the personal shop, and was slightly taken aback when he found the reset card. Just as Shadow had said, it was very expensive. A level 1 to 9 pass reset card costs 10 train coins. A level 10 to 19 pass reset card costs 20 train coins. Subsequent reset cards accumulate in multipliers, and in some ways, higher level reset cards are more cost-effective. No wonder Shadow reminded him to think it over carefully, but he still didn't want to miss this underground river, because train coins weren't too scarce for him. However, things like battle passes that can improve strength and gain experience are more important to him. Is this considered a way to increase strength by spending real money? I bought it. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Chen took the reset card and activated the pass to restore time. As a special train track appeared, Jiang Chen entered the underground current stop. Chapter 39, The Dark Blind Box revealed a talent. Damn, this kid's pretty fast. I just caught up with him and he used his pass. Unbeknownst to Jiang Chen, just as his train entered the underground station, a moving train appeared right next to his tracks. Inside the cockpit, a burly man was cursing and swearing. If I remember correctly, his speed should be around 200 kilometers per hour. I just need to keep my speed at that and wait for him to come out. The burly man's lips curled up. Meanwhile, in the number 18 beginner zone, some uninvited guests entered the multi-track system one after another. Underground River Station. Jiang Chen got off the train, and the familiar scene made him smile. He took out his newly acquired Golden Desert Eagle, held it in his hand, and then walked forward. The Golden Desert Eagle and the Old Hunter's shotgun are both firearms. The Golden Desert Eagle has the advantage of being small and exquisite, making it more convenient and practical, and its power is not much inferior. The only drawback is that it has a smaller magazine capacity than the old shotgun. But it's not a big problem. Walking again around the dark news, Jiang Chen vaguely sensed being watched, just like last time. So he used the legendary glasses, and instantly the situation at the bottom of the river became clear, and the giant elite salamander reappeared in his sight. Name: the mutant giant salamander. Level: LV4, Elite. Attack: A. Defense: S. Spirit: E. Skill: Rapid Regeneration. Evaluation: possessing extremely strong limb regeneration capabilities, coupled with formidable defensive attributes, it's virtually impossible for beginners to defeat it. Running away is strongly advised. Back then, he was chased away from the underground current by this thing. Its abnormal S-level defensive attributes were something he couldn't break through back then. But now, times have changed. Jiang Chen approached the riverbank with the golden desert eagle in hand, and the mutated giant salamander instantly began to thrash about in the water as it drew near. As the enormous black head emerged from the water, Jiang Chen's gunshot rang out at the same time, piercing the center of the mutated giant salamander's skull. Even though you have the ability to regenerate quickly, if I shoot you dead, you'll be blown up. Jiang Chen's attack attribute of over 200 points was far beyond what this mutated salamander could withstand. A single shot was enough to send it to meet its maker. Dropped item: Ghost Blind Box. A notification sound rang out, and Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback, not expecting that the first Ghost Blind Box would appear so quickly. This is his second talent. I thought it would be hard to trigger, but it was triggered by the first monster I killed after obtaining it. So the chance is quite high. He picked up the Ghost Blind Box from his hand. It was a small box that was completely black with some purple patterns, giving it a Pandora's box feel to it. I remember it was said that there was a chance of getting good items, but there was also a chance of getting dangerous things like curses. Of course, Jiang Chen has always been quite confident in his luck, and since the Ghost Blind Boxes have already been revealed, if he doesn't open them, wouldn't it be a waste of his chance to get them? Open. You opened the Ghostly Blind Box and gained a new talent: Rapid Regeneration. Rapid Regeneration: when you suffer physical injuries, your wounds will heal at a visible rate. Is this blind box for real? It's actually possible to unlock a talent. Indeed, such a talent has been added to his personal panel, which means that this Ghost Blind Box is serious and not a joke. Although this Ghost Blind Box isn't a combat-related talent, at this moment Jiang Chen felt it was even more awesome than a combat-related talent. The fact that he was able to unlock his talent alone establishes it as a god-level talent. Of course, it's not advisable to open the champagne too early. After all, one can imagine what kind of curse might be found in a Ghost Blind Box that can unlock talent. One can only hope that one won't encounter an overly terrifying curse in the short term. After Jiang Chen purchased a diving set from a personal shop because, according to the clues, the entrance to this so-called mysterious treasure should be at the bottom of the undercurrent. Fortunately, the diving equipment isn't too expensive, costing only 5 train coins. We descended all the way down. Jiang Chen saw a dark, gloomy cave entrance surrounded by overgrown aquatic plants. It seemed to be the so-called entrance. Once inside the deep cave entrance, everything went dark, and even the lighting equipment on the diving gear became useless. Being attacked by something in this environment would feel terrible, so Jiang Chen activated his legendary glasses again. Legend has it that these glasses not only have X-ray vision, but also come with night vision and infrared detection capabilities, truly deserving of the name of legendary quality equipment. As long as the line of sight extends, all crises can be prevented. Jiang Chen looked around. The cave was dark, narrow, and extremely long, but it didn't seem dangerous. Just as Jiang Chen was thinking, a long, black creature suddenly appeared in his line of sight, but the thermal imaging function did not detect it. Cold-blooded creatures. Jiang Chen realized the other party's identity and had already loaded his Desert Eagle. Target: Mutated Loach. Level: LV7. Attack: B. Defense: B. Spirit: C. Synopsis: the mutated loaches have grown tremendously in size, and they seem to be guarding some treasure. Upon seeing the information, Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. If there were monsters ahead, then behind him. He turned his head and saw that, sure enough, information about several monsters had popped up. Close combat underwater is obviously inconvenient, only long-range firearms can be effective. Jiang Chen simply took out his old hunting rifle as well. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bullets flew through the water, creating ripples that struck the giant loaches. Blood quickly spread through the water, and the loach carcasses began to sink to the bottom. Dropped item, Ghost Blind Box. After killing 5 loaches, a notification appeared indicating that items had been dropped. However, Jiang Chen didn't have time to pick up the items, he needed to leave the narrow passage as soon as possible. After firing several shots to clear the obstacles ahead, Jiang Chen began to swim with difficulty. Finally, the narrow cave passage ended, and the scenery in front of us opened up. It turned out to be a huge underwater coffin storage area. Once inside, the loaches moved even faster, and there were even faint sparks of electricity flashing underwater. Target, the mutated electric eel. Level, LV8. Attack, A+. Defense, B. Spirit, C. Synopsis: the mutated electric eels have grown enormously in size, and they seem to be guarding some treasure. Among a bunch of information about loaches, Jiang Chen caught a glimpse of this message and was completely stunned. Damn it. An electric eel. Chapter 40, The Treasure in the Coffin. Jiang Chen had to admit that he hadn't expected to encounter this kind of creature here. Electric eels are notorious, even a normal-sized one can electrocute an adult, let alone this 4 or 5 meter long one. This is outrageous. Frost. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen used the Frost Staff's energy once. Even if it required consuming the Frost Gem's energy to recharge, he couldn't risk it. The power of ice is especially effective in this water, spreading across the lake bed in an instant. Monsters that couldn't escape were all frozen inside. Although the electric eels tried to resist, ice cannot conduct electricity. In the end, the electric eel could only die with resentment. These monsters did not die immediately after being frozen, their life force was slowly disappearing as the ice sealed them, and they would die completely soon. He couldn't cancel the Frost Staff spellcasting until then. You have killed the mutated electric eel, experience points plus 120. You have killed. A surge of experience points brought me to within 1 step of reaching level 6. Jiang Chen stopped chanting the Frost Staff spell, but he did not let his guard down. Because these are just appetizers. The elite monsters and bosses in this area haven't appeared yet. Although the mist was not visible underwater, Feng Zhe felt that this kind of area couldn't possibly be guarded by only a few small monsters. As expected. The next moment, Jiang Chen heard a familiar notification sound. You have killed too many Dark Current creatures, attracting the attention of the Dark Current Overlord. Target, Abyssal Leech. Level, LV10. Attack, S. Defense, B. Spirit, B. Ability, Bloodthirsty Wounds. Wounds torn open by this ability cannot heal, leading to death from bleeding. What a magnificent Abyss Leech. Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly contracted as he saw a giant leech wriggling towards him from the dark water. Its dark brown exterior is covered with several black lines, and its blood-sucking mouth at the head looks like a toilet plunger. However, beneath those lips are numerous fine, downy teeth. If bitten by one, at least a layer of skin would be torn off. The Undercurrent Overlord. It should be referring to the final boss of this area, so there are only bosses here, no elite monsters, right? Then he can go all out without any scruples. Desert Eagle. He pulled out his golden Desert Eagle, quickly loaded it, and the trajectory of the bullet was clearly visible underwater, striking the Abyssal Leech's body squarely. Moreover, his accuracy is now terrifying. He has hit the leech's most prized spot, its blood-sucking mouth, with several consecutive shots. Although Jiang Chen is only level 5, his full set of rare equipment already allows him to deal damage to level 10 monsters. He had already tried this when dealing with the Sandstorm Dragon. The dark water gradually took on a bloody smell. But it is the leech of the deep abyss. Perhaps due to its unusual size, the Abyssal Leech emitted a sharp, explosive sound, which sounded like a demonic chant underwater. For a moment, Jiang Chen was somewhat unable to move. When he came to his senses again, the Abyss Leech was right next to him. He wanted to retreat, but the underwater limitations made it largely ineffective. The Abyssal Leeches clung to him like maggots, their ferocious mouths almost touching him, threatening to bite Jiang Chen's head if he wanted to see them. A ghostly body. Jiang Chen activated his talent, and the next moment his body seemed to become transparent. After the upgrade, the ghost body is not only immune to physical damage, but also immune to elemental damage. In short, no matter what kind of attack method this abyssal leech uses, it cannot cause any effective damage to itself. Of course, the abyss leech's ability to inflict blood wounds is very strong, but it is estimated that it will have little effect on Jiang Chen. After all, he has the ability to regenerate rapidly. Judging from the literal descriptions, these two abilities seem to be mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining. The abyssal leech's attack was already upon them, but unfortunately, it could only bite at air. Cut. The frost blade appeared in his hand, and the next moment it slashed down. Compared to firearms, the advantage of cold weapons may lie in their larger kill radius and deeper wounds. Perhaps in the past, cold weapons had little advantage over hot weapons. However, in this game world, with all monsters mutated and possessing incredibly strong defenses, melee weapons can sometimes inflict more widespread damage than firearms. For example, now. In long-range combat, pistols do have an advantage, but at this moment, the Abyss Leech has come to him willingly. With the blessing of the ghost body, he has completely unleashed himself. Oink oink. The sharp blade swung wildly underwater, slicing the Abyssal Leech's body in two. The damage from the icy poison greatly reduced the Abyssal Leech's body recovery speed. Before long, even the last part of its struggling body came to a standstill. You have killed the Abyss Leech, gaining 180 experience points. Your level has increased to LV6. Dropped items: Soft Carapace *1, Leech Teeth *1, Leech Nourished Essence Blood *1, Ghost Blind Box *1. A message came through his ear, and Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smile. But what kind of random things are these leeches dropping? Only the last Ghost Blind Box is somewhat interesting. He opened it, hoping that, like the blind box containing the mutated salamander, he could directly obtain a certain ability. But this time he wasn't so lucky. You received expired canned food. All right. Jiang Chen looked at the spoiled can of food and threw it directly into the water. He saw no reason to keep it. Because the most worthwhile thing underwater is never hunting a leech, but the so-called mysterious treasure. Right there, inside the coffin. Jiang Chen opened the legend glasses and scanned the coffins one by one. A cursed coffin, opening it will result in immediate death. A centuries-old giant zombie, level 32, is slumbering. He seems to be guarding some precious treasure, but with your current strength, it's best not to provoke him. This is a burial coffin containing some valuable items. It poses no danger. A centuries-old giant zombie, level 32, is slumbering. He seems to be guarding some precious treasure, but with your current strength, it's best not to provoke him. This is the main coffin. The body inside has long since decomposed, but some valuable treasures remain. There is no danger. There are 5 coffins, one of which is cursed, 2 of which contain level 32 zombie monsters, and the remaining 2 are harmless. Jiang Chen clicked his tongue in amazement. It was fortunate that he had the legendary glasses. If it were someone else who came here, even if they killed the leech, there would be a 2 in 5 chance. If you choose the wrong option, you're still doomed. It has to be said that this game world is too dangerous. Even the beginner area has such a bizarre mechanism. After expressing his feelings, Jiang Chen swam over to one of the coffins. It's time to experience the harvest. Chapter 41. You have no idea how awesome Boss Jinzhou is. You have opened the treasure within the coffin and obtained several burial ornaments. You have obtained Dragon Bone Jade Pendant, purple, *1. The first coffin he opened was the one with some nice items, including piles of ornaments, but most of them could only be sold for a small amount of money. In this kind of post-apocalyptic game, there might not even be many people willing to trade. Fortunately, there is still one decent piece of equipment, the accessory category. It does not conflict with his existing 7-piece frost armor set. Equipping it will further enhance his attributes. Afterwards, Jiang Chen swam to another coffin. That is, my main coffin containing precious treasures. According to the information given by the legendary glasses, the corpse in this coffin has already decomposed and poses no threat. With his immense strength, a burst of bubbles rose to the surface, and the scene within gradually became clear. It was a dried-up skeleton. You have obtained the treasures from the coffin, including several burial ornaments. You have obtained 1 energy crystal. You have obtained 1 skull heart. You have obtained the Necromancer's Staff Blueprint, Gold, *1. A blueprint for a golden weapon, a seemingly extremely rare material, and a charging crystal. What is this charging crystal? Jiang Chen took a closer look. Energizing crystal, can replenish rare gemstones with energy. Seeing this effect, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He's very familiar with gemstones. He had 3 of them, but the frost gem had been used up the most and was much dimmer than when he first acquired it. The fire gem and earth gem haven't been used very often. I was incredibly lucky to find a charging crystal here, which can fill the frost gem with some energy. The biggest gain from this trip is probably this charging crystal. As for the blueprint for that golden weapon, it's probably just as difficult to forge as the blueprint for the golden armor he has. After leaving the water, Jiang Chen returned to the train. Looks like you've had quite a haul, kid. Yu Ying glanced at him and chuckled. It's all right, Jiang Chen replied. This trip was quite fruitful. I not only leveled up to LV6, but also obtained a charging crystal and a blueprint for a golden weapon. There is no time limit for stopping in the underground currents this time. After regrouping, Jiang Chen did not immediately return to the original track, but instead reviewed the information he had overlooked during this period. The chat channel in the server is the most lively. What exactly does merging servers mean? Can someone explain it to me? You'll soon find out what it means. A message was sent by an avatar whose level could not be viewed. With Jiang Chen's skill level, he is far ahead of the rest of the beginner zone in Zone 18. However, they were unable to view the information on this chat avatar, which led them to conclude that this person was definitely not one of the players they had submitted to. Oh no, another train has appeared next to me. Damn it, we're all players, why are we fighting? Who's the player here? In this post-apocalyptic game, survival of the fittest is the only rule. What does this mean? Can players now attack each other? Weren't their tracks supposed to never intersect? If it were just players from our server, they wouldn't interact, but now that the servers have merged, the single-track system has become a multi-track system. What? Does that mean whoever's train is faster has more control? Damn, now that you mention it, I'm so envious of that guy who could go 400 kilometers per hour when the server launched. 400 kilometers is nothing, the best player in our region can cover 800 kilometers in an hour. Upon seeing these messages, Jiang Chen knew that most of the servers mentioned in those announcements had already been merged. New player zone number 18, players have played for 7 days. The leaderboard is now open, please check it out later. The leaderboard is updated every 7 days. Those on the leaderboard can receive generous rewards. This ranking reward will be sent to your in-game mailbox within 24 hours. Please remember to claim it. Players have been detected entering the fusion zone. The game will now enable team-up and parallel dungeon functionality. Suddenly, another district-wide notification appeared in everyone's chat box. The leaderboard is now open. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, he had heard Ning Feiyue mention this before. But he soon realized that opening the leaderboard at this time was not a good thing, because in addition to the players in the newbie zone on the 18th, there was a group of wolves eyeing them. The rankings are out. Damn it, where are the top players in our newbie zone number 18? Come and teach these bastards a lesson. Hey, even if you're number 1 on this leaderboard, you'd probably be at the bottom of the rankings in our region. Give us the guts to name him, and we'll crush him. Enough with the nagging and complaining, wanna try a multiplayer dungeon? Arrogant voices filled the chat channel. Jiang Chen didn't have the time or inclination to look at the chat, and instead turned his attention to the newly added leaderboard feature. Hey, your district's rankings are out. Shadow walked into the cockpit and raised an eyebrow slightly when he saw the rankings. The list is viewed from bottom to top. 100th place, Chen Lu. Level, LV3. Rank 84, Duodua. Level, LV4. 55th place, Dopamine. Level, LV4. 34th place, White. Level, LV4. 10th place, Kite. Level, LV5. 8th place, Demeanor. Level, LV5. 2nd place, Overlord. Level, LV5. 1st place, Sunken Boat. Level, LV6. Jiang Chen was not surprised to see his ranking on the list. This is a ranking list. In fact, it doesn't fully showcase his skill level. He spent too much time in the Snowstorm Manor dungeon, otherwise, his level might be higher than level 6. Even so, he was still number 1 on the leaderboard, but what he didn't expect was that the top 10 on the leaderboard were all level 5. In other words, these people are the top tier in their district. Your district is really weak. Only 10 people reached level 5 in the first batch. The shadowy figure relentlessly belittled him from the side. Jiang Chen glanced at him. This is the first time a leaderboard has appeared in your region. How many level 5 players are there? It seems there are 30, including 7 level 6 and even 1 level 7, Yu Ying said calmly. After he finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Chen. Oh. Jiang Chen nodded. Yu Ying's expression fell slightly. Why didn't you ask me who that level 7 is? Do you even need to ask? Judging by your smug look, you're definitely at LV7. Jiang Chen curled his lip. The guy practically had "ask me now" written all over his face. Haha, it's not that amazing, just SOSO. Yu Ying waved his hand with satisfaction. He's sick, Jiang Chen commented on him, then looked back at the chat interface. His face immediately froze. On the chat channel, countless people were tagging him. Hey Shenzhou, kill these intruders. At Shenzhou. Don't be so arrogant, do you know who our top donor is? He can just cast a curse and wipe you all out in a minute. At. Damn, you think curses are so easy to inflict? Who's Shenzhou? Show yourself, or don't blame me for treating you like a mob. Hee hee, stop bragging. You have no idea how awesome our boss Shenzhou is. Jiang Chen. Chapter 42, The Curse Comes Without Warning. Looks like you're pretty hated in your district, huh? The shadowy figure caught a glimpse of the chat and couldn't help but feel smug. Jiang Chen's lips twitched, but she did not refute. It's obvious that someone is setting him up. Otherwise, why would so many people mention his name in such a dangerous situation? Wouldn't that be blatantly trying to provoke hatred towards him? But Jiang Chen also felt very unhappy about these people from other servers. How could he not send them a greeting gift? Go collect a ticket. He smiled slightly and walked into the passenger compartment. Shadow's eyes flickered, and she followed him to the passenger carriage. I've heard that the death train charges tickets differently from other trains, and today I finally have the chance to see it for myself, said Yu Ying calmly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen ignored him and instead turned her attention to the 2 new passengers who boarded the bus. I wonder if either of these 2 can trigger the curse. A fire spirit from a lava volcano, burdened with the curse of the sun god. Ask him for the crown of fire to obtain the curse of heat. Ask the traveler from the darkness for a basket of eggs as his ticket. Upon seeing the information about the 2 undead, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smile. As expected. The train of death never fails him. Player Sinking Boat has triggered a curse, causing daytime temperatures across the entire region to rise, entering a high-temperature environment. Please take precautions against heatstroke as soon as possible to avoid dying in the heat. The sudden notification immediately silenced the shouting and cursing in the chat channel. Then, the players in the newbie zone on the 18th erupted in thunderous cheers. Ha ha ha, you bunch of idiots. We let you into our newbie zone number 18, but that's not a place you can just come to whenever you want. Endure the scorching heat. Sinking Boat is awesome. That's it, deal with them badly. Some of the new players who had been merged into the newbie zone were also starting to lose their composure. Damn it, the curse is really coming true. Moreover, it's a curse that affects the entire region. Just who is the Shenzhou person, and how does he have the ability to summon curses? But soon, some of the players from the merged zone started to retaliate. What are you so happy about? The curse affects the entire region, aren't you all affected by the high temperatures just the same? Even if we're affected by the heat wave, you won't have it easy either. You guys from the integration zone have no way of getting to the new station, so I'd like to see how you're going to prepare for escaping the heat. This person is right. Although the train will enter multiple tracks for people coming from the integration zone, there are no longer any stations on the tracks because they are no longer in the original beginner zone. This is the main reason why they started scrambling for player resources as soon as they entered the number 18 beginner zone. Of course, barring unforeseen circumstances, these slightly older newbie players have enough resources to sustain them until they reach their destination. But now, a special situation has arisen. Some players in the merged zone who had not prepared any summer supplies in advance began to panic. However, some players in the merged zone remained calm. A bunch of bumpkins, do they even know what a personal shop is? This sweltering heat is nothing to them. What exactly is a personal shop? The personal shop isn't even open yet. If I encountered someone like you, I'd wreck your car. Jiang Chen also saw the message, and his eyes flickered slightly. It seems there are quite a few skilled players in these merge zones, and many of them have started their own personal shops. The conditions for opening a personal shop are actually quite strict, requiring 100 transactions. Players without sufficient strength absolutely cannot achieve this. Moreover, as far as he knew, maliciously increasing the number of transactions was probably not allowed, as it would be easily detected by the game world, and the game might even directly swallow the resources you had maliciously traded. Grace, boss, have you seen the news around the world? At this moment, Fengdu's friend chat popped up. Shenzhou, I saw it. Grace, based on my observation, the average strength of these invading players from the merged server is much higher than ours. I suspect this is due to the server's opening time. Fengdu, I've teamed up with a few top-tier players and formed a group. Want to join, bro? Jiang Chen thought about it and concluded that, given the current situation, these players in the fusion zone were undoubtedly plunderers, and he and the players in the number 18 newbie zone were on the same side. As the saying goes, having more friends means having more options. Sinking boat, pull me up. Player Shenzhou has joined the group chat. After only a brief silence, the group chat came alive. God bless my Nanfeng, wow, Sister Fengdu, you're amazing. You even managed to get the big shot Shenzhou to come. Xiaoling De Wang, group status -1, another big shot added. Strawberry Gummy, you're the #1 fan. My apologies. Artist, oh, a newbie. Illustrator, Shenzhou, just trying to get some recognition. This group of 12 people, as Fengdu said, were all players in the top 20 on the leaderboard, and were indeed in the first tier. Somewhat unexpectedly, the first person to speak called her Sister Fengdu. He directly tagged him. Shenzhou, you're a woman. At Fengdu. Grace, yeah, boss, didn't you know? Illustrator, haha, really? You didn't know she was the female intelligence chief? Grace, go ahead and insert your drawing, smile. Artist, Sister Fengdu, how could you do this? Seeing the relatively harmonious atmosphere in the group chat, Jiang Chen smiled. Shenzhou, you guys want to team up? He recalled that the district-wide announcement mentioned that the team-up function had been enabled. Xiaoling De Wang, there are restrictions on team formation, you need a team card. Only treasure chests can drop items. In the group, only the artist and his partner are in a team. Shenzhou, oh, I see. Fengdu, this group is just for everyone to get to know each other. There are so many players in the merge zone, so we can help each other out if needed. Graceful, also, everyone in this group is my VIP client, so I'll prioritize sharing any information I have in the group. Graceful demeanor, Shenzhou is my SVIP client. You can provide him with the resources he needs directly, and I'll cover the costs. Upon seeing this message, Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. I didn't expect her to be so helpful. Wow, I thought it was just a mutual help group, but she turned out to have a bunch of free ATMs for herself. Jiang will not be polite. Shenzhou, we do have some materials. See if you have them. He explained the materials needed for the 2 gold equipment blueprints. Iris, boss, I already have the Heart of the Rose, I'll just give it to you. A user who had never spoken before spoke up, but this person, Jiang Chen, looked familiar. It seems like we traded fever medicine before. He glanced at his friends list and confirmed that this person was indeed listed as a friend. Your friend has sent you an email with an attachment. Shenzhou, thanks. He sent a private message to express his gratitude, and with that, he was only one material away from obtaining the miraculous armor. Iris, you're welcome. I saw the transaction order for this material on the trading post before, but I didn't know it was you who posted it, so I didn't send it to you. I hope you don't mind. shyly. You can tell she's a sweet girl. Chapter 43A Group Chat on Demeanor. Grace, boss, I don't have any Qixing stones, but I do have some information about this material. Grace, then I got you a pass for this dungeon. Your friend Fengdu has sent you an email with an attachment. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback, not expecting Fengdu to be so efficient. Moreover, he truly lives up to his reputation as the head of intelligence. He had these material trading orders listed on the exchange for a long time, but no one contacted him. As a result, after joining this group for a short time, I actually managed to gather almost all the materials for the Qin Baojia. He replied to the two people in turn and then received the attachment. He didn't mention anything about compensation. After all, Fengdu had clearly been trying to win her over today, and since she was willing, he didn't need to spoil her mood. Who knows, this guy might be richer than me now by selling information. Why save money for a rich woman? Shenzhou, by the way, I also need skeleton-type materials. Little Ling King, I have so many of these. God bless my south wind, great. I have this too. I thought I couldn't help the big shot. I'm so ignorant. I've never heard of any of the materials the big shot mentioned, and I didn't dare to say anything. Illustrator, +1. A stranger named Xiaoling De Wang has sent you an email with an attachment. A stranger named God Bless My South Wind has sent you an email with an attachment. Stranger. Jiang Chen accepted everything. Shenzhou at Fengdu, send me the money. Demeanor, understood. Salutes. He smiled, left the chat channel, and then turned his gaze to the pass. Name, Rain City Pass. Recommended level, LV7. The recommended level for this dungeon is decent, it should be easy to handle. In that case, let's first get our hands on the materials for this Wonder Heart Stone, and then forge the Wonder Guiding Armor. I'm really looking forward to my first piece of gold equipment. He activated his pass directly at the station in the underground river area, and the train slowly moved on, passing through another special stop. We have arrived in Rain City. Passengers who wish to disembark, please line up and disembark in an orderly manner. This train's stop time, unlimited. Standing at the train door, Jiang Chen saw the pouring rain outside before even getting off the train, like rose petals falling. Yes, the rain is blood red. The rain, tainted with blood poison, may pose the greatest danger to the entire Rain City, not to the monsters, but to this. Blood poison, prolonged poisoning will cause a series of symptoms such as blood corruption and death. Only a level 7 attribute can temporarily resist it. What are the attributes of level 7? Although he is currently only level 6, his attributes should already exceed those of a normal level 7 player, so this blood rain should not pose a threat to him. Just as he was about to get out of the car, Yu Ying's voice suddenly came out. Boy, having enough attributes doesn't mean you can completely block the blood poison's corrosive effects. The recommended level indicated in the description is simply the time that players at that level have resistance to the poison. This resistance can roughly allow them to complete the game before the blood poison erupts. But, the poison that is supposed to be inflicted will not be reduced by any amount. The toxins will still erupt when they accumulate to a certain level, but the higher the attribute, the longer the resistance will last. With your attributes, you are probably comparable to level 11. But your goal this time isn't to clear the game, but to find items in this instance. It will probably take you several times longer than players who simply clear the game. So, let's hurry. Jiang Chen paused slightly at Yu Ying's words. Even the legendary glasses couldn't figure this out, which is clearly the experience of veteran players. It's quite remarkable that Shadow could tell him all this at this time. Thanks. He nodded and then stepped into the rain. The mottled blood rain pelted his face, giving him a slightly sinister look. As Shadow had instructed, he needed to hurry, so Jiang Chen activated the legendary glasses immediately. With his current mental attributes, he can probably support the legendary glasses' see-through range of about 100 meters. Beyond this range, the consumption of mental attributes will accelerate significantly. Mental attributes not only represent a person's mental state, but also the activity of all the mental cells in the body. Once their mental attributes are completely depleted, they will likely lose consciousness. Therefore, one should be cautious about equipment or items that have spirit attributes. His ability to cover a range of 100 meters already gives him an advantage that most people can't have. Jiang Qing moved quickly through the rain. This instance, called Rain City, was much larger than the instances he had entered before. Perhaps it's due to the different nature of the copies. Previous instances had never presented such challenges due to weather conditions. As the legendary glasses analysis suggests, the most dangerous thing in this instance is not the monsters, but the blood rain weather. Perhaps this type of instance can be classified as an environment instance, while the instances he experienced before can be classified as monster instances. Several tens of minutes passed quickly. Jiang Qin gained nothing. Because he had no idea what this so-called Wonder Stone would look like or what environment it would be produced in. So he searched on the surface or deep underground based on his instinctive understanding. But after searching almost half of Rain City, they found no useful information. Ah! Just then, a crazed figure lunged at him. Bang! As the bullets from the Golden Desert Eagle were fired, the figure immediately fell to the ground, thick smoke still billowing from the muzzle. This is the monster category in Rain City, mutant. Zombies. Zombies of this level pose absolutely no threat to him. After killing the zombie, Jiang Chen's figure swiftly moved again. With the speed attribute bonus from the frost boots, his movement speed was much faster than when he first entered the game. Unfortunately, the speed attribute is not directly displayed in the personal interface, so he cannot estimate his speed level. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's gaze froze at that moment. During the thermal imaging analysis, another human figure appeared. The presence of a human figure here speaks volumes. Based on the principle that strange things are experienced, Jiang Chen searched and approached. This is the location on the outskirts of Rain City, in a pool of water, where the human figure is located. That's strange, do zombies take baths? Jiang Chen was slightly puzzled, then pushed aside the bushes and fired a shot. Who? A clear female voice, carrying a chilling murderous intent. A gleaming blade deflected his bullet. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Chen realized something was wrong and quickly turned off the thermal imaging function. The scene suddenly became clear. A short-haired woman stepped out of the pool, her bare feet crossing over the grass, and approached him at an extremely fast speed. The first thing this woman did after getting ashore wasn't to put on her clothes, but to pull out a knife and try to kill him. Therefore, he could clearly see the snow-white bear swaying as the woman ran quickly. Of course, he didn't want to see that, he wanted to see the other party's information. Target, Kite. Level, LV5. Attack, A+. Defense, A. Spirit, A. Ability, Unknown. Hold, Heavenly Origin Blade, Purple. Chapter 44, The Miraculous Heart Stone Acquired. Kite. Jiang Chen was taken aback, looking at the short-haired girl, not expecting to run into an acquaintance here. But judging from her aggressive demeanor, it was clearly not the right time for them to recognize each other. Whoosh! At the same time, Jiang Chen's frost blade appeared, and he raised his hand to block the powerful blow from the kite. His powerful attack sent the kite flying back several meters, even making it roll on the ground before stopping. Players from the fusion zone. The kite's voice was cold and questioning. At the same time, the person disappeared, picked up the clothes she had left on the shore, and entered the jungle. Jiang Chen did not continue the pursuit. With his strength, Yuan was almost powerless to resist. He wondered, how did I end up with a kite here? Could it be? He remembered something that had been mentioned in the district-wide broadcast. Is the parallel dungeon function enabled due to the detection of players in the fusion zone? Perhaps this is why they were able to meet here. However, he always thought that Yuan was a sweet and gentle girl. But judging from her behavior just now, Yuan is very decisive and can even make the decision to attack him the moment she leaves the pool. Clearly, this is an excellent opportunity, and it can even serve as a form of deception. If the enemy is of the same or lower level, they will most likely be seriously injured or even killed on the spot by that slash. Unfortunately, her opponent was herself, so she failed. The top-tier players are indeed formidable. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. After all, Yuan presents a polite and sweet image online, but is actually cold and ruthless in reality. This contrast makes it hard not to have such thoughts. At that time, the kite had already dressed and emerged from behind the bushes. She stared at Jiang Chen with a look of confusion and a hint of hatred. She was puzzled as to why Jiang Chen didn't make his move while she was getting dressed. Her hatred naturally stemmed from being ambushed by Jiang Chen, who had also seen her naked. "Open your friend messages," Jiang Chen said casually as he saw her come out. Yuan Xiao frowned slightly, not understanding Jiang Chen's meaning. But she heard a notification tone from a friend. This startled her. Could it be? She opened the chat channel and, sure enough, saw a new message in her friend's message list. Chen Zhou, hi, Yuan, hello there. Upon seeing the message, a blush immediately appeared on Yuan's fair face. She met Chen, boss Chen Zhou. She looked at the man opposite her again, her cool voice now carrying a hint of inquiry and probing. It's me. Jiang Chen nodded helplessly. Although their encounter was rather awkward, he really didn't want to fight each other with Yuan. Ah, Yuan's eyes instantly went blank. To be honest, from the moment she was attacked by Jiang Chen until she saw her friend's message, she had already mentally killed Jiang Chen 100 times. After all, being seen naked is such an important thing. Even if she can't beat Jiang Chen now, she will not hesitate to kill him in the future if she has the opportunity or enough strength. Of course, before that, she would feign weakness and try to get Jiang Chen to let her go. That's the kind of person she is, she'll stop at nothing to survive. But the plan she had devised countless times crumbled instantly upon learning that the other party was sunken boat. How could it be a sunken ship? It is no exaggeration to say that Chen Zhou saved her life. Just a few days after the game started, she fell seriously ill and couldn't find any fever reducers in the entire region. It was Chen Zhou's fever reducer that saved her life. Although, given her personality, she didn't have much contact with Chen Zhou after that. But she remembered this kindness, so not long ago she directly gave the precious rose heart material to the other party, and didn't even accept the train coins that Fengdu had given her. This is something she owes Chen Zhou, and has nothing to do with manners. She had thought about thanking Chen Zhou in person one day, but she never expected to meet him in such an awkward way. For a moment, the two remained silent. What are you doing here? Jiang Chen finally broke the silence. He did not mention what had just happened. Yuan gently brushed a strand of hair from her forehead and said, "My train has arrived in Rain City, so I came to explore it. I happened to come across this pool in the suburbs, so I..." She didn't say anything more after that. Jiang Chen glanced at the pale red pool, which was somewhat murky due to the blood rain, and sighed. "If you need, you can come to my place to bathe. I have a very large hot spring pool." After he finished speaking, he sensed that something was off about Yuan's expression. A hint of surprise, a touch of embarrassment and annoyance, and a hint of coldness filled Yuan's beautiful eyes. It seemed she never imagined that Chen Zhou would be this kind of person. Jiang Chen sensed her misunderstanding and said in a hoarse voice, "That's not what I meant. I really do have a hot spring pool on my train." How could there be a hot spring pool on a train? Yuan's gaze grew colder, and she did not continue the topic. "And you? What are you doing?" "I was looking for the heart stone, and Fengdu gave me a pass, saying it would be available in this instance," Jiang Chen replied. "The Wonder Stone?" Yuan hesitated slightly, then put her hand into her pocket and took out a stone that glowed with purple light. "Is this it?" Without Jiang Chen's legendary glasses, she couldn't discover the stone's information. Only after returning to the train and having it appraised at the trading house could she find out what she had acquired. Jiang Chen immediately used the legendary glasses to examine it, and then his eyes lit up. "That's it. No wonder I couldn't find it after searching all the way. It turns out that Yuan beat me to it. Here you go." Yuan walked up to him and handed him the Qixin stone decisively. "Thank you. Is there anything you need?" Jiang Chen said, his gaze unconsciously falling on Yuan's alluring figure. Clearly, the kite's train had no way to clean its body. If you open your personal shop, you can buy a shower device for just a few train coins. But the kite has clearly not been activated yet. Sensing Jiang Chen's gaze, Yuan shook her head, her pretty face turning colder. "I've already killed the boss here. If there's nothing else, I'm going back to the train," she said, preparing to say goodbye. Jiang Chen touched his nose dejectedly. Well, it seemed he was being treated like a pervert. Just then, he suddenly heard a whooshing sound in the air. Instinctively, he pulled the kite back into his arms, and the unusual softness collided with his firm chest. The strange sensation in her chest filled Yuan with shame and anger. Sinking boat. Just as she was about to struggle, she saw an arrow pierce Jiang Chen's left chest. Yuan's shocked and angry face froze. You're injured. It's all right. Jiang Chen released the kite and expressionlessly pulled the arrow from his chest. The arrow broke through his defenses, indicating that the enemy's skill level was around 10. After the arrow was removed, his wound healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rapid regeneration capability activated. Hee, you actually figured it out. Not bad, a local. A young man with a sinister expression jumped down from the tree, holding a longbow in his hand. The attacker's identity is becoming increasingly clear. Chapter 45. I was with him. Players from the fusion zone. The kite's eyes immediately showed a hint of apprehension. Not long ago, she thought Jiang Chen was a player in the fusion zone, but he wasn't. The person in front of us, who could even injure Chen Zhou, the top-ranked player, should be the real player from the fusion zone. How clever. The sinister man smiled, his gaze falling on the arrow that Jiang Chen had pulled out. Your defensive attributes seem very strong. Is the trained talent supposed to be defensive? In the newbie zone on the 18th, the only ones who can stop my attack are those on the leaderboard. Tell me, where are you ranked? Jiang Chen found it amusing to watch the other person talk so fluently. Even dead people have so many problems. You don't actually think that a level 10 person can be invincible here, do you? Upon hearing Jiang Chen reveal his level in one sentence, the mocking expression on the sinister man's face gradually disappeared, replaced by surprise and uncertainty. How can you see my level? Are you also a player from the fusion zone? Wait, you're only level 6. Oh, you're Chen Zhou, the top-ranked player in this region. You've got some skills after all, managing to break the rules and see my level. Before Jiang Chen could even speak, this guy started asking and answering his own questions. Clearly, he had just checked Jiang Chen's information, which eased the initial suspicion in his heart. When Yuan heard Jiang Chen mention that the other party was level 10, her delicate body tensed up. Even if she and Jiang Chen combined, they might not be a match for a level 10 player in the fusion zone. Boss Chen, you go first, I'll cover the rear, she whispered, remembering the kindness Jiang Chen had shown her. Jiang Chen waved his hand. I told you, he's a dead man. Frost. An ancient gemstone appeared in his hand. Seeing Jiang Chen rush forward, the sinister man sneered, playing coy. As soon as he finished speaking, a look of horror appeared on his face. I can't move at all. You don't even know what a gemstone is, what are you pretending for? Jiang Chen's indifferent voice reached his ears. Immediately afterwards, a single stroke decapitated him. Regional announcement, player Chen Zhou has defeated player Dong from the fusion zone, a player of a higher level. This announcement is issued to commend them. In an instant, a notification sound rang in the ears of all players in the region. Holy crap, that's awesome. The mastermind Chen Zhou has started the rampage. Slaying opponents of a higher level, is this the terrifying strength of the powerful boss Chen Zhou? What about players in the merge zone? They're all the same in my hands, aren't they? The previously quiet chat channels have once again erupted in heated discussions, with players in the newbie zone on the 18th showing particularly low spirits. Because they are the prey, being hunted by these players in the merge zone. Protecting oneself is already a problem, so how could one possibly be happy about anything? But the news of Chen Zhou's victory over someone of a higher level was like a timely rain after a severe drought, making them extremely excited. What's wrong with the players in the fusion zone? Under the hands of the powerful Chen Zhou, he's nothing but a fart. Congratulations from Little Ling King. Sprinkling flowers. The illustrator sent their congratulations, sprinkling flowers. An illustrator sends their congratulations, sprinkling flowers. The mutual help group also formed a neat formation, and all the players were extremely excited about Jiang Chen's kill. Why didn't you send a congratulatory message? Are you looking down on me, brother Chen Zhou? One player even tagged Yuan, leaving Jiang Chen both amused and exasperated. Kite, I'm with him. Artist, holy crap. You're with the legendary artist Chen Zhou. Illustrator, that would be awesome. God bless my south wind, how about it? Isn't Brother Chinjo handsome? Isn't he awesome? Kite. My friend Fengdu sent me a private message. Graceful, boss, I've seen that girl, Yuan. Big B asterisk asterisk BS and a nice butt. You should definitely make a move on her. Sinking boat. He closed the chat channel, stripped the equipment off the player in the fusion zone, and then embarked on the journey back to the train with Yuan. Didn't they say that players in the fusion zone don't have stations? How did he end up here? Jiang Chen wondered as he walked. I guess he stole a train from one of our players, and that way he got control of the routes in this area, Yuan thought for a moment and said. I see. Jiang Chen nodded, glancing at Yuan, you're quite smart. Yuan lowered her head somewhat embarrassed. Speaking of which, are you really not going to come to my place for a hot spring bath? Jiang Chen glanced at Yuan again. His clothes were almost completely soaked by the blood rain, and even after returning to the train, he would feel very uncomfortable. Hearing this, Yuan Xiao frowned slightly again. Why was he so persistent about this? Boss, do you think I'm easy to fool? How could there be a hot spring on a train? Her tone became even colder. Jiang Chen grinned. So that's what Yuan was focusing on. If you don't believe me, then forget it. He shook his head, knowing that forced relationships are never sweet. Seeing that Jiang Chen no longer mentioned it, Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. As she approached the train, hesitation returned to her eyes. While Jiang Chen may have exaggerated, his train should indeed have shower facilities. I am indeed feeling very unwell right now. After being drenched in blood, I might get a fever again. She said softly. Jiang Chen looked at her. Boss, can you really take a shower in your car? A blush appeared on Yuan's fair face. Of course, I have no reason to lie to you. Jiang Chen shrugged. Can I borrow it for a moment? I can give the train coins. Yuan raised her beautiful eyes. No need to pay money, consider it compensation for what you did by the pool, Jiang Chen said calmly. His hot springs are very expensive, a fact well known to a player nicknamed Bai. Therefore, this compensation is quite valuable. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Yuan's blush deepened. This guy, if you're not going to take the money, then don't take it. Why bring up that matter? After Jiang Chen boarded the train, a strange man glanced at the two of them. Wow, you're quite the ladies' man, aren't you? You even brought a girl back with you after coming out. Yu Ying said in surprise. Upon seeing the shadowy figure, Yuan immediately became alert, her intuition telling her that this person was even more dangerous than the cross-server player she had just encountered. Moreover, Jiang Chen actually let other players get on his train. Ignore him, Jiang Chen said casually, leading Yuan to the teleportation portal of Wind and Snow Manor. Yuan looked at Jiang Chen strangely. How could his train have such a door? Logically speaking, shouldn't there be tracks behind this door? The next second, Jiang Chen took out the key to the snowstorm villa and opened the door. The refreshing air instantly soothes the tired soul, and a spacious hot spring pool comes into view amidst the misty haze. Yuan's cherry lips gaped open in shock. There really was a hot spring in Jiang Chen's car. Madam, welcome to Fengzuhan's Wang Hot Spring. Jiang Chen's gentle voice sounded behind her. Chapter 46 The Kite's Team Invitation. Yuan turned around to say something but felt a slight blockage in her throat. She had just suspected Jiang Chen of lying to her, but it turns out she was too wary and judged him by her own petty standards. It's nothing. Jiang Chen knew what she was going to say, so he raised his hand to stop her. Change into a yukata. Just like last time, he took out a hot spring yukata. Yuan stared at the cool and revealing bathrobe, then suddenly froze. She felt like she hadn't wronged Jiang Chen after all. I only have this one style, Jiang Chen said frankly without any hesitation. Okay, fine. Yuan nodded. Since she was going to soak in the pool later anyway, it didn't matter what she wore. After changing her clothes, she entered the bathtub, only her head peeking out, her eyes showing a joyful expression. Soaking in the hot spring is so relaxing, she even wants to team up with Jiang Chen just for the sake of the hot spring. Fruits, drinks, snacks, please help yourselves. Jiang Chen brought over some fruit platters and placed them by the hot spring pool. Yuan was somewhat flattered. Thank you, thank you. If you don't mind, shall I go soak on the other side? Jiang Chen asked hesitantly. Like Yuan, he was soaked through in the rain of blood, and the heat from the hot spring made his body extremely sticky. Yuan blinked, making no attempt to hide her wary expression. But she felt she didn't have the right to refuse, since the hot spring pool belonged to Jiang Chen. They've already let you soak in the hot spring for free, but you won't let the host in. That's going too far. Moreover, he was just on the other side of the hot spring. Yuan nodded, then submerged her head in the pool. We came out of the hot spring. Jiang Chen and Yuan went to the train belonging to the players in the fusion zone, where the storage compartment was filled with all sorts of materials. Jiang Chen accepted all of this without exception and moved it into his train. Hey, he has an electric water heater, here you go. Jiang Chen gave Yuan some large appliances. Yuan nodded, not refusing, but having tried the hot springs at Fengshui Mountain Villa, she was no longer very interested in the water heater. As they parted, Yuan called out to Jiang Chen. What's wrong? Jiang Chen turned to look at her. No, it's nothing. Yuan shook her head, but ultimately didn't say anything. Jiang Chen seemed to be thinking about something, then nodded and got into the car. The train restarted, but Jiang Chen did not return to the previous track. Instead, he used his pass to go to the next station. Now, he needs to check the passes in his hand. You have cleared Shiratani Station. You've cleared Holiday Inn. You have cleared the Cave of 10,000 Snakes. You have cleared the Dark Dungeon. He currently only has these few passes, and this wave of events hasn't increased his experience much, he's only collected some commonly used materials. Next, he finally had some free time to make the bone powder. With the addition of the skeleton materials collected at Shiratani Station and emails from fellow group members, he produced more than 200 portions of bone powder. Each serving is packaged in a small packet, and can be dispensed directly when used, which is very convenient. Well, that's another way to save your life. After that, he also made the Qian Bao armor. This golden equipment belongs to the category of armor, but it is an inner armor. It doesn't conflict with the frost armor, otherwise, if you wanted to equip the miraculous armor, you would have to take off the frost armor. While the frost armor may not match the miraculous armor in terms of individual attributes, the combined set bonus of the 7 pieces of the frost armor is comparable to that of the miraculous armor. The feature that hides the quality of the exterior after the 7-piece set is particularly useful. If forced to choose between the two, even Jiang Chen himself would find it difficult to decide. After being equipped, Jiang Chen's attributes were improved again, with his defense attribute even surpassing his attack attribute. This time, if we encounter the player from the fusion zone who used underhanded tactics again, we probably won't be able to break through his defenses. Strawberry gummy, wow, I got a reward. I have a golden treasure chest. God bless my south wind, what reward? Fengdu, the leaderboard rewards have been distributed. Everyone, please check your email. Jiang Chen glanced at the group chat messages and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Leaderboard rewards. He was the first one, but I don't know what the reward was. Email attachment awaits collection, diamond chest. Diamond treasure chest. He was slightly taken aback. This was the most luxurious treasure chest he had ever seen so far, a gold-level treasure chest. He remembered that the strawberry gummy candy was ranked 7th on the leaderboard, and the reward was a golden treasure chest. He thought he would be lucky to get a platinum chest, but he was surprised to receive a diamond chest instead. God bless my south wind, I'm also a golden treasure chest, what are you all? Elegance, the top 10 should all be gold treasure chests. Little Ling King, I'm ranked 11th, and I only got a silver treasure chest, boo-hoo. Artist, Brother Chinzhou, are you also a golden treasure chest? Everyone fell silent, seemingly waiting for Jiang Chen's reply. Sunken ship, diamond treasure chest. He sent out the information about the diamond treasure chest directly. Strawberry gummy, is the reward for the top-ranked player really that good? Illustrator, I'm envious, I want to be number 1 too. Little Ling King, you don't have the ability even if you want to be 1, you should stick to illustration. Artist, Xiao Ling, you're lovesick again. Iris, I got this fixed team card. The things the kite produced immediately sparked a wave of envy. God bless my south wind, this is great stuff. I want this too. In this environment, having more reliable teammates means more protection. Fengdu at Yuan, for sale. Iris, sorry, I'm not planning to sell. My friend sent me a private message. Iris, hey bro, wanna team up? Upon seeing this message, Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Shenzhou, being my teammate isn't as simple or easy as it sounds. Kite, I will strive to provide my value. Her words were filled with longing. If you were to ask who was the strongest in the entire newbie zone on the 18th, it would definitely be Jiang Chen. My first priority teammate is Jiang Chen, which is to say, I'm relying on his strength. Yuan knew that her relationship with Jiang Chen wasn't very deep, but at least she had made up her mind. Shenzhou, okay, you submit the application. Jiang Chen did not refuse, because he understood the effect of the fixed team card. Unlike temporary teams, fixed teams can share each other's train tracks, meaning that after forming a team, they can run 2 different routes of the dungeon at the same time. This could greatly accelerate his growth, and he has no reason to refuse such a good thing. Iris, thank you, sir. Your friend Iris has invited you to a permanent, fixed team, and you have been chosen as the team leader. Upon seeing the pop-up team information, Jiang Chen was slightly stunned, somewhat taken aback. Shenzhou, are you sure you want to make me the team leader? There are 2 types of fixed teams, free mode and captain mode. Both modes offer the ability to share tracks, but captain mode has an additional feature. The team leader can freely distribute the dungeon loot and has control over the entire team. Once a member is bound to the team, they cannot leave the team on their own. Not only did Yuan form a fixed team with herself, but she also designated him as the team leader. In a sense, she would follow Jiang Chen forever. The implications of this are profound. Kite, confirmed. Upon seeing her reply, Jiang Chen nodded. Since she had already given her answer, he would choose to respect it. You have accepted player S invitation to a permanent team, and you have become the team leader. Chapter 47 The Kite's Train Map. The train praying kite will soon be merged with your train. Please confirm whether you agree. You have agreed to the train merger, and the train name will remain the same as yours. Player has become your teammate. As a series of announcements ended, several new carriages were added to the back of the death train, while another driver's cab appeared at the front of the train. Yuan appeared next to Jiang Chen. Done. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Yuan nodded gently, her beautiful eyes seemingly glancing around absent-mindedly. Although it wasn't my first time on the Jiang Chen train, I didn't get a detailed look around last time due to unforeseen circumstances. Now, after a closer look, I can't help but feel that this train is a bit gloomy. Would you like to take a look around? Jiang Chen asked with a faint smile, noticing the other person's curious expression. Okay. Yuan nodded happily. The train only had a few carriages, and they finished their tour quickly, but Yuan's face still showed a shocked expression. Because Jiang Chen's train facilities are just too comprehensive. A wide variety of genuine leather furniture, Siemens beds, fireplaces, central air conditioning, refrigerators, and a whole range of other amenities are available. Compared to Jiang Chen's train, his own train was quite rudimentary, with only a brazier and a hammock for sleeping. Don't be envious. Once you open your personal shop, you can also use gold coins to buy these finished furniture pieces or blueprints, Jiang Chen said softly, seeing the girl's envious expression. Personal shop. Yuan raised her little face and looked at him in confusion. It's like the official store of this game world. It will open after 100 valid transactions are completed. You can buy blueprints and some finished equipment and items, but you can't buy materials. The problem of empty furniture will be alleviated after unlocking the personal shop, Jiang Chen said. That being said, Jiang Chen had actually exchanged a large number of furniture blueprints with other players before opening his personal shop. I just wanted to enrich my living environment, but I never expected to start my own shop. According to Jiang Chen's estimate, the most cost-effective resource to unlock in the personal shop right now is furniture blueprints. However, most players don't have the time or resources for large-scale exchanges. Most players in this area are still struggling with environmental issues and survival, and what they need to trade are equipment and items. Jiang Chen doesn't lack these things. Therefore, he used his spare resources to exchange for furniture blueprints, and it was inevitable that he would eventually be able to open his own shop. Even if he were to share this method with other players now, they probably wouldn't be able to imitate it. As mentioned earlier, these players are still struggling to survive. They would rather trade for resources to improve their strength than exchange large amounts of furniture blueprints to farm in their personal shops. Even if they eventually manage to unlock a personal shop, all the resources traded out through that shop will be used up, resulting in a bunch of furniture blueprints that don't significantly improve their strength. At this point, where would they find the resources to purchase blueprints from individual shops, and how would they cope with the remaining site crises? Therefore, Jiang Chen's behavior is not applicable to everyone. Not everyone has cheat codes like him. After listening to Jiang Chen's explanation, Yuan looked thoughtful. She still had far too few valid transactions to go, and she didn't have the resources to squander like the big shot Chen Zhou. It seems that it will be a long time before my personal store opens. Yuan let out a soft sigh. Come on, take me to see your orbital map, Jiang Chen said. Orbital map? Yuan was taken aback. The orbital map is shrouded in fog, you can't see anything at all. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, just take me there, I have my own way. Okay. Although Yuan didn't know what Jiang Chen's method was, she still obediently led him to her cockpit. Then he pressed his handprint to summon his own track map, which was consistent with what she said. Except for a few meters of visibility around their train location, the rest of the area was shrouded in fog. Dispel. Jiang Chen took out the frost gem. The next moment, something strange happened. The map, which had been shrouded in mist, began to become clear. The blue projections began to spread like a spider web, and the blue, yellow, red, and green stations stretched out like a winding dragon into the distance. Yuan stared at the map in astonishment, her beautiful eyes filled with deep shock. She had tried various methods to see the top sites, but all to no avail. But now, Jiang Chen's methods showed her why Jiang Chen was number one in the entire region. This level of skill and ability is simply far superior to other players of the same level. The north. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on a bright red station, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Surprisingly, there was a station in the north on the kite's orbital path, where he had an unresolved curse. However, Jiang Chen's own map did not include any stations in the north. He had even considered buying a pass to the north, but unexpectedly, he found it on Yuan's map. A site pass of this rank must be extremely expensive, and you might not even be able to get one in the beginner zone. It's amazing that this site is on the Iris map. The main reason he teamed up with Yuan was that they could share the same route after teaming up. Since he didn't provide the team card, he was essentially getting a free track. In addition, Yuan is not a bad girl. She is very smart and independent. This kind of calm and beautiful girl is simply the best choice for a teammate. Of course he wouldn't refuse. All right, it's time to get back to normal driving, Jiang Chen said calmly, putting aside his thoughts. Kite looked around and realized that the location outside Jiang Chen was a special track, a track unique to the pass. A patchwork version of the train returned to the tracks. Well then, boss, I'll head back to my train to rest for a bit, Yuan said softly. Her train was behind hers. Jiang Chen nodded. Unbeknownst to them, a train had been waiting for a long time on a parallel track not far away. Upon seeing the train finally reappear on the track, he revealed a fierce expression. Damn it, you're finally back. I've been waiting for so long. Now, as long as I kill you, I can take your place on the tracks in this area, hee hee. He quickly spurred the train to give chase. Jiang Chen didn't notice the train chasing from behind, because he was now facing a greater problem. A scorching heat was pressing down on him from all sides. This is the heat curse. Jiang Chen quickly recalled the curse he had activated not long ago and scratched his head. In such hot weather, staying in a stuffy train carriage without adequate ways to escape the heat would likely result in death very quickly. But fortunately, he did. Jiang Chen quickly turned on the central air conditioning unit he had installed on his train, and a cool, frosty breeze instantly swept through every carriage. Under such high temperatures, the cooling power consumption of the central air conditioning system would be extremely high, and ordinary trains would not have enough electrical energy to support it. Jiang Chen doesn't have that much electrical power either. Although he has a solar photovoltaic panel, the amount of electricity it can provide is insufficient to support the operation of so many electrical appliances. However, Jiang Chen has something more useful than solar photovoltaic panels. Earthen Jewels. Chapter 48, Open Cards. As Shadow said, it can serve as the central energy source for the train, powering all the furniture and appliances. Now is its time to shine. Originally, Yuan had already returned to her own train's passenger compartment, but like Jiang Chen, she soon felt the sweltering heat, and in just a moment, her clothes were soaked with sweat. So she hurriedly went to the area where Jiang Chen's train was located, hoping to discuss countermeasures with him. But as soon as she entered Jiang Chen's death train, she was shocked. Why was it so cool here? In stark contrast to her train, which was almost entirely encased in embers, this place was like a winter wonderland, where she could even clearly see the frost emanating from the central air conditioning unit overhead. She swallowed enviously. How much wealth must a company have to afford such a high-powered central air conditioning system? It's no exaggeration to say that Yuan is now somewhat reluctant to return to her train. Although such thoughts were somewhat shameful, they genuinely surfaced in Yuan's mind. So, she hesitantly approached Jiang Chen. Yuan, why are you back? Jiang Chen was taken aback, but quickly realized the key point. Since her train was hit by a heat wave, Yuan must be in the same situation. I wonder if she has any cooling equipment. Yuan didn't hide anything and honestly said, "Boss, the temperature in my train carriage is too high right now." Jiang Chen said thoughtfully, "If you don't mind, you can stay on my train. I also have a living compartment on my train." "You mean the last section?" Yuan whispered. "Yes." Jiang Chen nodded. His train is now a Class 4 train, with 3 additional living quarters. He and Yu Ying each have one, and the last one is still empty. But then Yuan hesitated, saying, "Boss, thank you so much for taking me in. But there are 2 dark figures in front of that carriage, they look creepy, I really don't dare stay in that carriage." "Oh, you mean my passengers, right?" Jiang Chen smiled faintly, recalling that the living quarters were indeed connected to the passenger quarters. Strictly speaking, shouldn't these passengers all be considered ghosts? In that case, it would indeed be difficult to be their neighbor. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on Yuan's beautiful face, and suddenly his eyes flashed, "Or, you could live in the same living quarters as me." Yuan's face immediately froze. Seeing her expression, Jiang Chen also felt a bit presumptuous. "Let's not, it's too much to ask a man and a woman to share a carriage." Hearing Jiang Chen say this, Yuan became a little anxious and hurriedly said, "No, boss, I'm willing to share a living compartment with you." Jiang Chen was taken aback and turned around to look at her in surprise. "I was originally going to tidy up and let her sleep on the floor in the storage compartment, but I didn't expect her to actually agree." "Boss," Yuan pursed her lips, a rare hint of stubbornness appearing on her pretty face, "actually, you know the dangers of this game world better than I do. Players can die suddenly at a wilderness station or on a train if they are not careful. In this situation, you either need to be strong enough yourself, or you need to find a strong enough teammate." When Yuan said this, she was almost gritting her teeth. "She's revealed her hand." Jiang Chen's gaze remained calm. She seems to have misunderstood something. But he admired the kite's honesty. In fact, he had long known that Yuan's purpose in teaming up with him was simply because she valued his strength. Although they only met twice, he could sense Yuan's personality, clear-headed, independent, and also cold-hearted. In other words, no matter who is standing here today, as long as they have her strength, Yuan will choose to ally with them, and even choose to live with them. And all of this, as she said, was about binding herself to a powerful teammate. When Yuan said this at this moment, she was actually expressing 2 meanings. One possibility is that she has already accepted him as her teammate in her heart, but this relationship can also extend beyond just being teammates. If I want to take things further, perhaps Iris might agree. With her outstanding looks, perfect figure, and innate aloofness, it's safe to say that Yuan lived a very comfortable life before coming to the game. In this game, she can still rely on her calm thinking to enter the top 10 among countless players, but that's all. Because Jiang Chen had seen her train information, it was very ordinary, with almost no special functions. The only thing he could offer her was the iris knife in her hand. A weapon with the potential for growth. It doesn't play a significant role in the early stages, and its benefits are incomparable to those brought by the death train. It was probably because Iris realized this that she chose to team up with me. Seeing Yuan's resigned expression, Jiang Chen felt speechless. Actually, he didn't say anything, he just asked casually. It wasn't even a basic attack, but it still managed to bait out the kite's ultimate move. Forced by circumstances, will you ultimately choose to sacrifice yourself to gain the chance to move forward? He had to admit, Yuan was the most clear-headed woman he had ever met, but how can I be sure that you will be loyal to me? Jiang Chen looked at Yuan with indifferent eyes. In fact, he had already taken control of Yuan. Yuan was permanently bound to his team, and he was the captain. This was already a qualified pledge of allegiance. But he still had to ask. Because of Yuan's clear-headed and detached personality, she is difficult to control. To put it bluntly, they are opportunists who will change course with the wind for personal gain. Today she can choose herself, but the next second she might choose someone else. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Yuan's eyes showed some bitterness and sorrow. I know what you think of me, but before entering this game, I also have my own dignity. I, Su Yuan, am not a casual woman. Once I've made my choice, I won't change it. If you don't believe me, then now I'll give you proof that you believe me. As she spoke, Su Yuan took off her coat. Her snow-white shoulders were exposed to the air, and she was only wearing a camisole underneath. Under Jiang Chen's gaze, she took off the camisole, and large expanses of snow-white skin appeared like a fleeting moment of beauty. She had an extremely flat stomach, without an ounce of excess fat, and now she was only wearing an undergarment to cover her vital parts. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted slightly. What are you doing? Didn't you want to test my loyalty? I'm willing to prove my innocence with my own. I, Su Yuan, am not the kind of fickle woman you think I am. Take me, and you'll know the answer you're looking for. Su Yuan's snow-white skin, exposed to the air, reflected an alluring luster, and her delicate body trembled slightly in the frosty cold air. She spoke without stopping her hands. Seeing that Su Yuan's vital parts were about to be exposed, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and grabbed those hands. That's enough, I believe you. As for your first time, I don't want it to be lost in this situation, Jiang Chen said calmly. He was not some great sage who was free from worldly desires and wants. However, he did not want to possess the kite under these circumstances. He knew that once he did that, all he would have was Yuan's body, and it would always be her body. This kind of clear-headed woman has her own pride. She may choose to compromise due to temporary difficulties, but her heart will always be high. If pride truly crumbles, the heart will forever remain lifeless. Chapter 49 Killing a Level 11 Player. Okay, I've moved to a bigger bed. The old one was a bit too small for two people, this one is just right. Looking at the magnificent bed, Jiang Chen smiled with satisfaction, and then put away the small bed. After seeing this, Su Yuan's gaze swept across Jiang Chen's face, and she realized that he had done it on purpose. Even though there are two beds, she still insists on sleeping in the same one as me. But she's already said those things, so how can she say anything now? Take a rest, Jiang Chen patted his side, indicating. Su Yuan bit her cherry lips lightly, her beautiful eyes filled with shyness. Although she had just spoken with great resolve, the thought of having anything to do with Jiang Chen was truly unsettling. This is her first time. What's wrong? Jiang Chen looked at her and said calmly. No. Su Yuan shook her head gently, then quietly got into bed and obediently lay down next to Jiang Chen. However, they are separated by a distance as far as the Milky Way. The train fell silent instantly, you could hear a pin drop. The sound of Su Yuan's heart pounding reached Jiang Chen's ears, and the latter couldn't help but smile. It was just a paper tiger all along. Having said that, he stopped teasing Su Yuan and stood up. Su Yuan subconsciously stood up and grabbed Jiang Chen's arm. Where are you going? I have something to take care of, Jiang Chen said coldly, staring at the back of the train. Sensing the sharp aura emanating from Jiang Chen, Su Yuan subconsciously released her grip and watched him leave. She lowered her head slightly and glanced at the snow-white peaks that were almost overflowing from her neckline, which even she found alluring. But Jiang Chen missed two such good opportunities. Is her charm really that bad? What Jiang Chen had to deal with was the train that was chasing after them. He hadn't noticed it before, but just now when the atmosphere suddenly went still, he heard the sound of another train. "Hey kid, you finally figured it out. I thought you were lost in your own little world." He laughed as he passed by the shadow carriage, who was playing a game. "Are you kidding? Do you think I'm that kind of person?" Jiang Qin said calmly. "That's hard to say," Shadow said with a smile. "Damn." Jiang Qin rolled his eyes. "The one who came is a level 11. Do you want to help him out?" Shadow said calmly. "You can take action." Jiang Qin looked at him in surprise. "We can't really touch your noob zone 18, but these guys are from another zone, so they're not bound by your zone's rules." Shadow shrugged. Then, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. "Hey, don't overthink it. I can help you deal with these low-level thugs, but I won't help you kill those players who have made appointments with the 12 constellations, the 8 Fiends Palace, and the July meeting." Yu Ying seemed to know Jiang Chen's thoughts just by looking into his eyes. "Oh, scared now?" Jiang Chen smirked. "Hee, I, Shadow, haven't even learned how to write the word fear since I came to this game world. However, the current terminal urgently needs strong fresh blood, and with the discerning eyes of the 12 Constellations guilds, the new members they select will definitely not be bad. With the 3 rules in place, it is indeed difficult for me to make a move." The Shadow sighed. "Oh, you're still scared?" Jiang Chen nodded. "Shadow. Speaking of which, if all those people really died in the regional instance, what will the 12 constellations do?" Jiang Chen was about to walk back when he suddenly stopped and asked. Upon hearing this, Yu Ying's expression immediately turned serious. "Kid, although you have extraordinary potential and are arguably the most talented newcomer in this batch of newbies. But I think you'd better not do that, otherwise you might offend all 3 forces at the same time, and when you get to the final destination, I won't be able to protect you." Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. "I didn't say I was going to kill anyone." "Come on, I can tell what your farts taste like now," Shadow chuckled. "If we really let you go, you'll be unhappy about it later," Jiang Chen laughed. After a moment, he calmly said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, but if they don't know what's good for them." Shadow took a deep breath and said nothing more. Jiang Chen will definitely not give up on obtaining the legendary equipment from the regional dungeon, and neither will the new members of the 12 constellations. In any case, bloodshed is ultimately unavoidable, but the outcome is currently unpredictable. Now. At the very back of the carriage, a burly man boarded. Feeling the sweltering heat, he wiped the sweat from his brow. "Damn, these newbies in District 18 are all poor bastards, they don't even have air conditioning." The burly man muttered, and was about to walk forward when he suddenly realized something was wrong. He looked up, and his pupils contracted slightly. "The car owner," he said, pulling an axe from behind his back. No, Jiang Chen shook his head, he was indeed not the owner of the car. The burly man had already grabbed the axe, a sinister smile flashing across his lips. "I don't care what you are." Frost. Before he could even move, the endless power of frost froze him, and ice attribute damage rapidly increased from the soles of his feet. How is that possible? The burly man tried with great effort to pull his foot out, but couldn't budge it at all, and immediately showed a look of horror. This guy's attack power is so strong that he can freeze himself. "You're a player from the fusion zone," he roared. "Don't attack. We're all the same." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen laughed. "Are you kidding me? They've all come to kill me, and you're telling me not to do it?" "I." The burly man's eyes were filled with the desire to survive. Whoosh. The next moment, a thin line of blood appeared on his neck. The burly man was incredulous and finally collapsed to the ground. "I don't want to hear it," he said indifferently. He then boarded the burly man's train, emptied it of its supplies, and returned to his own train. Su Yuan hadn't slept, and when she saw Jiang Chen return, she immediately sat up. Jiang Chen took out a towel and wiped his hands, which were still damp with sweat from the heat outside. Su Yuan was slightly taken aback when she saw this scene. "Jiang Chen, it's so cold on this train, where did he get so much sweat? And why was he wiping his hands? Could it be that he just went to?" Suddenly remembering something, Su Yuan's pretty face flushed red. It seemed that her charm was still intact. "Why aren't you asleep?" Jiang Chen asked casually. "No." Su Yuan replied, but her voice sounded a little off. Jiang Chen turned to look at her, but noticed that her eyes also seemed a little strange. What's with this inexplicable sympathy? Boss, I understand your need, it's only natural, but you can't always use your hands, it's too bad for your health. Next time, I'll help you. Su Yuan made up her mind, she had decided to be Jiang Chen's woman. Other things aren't ready yet, but we can still help Jiang Chen with some physiological issues. What do you mean, use your hands? Jiang Chen felt confused by her, but looking at her flushed face, Jiang Chen immediately understood. I went out to meet people, what did you think I was doing? However, seeing Su Yuan blushing, he felt a mischievous glint in his eye. In that case, how do you plan to help me? Chapter 50 by Ning's request, a 3-player dungeon. Su Yuan pursed her red lips, about to say something, when Jiang Chen's friend list suddenly sent a message. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, opened it, and saw that it contained a white lemon. What are you doing? Jiang Chen asked, somewhat annoyed. If this guy doesn't have anything important to say, I'll definitely give him a good spanking next time I see him. Hey bro, I have a 3-person dungeon run here. I've already invited a pro, but we're still missing one. Can you join us? A 3-player team dungeon. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before asking, do you know roughly what level that is? The recommended level is LV10, Bai replied quickly. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up immediately, quick pull. This type of multiplayer dungeon does not require fixed team cards and can also create temporary teams. Soon, Bai's team invitation popped up, but his fixed teammate relationship with Yuan remained unchanged. I have a multiplayer dungeon to enter. You'll most likely be coming with me to the dungeon site. Just stay there and wait for me, Jiang Chen said. Okay. Yuan had no objection to this. She wasn't disappointed that Jiang Chen didn't take her in, because this was an opportunity that Jiang Chen earned through his own abilities, and it had nothing to do with her. If she wants Jiang Chen to help her gain experience, then she should be self-sufficient. With a strange spatial rhythm, Jiang Chen's train entered a special track and was quickly sucked into a special station to stop. Boss Jinzhou is here. Below the platform, 2 girls, one tall and one short, craned their necks in anticipation. Bai Ning waved her little hand as soon as she saw the train. As he opened the car door, Jiang Chen's gaze swept over another girl, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Demeanor. I didn't expect the other big shot she invited was you. That's right, according to the information scanned by the legendary glasses, the tall girl's ID was actually familiar demeanor. Feng Du was slightly taken aback, seemingly not expecting Jiang Chen to recognize him directly, but he quickly smiled generously and said, hello, boss. I was also surprised. It's the first time I've met you in a setting like this. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes fell on the patchwork version of the train behind her, and she said thoughtfully, is this the change in the train after the team is fixed? She knew very well why Yuan had refused to buy the team card from her. If she had only suspected it then, she was now certain. As expected, Yuan and Jinzhou had a close personal relationship. She took the team-up card and actually became teammates with Jinzhou. Yes. Jiang Chen smiled. As an information broker in this area, Feng Du should know quite a bit about team cards, so there's nothing to hide from her. Little sister Yuan, aren't you going to come out and meet an old friend? Feng Du said loudly to the train. Upon hearing this, Yuan could only get off the train, though she was still wearing the sexy nightgown that Jiang Chen had given her. Suddenly, Feng Du's gaze toward the two of them became ambiguous. She leaned close to Jiang Chen's ear and whispered, you actually managed to get this girl. You're so lucky, bro. Even though Jiang Chen was thick-skinned, his face still turned slightly red when he heard Feng Du's slightly teasing words. By the way, there were no parallel instances before this, how did you guys see them? Jiang Chen asked curiously. It's a multiplayer instance, and we just happened to be matched together, Feng Du said. Jiang Chen suddenly realized that he had also encountered multiplayer dungeons before, but all the players in his dungeon had died. Let's go. Jiang Chen looked at Feng Du and Bai Ning. At the same time, he turned around and greeted Su Yuan, you stay here and take good care of the house. We'll be out soon. Okay. Yuan nodded obediently. Feng Du couldn't help but glance at Jiang Chen with curiosity, what kind of spell did you cast on her? This girl has always been very aloof. She barely spoke a few words to me during that multiplayer dungeon. Jiang Chen thought of Su Yuan's recent performance and couldn't help but smile. Maybe you're not the one she chose. Fengdu was full of questions, but he didn't say anything more. Xiaobai, please explain the situation of this dungeon, Fengdu said to the girl beside him. It seems that the two of them have collaborated on this kind of instance more than once. Okay, here's the information I've received. This instance is called the Sea of Calamity. Our goal is to sail a small boat to a small island on the coast not far away, and that will be considered a successful completion. Bai Ning said softly. Do you have scanning tools? Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask after hearing Bai Ning's comprehensive introduction. No. Bai Ning shook her head. Is that a scanning-type talent? No, not exactly, Bai Ning said, glancing hesitantly at Feng Du. The backbone of this girl is clearly her demeanor. How come I was still wary of her even though I had helped her clear a dungeon once before? However, in this kind of game world, being vigilant is a good thing. Tell Boss Qinzhou, after all, we'll be relying on him this time. She said calmly, though Bai Ning's talent was actually one of her biggest secrets. She felt a little uneasy revealing this to Jiang Chen, and could only gamble that Jiang Chen wasn't the kind of villain who would be tempted by something he didn't want. Okay, boss, it actually comes from my train's ability. My train is called the Space Station Train, and its biggest feature is that it refreshes a special station every day. Moreover, the rewards for the sites that refresh inside are mostly quite good. The only downside is that sometimes the difficulty can exceed expectations. So later, I found Sister Fengdu. She helped me solve some of the tricky stations I encountered before Hualin. It's just that the site has been updating a bit too much in the last few days, so she introduced you to me. It was her idea to bring you on board this time. Hey! Fengdu was taken aback and hurriedly stepped forward to cover Bai Ning's mouth. She only asked Bai Ning to introduce her talent, but the child ended up revealing all her secrets. Honestly. It's alright, I know without her saying it. After all, it's a recommended level 10 dungeon, and I estimate only one person in the entire newbie zone on the 18th can handle it, Jiang Chen said. Who? Fengdu asked instinctively. Of course it's the person you're looking for. Jiang Chen didn't hold back in praising himself. Because he was right, the leaderboard information had already been displayed, and in the entire newbie zone on the 18th, the highest level besides himself was LV5. Even if Fengdu is doing very well in this area, he probably can't collect a full set of purple armor like I do, let alone have 3 gems. So he has the right to be arrogant. Seeing Jiang Chen's incredibly confident demeanor, Fengdu's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. If I hadn't talked to you privately, I would have really thought you were some kind of megalomaniac. Alright, isn't all this just about getting the lion's share of the dungeon rewards? Same as before, we'll just gain experience, you take all the supplies, Fengdu said bluntly. That's so good. Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. He admitted that when he said those words, he did indeed mean to be polite. But his unexpected generosity was something he hadn't anticipated. Who told you to be my only SVIP customer? Fengdu said in a leisurely tone. Chapter 51 The Two Burning Women. That makes sense, Jiang Chen smiled. Given the financial resources of the Fengdu Intelligence Company, the resources in this instance were indeed not that attractive to her. Then let's go, Jiang Chen said calmly. This was a golden sandy beach, and a wave of heat quietly enveloped the 3 of them. The weather inside the instance is unaffected by the external environment, but the temperature on this beach is comparable to that of the scorching curse. Wait a minute, it's too hot here, let's go change our clothes. The 2 women said, and ran away to behind some thick trees. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. He had no intention of changing his clothes, but instead quietly pinched the frost gem. A persistent ice element surrounded him, protecting him from the intense heat. This method of maintaining temperature is one of the most basic functions of gemstones, requiring very little energy. The 2 female teammates returned quickly, both dressed in summer beach swimsuits. They were both stylish and had hot figures, while Bai Ning was petite and delicate. The 2 were completely different types. Hey, aren't you going to change your clothes? Fengdu asked curiously when he saw Jiang Chen's appearance. Because Jiang Chen was still wearing his ancient-style snow robe, it looked very stuffy in the hot summer. No need, I have ways to cool down. Jiang Chen shook his head. All right. The two women nodded, and then they began searching the beach for the small boat mentioned in the guide. A moment later, the three saw a small raft, which looked so small that it would be crowded even if all three of them sat on it. They all fell silent. Xiaobai, is this the small boat you mentioned? Fengdu cast a hesitant glance at his teammate. Bai Ning was also a little confused, her mouth agape. This is it. There are no other watercraft around. Jiang Chen used the legendary glasses to look around. With the X-ray vision function, he could not see any other means of transportation. All right, let's go. Fengdu took a deep breath and was the first to board the raft. Bai Ning followed closely behind, and Jiang Chen went up last. After hoisting the small sail, a strong wind blew, and the raft began to drift into the distance, which also meant that their special sea voyage had begun. Fengdu was prepared. He took out two lightweight oars from a ring that looked like a storage item and started paddling. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was enjoying his freedom, lying down in a slightly larger open space at the back, his eyes half closed in leisure. After a long while, a faint voice suddenly called out, "Sunken boat." Sunken boat. There seems to be something underwater. Jiang Chen opened his eyes and saw a face so close to his own. This legendary intelligence dealer from the number 18 newbie zone was stunningly beautiful. Her slender, willow leaf eyebrows, long, alluring phoenix eyes, and luscious red lips, along with her flowing hair that cascades down like a waterfall, all contribute to her cool and aloof demeanor. A very wealthy and mature woman. Jiang Chen stared at the other person's chest, which was leaning forward as they called out, and raised an eyebrow slightly. Hey, you. Seeing Jiang Chen's gaze drift in that direction, Fengdu was immediately embarrassed and annoyed, and then straightened up. Jiang Chen coughed awkwardly. He couldn't really blame himself, his entire view was blocked by Fengdu's magnificent peaks. From now on, you don't need to call me Big Boss Chen or anything like that. Just call me Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sat up, his gaze sweeping calmly across the sea. Okay, you can call me Fengdu, or Big Sister, that's what everyone calls me now, Fengdu said. Ah, okay. Jiang Chen nodded, then activated the X-ray vision function of the legendary glasses, and the underwater scene began to become clear. Target, Mutant Tuna. Level, LV7. Attack, A. Defense, C. Spirit, C. There were more than a dozen similar messages below, showing that the mutated tuna were hovering around the raft, seemingly waiting for an opportunity to strike. Jiang Chen saw their most aggressive feature, their long, spiky beaks covered with sharp, serrated teeth. If the raft were hit by these serrated, pointed objects, it would probably be pierced through. Leaving aside whether those sharp beaks will pierce holes in them, damage to the raft is inevitable. And on this drifting sea, losing the raft is equivalent to losing the last piece of land. This is bad. Jiang Chen frowned. What's wrong? Fengdu asked hurriedly when he saw Jiang Chen's serious expression. There's a large group of mutated tuna down there, Jiang Chen said, while secretly plotting how to resolve the crisis. But while he was thinking, the tuna below began to swim rapidly, at an extremely fast speed, heading straight for the raft. Attacked. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted slightly, and he shouted decisively, "Dive." What? Fengdu and Bai Ning thought they had misheard. Dive. Jiang Chen gave the order again and took the lead, being the first to jump in. Fengdu realized what was happening and jumped down as well, pulling Bai Ning down with her. White lemon. As the three fell into the water, the tuna, which had originally intended to attack the raft, instantly changed their target, because their attack on the raft was actually aimed at hunting Jiang Chen and his companions. Jiang Chen. What do we do now? Upon noticing the dark shadow underwater, Fengdu was momentarily panicked. She struggles to deal with even one level 7 monster, let alone so many. I can tolerate your attacks on the raft, but if you attack me, I'm sorry, you're finished. Jiang Chen didn't hear her words at all, he had already dived into the water to fight the mutated tuna. The sound of muffled gunshots echoed from underwater, followed by the surface of the carcass of a mutated tuna. Upon seeing this, Bai Ning and Fengdu slowly opened their mouths and then swallowed a wave of seawater. Even if you're surprised, is it really necessary to react like this? Jiang Chen, having dealt with the mutated tuna, surfaced and saw the two women coughing incessantly, looking helpless. They then used oars to maneuver the raft and pulled them out of the water. However, after being soaked in the water, Fengdu's sheer swimsuit was almost clinging to her body, so much so that Jiang Chen seemed to see something. No, it's not, seems like. Damn it, I forgot to turn off the X-ray vision feature. So, where can one find delicious grapes in this scorching sea? Is it really just an illusion? Jiang Chen deactivated the legendary glasses, and the raft resumed its voyage. Thanks to their efforts, the distant island finally drew closer. The two women were responsible for traveling, while he was responsible for killing monsters. It was a good division of labor. Just as Jiang Chen was dozing off, he suddenly felt two coconuts hit him and woke up with a start. He saw that Feng Du had fainted in his arms, and Bai Ning, who was not far away, had also collapsed on the raft due to exhaustion. Is this heat stroke? Jiang Chen frowned slightly. It seemed that was not all. The two women's skin had also suffered some degree of sunburn from the scorching sun, but he had been dozing off in the back and hadn't noticed. Honestly, why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Chen sighed, quickly releasing some of the frost gem's power to adjust the range of temperature dissipation. I thought the bikini that Fengdu brought out would have some heat protection, but now it seems it's just an ordinary bikini. I'll have to do it myself. The two women suffering from heat stroke probably won't wake up anytime soon, but their burned skin can't be ignored. He remembered that there seemed to be a batch of medicine that could remove burns in the underground laboratory before. Chapter 52 Upgrade, Level 7. After rummaging through the storage space of the snow robe, Jiang Chen finally found the medicinal liquids. But looking at the two women's bodies, he hesitated. Would doing this be offensive? However, if their condition is not addressed promptly, it may lead to even greater health consequences. Never mind, Jiang Chen is always willing to help others. After a series of rubbing motions, Fengdu quickly regained consciousness. When she saw Jiang Chen dripping something onto her body, her expression stiffened slightly. She couldn't help but ask in a questioning tone, Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Oh, your skin has been burned to varying degrees. I'm using some medicine to help you recover, Jiang Chen replied honestly. At the same time, show her the packaging of the medicine bottles to prove your innocence. Upon seeing the label on the bottle, Fengdu breathed a sigh of relief, his face slightly flushed. At this moment, most of her exposed skin had been coated with the medicine, so in a sense, Jiang Chen had touched her completely naked. However, Jiang Chen meant well, so she couldn't say much, and she was actually very grateful for it. After all, if a burn isn't treated promptly, the skin can easily be completely destroyed, and as a girl, she absolutely cannot accept that happening. Thank you very much, I'll take care of the rest myself, Fengdu asked. Jiang Chen nodded, but looked puzzled. I've already applied it all over your body, do you still need it? Of course, there are always places you haven't applied the paint to. Fengdu said somewhat shyly. What he didn't apply? Jiang Chen was taken aback, and his gaze immediately turned to a certain spot. Although the clothes were covering it, the material of the clothes was too thin, and some color changes could be seen at the edges. He immediately understood. Okay, then you can apply the rest yourself. I'll go help Bai Ning recover. Jiang Chen calmly put down a bottle of medicine. Fengdu nodded, and seeing Jiang Chen turn around to help Bai Ning, he applied some medicine to his hands and then slowly began to apply it. Not long after, Bai Ning also woke up. The moment she opened her eyes, she felt a pair of warm, large hands smearing something all over her body. When she saw Jiang Chen standing right in front of her, her eyes widened in terror. Boss, what are you doing? Satyr. Her reaction was far more forceful than polite. In a fit of embarrassment and anger, she lifted her fair, delicate foot and kicked Jiang Chen into the water. Damn. Jiang Chen surfaced from the water, his eyes widening instantly. Because Fengdu was bending over and applying the medicine, so. An even sharper scream rang out. A moment later. Jiang Chen returned to the raft, and Bai Ning, her head bowed in shame, said, I'm sorry, boss, I misunderstood you. It's nothing. Jiang Chen waved his hand magnanimously, then felt a somewhat resentful gaze cast his way. You're all right, but I. Fengdu gritted his teeth, his gaze finally settling on Bai Ning. There was nothing wrong at first, but it was all this girl's fault for kicking Jiang Chen into the water, which led to Jiang Chen seeing her in that state. I'll definitely teach that girl a lesson when I get back. Feeling Feng Du's murderous gaze, Bai Ning weakly hid behind Jiang Chen. She felt like she was doomed. We've arrived. After a period of sailing, we finally reached the small island that Bai Ning had mentioned. Along the way, apart from that unexpected event, the three of them engaged in a chaotic and violent fight. Jiang Chen was killing indiscriminately, and those two were laughing. In total, I killed about 30 level 7 monsters, but no elite monsters were triggered. The experience gained is approximately 4,000 points. Through this hunt, his level successfully advanced to LV7. Name, Jiang Chen. Level, LV7, 1063/10500. Identity, Train Owner, Death Train. Attack, 451, plus 369. Defense, 547, plus 465. Spirit, 700, plus 500. Talent, Ghostly Body, Ghostly Blind Box. Review, a very lucky newbie. He was wearing a full set of protective gear, plus a golden inner armor, so his defensive attributes surpassed his offensive attributes. As for attack attributes, he wore a purple dragon bone necklace obtained in the underground Dark Currents dungeon, which further increased his attack attributes. With this level of strength, he could easily kill level 10 monsters, but Jiang Chen had no idea what level these attributes could actually reach. But in terms of pure attributes, it should be comparable to a level 20 player without any equipment. But players who reach this level should have at least 4 or 5 pieces of equipment, and the attributes given by the equipment are mostly growth-oriented. Even if it's just white equipment, the stat boost it provides to a level 20 player is probably similar to the stat boost from their own purple equipment. So all things considered, he should be able to handle level 15 players now. I suffered because of the hierarchy. Jiang Chen thought to himself, so his primary task now is still to run more dungeons to level up. I wonder if any of the players from the cross-server area have reached level 20. He encountered 3 players from different servers at the Wind and Snow Manor, all of whom were players from the growth zone that Yuying had mentioned. The man was level 25, which is considered one of the weaker ones at the final stop. Although Ning Feiyue's stats show her as level 27, the clones created by her enhanced pupils should have level restrictions, so Ning Feiyue herself might be more than level 27. The last one, the stupid pig who directly suppressed his level to LV2, is even less of a reference. Therefore, he believes that the top players in the beginner area are very likely to reach level 20, and the higher the level of the player in the server, the more likely they are to do so. Call. After reflecting on his future direction, Jiang Chen let out a long sigh of relief. This monster hunt yielded some experience points, along with a variety of miscellaneous materials and 5 ghost blind boxes. But he doesn't plan to turn it on now, he'll wait until he gets back on the train. We've checked everything, and we didn't find any monsters. At that moment, the 2 women, Feng Du and another woman, ran over to report. In her arms, she was holding a few coconuts, which was quite a match for her strength. Jiang Chen opened one of them, took a sip, and looked at Bai Ning. We've arrived on the island, but there doesn't seem to be any hint for clearing the level. Bai Ning also frowned. What was going on? This seemed different from the information she had seen. Seeing her expression, Jiang Chen sighed helplessly. I'll do it. He activated the analytical capabilities of the legendary glasses, scanning the entire island. A dangerous island. You need to obtain the corresponding key to drive the raft back to the station, but it seems the key has already been taken. Chapter 53, The Curse in the Dungeon. First come, first served. Interesting. Follow me, Jiang Chen instructed the 2 men, and they quickly headed in one direction. The 2 women followed closely behind until they stopped in front of a cave, where 3 players emerged and bumped into Jiang Chen and his group. The other person was also taken aback for a moment, then revealed a strange smile. I didn't expect anyone to be able to get here. Judging by their level, they seemed to be locals. The speaker was a young man holding an axe. Behind him were a tall woman holding a bow and arrow, and a fat man carrying a shield. 2 level 8s and 1 level 9. Clearly a player from the merge zone. During the conversation, the three of them had already surrounded Jiang Chen and his two companions in a pincer movement, seemingly not satisfied with just taking the final reward of this instance, and wanting to devour the three of them as well. That was a really bad decision. Frost. The ice staff appeared out of thin air and landed in Jiang Chen's hand. The three of them instantly felt ice elements enveloping their bodies. The axe-wielding man at the head of the group immediately revealed a greedy look when he saw the exquisitely crafted staff in Jiang Chen's hand. Good stuff, give this to me later. With that, he rushed toward Jiang Chen with a feverish look in his eyes. But as soon as he took a step, he sensed something was wrong, and his eyes widened in horror. What's going on? Like him, the tall girl and the fat man also wanted to move, but their faces turned red and they could not move an inch. What a powerful elemental buff. The tall girl was the first to notice the problem and quickly drew her bow and fired several arrows at Jiang Chen's right hand, which was holding the staff. Jiang Chen. Feng Du wanted to step forward, but Jiang Chen raised his hand slightly. Step back, you can't handle it, he said calmly. The arrow struck Jiang Chen's body as he spoke, but seemed to hit something hard, falling to the ground with several crisp sounds. The tall girl looked shocked. Her attack couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. She has level 8 attributes, while the other party is only level 7 according to the level chart. Take this shot too. Jiang Chen's calm voice rang out, and I held the golden desert eagle in his left hand. Bang. The dull sound, accompanied by the smell of gunpowder, instantly assaulted the tall girl who was shooting an arrow. Sizzle. Before she could even react, the bullet pierced her forehead, leaving a bloody hole. Before the life force in her pupils faded, there was only deep confusion and bewilderment. Why? Then, he fell straight down. This won't work either, Jiang Chen shook his head. The fat man opposite him, seeing this scene, was filled with rage and roared at the girl's corpse, shouting. You be asterisk 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 D, I want. Bang. Another shot silenced the sound, and the entire space became much quieter. The instant death of his two companions caused panic to gradually creep into the eyes of the axe-wielding leader. He had kicked a hornet's nest. Both teammates were level 8, so Xiao Ying's arrow should have pierced through this guy, but not only did it not, she was also killed instead. The most outrageous thing is that this guy's second bullet went straight through the fat man's shield and killed him. Although his level had reached LV9, his defensive attributes were weaker than the fat man's. If even the fat man couldn't withstand the damage, he certainly couldn't. Therefore, this person's defensive and offensive attributes far exceed the level that a level 7 should have, and are even more terrifying than my level 9. But what's most desperate now is that his whole body is still being corroded by the ice element buff, and he can't even escape. Don't kill me. They forced me to do this. I didn't mean to hurt you, the axe-wielding man shouted urgently. This made Jiang Chen laugh. That's not what you said when you tried to steal my staff. No, that's because. The axe-wielding man was anxiously trying to explain, but Jiang Chen was getting impatient and fired 2 bullets to send him away. I can't be bothered to listen. You don't even have the courage to admit your mistakes. What are you apologizing for? Jiang Chen's gaze was indifferent as he walked up to the 3 men and finally found the so-called key on the axe-wielding man. A string of gleaming silver keys shone brilliantly in the sunlight. The unknown key seems to unlock some special treasure, but it's definitely not here. Upon seeing the information about the legendary glasses scanning, Jiang Chen seemed thoughtful. Things described in this way are usually incredibly powerful, so it should be the most important thing in the entire instance. After accepting the key, Jiang Chen walked back to the 2 women, Bai Ning still in shock. Feng Du's eyes sparkled with excitement. He's incredibly competitive and truly the perfect teammate. Unfortunately, that girl Yuan beat me to it. Let's go. It looks like the boss here was killed by the 3 of them working together. There's nothing left here. Jiang Chen led them back the way they came. Since the monsters in the dungeon had been cleared, the journey back was very quiet. Bai Ning simply soaked her tender white feet in the water and sang a clear, melodious song. Jiang Chen also used a parasol to shield herself from the sea breeze, comfortably resting her head on her arm. The only person actually rowing a boat was the elegant older sister. Ah! Suddenly, Bai Ning let out a sharp cry, causing Jiang Chen to sit up straight. A figure was seen floating on the sea, with a trace of reddish blood around it. Bai Ning was so frightened that her face turned pale and she didn't know what to do, but her feet were still soaking in the water. Jiang Chen said thoughtfully, "Your athlete's foot is really bad." Upon hearing this, Bai Ning's face immediately turned red. "What? No, that's not it. This person is bleeding, they're clearly injured." Jiang Chen naturally knew that he was just joking. After all, it was really strange for such a situation to occur at sea. It can't be some other player again, can it? One team just got here, and now another team is here. 3 teams have squeezed into this small dungeon. Don't you think this dungeon is a bit too crowded? Feng Du had already started rowing the raft closer to the figure, but Jiang Chen spoke up to stop him. "Don't rush, let me take a look first." With that, he activated the analytical capabilities of the legendary glasses. A rebellion has broken out in the Mermaid Kingdom. Before you stands the Mermaid Princess, being hunted down. Rescuing her will trigger a curse upon the Mermaid Kingdom. Once you enter an ocean-themed dungeon, you will be pursued by additional sea monsters. Hiss! Jiang Chen's eyes flashed. It turned out to be a cursed encounter. However, this was the first time he had encountered a curse in a dungeon. The 3 curses he had encountered before were all brought to him by the undead on the train. Regarding this curse, it doesn't say what the benefits of saving the Mermaid Princess are, only the drawbacks. In short, he was inexplicably killed along with the Little Mermaid. Wait, isn't this all good? This is practically giving away experience points. Chapter 54, Give me back my mermaid. Move closer, Jiang Chen ordered. Feng Du then rowed the raft closer, and once they got closer, the 2 women could see clearly what this so-called person was. On the sun-drenched sea, a thick mermaid tail, completely different from human features, shimmered with blue scales that reflected an aura of nobility and holiness. For a moment, the 2 women were stunned. "This is a curse," Jiang Chen replied calmly. "A curse?" The 2 women, Feng Du and Feng Du, were clearly encountering something like this for the first time, and their pupils showed surprise. In short, a curse can bring you some benefits while also bringing some devastating disasters. Some disasters may be delayed, while others may come immediately, Jiang Chen explained. "Then what is this curse?" Feng Du asked, looking puzzled. "We'll be there soon. Once we rescue her, we'll immediately be hunted down by the Mermaid Kingdom at sea," Jiang Chen said. "What?" The sparks in Feng Du's eyes were instantly extinguished by Jiang Chen's words. She knew that a curse must represent an opportunity, but one also needed the strength to overcome it. The pursuit by the Mermaid Kingdom sounds terrifying. With her novice strength, she couldn't possibly withstand it. Thinking of this, she looked at Jiang Chen and, sure enough, saw a strong ambition in his eyes. As expected, he revealed a smile that was both helpless and relieved. With Jiang Chen's abilities, there's no way he could let go of this mermaid princess. No, this curse. I remember the announcement on the big screen said that this guy had already triggered the curse 3 times. As the saying goes, a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water, so one more curse seems to be of no concern to him. "Listen to your brother, you can't handle this curse, let me handle it," Jiang Chen said with a smile. The 2 women fell silent for a moment, as they had not originally intended to accept this curse. "Will you salvage it?" Feng Du asked. "No," Jiang Chen shook his head. They are currently on a small raft. If the curse is triggered at this moment, the raft, which is swaying in the wind and rain, may not be able to withstand the pursuit of the Mermaid Kingdom. Whether they can return to the station is another matter. He shared his concerns with the 2 women. "Then what should we do?" Feng Du asked thoughtfully, clearly indicating that Jiang Chen did not intend to give up on the curse. "There's no other way." Jiang Chen sighed and took out a bundle of rope from his snow robe. Feng Du was slightly taken aback, still unsure of what Jiang Chen was up to. The next second, Jiang Chen raised his hand, made a loop with the end of the rope, and swung it to the mermaid's tail. He then pulled and retracted it to tie it to the raft. Seeing the mermaid's wound, he took out a bottle of healing medicine and poured it on it to prevent excessive bleeding from attracting other creatures to hunt him down. After waiting for a while, there was no notification sound. "Okay, it seems the curse won't be triggered without contact. Let's continue our return journey." Jiang Chen looked at his masterpiece and smiled with satisfaction. The two women fell silent once again. She's truly a living bodhisattva. A long time. The mermaid behind her seemed to have woken up. Before she even opened her eyes, she felt herself moving in the water, and she was instantly pleasantly surprised. She was rescued. But when she opened her eyes, she was completely stunned, and then began to struggle desperately. Who are you people? Why are you arresting me too? Due to the mermaid princess's brute force, the raft looked like it was about to fall apart, and Jiang Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Move again and I'll shoot. Jiang Chen's resolute shout made the little mermaid's body tremble. Turning around and seeing the dark muzzle of a gun, a look of fear appeared on her face. They were clearly aware of the power of firearms. A look of sorrow crossed her delicate face. She hadn't expected to fall into the lion's den so soon after escaping from the rebels. Are these people poachers? Seeing the mermaid princess's pitiful appearance, on the verge of tears, Bai Ning felt a pang of sympathy and said, "Don't be afraid, Brother Chen is saving you." Save me. The mermaid princess looked down at the ropes binding her, a slightly confused expression on her face. Do these humans think she's stupid? Is this considered a rescue? Don't overthink it. You are cursed. If we make contact now, we will be hunted down by the mermaid kingdom. So this is the only way we can take you with us, Jiang Chen said calmly. The mermaid princess looked at Jiang Chen suspiciously. Everyone said that humans were cunning, but this human looked calm and didn't seem to be lying. If you don't believe me, you can look at the wounds on your body. Jiang Chen treated them all, Feng Du added. The mermaid princess swayed her body, and seeing that her wounds had indeed healed, she immediately showed gratitude, while looking timidly at Jiang Chen. Thank you. Jiang Chen. That must be the name. It was this human who saved me. Congratulations to player Sunken Ship for triggering the mermaid princess's curse. The entire server now features a sea map and a dedicated sea track. Players also receive the reward, Deep Sea Treasure *1. The sudden notification sound startled Jiang Chen. The other two women also looked slightly surprised. Bad. Jiang Chen's expression changed. The condition for triggering the mermaid princess's curse was not contact, but being recognized and saved by the mermaid princess. He hurriedly used the legendary glasses to look at the seabed, and saw that some transformed fish and shrimp began to surge upwards like a tide, a dark mass. We're doomed. With so many monsters, the raft would be destroyed with the slightest impact. There was still a long way to go back, and if the raft was lost, even if he was strong, he probably wouldn't be able to get back. They're rebels. The mermaid princess also noticed, her face turning slightly pale. The sound made Jiang Chen's eyes light up, and he hurriedly asked, "Can you still swim?" Okay. The mermaid princess nodded. So Jiang Chen immediately secured the lock to the mermaid princess and then swung it like a rain. Pippy fish, let's go. Upon receiving the order, the mermaid princess swung her thick fishtail rapidly, and since the raft was not very heavy, it instantly darted several meters away. Thus, the bizarre scene of the little mermaid pulling a raft appeared on the high seas. Before long, the beach came into view. After stopping the raft, Feng Du and Bai Ning were the first to disembark. When they turned around, they saw a swarm of mutated creatures, and their pupils shrank sharply. One can imagine what would have happened to them if they had just been attacked by these things. On the raft, Jiang Chen hadn't left yet. He asked the mermaid princess to come closer, but unfortunately, her body was too smooth and delicate, and Jiang Chen couldn't lift her up for a while. My benefactors, don't worry about me, you should go. The mermaid princess said resolutely, not wanting to implicate Jiang Chen. Are you kidding me? Jiang Chen's eyes widened. Whether she lives or dies, she has already been cursed by the little mermaid, so why not take this mermaid back to please her? Suddenly, a strange thing happened. A thick tentacle suddenly stretched out from the seabed, bound the mermaid princess's waist, and carried her to the deep water. Damn it, give me back my mermaid. An ice gem appeared in Jiang Chen's hand, which he pinched in the blink of an eye, instantly causing ice to rise from the sea. Stepping onto the ice, Jiang Chen quickly chased after the tentacle. Chapter 55 The Hidden Rewards of the Mermaid Curse. A surge of water caused a simultaneous change in the expressions of Feng Du and Bai Ning on the shore, their eyes fixed intently on the surface of the sea. As soon as bright red blood seeped out, their faces turned deathly pale. Big sister, Brother Chen wouldn't. Bai Ning stammered, glancing at Feng Du. Her elegant and beautiful eyes widened in shock as she looked at the crimson bloodstains, even though she didn't want to admit it. Splash. On the shallow beach, a figure emerged from the water, holding a mermaid princess of unparalleled beauty in his arms. Let's go. Jiang Chen said calmly as he walked up to the two women. The two women stared at him in astonishment, their eyes wide with surprise. In that situation just now, in the deep sea area, with so many mutated monsters, how did Jiang Chen manage to escape unscathed? Jiang Chen walked ahead, embracing a beautiful woman, looking like a successful man, but only he knew that this pretense was achieved by sacrificing his ghostly body. Back on the train, Su Yuan stood eagerly in front of it, and when she saw Jiang Chen holding the mermaid princess in his arms, she was slightly taken aback. Jiang Chen greeted her, then led the mermaid princess toward the hot spring pool at the Snowstorm Manor. It was best to keep the mermaid in the water, but luckily there was a large pool. Girl, don't worry. You're betting the whole train. He wouldn't stoop so low as to date a mere fish. Besides, you have a natural advantage. Feng Du comforted Su Yuan as she stood there, stunned. When Su Yuan heard her say that, she felt a little embarrassed. She stood there stunned, not thinking about that, but wondering what had happened on their trip and how Jiang Chen had brought back a mermaid. But hearing Feng Du say that, she still asked, almost as if possessed, what advantages? Feng Du looked at Su Yuan with a strange expression and said in a low voice, it's that one. Mermaids and humans have different structures. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan blushed deeply, but lowered her head in acquiescence to Feng Du's words. Snowstorm Villa. After the little mermaid entered the warm water pool and swam freely, Jiang Chen smiled slightly and was about to leave when the little mermaid came to the edge of the pool, looked up at him, and raised her head. Are you leaving? Don't worry, I'll come see you again, Jiang Chen said softly. Noticing the mermaid princess's forlorn look, he added thoughtfully, I'll send a friend over later. As he spoke, he glanced at the mermaid princess's thick tail and chuckled, it looks almost the same as yours. The little mermaid looked puzzled. Friends. After leaving the Snowstorm Villa and bidding farewell to Feng Du and Bai Ning, Jiang Chen steered his train back onto its normal track. Hidden treasures in the deep sea. Inside the living quarters, Jiang Chen took out a treasure chest he had recently obtained after triggering a curse. This treasure chest was completely different from the rewards he had received from the treasure chests he had obtained from previous achievements. A brand new version. Su Yuan sat beside Jiang Chen, looking at the deep blue treasure. There's a keyhole here. Su Yuan's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she pointed to a spot in the center of the secret chamber. Jiang Chen looked in the direction Su Yuan pointed and indeed saw a keyhole, the shape of which Jiang Chen felt he had seen somewhere before. He seemed to be deep in thought, and then took out the key he had obtained on the island. After a brief comparison, Su Yuan exclaimed in surprise, the pattern on this key seems to match. Jiang Chen nodded, gently inserted it into the keyhole, turned it to the right, and heard a crisp unlocking sound. You have obtained one Sunshine Coast key. You have obtained a Death Strait Pass *1. You have obtained the Wind Chaser Blueprint *1. You have obtained Launchi's Earrings, quest item. You have obtained one Ocean Aquarium Blueprint. You have obtained a number of oysters. A series of pleasant notification sounds made Jiang Chen's eyes light up. The rewards from this deep-sea treasure were quite generous. He looked at a few important things. The Sunshine Coast key seems to be the same beach they visited not long ago, but having the key activates a private scene. Just like the Snowstorm Villa. When the little mermaid gets tired of playing in the Snowstorm Manor bath, we can send her to the Sunshine Coast. I believe she'll like it there more. In addition, the Death Strait Pass has a recommended level of 20. Even I couldn't beat this level, it can only be kept as a collectible. There are also 2 blueprints, one is for a small yacht used at sea, and the other is for raising marine life. However, small yachts are very expensive, so Jiang Chen doesn't plan to consider them for the time being. There are materials available to directly build aquariums for keeping marine life. In addition, the deep-sea treasure trove provides a lot of seafood, so by raising them there, one can enjoy seafood for a long time. Good. While Jiang Chen was busy, Yu Ying walked up from behind. Did you create another curse, kid? He asked. Yes, Jiang Chen answered frankly. That mermaid. Shadow asked. Yes. Jiang Chen nodded. Judging from Yu Ying's expression, he seemed to know something. What's wrong? Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask. This shadowy figure, who never shows up unless there's a reason, must have a cause for his appearance now. I'm just a little envious of you, kid, Shadow remarked. Where do I begin? Jiang Chen felt somewhat bewildered. This is a curse, although it's actually a good thing for him at this stage, since he needs a lot of experience points to grow. Next, he just needs to collect more passes for the sea dungeons to gain a lot of experience. However, in the later stages, every time you enter an ocean-themed dungeon, you'll be hunted down by the Mermaid Kingdom, which is probably quite a mental challenge. The Shadow's envy was beyond words. Could it be that? Do you perhaps have a fetish for other races? Jiang Chen asked, looking at him. 6. Yu Ying looked at Jiang Chen speechlessly and shook his head. What I mean by envy is that if this curse can achieve its final goal, it can obtain a legendary-level piece of equipment. Jiang Chen was taken aback by Yu Ying's words. Legendary equipment. He's very experienced with this, because he owns one of these legendary glasses. With the help of these glasses, he can avoid danger and gain insight into information in dungeons. It can be said that a large part of his growth to where he is today is due to the legendary glasses. The other legendary equipment must be just as effective. If he could get a few more, he could dominate not only in the beginner area but also in the advanced area. But what do you mean by completing the final curse objective? Jiang Chen asked, looking at him. As far as I know, there are 3 people in the entire game who have received this curse, including you now. Every player who receives this curse will also receive a Mermaid Princess accessory. To complete the final goal of the curse, you need to collect 5 ornaments from the Mermaid Princess, but each ornament is unique. If you want to achieve the ultimate goal, you must steal the accessories from other players. Chapter 56, Su Yuan's Minor Shock. Upon hearing Yu Ying's words, Jiang Chen gradually understood what she meant. So it turns out this is still a long-term mission, and I won't be able to complete this curse until I reach the final destination, Jiang Chen said calmly. That's right, Shadow nodded. After he finished speaking, he saw that Jiang Chen looked uninterested, and he was immediately stunned. Aren't you excited and happy? He couldn't help but ask. What's there to be happy about? It's not like they're feeding me legendary equipment directly, Jiang Chen said nonchalantly. Damn, you're really dreaming. You think you can just feed me legendary gear? Do you even know what a legendary item means to the guilds at the final stop? As long as this guild has even one legendary item, it's practically a diamond guild at the finish line. And that legendary piece of equipment is a living advertisement for recruiting new members. The more Yu Ying spoke, the more excited she became. Jiang Chen then posed a probing question, does your guild have any legendary equipment? Yu Ying looked at Jiang Chen and fell into deep thought. Of course I have them, but they're not in my possession, Shadow said, then looked away as if he had thought of someone. Seeing his expression, Jiang Chen seemed to understand something. Even the Shadow didn't have any legendary equipment, which meant that legendary equipment was indeed very rare in this game. After all, he had heard Yu Ying say that with his strength, he wasn't afraid of even the most hardcore players from the 12 constellations at the final station. This level of strength is quite impressive, they don't even have legendary equipment. I wonder how surprised Yu Ying would be if he knew that he currently possessed a legendary piece of equipment. But Jiang Chen certainly won't reveal it easily. Although he's quite familiar with Yu Ying now, he won't take the initiative to expose his trump card. How many legendary items are there in the 12 constellations? Jiang Chen asked. 3 items. The 12 constellations is the most powerful diamond guild at the final destination, and it also possesses the largest number of legendary equipment. When Yu Ying mentioned the 12 constellations, a hint of apprehension appeared in his eyes. Regardless of whether he was exaggerating beforehand, the power of the 12 zodiac signs is indeed not to be underestimated. Oh. Jiang Chen nodded. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't seem very interested in the legendary equipment, Yu Ying said no more. They assumed this guy was in the newbie zone and didn't understand how rare legendary equipment was. But he had to remind himself of his final words, remember, even if you don't want this legendary item, be wary of others who have been cursed. Because they are always thinking about killing other people who also obtained the trinket. Thank you. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, guessing that Yuying had come over to say this. The track is running normally. Before long, we arrived at the next stop. It's Su Yuan's site, a place called Dark Forest. Let's get out of the car, Jiang Chen said. Since the instances are already parallel, they can enter a single instance simultaneously. Su Yuan packed some things and followed Jiang Chen off the train. As its name suggests, the Dark Forest is shrouded in darkness due to the weather. Su Yuan, who was beside her, lit a torch, bringing a faint light to the surroundings. But a torch is definitely not as effective as Jiang Chen's legendary glasses. He immediately activated the night vision function of the legendary glasses, and his surroundings instantly became clear. The dark forest was filled with rustling sounds, as if some kind of reptile was wandering around nearby. Upon hearing this voice, Su Yuan immediately conjured up a series of images in her mind and snuggled closer to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen laughed. He thought Su Yuan was very brave, but now it seemed she was afraid of the dark. Without any hesitation, he reached out and embraced the other person's slender waist, then gently pinched it. The girl in his arms looked up and glanced at him, but did not stop him. Little did they know that in Jiang Chen's eyes, they were already surrounded by two enormous pythons, one on each side. Target, a giant anaconda. Level, LV8, Elite. Attack, S. Defense, S. Spirit, B. Skill, Strangulation. Description, possesses exceptionally high attributes, making it one of the most powerful hunters among monsters of the same level. Even without a brief description, he knew how powerful this anaconda was. After all, he had never seen a monster with dual S-rank attributes before. The strangest thing is that there are no regular monsters in this dark forest, you start with elite monsters. If Su Yuan had entered this instance alone, it might have been her final resting place. Whoosh! An anaconda launched the first attack. It had already climbed to the top of the tree and then suddenly lunged at the two people below. Jiang Chen put his arm around Su Yuan's waist and quickly stepped back. A loud bang came from the spot, and the python bit down hard on the ground, sending dust flying. The sudden turn of events startled Su Yuan, who then quickly drew her iris sword and hurled it at Jiang Chen in astonishment. Call out. The sword, like a nimble sprite, collided with the giant python's body. Unfortunately, its attack power seemed insufficient, managing only to cut a bloody gash on the python's body. Then the iris sword actually flew back into Su Yuan's hand. Flying sword. Jiang Chen was somewhat taken aback. He glanced at the frost blade in his hand and remained silent. Why doesn't his knife have that ability? When Su Yuan saw that her flying sword had no effect, her face turned pale and she turned to look at Jiang Chen. I'll do it, Jiang Chen said calmly, and with a slight push of his feet, he launched himself out like a cannonball. The frost blade in his hand was swung across the giant python's body, instantly cutting out huge wounds. For creatures of this size, melee weapons are more effective at dealing damage over a larger area. A simple shotgun or pistol can cause less damage. With just one strike, the giant python was bleeding profusely, and the monster's powerful healing ability was trying to mend its broken body. However, the inherent cold poison of the frost blade is corroding its wounds, making them difficult to heal, while also subjecting it to more elemental damage. Hiss! Another giant python emerged at that moment, opening its blood-red maw to bite Jiang Chen. Be careful. Su Yuan couldn't help but warn. Jiang Chen, however, had anticipated this. He raised his hand, grabbed a fiery red gem, and gently brushed it across the blade. In an instant, a bright red flame ignited in the forest, and then Jiang Chen threw the frost blade in his hand. The moment the blade pierced Zhu Ran's body, the raging fire instantly ignited, naturally emitting painful howls as it continuously crashed against the surrounding ancient trees. But it was all in vain, and he ultimately died with resentment in the northwest. Jiang Chen looked back at the giant python that had been injured first. Now, with the cold poison entering its body, it had also collapsed, severely wounded. You have defeated the elite monster giant python, gaining 120 experience. Beside her, Su Yuan's pretty face was filled with shock as she watched the two giant pythons fall to the ground in an instant. Although she knew Jiang Chen was very strong and had killed players in the fusion zone before, she didn't know the level of those players. Now, seeing Jiang Chen instantly kill two giant pythons, she has a more direct understanding of Jiang Chen's strength. Powerful. Unparalleled strength. Chapter 57 The Mysterious Dark Forest. Jiang Chen walked to the two giant python corpses, his eyes gleaming. What's the name of this instance again? As Su Yuan walked over, she heard Jiang Chen's question. Dark Forest, Su Yuan answered instinctively. Something's not right, Jiang Chen said, frowning. Something's not right. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan's pretty face showed a slight change in expression. If even Jiang Chen feels something's off about a copy, then there must be something seriously wrong with it. If she hadn't formed a fixed team with Jiang Chen and had gone in alone, there's a 80% chance she wouldn't have made it out. These two giant pythons were completely beyond her ability to handle. In all the dungeons I've encountered, the first thing that appears is a group of regular monsters, and then the elite monsters. And in your instance, you start with two elite monsters, Jiang Chen replied in a low voice. Su Yuan's beautiful eyes trembled, and after Jiang Chen's reminder, she also froze in shock. Without the legendary glasses, she didn't know that the two giant pythons in front of her were elite monsters. She had previously judged the monsters' ranks based on the system's prompts. However, this time there was no notification. After Jiang Chen's description, she realized that the two giant pythons were elite-level monsters, which explained their high strength. Her iris sword was completely ineffective. Such an unusual place either has a great adventure in this game, or it has a curse, Jiang Chen continued. His expression was somewhat strange as he said these words. After all, he had just received the mermaid princess's curse, and now he was burdened with 4 curses. It's impossible that we'll encounter another curse here. That's ridiculous. What kind of innate cursed holy body? But it's too early to draw any conclusions, we can only move forward. Let's go. He looked at Su Yuan and extended his hand. Su Yuan was slightly taken aback, and the dangers of this place described by Jiang Chen subconsciously surfaced in her mind. So she placed her soft, slightly cool little hand into Jiang Chen's palm. Enveloped in Jiang Chen's warm, large hand, she instantly felt at ease, and her mind began to wander. Could it be that Jiang Chen's words were just meant to scare her, and that he was only trying to get her to hold his hand? Jiang Chen naturally had no idea, otherwise, he would have been utterly shocked. You're already mine, why would I go to the trouble of lying to you just to hold your hand? Oh. A few minutes later, Jiang Chen suddenly let out a slight sound of surprise. Su Yuan looked up at him. Beneath his surprised expression lay a hint of seriousness, causing Su Yuan to nervously glance around. Could it be that the boss has appeared? Don't be afraid, it's just an elite monster. Jiang Chen's tone was calm. He originally didn't want to use the power of the gem too much, but he had no choice. Even with the frost blade, it was difficult to kill such a large monster. Currently, the fire gem seems to be the most efficient. Anyway, he still has 1 charging crystal left unused, he can just charge it later. So he took out the golden desert eagle, imbued with the power of the flame gem, and fired 2 shots into the jungle. Hiss! A tremendous wail resounded as 2 enormous creatures roared to the sky, their bodies, as thick as giant trees, twisting wildly in the air. The inextinguishable flames devoured their bodies, transforming the 2 giant pythons into fire dragons. Jiang Chen, meanwhile, calmly led Su Yuan by the hand as they passed by the 2 giant pythons. You have killed the giant python. Experience points plus 150. The notification sound in his ear made Jiang Chen frown slightly. This experience point level was LV9. These 2 are also elite-level giant pythons, but they are of a higher level than the previous 2. Jiang Chen slowed his pace and looked around, only to realize with surprise that it had become much darker. It was almost pitch black. Wait, Su Yuan was clearly holding a torch, so why is it so dark? He realized something was wrong because he also had night vision enabled. Jiang Chen, why can't I see anything? Su Yuan's panicked voice reached my ears. He gripped the other person's hand tightly and said in a deep voice, "Hold on tight, don't let go." As he uttered these words, Jiang Chen's vision went completely dark, and he could no longer see any reflections around him. He let out a long breath. The dark forest does not refer to the darkness of the environment, but to the darkness within itself. He and Su Yuan must have been poisoned without their knowledge, causing them to go blind. Su Yuan obeyed Jiang Chen's words, gripped his arm tightly, and followed his steps forward obediently. Jiang Chen had no choice but to tell her that he was also blind, otherwise it would only cause her more stress. A bitter smile appeared on his lips. He had been too confident, thinking that with a bunch of gems and a full set of equipment, he could crush the newbie zone. But now, this confidence has put him in danger. His blindness rendered his most prized legendary equipment useless, and he could no longer see the dangers around him. The strangest thing is that he still hasn't figured out why the monsters in this dungeon level up. If the monsters you encounter next continue to level up, your defenses may be breached. Even if its defenses cannot be broken, the giant python, with its size, can still swallow it whole. How will I extricate myself then? As the two walked slowly through the forest, Su Yuan gradually sensed something was amiss. Because Jiang Chen would occasionally stop, seemingly checking something. If his vision were normal, he wouldn't need to check for so long. But she tacitly refrained from making a sound to break the silence. Little did they know that 4 giant pythons had already surrounded them, roaming among the bushes and trees in the dense forest. Instead of launching a direct attack, they hovered around, seemingly observing the two people's condition. Finally, one of the giant pythons couldn't resist and launched the first attack. Its body moved with tremendous force, creating a series of whooshing sounds in the air. Jiang Chen tilted his ear slightly, still unable to accurately determine the location, but the golden desert eagle was already in his hand. Suddenly, a foul, fishy smell entered his nostrils, and Jiang Chen immediately raised his gun and fired a bullet enchanted with fire attributes. At that moment, the giant python was only a few centimeters away from him. Under the powerful recoil of the bullet, the giant python fell backward. Jiang Chen pulled Su Yuan back a little, and then suddenly heard the sound of swords trembling in the air. This is... Jiang Chen, you can't see it either, can you? I will circle around us with the iris sword. If there is an attack, it will trigger a sword cry, which will help you better determine the monster's location, Su Yuan said softly. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. This was indeed a good method, at least it meant they wouldn't have to be so passive anymore. It seems that Su Yuan is not as just a pretty face as she imagined. Using this method, the two of them shot down no fewer than 10 giant pythons, all of which were elite level. The last one we killed was already level 11, which proves that the monsters along the way do indeed increase in level as we go deeper. Bang! Suddenly, he heard a crisp sound and felt a fine sweat appear on Su Yuan's small hand in his palm. What's wrong? He asked in a low voice. My iris sword has been eaten. Chapter 58 Provocation in the Fusion Zone. Eaten. Jiang Chen's expression immediately turned serious. They had encountered many giant pythons along the way, but none of them had managed to eat the iris sword. This suggests that the giant anaconda does not possess, or rather, does not enjoy, the ability to devour the iris sword. The situation has suddenly changed, and it's very likely that a monster other than a giant python has appeared. Boss. Out of their sight, a huge toad was crouching not far away, a few steps further ahead lay its territory. A black pool of water. This toad was no less large than a giant python, standing there as robust and imposing as a small mountain, its scarlet eyes fixed on Jiang Chen and his companion. Its body was covered with hard scales, and as it breathed from its gaping maw, a foul odor filled the air. Jiang Chen also smelled the scent and guessed that it might really be the boss of this instance appearing. Without further hesitation, he took out the blizzard staff. Frost. He murmured softly, the frost staff special ability, Frostbite, was an area of effect attack, and to prevent any accidents, he directly used the power of the frost gem. Even if it drastically reduces the remaining energy of the frost gem, it's worth it. The last giant python we killed not long ago was already level 11. If what appears now is a true boss, its level is very likely to exceed level 13. Even with his extremely high attributes, this level of monster is still somewhat difficult to deal with, let alone when he is blind. The power of the frost gem spread, and the sound of frost forming could be heard all around. For a moment, Jiang Chen's vision became slightly clearer. In that instant, he saw a blurry, enormous shadow. He immediately drew his Desert Eagle and loaded it with bullets enchanted with fire gems. As the bullets fired, the surrounding temperature rose, and the giant toad that had been eyeing its prey suddenly let out a mournful cry. Its massive body rolled around in the forest like a ball of flesh until it finally calmed down and became still. Jiang Chen, what happened? Su Yuan, who was still unaware of the situation, couldn't help but ask. It's solved. Now try to recall your sword, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Su Yuan nodded obediently, and sure enough, she regained her connection with the iris sword. It's ready, she nodded excitedly. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, which meant that the boss had indeed been defeated. It's a bit strange that the system didn't make any sound alerts. But now is not the time to think about all that. Now that the boss is dealt with, we should leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. The frost gem's dispelling effect did clear his vision somewhat, but he could only make out a rough outline. After a long period of searching, he finally led Su Yuan out of the dark forest. Congratulations on escaping the dark forest. You have received this dungeon reward, Dark Silver Treasure Chest. A notification tone suddenly sounded. Jiang Chen was startled, staring thoughtfully at the black box that had appeared in front of him. It turns out there was a reward, but the settlement was only made after leaving the dark forest. He then realized that his vision had returned after leaving the dark forest. Jiang Chen turned to look at Su Yuan, who happened to be looking at him as well. Their eyesight has been restored. After picking up the dark silver chest, Jiang Chen led Su Yuan back to the train, still feeling lingering fear about the dungeon. This was probably the biggest loss he ever suffered. So he approached Shadow, wanting to ask for some clues about the place. Dark forest. Shadow looked at Jiang Chen, his brows furrowing slightly. I've never heard of this map before. You've never heard of it? Jiang Chen was stunned. Shadow is a very knowledgeable guy, probably one of the oldest players, yet there are dungeons he doesn't even know about. No, but I've been to almost all the train stations on the entire terminal map, including the places where you were cursed. But I've never even heard of the Dark Forest, Shadow said, his expression also full of strangeness. Tell me in more detail what you just experienced inside. So Jiang Chen mumbled his explanation over and over. Directly blind someone. Such a bizarre buff. Upon hearing this, Yu Ying's expression became much more serious. Aside from that, the monsters inside are all elite level and they grow progressively stronger, Jiang Chen continued. This kind of dungeon mechanism is truly unprecedented. Shadow stroked his chin, his gaze falling on Jiang Chen. Was this the station your death train entered? Jiang Chen was taken aback and shook his head. No, it's Su Yuan's site. Shadowy looked surprised. What is your train talent? He looked at Su Yuan. The iris sword. Su Yuan demonstrated her ability to manipulate flying swords. Shadow frowned deeply. I'm afraid I'll have to think about this carefully. You said the dungeon reward is a black box, right? Yes. Jiang Chen nodded. Don't open it for now, Shadow said. Jiang Chen was taken aback, thinking that the other party would ask him to open it and take a look, but unexpectedly, they told him not to open it. The fact that Yu Ying could say that means she already has a guess about this instance, but she can't be sure yet. So far, Shadow hasn't really tricked him, so Jiang Chen followed his instructions and put the treasure chest away. A moment later, his chat interface suddenly started popping up with a large number of messages. When Jiang Chen opened it, it was the group chat he hadn't looked at in a long time. God bless my south wind, Boss Chinzhou, don't pay attention to the chat in the world chat, it's clearly aimed at you. Little Spirit King, yes, whatever you do, don't go to that dungeon. They've definitely set up an ambush. Demeanor, I'll go and negotiate. Seeing the information about these people, Jiang Chen felt a little confused. What kind of chat? He opened all the chat channels and saw a bunch of people tagging him, mostly players from the merge zone. Where's Chinzhou? Get out here. You dared to kill my brother, I'll G kill you. Come and face your death. Mushroom Forest multiplayer dungeon, you're a coward if you don't come. Upon seeing these messages, Jiang Chen was somewhat taken aback. His brother? Who is it? Could it be one of the Fusion Zone players I killed in the pirate dungeon? Illustrator, boss, please don't come any closer. The artist and I are in this instance, and there are a lot of them. Suddenly, another message came from the group chat. Grace, you two stop messaging each other for now, it might give us away. After the words Fengdu were uttered, the two fell silent as if a stone had sunk into the sea, but Jiang Chen sensed that something was wrong. Sure enough, the world sent out a message the next second. Shenzhou, if you don't come out, don't blame me for targeting the players in your region. Hey, this guy's girlfriend isn't bad looking, is she? Seeing this message, which was clearly meant to provoke him, Jiang Chen sent a trading order to the world with an expressionless face. Trade, Mushroom Forest Pass, trade terms, any. Chapter 59 Player Sunken Ship joins the dungeon. Awesome. That kid's got guts. They actually dared to go for this. Even the top-ranked player in the merge zone wouldn't be a match for them, right? Upon seeing the transaction order sent by Jiang Chen, the entire chat channel instantly became lively. Hey bro, I'll give it to you for free. A player from the newbie zone on the 18th posted a message, and Jiang Chen immediately received a pass in his email. It really was given to me for free. On the chat channel, the transaction order also showed as completed. Hurry up and come over after you've finished the transaction. Don't accuse me of bullying you people from District 18. As long as this Chinzhou sends us his head, we won't indiscriminately kill innocent people. Hey, even if he manages to trade for the pass, he probably wouldn't dare go in. Some people commented, just watching the spectacle. Exactly, they're not stupid. Wouldn't it be better to just steal a pass for free? Why would they go and die? The top-ranked player? If it were me, I'd also play it safe and wait until I'm fully developed before crushing you all. Jiang Chen remained expressionless upon seeing these messages. The pass was used directly. Mushroom Forest, a multiplayer dungeon site. The three players from the merge zone stared at the chat channel with grim expressions. Beside them, a young couple was tied to the ground, both glaring angrily at the group. Don't waste your time, Boss Chinzhou isn't coming, the boy sneered. The Boss Chinzhou. The leader of the players in the fusion zone burst into thunderous laughter. Hey kid, are you out of your mind? Can't you tell who's the boss now? Even if he's ranked number 1, he entered the game many days later than us. Crushing him is as easy as crushing an ant for us. Player Sinking Boat has joined the instance. Before their mockery had even subsided, a notification sound rang out. A train then pulled into the station. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then stared incredulously at the men who stepped off the approaching train. Could it be? They really dared to come. The leader of the Fusion Zone players abandoned the two illustrators and walked straight towards Jiang Chen. The illustrator couple looked at each other, both somewhat surprised. The big shot Chinzhou had actually come. Wasn't this just suicide? Swish. Seeing the several players from the Fusion Zone walking towards him, Jiang Chen's gaze turned cold. He immediately pulled out his Golden Desert Eagle and fired at one of them. Bang. The bullet streaked through the air, leaving a trail of gunpowder smoke, and struck one of the men squarely between the eyebrows. Gun. One of the players in the Fusion Zone exclaimed in surprise and quickly hid in the bushes nearby. This kind of firearm is extremely intimidating, both in the game world and in the real world. However, in the game world, firearms are limited by attributes. If the attack attributes are not up to standard, they cannot break through the opponent's defenses. But Jiang Chen's shot bleeds a hole in one of their companions' heads, causing him to collapse on the spot. This shows that his attack attribute is quite high, at least enough to break through their defense. No wonder he was able to kill my brother. This number 1 on the leaderboard is indeed quite skilled. Behind the big tree, the player from the Fusion Zone gritted his teeth and said. His eyes gleamed, and he pulled out an exquisitely designed revolver, holding his breath in concentration. He also had a gun. Moreover, his level is much higher than his teammates, and he has 3 pieces of equipment that increase attack attributes, so he will definitely be able to break through the sunken ship's defense. However, his actual defensive attributes are not much higher than his teammates. If Chinzhou can break through his teammates' defenses, he can also break through his. Therefore, he analyzed that all that needs to be done next is patience. Whoever hits the opponent first will be able to win the final victory. But Jiang Chen didn't think so. He activated his legendary glasses and spotted another teammate hiding in the bushes. This guy didn't even have time to hide behind cover, he just relied on the bushes for camouflage to avoid me. What? Weren't you yelling in the world chat that you wanted to kill me? Now you're acting like a coward here. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry to kill the last two, and said with a faint sneer. Today's events, in the end, were caused by him, but these three people dragged others into it. Although he and the illustrator were not very familiar with each other, Jiang Chen was very unhappy about this act of using someone else to threaten him. Don't be so smug. You're just taking advantage of firearms. If you're so capable, put down those firearms and fight me with melee weapons, a player shouted from the bushes. You wish, Jiang Chen sneered, watching as the other party slipped away like an eel in the shadows, shifting their position. He's not stupid. Bang. He had no interest in arguing with this slippery fellow, so he raised his gun and shot him in the left leg. Ah! The piercing scream startled the guy hiding behind a tree not far away. Another teammate has been killed. Damn it, how did you know I was here? No, the man said in a trembling voice. The shot clearly hit, but it didn't kill him completely. Jiang Chen continued firing while keeping an eye on another location. That was the location of the leader, but he was hiding behind a tree, making him difficult to deal with. Jiang Chen did not intend to use the power of the gem, otherwise, with the enchantment of the fire gem, he could kill the giant tree along with the opponent in an instant. He simply kept firing at the wailing player, trying to force him to reveal himself. But the captain didn't show himself until his teammates had completely lost their lives, which made Jiang Chen chuckle. Now, are you going to take revenge on a couple more times? You dare to openly threaten to kill me in the world chat. Do you have the ability? Jiang Chen's voice made the captain swallow hard, only then did he realize what a tough nut to crack he was about to break. This guy's ruthlessness is no less than that of the top player in their district. Brother, I was wrong before. How about we make peace? What supplies do you need? I can give them to you directly. Let's be friends. Now that things have come to this, he no longer wants revenge, nor does he want to gamble on even the slightest chance. If a reconciliation can be reached, that would be the best option. But even if I kill you today, the things on your train will still be mine, Jiang Chen said calmly. The player hiding behind froze, realizing that this B************ D was completely unyielding. Aren't you coming out? Jiang Chen looked at the tree trunk where he was hiding and gradually lost patience. Come on, I'll let you fire a shot, he said. The player hiding in the fusion zone was stunned, as if he had heard something unbelievable. He turned his head slightly to reveal a small angle and looked at Jiang Chen. Sure enough, the other person opened their hands towards him. Is he stupid? He actually wants me to fire the gun. His inner struggle eventually overcame his initial wariness, he had to seize this opportunity. But the moment he peeked out, he suddenly felt a pang of regret. How did the other party know he had a gun? He took it out while hiding behind a tree. Chapter 60, Interregional Exchange Groups. A sense of foreboding lingered in his mind, but at this moment he had no mind to delve into it. Bang! As the revolver spun and bullets burst forth, Jiang Chen on the other side remained unmoved. A sense of relief welled up inside him, he had won. He thought the other side was trying to lure him out by firing first, but now it seems like. Before the thoughts in his mind had even finished, he witnessed a bizarre scene. The bullet hit Jiang Chen's body and he simply vanished. There was no bloodshed or carnage as expected, nor was there the anticipated victory. How could this be? He looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. He had a level 13 attribute and was equipped with 3 attack gear pieces, yet it didn't cause him any damage at all. That B****************** D is only level 8. Hey, even if I gave you a chance, it wouldn't be of any use, Jiang Chen sneered. The effect just now was naturally due to the activation of the Qian Wood armor, which absorbs physical damage, including projectiles. Now it's my turn. He coldly fired the gun at the man who was still in shock. However, he wasn't as lucky as Jiang Chen. As the gunshot rang out, he also fell to the ground. Player Shenzhou kills a player in the fusion zone who is significantly stronger than him. As the system announcement sounded, the entire chat channel vibrated violently. Holy crap! Is this for real? Those players from the fusion zone who were just making a fuss, are they all dead now? The leader of Shenzhou is awesome. Unbelievable. Players on the 13th leaderboard can join a chat group. Who is this Chen Zhou? How is he so powerful that he even killed that guy, Lian Feng? Yes, although Feng is ranked at the bottom in our region, he's still level 13. He's definitely not someone that can be easily dealt with in the newbie zone on the 18th. Don't forget, Chen Zhou was the top player in the newbie zone on the 18th. The top-ranked player shouldn't be this strong, right? We have a 5-day lead in development time. You should know what development time means, right? Feng is one of us, should we take care of this sunken ship for him? Yeah, his train must be really powerful, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to kill Feng. Why not just steal his train? There are 32 players in this chat group, up from 33 not long ago. Now one has been removed. Regarding Jiang Chen's situation, many people in the group expressed different opinions. Alright. One of the players spoke up. The scrolling chat suddenly quieted down considerably. Don't forget why we were integrated here. We've all accepted quests from the 12 constellations, only by fulfilling their requirements can we join the guild. Now is not the time to argue about a player in the newbie zone on the 18th. I don't care how you steal items from other players, but if anyone delays our plans, don't blame me for being ruthless. Don't forget, we're not the only region undertaking the 12 constellation quests. Everyone fell silent. Understood, Pei we'll try our best. That Feng deserved to die. Why the hell did he have to provoke the top player from another region? Listen to Brother Pei, don't cause any trouble. Yes. Brother Pei, when are the regional dungeons opening? I can't wait. In the next couple of days. The guy called Pei Gu finally replied to the message. Similar to the situation in Group 13, the other newbie chat groups were discussing the same issue. But it was just a discussion, since the people killed by the sunken ship had little to do with them. There is only one exception. Player number 7's chat group. Lord Red Moon has decreed that anyone who encounters this sunken ship must be killed without exception. Tell all the members in your group below that those who kill him will be immediately added to the guild. Holy crap, is this for real? Lady Red Moon is actually interested in a newbie zone. What interest? This is clearly a wanted poster. That's exactly what I meant. How did a player from the newbie zone offend Lord Red Moon? Who cares about all that? As long as I kill him, I can join the guild directly. This is just too awesome. Don't try to take it from me. Hey, you guys need to have that kind of skill, right? There have been countless news reports these past few days about him killing players in the fusion zone who are much stronger than him. They're just those flying houses from District 13, how can they compare to us? Don't show off, I heard that Pei Gu in their district is pretty amazing, his progress is almost catching up with Xing Ji's. Are you out of your mind? How dare you say something like that? Brother Xing is absolutely number 1 in this fusion zone. At that time, after dealing with those players in the fusion zone, Jiang Chen untied the 2 artists. One of them was a handsome young man, and the other was a quiet-looking short-haired girl. I really don't understand why these 2 people are named that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chen Zhou. The 2 thanked Jiang Chen in unison. Jiang Chen nodded, I'm going to explore this instance. Are you guys coming? The couple exchanged a glance and shook their heads, we're not going. The recommended level for this dungeon is LV12, which is too high for us. Yes, we wanted to get off the bus and use our reconnaissance equipment to check the situation, but we were caught as soon as we saw the information about this station, the quiet girl said. Jiang Chen remained silent for a moment. Alright, I'll go by myself. The site's recommendation level has reached LV12, so he doesn't have enough confidence to take care of these 2 people. After all, this isn't an ordinary instance, but a multiplayer instance. Multiplayer dungeons are actually more challenging than regular dungeons. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the handsome young man's expression changed slightly, and he whispered, Boss, we'll go in with you. Jiang Chen turned to look at him, somewhat puzzled. Fortune favors the bold. This instance is dangerous, but it also offers plenty of opportunities. We can't keep letting players from other fusion zones bully us like this. I don't want to disappoint you, boss, he said through gritted teeth. Disappointed? Jiang Chen looked at him in astonishment. What the boss just meant was that he was disappointed in us, right? I understand. Our district is already the most disadvantaged in the integration zone. If we continue to be complacent, we will be devoured by those bastards sooner or later. What use will we be if we can't even protect the people we want to protect? His words were vehement. Jiang Chen fell silent, then said calmly, "You're overthinking it. I didn't mean that. If you come, you can follow me and get some experience. I recommend a level 12 dungeon, you can easily get enough experience there." Huh. The young man was stunned, and his face immediately turned red. So that's what the big shot meant. Was he overthinking it? Are you coming or not? Jiang Chen had already walked deeper into the mushroom forest. Come. Let me make this clear first, I may not be able to take care of you all in level 12 dungeons. If you feel the difficulty is too high, you can go back on your own. Okay, boss, we've got it. Chapter 61 The Ghost Bride. Mushroom Forest. As the name suggests, it is a dungeon featuring plant-type monsters. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the three encountered several mutated mushroom monsters. These monsters were not particularly aggressive, but they possessed unique attack mechanisms. These mutated mushrooms have developed a slit in their heads, which sprays venom when they encounter enemies. Xiaoshi, do these mushrooms look like, A young couple following behind whispered. The one who spoke was the boy, and Jiang Chen learned his name along the way. Wu Du. Ugh, you're so mean. The quiet girl named Xiaoshi suddenly punched the boy. They were so relaxed because Jiang Chen's performance was so strong. Hearing the two flirting, Jiang Chen's lips twitched slightly, and he suddenly regretted bringing them in. So they're just using me as a third wheel. Wait, Boss Shen, did you hear anything? The two suddenly stopped joking around and moved closer to Jiang Chen at the same time. I heard you. Jiang Chen's expression also turned serious as he gently tapped the frame of the legendary glasses. Strange Swana music drifted into my ears, sending a chill down my spine. Following the legendary glasses, Jiang Chen saw the so-called source of the sound. It turned out to be a group of black ghosts carrying a large red sedan chair, strolling through the forest. The mushrooms around them sensed the approaching bridal procession and scattered as if they had seen something terrifying. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted slightly, and he took a step back. What the hell did we encounter? Crouch down, he said hurriedly. The local monsters in this forest are so afraid of it that they are definitely not to be trifled with. Those sedan chair carriers were undead monsters, but Jiang Chen, who often came into contact with these undead monsters, was not too afraid. What truly sent a chill down his spine was that he couldn't see what was inside that red sedan chair. Legend has it that when the glasses are used to look into something, it's as if a red mist, as thick as blood, is shrouded in it, and the chilling sensation strikes straight to the heart. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's low shout, Wu Du and the other men dared not delay and quickly crouched down in the bushes. Jiang Chen was observing the situation with his legendary glasses. The red sedan chair procession seemed to be about to pass by some distance ahead. Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt as if those shadowy figures were looking at his location. He was startled and quickly turned off the legendary glasses and turned his back. The three cautious individuals hid in the bushes, not daring to make a sound. As the sound of the Swana horns grew closer, Wu Du and his companion swallowed hard. Just then, the Swana music stopped abruptly. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, and Wu Du and the other men also looked at him. However, no one dared to make a sound, and after a long while, there was still no movement. Xiaoshi couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice, "Boss Shen, what's going on?" She spoke in a very low voice, which confused Jiang Chen. Have they already left? He turned around, activated the legendary glasses, and was startled. The red sedan convoy stopped less than a few meters away from them, and the 8 ghostly sedan bearers had already surrounded them. Depend on. Jiang Chen cursed under his breath and could only stand up helplessly. They had clearly been discovered. But why didn't the undead take action? That's strange. Hello. A ghost stared stiffly at Jiang Chen, as if trying to communicate. Wu Du and his companion stood timidly behind Jiang Chen. Surrounded by such a group of black undead, anyone would be trembling with fear. However, they were even more surprised to hear the undead speak. This was the first time they had ever encountered such a monster. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly. If monsters were categorized as high-level or low-level, then the undead monster in front of him must belong to the high-level category. However, he had seen more than one of this type of monster that could speak. There is only one reason why they can have an equal dialogue with him. The identity of the owner of the train that caused his death. "Hello," Jiang Chen replied. "Since these undead monsters are communicating with me, it means they don't seem to be very hostile. Our young lady is to be married off to a distant place, but the sedan chair cannot reach the destination. We hope you can give our young lady a ride," the ghostly sedan chair bearer said in his stiff voice. Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched slightly. "Miss. Could it be that someone is sitting inside? The ghost bride?" The answer is obvious. This is a resentful spirit, a well-known figure throughout the entire underworld. How could my own death train possibly contain such a giant Buddha? Goodness, if she gets in the car, who knows who will be the owner? Just as Jiang Chen was about to refuse, he saw the sedan chair carriers' faces suddenly darken, like demons from hell. "It seems I can't refuse yet." Jiang Chen could only grit his teeth and accept. "Okay. Then your young lady." "Miss, we've arrived. Please get out of the carriage." The sedan bearers ignored Jiang Chen and walked straight to the sedan chair, speaking in a low voice. The next moment, the curtain of the red sedan chair was lifted, and a beautiful figure in a bright red wedding dress appeared, draped in phoenix-patterned robes, with 10 miles of red bridal procession. Surprisingly, the ghost bride wasn't black like a ghost or monster, but had the skin color of a normal person. "You have accepted the curse of the ghost bride. From this day forward, the ghost bride will forever follow you, and you will gain the bride's gaze buff. Bride's gaze, your mental attributes continue to weaken. When your mental attributes reach 0, you will be killed by the ghost bride. The ghost bride, being a high-level ghost monster, can be defeated. Once you've defeated her to a certain extent, you'll receive rewards from her. World news, player sinking boat, has been cursed by the ghost bride. Ghost-type monsters will now spawn randomly across the entire map. I'll test the password." Jiang Chen's eyes widened, caught off guard. This is yet another curse. Although I've gotten used to my innate cursed body, I'm still somewhat speechless. In particular, the negative effects of the ghost bride curse took effect immediately, giving him a debuff. Spiritual attributes are constantly fading away. He hurriedly checked his panel, which was currently at 700. A minute passed. Spirit attribute reduced by 1. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed suddenly. 1 point of mental attribute is lost every minute, so 60 points are lost every hour. If this continues, his 700 points of mental attribute will be completely depleted in just half a day. This isn't a ghost bride, she's practically here to drain me dry. The sedan bearers had disappeared, and the ghost bride stood quietly beside Jiang Chen, like a docile young wife. "Brother Shen, this." Wu Du and the other men stared at the ghost bride in fear and retreated 10 meters away. Although the ghost bride looks harmless, anyone can feel the chilling aura emanating from her. It's not something an ordinary person can withstand. "It's nothing, just a curse," Jiang Chen said helplessly, but his face was already somewhat ashen. Mr. Shen, I suddenly remembered that I think I left the gas on my train. I'll be going now." "Boss Shen, my train is on fire." Although Jiang Chen offered words of comfort, both Wu Du and the other felt the scene was incredibly eerie. No one could bear it. He quickly made an excuse to retreat, while Jiang Chen looked at the ghost bride behind him and sighed. "Can you talk?" Chapter 62 The Ghost Bride's Favorability. The ghost bride wore a fiery red veil, obscuring her face, and remained silent. He just followed Jiang Chen in a daze. Jiang Chen could only sigh helplessly at this, but fortunately, the ghost bride, apart from deducting his mental points, did not affect his normal exploration. So Jiang Chen continued exploring the mushroom forest. Puff! A giant mushroom had emerged and spat a mouthful of venom at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nimbly dodged it, then swung his knife back and cleaved the mushroom in two. "You have killed an elite mushroom and gained 180 experience points." Jiang Chen breathed a slight sigh of relief upon hearing the notification sound. This should be the last elite mushroom, so the next one to face is the boss of this mushroom forest. There are indeed a lot of monsters in this multiplayer dungeon, and you can grind experience to your heart's content. He had just reached level 7 not long ago, which required a whopping 10,000 experience points, but after this dungeon run, his experience progress bar was almost full. Multiplayer dungeons are so much fun. I wonder if these kinds of passes still exist outside. As Jiang Chen was thinking this, a giant mushroom suddenly appeared in the vision of the legendary glasses, its size being more than 10 times that of the elite mushroom he had just killed. At first glance, it's about as thick as a tree. These mushrooms, Jiang Chen was about to take action when he suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him. What's going on? He checked his personal panel. Name, Jiang Chen. Level, LV7, 8976/10500. Identity, Train Owner, Death Train. Attack, 512, plus 369. Defense, 603, plus 465. Mental Strength, 601/700. Talents, Ghostly Body, Ghostly Blind Box, Rapid Regeneration. Review, a very lucky newbie. There are many other mental attributes, so what is this sudden feeling of powerlessness I'm experiencing? Poisoning. He suddenly realized something and looked at the venom on his sleeve. Because he was wearing a full set of protective gear, it was difficult for the venom to splash onto him. Indeed, Jiang Chen proceeded cautiously without getting any venom on his skin. But he still seems to be poisoned. Could it be that this venom can be transmitted through other means besides contact? Odor. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, realizing it must be true. Aside from contact transmission, this is the only other possibility that could lead to poisoning. However, the poison in this way doesn't seem to be very strong, he's only currently experiencing a decline in strength. Jiang Chen didn't enter the attack range of the boss mushroom, but instead took out his pile of medicine bottles. There might be an antidote inside. After rummaging around for a while, he actually found a bottle of universal antidote. Nice one. His eyes lit up, but a doubt arose in his heart. He knew all too well how precious the word omnipotent was. In other words, no matter what kind of poison he gets in the future, this antidote can cure him. Using it here would be a real waste. However, without using it, there's no guarantee of defeating that boss-level mushroom. He began to hesitate. In the end, he put the bottle of medicine away. The universal antidote was likely the most valuable item among his batch of medicines. I really can't bear to use it now. It's just a plant-type boss. Even if it doesn't have much strength, the power of the flame gem should be enough to kill it. With that in mind, Jiang Chen began loading ammunition and marched toward the boss. Because he didn't have much strength, every step was very difficult, but he eventually made it into firing range. Bang! The shotgun fired a bullet with a dazzling flash, instantly hitting the tall mushroom boss. As Jiang Chen had anticipated, the fire gems were extremely effective against these plant-based monsters. The mushroom boss struggled in the flames, having spotted Jiang Chen's location and intending to kill him. But in the end, he failed to reach Jiang Chen's position and turned to ashes. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. He slowly stepped forward to examine the loot dropped by the boss. Mushroom doll, spits out one small mushroom each day, eating it increases a random attribute by 1 point. Mushroom poison glands, these store large amounts of mushroom toxins and can be used to make poisons. 10 fragrance tendon softening powder, a poison formula that can create a colorless and odorless poison that spreads through the air, causing weakness throughout the body. Mushroom shield, blue possesses powerful defense, using softness to overcome hardness, but may leak air when encountering extremely sharp attacks. A large amount of wood ash was obtained. A silver treasure chest has been obtained. Gained 240 experience points. A bunch of strange and unusual items, plus a silver treasure chest. Jiang Chen put them away. The toxins in his body seemed to have disappeared after defeating the boss, which made him twist his neck and take a deep breath. Return to the city, he shouted. Ring ring. The ghost bride behind him turned around as he moved, and a string of red bells on her ankles made a crisp sound. Jiang Chen was in a great mood as he conquered the dungeon, and even the ghost bride who had brought him negative buffs seemed much more pleasing to the eye. Where are you from? How did you become like this? He chatted with the ghost bride in a casual manner, though he never received a response. What the heck? A ghost bride? Back on the train, Yu Ying saw the ghost bride closely following Jiang Chen and immediately took several steps back. What's wrong? Why are you making such a fuss? She won't attack us. Jiang Chen said helplessly, seeing Yuying acting as if she had seen a ghost. Affection +1. The sudden notification sound startled Jiang Chen slightly. Affection level. He turned to look at the ghost bride, and a notification appeared above her head indicating that her favorability had increased. This immediately surprised and puzzled Jiang Chen. Along the way, he had been chatting with the ghost bride in order to see if he would trigger any hints about how to win her over. However, the journey was uneventful. Unexpectedly, a notification of affection suddenly appeared. What's going on? What did he just do to make the ghost bride like him? Jiang Chen looked at Yuying, who also noticed Jiang Chen's unusual behavior. Yuying didn't say anything, but just looked at him strangely. I understand. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Just now, it seemed that he had defended the ghost bride in front of Yuying. That seems to be the reason. So, to verify this, he looked at Yuying and said, "Quick, keep talking bad about her." Yuying looked at Jiang Chen with a strange expression and whispered, "Are you all right, kid?" "It's all right, hurry up and say bad things about her, I have something to verify," Jiang Chen urged. "All right." Shadow nodded, but his eyes were still filled with apprehension as he looked at the ghost bride. He said, "This ugly thing." Bang. The next second, the shadow flew out. Jiang Chen was also stunned. He hesitated and looked behind him. Sure enough, the ghost bride raised her fair hand, and a powerful red energy sent the shadow flying. Jiang Chen swallowed. Oh my god, so ghost brides can attack people. He mourned for Yuying for a few seconds, then hurriedly said, "Are you even human? How dare you say our Xiaohong is ugly? Our Xiaohong is the prettiest, okay." Affection +2. Another notification sound came to my ear. Jiang Chen looked back and saw that the ghost bride's hand had fallen to her side and was now closely following him. The favorability rating has increased. It was indeed because of my protection that the ghost bride's favorability rating increased. He found a way to win people's favor, but the problem is. Jiang Chen looked at the train carriage with a hole punched in it, but he couldn't care less about feeling sorry for it. Isn't the price of boosting favorability a bit too high? Damn it, I knew it. At this moment, Yuying climbed back onto the train, her expression still extremely painful. You're not dead. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. I've discovered a way to increase favorability, should we? Jiang Chen set his sights on Yuying. The legendary glasses cannot reveal the ghost bride's level or attributes, but they can be judged from the force of her attack. Ordinary people absolutely cannot withstand her attacks, only a veteran player like Shadow can. Don't even think about it. Yuying resolutely refused, glaring at Jiang Chen. You little brat, are you trying to kill me? A high-level undead being discovered at the terminal station is something we'd all avoid. Only a few of the top-ranked large guilds occasionally organize their members to launch a siege. Even so, there will be a lot of casualties. No matter how powerful I am, I can't withstand more than a few of her attacks, Shadow lamented. A high-level undead. Jiang Chen was taken aback, turning back to look at the ghost bride with a hesitant expression. You mean, she's a high-level undead? Yes, although I don't know why high-level undead would appear in the newbie area, since you've encountered one, you can only blame your bad luck. If I'm not mistaken, you should have a debuff on you right now, right? Shadow said casually. When this guy appeared, he was disguised as an undead, and seemed to know a lot about this type of monster. Jiang Chen couldn't help but become interested. Yes. What debuff? Ghost Shadow continued to ask. It's reducing my mental attribute, 1 point per minute, Jiang Chen answered truthfully. What? Shadowy's eyes widened. With your mental attributes, wouldn't you have been drained by her in just 1 or 2 hours? Jiang Chen was slightly speechless after hearing Yuying's somewhat ambiguous words. However, Shadow underestimated his mental attribute value. Players at this level typically have only around 100 or 200 points in their spirit attribute. And with the blessing of the legendary glasses, he possesses a mental attribute of up to 700 points. Although it wouldn't last long, it gave him a lot of buffer time. Actually, I came here to ask you if there are any ways to control or alleviate this, Jiang Chen said. There are no items in the personal shop that can replenish spirit attributes, so I'm afraid you'll have to find a way among the players. Shadow shook his head. In personal shops, most of what is sold is equipment or blueprints. Items and materials are rarely sold. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded and then sent a message to Feng Du. He asked the other party to help him find items that could restore his mental energy, preferably in large quantities and available for a long time. He readily agreed, displaying his natural grace. At that time, Su Yuan returned to the train. She was startled the moment she saw the ghost bride. What is this? She cautiously squeezed past from the side, her beautiful eyes looking at the ghost bride with a strange expression. The curse of the new daxia, Jiang Chen murmured. A curse. Su Yuan opened her bright eyes and looked at the ghost bride with a strange expression. This is actually a curse. However, after discovering that the ghost bride had no effect, she stopped worrying about it and looked at Jiang Chen, saying, I just got a pass and came back from that instance. Jiang Chen nodded upon hearing this and asked, how was the harvest? Not bad, there's a special item. Su Yuan said, taking out a small backpack. This is, Jiang Chen asked. Special costumes have the effect of storing items, Su Yuan said softly. Oh. Jiang Chen took the backpack and checked its storage space. It was about half the size of the snow robe I was wearing, but still about the size of a train car, which would make it very convenient for further exploration. Not bad. He returned the backpack to Su Yuan. Su Yuan was taken aback and looked at Jiang Chen, saying, don't you want this? No need, this outfit I'm wearing has a similar function. Otherwise, where do you think I pulled out this weapon? Jiang Chen said calmly. Oh, Su Yuan nodded gently. She didn't know about special costumes before and thought that Jiang Chen's ability to take out weapons was a talent of the train. Besides this, there are some other materials. Su Yuan said, taking out a series of miscellaneous materials. There are many people Jiang Chen doesn't recognize. I want to take a shower. After putting down the materials, Su Yuan's beautiful eyes fell on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen chuckled at the sight. This Su Yuan was really something, needing his permission even to take a bath. You don't need to do that anymore. The key to the snowstorm villa is in your room. You can just go there to take a shower. Oh, right, let's go somewhere different this time. I'll take you. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered something and took out the key to Sunshine Coast. It's daytime now, and the weather is quite hot. Even though the train has air conditioning, it still feels stuffy. At this time of year, going to a cool, sunny coast would be incredibly pleasant. Although Su Yuan was confused, she still followed in Jiang Chen's footsteps. Seeing the door reappear inside the carriage, Su Yuan's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Could it be that he had unlocked some other good place? As you open the door, a cool sea breeze rushes in, instantly relaxing your mind and body. The golden sand, the azure waves, and the clearly visible reefs all stimulate the emotions within one's body. The beach. Su Yuan's beautiful eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but exclaim. Before entering this game, she had never been to the seaside and had always looked forward to the mysterious ocean. Unexpectedly, I was able to fulfill my wish here. Here, take this and change. Jiang Chen smiled and took out a set of clothes and handed them to Su Yuan, then walked towards the snowstorm villa next door. It's time to bring the little mermaid over. Su Yuan subconsciously took the clothes Jiang Chen gave her, but when she picked them up, she realized they were a very daring bikini. Her pretty face instantly turned bright red, but then she remembered something and ran to her room to change her clothes. When Jiang Chen brought the mermaid princess in, Su Yuan was already walking on the fine sand in the seawater. The breeze blew through her hair, revealing her breathtaking profile. The mermaid princess in his arms also became somewhat excited, her beautiful eyes gazing blankly at the sea, sparkling with wonder. Brother Shen, it's the sea. Chapter 64 Creating a Tourist Destination. Yes. Jiang Chen nodded. But Lan Shi seemed to realize something quickly, and shook her head frantically. I can't go. Although she said that, she couldn't hide the longing in her blue eyes. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Don't worry, no one will chase you here, because this is my territory. Lan Shi was stunned, then looked at him with admiration in her beautiful eyes. Brother Shen actually has an ocean as his territory. That's amazing. Hearing her words, Jiang Chen scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly, but my territory is not big, only this small area of sea. Anything further away is not under my jurisdiction. Sunshine Coast and Snowy Mountain Villa, only a portion of the area has been unlocked. However, there is also a 10-kilometer wide sea area, which is enough for the Mermaid Princess to move around in. I've pre-ordered it. Lan Shi nodded, her pointed ears twitching slightly, her eyes filled with intense anticipation. Brother Shen, can you carry me to the sea? She whispered. Although the bath at the Snow Mountain Villa was nice, she still preferred the feeling of the sea. No problem. Jiang Chen led her to the shore and then put her in the water. Her snow-white skin, reflected in the azure sea, she waved to Jiang Chen, Brother Chen, I'm going to play now. Jiang Chen watched her walk away. Lan Shi was very sensible, swimming at a distance that was neither too close nor too far, occasionally resting on the rocks, her azure scales reflecting a dazzling light in the sunlight. Mermaid Princess's relationship improves, from initial acquaintance to friendly. The sudden notification sound startled Jiang Chen. Does this mean the Mermaid Princess's intimacy level has increased? He looked confused, this hadn't been mentioned before. However, this sudden notification indicates that the Little Mermaid Princess, like the Ghost Bride, is a character that can be romanced. However, the Little Mermaid doesn't have a favorability rating system, instead, she directly prompts you to increase your intimacy level. Perhaps this is the difference between the two. Jiang Chen. Su Yuan's soft voice rang out at this moment. Jiang Chen walked over and, looking at Su Yuan's beautiful figure in her bikini swimsuit, raised his eyes slightly. Feeling Jiang Chen's intense gaze, Su Yuan blushed slightly and asked in a soft voice, "Is it pretty?" "Beautiful." Jiang Chen smiled and reached out to gently embrace her slender waist. The skin felt so soft and supple to the touch, it seemed like you could squeeze water out of it. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes comfortably. Su Yuan blushed slightly but did not refuse. She looked down at the golden sand under the clear water and gently stepped on it with her fair feet. They looked just like a couple. It's such a pity. Such a beautiful place. If this were before the game, it would definitely be a tourist hotspot that makes a fortune. Jiang Chen looked at the coastal scenery and couldn't help but sigh. He recalled the exhilarating feeling of collecting white lemon train coins that day. Speaking of which, why hasn't that girl come to him for a bath anymore? Did the train have a bathtub installed? But a bathtub can't compare to the comfort of his hot springs and beach. Su Yuan turned her head slightly when she heard Jiang Chen's words. A tourist destination. That's really nice, but unfortunately it's impossible to achieve in this game world, since everyone's train is different. Actually, your idea might actually come true. The shadow suddenly appeared. This guy changed into a pair of baggy shorts, was carrying a surfboard that looked like it came from somewhere, and was wearing sunglasses, looking quite flamboyant. What? Jiang Chen asked, looking at him. A tourist hotspot, huh? You must be thinking of using a place like this to earn train coins, right? Shadow said casually. Do you have a solution? Jiang Chen looked at him. In fact, at the terminal station, many people use this key world to earn train coins. It can be considered a form of income that is entertaining. Some of those people own snow-capped mountains, some deserts, some hotels, and even places like karaoke bars. Some interested players have purchased sightseeing tickets to travel to their key world, Shadow said calmly. The key world probably refers to a world behind a door, like the Sunshine Coast, which can be opened, Jiang Chen thought to himself. What is a sightseeing ticket? He asked. It will drop from treasure chests. Of course, this item will also be available in your personal shop after you reach the final station. It costs 1 train coin per piece, said Shadow. In that case, it's not expensive at all. No wonder the terminal station operates this way. Jiang Chen nodded. You have a hot spring and a beach, which will definitely be popular at the terminal station. So I suggest you do your preparations and start operating as soon as you enter the terminal station. You're sure to make a fortune. At least I experienced a few similar places at the terminal station, and they were all dilapidated bathhouses, too low class, Yu Ying said, seemingly recalling some past events, and said with great disdain. Preparations. Jiang Chen looked at Yu Ying. You're a business administrator, right? You can't stay in the key world forever, you'll need to go out and explore. So we need to hire administrators to charge for these businesses and provide services. By the way, you should open the store interface for the flight attendant category, Shadow said eloquently. It's open. Jiang Chen nodded. He had seen the flight attendants on the screen before, but most of them were ridiculously expensive. That's good. If any NPCs you encounter in special dungeons spawn in the shop, it's best to buy these, they'll be more cost-effective. Shadow nodded. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, thinking that the Manor Lord's wife, which sold for 800 gold coins, must be the discounted version that Yu Ying mentioned. By the way, do they also go into stores? Jiang Chen asked meaningfully. Seeing that Jiang Chen's gaze was subtly fixed on the ghost bride behind him, Yu Ying moved a little further away. Your mermaid princess probably won't. As it stands, she's an easy target. Once your relationship with her reaches a certain level, you can hire her as the administrator here. But this one is a high-level undead, so it's uncertain whether you'll be able to recruit him, since you might not live to see that day, Shadow whispered. Jiang Chen looked at Yu Ying and knew he was talking about that debuff, but was he being polite? But after his reminder, Jiang Chen also remembered. He opened the chat interface, only to see that Fengdu had contacted him. Jiang Chen, I've found what you needed. Are you free now? Jiang Chen was delighted to see Fengdu's message. Fengdu was incredibly efficient. Convenient. He nodded without hesitation. Okay, but this is a bit complicated. Where are you going next? I'll go get a pass and we'll have a face-to-face meeting, Fengdu replied. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Was that really the case? However, the pass was a bit expensive. Looking at the coastal scenery, he suddenly remembered the sightseeing tickets that Yu Ying had just mentioned, so he said, no need for the pass, you can collect a few sightseeing tickets. By the way, it would be best to bring Bai Ning along as well. He hasn't forgotten that rich young woman who loves to spend money. Chapter 65 Fierce Competition for Tourist Tickets. Although Fengdu didn't know what a sightseeing ticket was, she still sent a message in Jiang Chen's 18th district group chat as instructed. Someone replied very quickly. Little Ling King, big sister, I have these, dozens of them, but I don't know what they're for. Grace, That's perfect, come with me. Fengdu, Xiaoling sent us an email, at Qinzhou, what's the next step? God bless my south wind, is this actually related to the big shot Qinzhou? What good news could it be? Illustrator, I didn't have a chance to properly thank Shen last time, thank you so much for helping us gain experience. Artist, thanks in advance. Big Face, Shenzhou, the pro, is actually helping you guys grind experience. Are you that lucky? Dongshi, hey bro, can you include us in all the good things that happen? Seeing these people's comments, Jiang Chen smiled slightly, they were all potential clients. Shenzhou, our shop is still in its soft opening phase. We've invited our boss to come and experience it for now. We hope everyone will come and support us when we have the chance. Jiang Chen's words immediately sparked much speculation among most people. Illustrator, in the future. Boss, you and the big sister won't. The illustrator was banned from posting for a day by the group admin. Jiang Chen was also ashamed and immediately said. Shenzhou, you'll all find out then. By the way, little Ling, I have you as a friend. Check the private message invitation. Jiang Chen then sent the three of them an invitation to the Key World. With a burst of magical light, 3 girls appeared on the sunny coast. Upon seeing this, Yu Ying's eyes widened. Damn, you're really lucky with the ladies. Ahem, these are my distinguished guests. Jiang Chen glanced at Yu Ying, wondering what this guy was talking about. Let him do this, so that in the end he doesn't get everything for nothing. Shadow understood immediately and quickly said, I'm going surfing. The 3 women, who were new to the place, were quite surprised to see such a beautiful coastline. Fengdu and Bai Ning were among those who recognized her quickly. Big sister, isn't this the 3-player dungeon we went into last time? Bai Ning asked with slight confusion. They used that sightseeing pass, so how did they get here? Fengdu looked at Jiang Chen with slight doubt. There was also a petite, cute girl, wearing white stockings and a little white dress, gazing into the distance with her charming eyes. I spent many days on the train in complete darkness, and even when we entered a station, we were shrouded in a thick fog from which no sunlight could be seen. Here, you can actually see the sea. However, judging from what Bai Ning said, this is a dungeon, so there are probably monsters underwater, right? That's right, this is our copy from that day, but now it's my key world. Here, I can adjust the weather and temperature at will. There will be no monster attacks, only endless beautiful scenery to enjoy, Jiang Chen said with a smile. What world? Bai Ning was taken aback. It's the same Fengshui hot spring you visited last time. It's similar to that one. Just imagine, being able to enjoy a beach bath in such a beautiful environment is simply too comfortable, Jiang Chen said. Beach bathing. Bai Ning's beautiful eyes lit up as she looked at Jiang Chen with sparkling eyes. Is it really okay? Of course, didn't you already take a hot spring bath last time? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Yes, but the trains aren't connected. After that one time, I never had the chance to do it again, Bai Ning muttered. Seriously, having money is useless in this game, she said, dissatisfied. But now, haven't you found a way to come anytime? Jiang Chen said softly. This was his oversight. He was only thinking about why Bai Ning wouldn't visit his hot spring again, completely forgetting that she had no connections. The last time Bai Ning was able to visit my hot spring was entirely due to the mechanics of the two-player team dungeon. After that, there was no way for them to interact. Hearing Jiang Chen say that, Bai Ning was taken aback, but then she realized what he meant. They use tourist passes to get here. Could it be the sightseeing pass? She looked at Jiang Chen. That's right, the purpose of the tourist pass is to allow you to enter and exit other people's key worlds at any time, Jiang Chen said. That's great. Now I can come here every day. Bai Ning exclaimed excitedly. However, she didn't have many sightseeing tickets. The one she had today was bought for her by the eldest sister from Little Ling King. She looked at Xiaoling De Wang, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Hello, my name is Bai Ning. Could you sell me some of the sightseeing tickets you have? Looking at the girl in front of him, who was about the same height as him, King Xiaoling gently shook his head. I won't sell. I also want to come here every day. He was already very tempted after hearing what Jiang Chen said. Although the train had basic shower facilities, it was far inferior to the beach. Even if it costs gold coins, it's far more comfortable than the shower facilities on the train. Like Bai Ning, she's a wealthy young woman with plenty of money. I'll offer 2 train tickets per ticket. Bai Ning became a little anxious when she heard that King Xiaoling wouldn't sell. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes widened immediately. Damn it, don't try to inflate prices. Individual shops sell train tokens for only 1 per item. Unfortunately, his personal shop hasn't unlocked the sightseeing tickets yet, otherwise he would definitely sell them for a while. Suddenly, his gaze shifted slightly, landing on a shadowy figure sipping an iced drink not far away. Jiang Chen walked over. Xiaoling and Bai Ning are like oil and water, each staring at the other. Not for sale. King Xiaoling shook his head. It's impossible for her to give up on entering this beach with just 2 train tickets. 3. Bai Ning gritted her teeth and shouted. Not for sale. King Xiaoling shook his head again. As the 2 women argued more and more intensely, Feng Du sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. However, the source of sightseeing tickets is indeed scarce, and King Xiaoling was lucky enough to open dozens of sightseeing tickets at once from a golden treasure chest. She used to complain that this thing was useless, but now it has become a hot commodity. To be honest, she was quite interested in it too. Just then, Jiang Chen walked over with Yu Ying. Don't worry, everyone, don't worry. I have sightseeing tickets here, everyone has some. Jiang Chen walked over with a smile. Shadow's eyes also lit up, wondering what secret plot the 2 had reached. Brother Shen, do you have it? That's great. I don't want to buy this guy. Bai Ning exclaimed happily. Give me 100 first. 100. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. Goodness, this girl is really rich. What price were you discussing just now? He asked, stroking his chin. 3 gold coins each, don't worry, it's no more than 300 gold coins. I, Bai Ning, can afford it. Bai Ning said, patting her chest. I want 100 too. A voice suddenly broke through. It was King Xiaoling. Chapter 66 The Magical Lotus Seedling. The personal shop only supplies 10 per day, they can't produce that many. Shadow muttered to himself. Jiang Chen was taken aback, this thing actually had a quantity limit. Ahem, I can only supply a maximum of 10 per day, so, Jiang Chen looked at the two women, his face showing difficulty. All right then, I'll buy 5 tickets first, Bai Ning said, settling for second best. Just as King Shaoling was about to say something, he suddenly thought of Fengdu beside him and cast a questioning glance at him. I'll take 3, Fengdu said after thinking for a moment. Then I'll take the last 2, said King Shaoling. Although she still had some, it was always good to stock up on more of these tickets that could improve her life and didn't cost many train coins. The 10 sightseeing tickets were quickly snapped up, and Jiang Chen and Yu Ying wore shrewd smiles, as if these were practically free train tickets. Now, let's get down to business, boss. What do I need? Jiang Chen asked Fengdu, casting an inquiring glance at her. You can talk to Shaoling directly about this, the item is with her. Fengdu stepped aside. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded. He had already guessed that his target for the transaction was this little Ling King. Otherwise, there would have been no need for Fengdu to bring someone he didn't know. By the way, do you need any clothes suitable for sunbathing on the beach? I can provide some, Feng Zhe asked softly, noticing Fengdu and Bai Ning's clothes. Fengdu looked up and glanced at Su Yuan, who was playing in the water in a bikini not far away, his eyes pausing slightly. How much? Bai Ning asked bluntly. Since this is your first time visiting, the price is 1 train coin at cost. Jiang Chen smiled. Bikinis are a common type of clothing item available in personal online stores, and the prices are not particularly expensive. Upon hearing the price, Bai Ning nodded vigorously, I want it. Fengdu was somewhat amused and exasperated by the situation, but she had no intention of getting Jiang Chen for free, so she paid in full and delivered the goods. By the way, Yuan, move out my equipment. You'll have to play the boss lady for now. These two are rich women, so we'll rip them off later. Jiang Chen called Su Yuan over from not far away and whispered his instructions. Su Yuan nodded. She knew that the Jiang Chen train had many amenities to enhance one's life, some of which were very suitable for use in scenic areas like beaches and coastlines. For example, ice cream machines, cold drink machines, beach chairs, and his warehouse also contains items like sunscreen oil. Watching Su Yuan busily taking care of his 2 first-time passengers, Jiang Chen finally found a shady rock to talk to Shaoling De Wang. What's that thing you have that restores your mental energy? Jiang Chen asked bluntly. Props. Not really. Little Ling King himself was a little confused. Simply put, it's a lotus pod. The lotus pod is the mother plant, but what truly restores spirit is its lotus seeds, said King Shaoling. This is it. As she spoke, she thought it would be better to show the finished product to Jiang Chen directly, so she took out a lotus seed. Item, lotus seeds. Description, lotus seeds produced by a magical lotus plant, consuming them restores 10 points of sanity. One item can only restore 10 points. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, as this was far from the expected return. After all, the Ghost Bride's debuff was too terrifying, it could drain his 700 points of spirit in about half a day. A single lotus seed only restores 10 points, which is hardly enough to alleviate the problem. Seeing Jiang Chen's frown, Shaoling De Wang understood his thoughts. To promote the product, she said enthusiastically, Brother Chen, don't think it has a small yield. It can produce hundreds of lotus seeds at a time. Most importantly, its growth cycle is extremely short, and it only takes 3 days to mature. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression couldn't help but show some shock. Several hundred can be produced at once. And the growth cycle only takes 3 days. Jiang Chen asked hurriedly. If that were the case, it would indeed solve his debuff problem. Yes, but this cycle, King Shaoling hesitated again. Just tell me directly. If it's a good deal, I'll make the transaction and give you a satisfactory price, Jiang Chen said softly. Okay, the 3-day cycle I mentioned is the shortest cycle. During this period, fertilizer needs to be continuously supplied. If there isn't enough fertilizer, this cycle will be greatly extended, up to 7 days at most. King Xiaoling's face showed some shame. Jiang Chen smiled. It's understandable to start by highlighting the advantages in order to sell your product, Jiang Chen would have done the same. But Xiaoling De Wang didn't seem to be used to this, and even felt very apologetic. Looking at the little girl in front of him who was blushing, Jiang Chen shook his head. I want it. Name your price, he said. Although he didn't know what fertilizer was, he figured he could get his hands on it through his charm. Little Ling hesitated for a long time. In fact, she had very little luck, and as a top player on the list, she didn't lack anything. Brother Shen, can you help me with a dungeon run, she whispered. Because she noticed that, besides Fengdu and Bai Ning, the illustrator couple in the group had also been mentioned by Jiang Chen. They had all reached level 7, while he was still stuck at level 5. What they all had in common for their rapid progress was that Jiang Chen had guided them through dungeons. Take me through dungeons. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback, never expecting that King Xiaoling would offer such a deal. It is possible, but the problem is that our orbits don't intersect. Even if I wanted to take you with me, there's nothing I could do, Jiang Chen said calmly. Although the merging of regions has enabled players to meet in different instances, there is still a significant lack of freedom. He probably can't meet King Xiaoling's request. All right. Upon hearing this, King Xiaoling lowered his head somewhat dejectedly. Why don't you see if you have any other supplies you need? I can exchange them with you, Jiang Chen added. Not yet. Little Ling shook her head, then suddenly thought of something and looked at Jiang Chen, saying, if I get a team card, can I team up to run dungeons together? Jiang Chen frowned slightly. That's true, but my requirements for recruiting teammates are quite strict. Upon hearing this, King Xiaoling looked at Su Yuan, who was not far away. The fact that these two have teamed up is no secret in the group chat. With her temperament and appearance, Su Yuan certainly has the qualifications to be Jiang Chen's teammate, plus she is in the top 10 of the rankings. His ranking on the leaderboard was even lower than Su Yuan's. She gritted her teeth, looked at Jiang Chen, and said, Boss Chen, team up with me, and you'll get unexpected benefits. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Benefits? Tell me about them. Xiaoling was still hesitant, but in the end she decided to tell Jiang Chen her biggest secret on the train. Chapter 67 Clues to the Undead Gem. There is a gem on my train. Xiaoling's words caused Jiang Chen's expression to change slightly. He looked at the other person with surprise, but that was all. After all, he had 3 gems in his hand, which were not rare items in his eyes. What gemstone? Jiang Chen asked. The Necromancer's Gem, King Xiaoling whispered. This gave Jiang Chen another shock. Yu Ying had once said that the Necromancer's Gem would be a crucial element in clearing the land of the Fallen Kingdom. The only way to obtain the Undead Gem is through a dungeon of the Undead Tomb. He had been asking Fengdu to keep an eye out for the pass to this instance, but there had been no news for a long time. Of course, even if you find the pass to this dungeon, you are not guaranteed to get the Undead Gem. But he never expected that fate would grant him such good fortune, allowing him to discover a complete Necromancer's Gem. He stared intently at King Xiaoling. How much are the gems? I won't sell. I hope to team up with you. After we team up, I can lend you the gems. King Xiaoling shook his head. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Team cards aren't that easy to obtain. Then I want to form a team too, Xiaoling insisted. Jiang Chen's gaze became somewhat indifferent. It seemed that King Xiaoling was determined to curry favor with him. Although I don't know why she did this, I clearly don't meet her requirements. Moreover, she always felt that King Xiaoling had a very strong purpose, as if he wanted to be tied to her, which made her feel uncomfortable. Let's put the matter of the Undead Gem aside for now, let's exchange this magical lotus pod. Jiang Chen said, pondering for a moment, and took out a longbow from his snow-covered robe. This is a purple weapon, its value comparable to this magical lotus pod. Goods and services are settled. This longbow was the weapon used by the girl in the trio we met on the island. It was while sorting through the spoils that Jiang Chen discovered that the bow and arrow was actually a purple quality weapon. However, for Jiang Chen, who already had a gun, bows and arrows were of little use. As her gaze fell upon the longbow, Xiaoling's eyes lit up instantly. Just as Jiang Chen had said, a purple weapon could completely rival her magical lotus pod. Although she would prefer to team up with Jiang Chen, it seems impossible at the moment. Alright, then this lotus pod is yours, and here are 378 lotus seeds, which it produced during this period. I'll give them to Boss Shen as well. King Shaoling had an innocent and harmless expression. Seeing the pile of lotus seeds she was holding, Jiang Chen fell silent for a moment. Perhaps she was just afraid of this dangerous game world, and I had been too harsh on her before. Thanks. By the way, your expenses here today are on me, Jiang Chen said casually. Xiaoling Dawang looked puzzled. Consumption. She soon learned that the admission ticket to the Sunshine Coast was just the beginning. Everything there required money. No, it's the train coins. Anyone want a swim ring? Flamingo swim ring, get it permanently for 5 train coins. Anyone interested in a beachcombing kit? You can collect seashells and catch crabs, only 10 train coins. Seafood barbecue grill, buy now and get a free seasoning gift pack, only 20 train coins. Several hours later, the group enjoyed seafood and chilled beer by the sea, having a great time. To match the scene, Jiang Chen thoughtfully changed the time to night. A campfire was lit on the dark coast, and Feng Du downed his beer in one gulp, his arm around Jiang Chen's back. Jiang Chen, I never expected to be able to enjoy this game so much in such a tense environment. You're absolutely in a lucky spot. But we've been here for quite a while now, haven't we? What if the train misses many stops? King Shaoling asked with some concern. Don't worry, everyone. As a place to relax, Key World has a very interesting setting regarding time. The first 24 hours of each entry will only count as 1 hour in the game world, but after 24 hours, the normal time flow will begin, Shadow said calmly. So it's fine if you stay until tomorrow. Bai Ning looked over curiously. If I just keep going in and out, can I use this bug to stay in the Key World forever? Upon hearing this, Yu Ying smiled and said, of course, but an hour in the game world is far more precious than an hour in the Key World. Because the tracks are always moving forward, and the train coins will eventually run out, when you return to the game world, you may face a crisis far beyond your level. At that time, will you still want to continue enjoying the happiness that the Key World brings? The Shadow's words were like a cold icicle, piercing the hearts of everyone who had conceived this idea. However, you've definitely wasted this hour, so just enjoy the moment. Cheers, everyone. Shadowy smiled at everyone. Feng Du and the others had no intention of finding out more about the mysterious man on Jiang Chen's train, since they hadn't even seen his train. But he was right about one thing. They've already spent this hour, so they should enjoy it to the fullest. The tense game environment of the past few days seemed to disappear in that moment. They gathered around the campfire, laughing and chatting, as if they had never been in this absurd game. The next morning, the group woke up on the beach, not in the sand, but in several tents. Last night, Jiang Chen saw this business opportunity and naturally did not hesitate to buy from the personal store, and then became a middleman. In Jiang Chen's arms, Su Yuan nestled like a kitten. He raised his hand and gently patted Su Yuan's pert buttocks, smiling as he said, "Wake up, you little sleepyhead, the sun's already high in the sky." Su Yuan opened her eyes. The strange feeling of being hit on her buttocks made her eyes veiled with a faint blush. Upon seeing her charming appearance, Jiang Chen couldn't help but lower his head slightly. At this moment, Su Yuan was still wearing the bikini from yesterday, and her perfect figure was faintly visible under the sunlight filtering through the tent, making her extremely alluring. Jiang Chen's breathing gradually became heavy, and Su Yuan, seeing this, did not refuse, cooperating with Jiang Chen in a seemingly welcoming manner. Just as Jiang Chen was covering the mountainside with his large hand, preparing to unveil the final veil, something bright red suddenly approached. Holy crap! Jiang Chen exclaimed in surprise. The ghost bride was right in front of him. He was panting heavily, still shaken, and stared at her speechlessly. Why is she in the tent too? No, she's always been by his side, but he's gotten used to it after spending time with her, so he subconsciously ignores her. And the ghost bride seems to have stood in the tent all night. Chapter 68 The Secret of King Shaoling. Jiang Chen, what is she? Su Yuan, who had already gotten into the mood, was also a little scared by this eerie ghost bride. Never mind her, let's continue. Jiang Chen ignored all that and hugged Su Yuan again. The touch of her slender waist stirred his heart, and his hand, as if equipped with an automatic radar, began to explore automatically, soon covering those mysterious peaks once again. Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt dizzy and exhausted. What the heck? His eyes narrowed as he hurriedly checked his status panel, and sure enough, his mental strength was dropping rapidly. How so? Jiang Chen hurriedly took out the peeled lotus seeds and stuffed them into his mouth, while his rapidly decreasing mental value began to slowly recover. With his mental energy no longer depleted, Jiang Chen's condition improved considerably. Su Yuan, standing beside him, asked with concern, "Jiang Chen, what's wrong?" "It's all right." Jiang Chen took a deep breath and looked at the ghost bride. Strangeness. After entering the key world, he specifically checked again and found that the deduction mode of this mental debuff was calculated according to the game world, and the deduction speed here was very slow. Why is it suddenly accelerating? Secret passage. Jiang Chen glanced at Su Yuan beside him, secretly guessing at a certain possibility. "Yuan, don't move," he said softly, extending his hand again. Su Yuan felt the strange sensation on her body, her face flushed slightly, and she looked at Jiang Chen with a slightly reproachful gaze. This guy, for some reason, was thinking about this kind of thing, but she didn't stop him. As he reached out, Jiang Chen kept staring at his personal panel, and sure enough, he saw his mental value drop rapidly, so he quickly let go. The rate of loss gradually stopped. Having confirmed this, Jiang Chen looked at the ghost bride, his face turning ashen. "How could you be so selfish? I can't stand this thing anymore, I need to figure out how to get rid of it." On the beach, Jiang Chen called over Yuying, Fengdu, and the others to come up with a solution. Seeing Jiang Chen's displeased expression, Yuying vaguely guessed what had happened and couldn't help but chuckle. "Looks like she offended you." Jiang Chen neither confirmed nor denied the claim. After the test, he now fully understands that his mental state drops rapidly whenever he has intimate interactions with other girls. This ghost bride clearly sees herself as her husband. No, she probably doesn't even qualify as a husband, she's treating herself like her personal property. After several days of nurturing their relationship, he and Su Yuan had gradually gotten into the swing of things and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity, but unexpectedly, this ghost bride turned out to be a bully blocking their way. He could not forget the worried yet strange look in Su Yuan's eyes in the tent just now. It was an absolute humiliation. "Ahem, I'll ask someone for you when we get to the final stop, but you don't need to be in such a hurry." Yuying looked at Jiang Chen with a mischievous glint in her eyes. However, as he said before, very few people in the entire game world have triggered the curse of high-level undead, so even if they reach the final destination, they may not be able to find a solution. When the curse is triggered, there should be a prompt to remove it. "Jiang Chen, don't you have any prompts?" Fengdu asked cautiously. Based on the information she gathered during this period, she also gained a general understanding of curses. While bringing misfortune, it can also bring a certain amount of good fortune, provided that you have the ability to resolve the misfortune in order to receive the good fortune. Throughout Zone 18, besides Jiang Chen, other people have also started to trigger the curse one after another. Although they are just minor, harmless curses, they all have one thing in common: they will be prompted with a way to remove the curse. Upon hearing Fengdu's words, Jiang Chen frowned. There is indeed a hint. But the prompt didn't come from the audio, but from the sedan chair bearer, who said he was taking the ghost bride to some station. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Yuying's eyes lit up slightly. The key to lifting the curse may very well lie with that sedan chair carrier. But the sedan chair carriers have disappeared, Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Logically speaking, the sedan chair carrier is at most an NPC who issues quests, so how could this matter be related to him? This ghost bride must have a way to summon the sedan chair bearers back. As the saying goes, the one who tied the knot must untie it. Based on my long experience dealing with undead monsters, the sedan chair bearers must reappear in order to break this curse. At that time, the benefits you gain from this curse will begin to appear. If I'm not mistaken, what you ultimately get from this curse will be a legendary piece of equipment, Shadow whispered. Legendary equipment. The girls beside him were all somewhat shocked. They struggled to even get a single piece of gold-tier equipment, while Jiang Chen has already come into contact with legendary-level gear. As expected of our number one player in District 18. Fengdu looked at Jiang Chen and said with a smile. "It's all right," Jiang Chen said modestly. "It's getting late, let's head back to the train." After chatting for a while longer, Fengdu and the others decided to say goodbye. "No problem, welcome back next time." Jiang Chen smiled as he watched the group leave. When his gaze fell on King Shaoling, he hesitated for a moment but did not speak. He was still quite interested in that necromancer's gem, but there was still some time before the fall of Landis, so he decided to hold off for now. Anyway, there's nothing I can do even if I'm in a hurry, since King Xiaoling's requirement is to form a team, and team cards are currently in high demand but not available. Back on the train. So, did he agree? Xiaoling Dawang was on his train, sitting on a pink bed, looking at the message that had just arrived. No, she replied. What's going on? Can't even a single gem attract him. Interesting. The other side sent another message. Looking at the chat interface that didn't even display a nickname, Xiaoling Dawang remained silent for a moment, then typed again. You're a player from the final destination, right? What's your purpose in letting me get close to the sunken ship? The other party seemed surprised as well, and after a moment, they sent a message, you actually knew the final destination. Xiaoling Dawang pursed her lips. She had also heard it from Jiang Chen, and she felt that the man next to Jiang Chen should be the player from the final station. The person who contacted me wasn't displayed at all, there was only a chat box, which doesn't meet the standards for regional chat. Therefore, she guessed that the players at the final destination had contacted her in some way. My only talent in train is the undead gem. If I give it to Jiang Chen for the goal you mentioned, I'll have nothing left. Are you sure you can let me join your guild after I reach the final station? Of course, the person replied. I wouldn't lie to you, and even if you didn't contact me, you would still try to team up with Qin Zhou, right? After all, he's the top player in your region. Now that it's the fusion zone, players from other zones are entering, so my only option isn't sunken ship, Xiaoling Dawang replied. Hey, if you're so naive as to think that way, there's nothing I can do. The other person's words seemed to carry a hint of sarcasm. Xiaoling Dawang's eyes flickered, and finally she gritted her teeth and replied, I can continue to contact Qin Zhou as you said, but you should at least tell me your nickname, otherwise I won't feel at ease. My nickname is Suzaku. Chapter 69 Public Provocation. Player Purple Moon has used a Zone Fusion card. This newbie zone will merge with newbie zone 5 in 1 hour. Trains will meet at that time. Please be prepared, protect your train, and ensure it runs normally. Player Pisces has used a Zone Fusion card. This newbie zone will merge with newbie zone 4 in 1 hour. Trains will meet at that time. Please be prepared, protect your train, and ensure it runs normally. Player Purple Moon has used a Zone Fusion card. This newbie zone will merge with newbie zone 1 in 1 hour. Trains will meet at that time. Please be prepared, protect your train, and ensure its normal operation. Just as Jiang Chen and his team returned to the train, the announcement of the map was broadcast again. 3 more fusion zones. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted slightly. Even the number 1 beginner zone has been merged in, it seems these guilds are coming on strong. Their sudden use of the fusion card after several days of silence can only mean one thing. The regional dungeon is about to open. Is this regional fusion card cheap? It feels like it's as cheap as cabbage. Jiang Chen looked at Yu Ying beside him and couldn't help but ask. Cabbage. One of these sells for 30,000 train coins. Even a large guild like the 12 Constellations would be in serious trouble if they used so many area fusion cards at once, Shadow said calmly. Jiang Chen was shocked upon hearing this, 30,000. Holy crap, that could buy so many top-notch flight attendants. Yes, and this thing only works in the newbie zone. Jiang Chen, I think it's not simple that your zone's regional dungeon could make them go to such lengths, so do you want to give up? Shadow suddenly said in a deep voice. Give up. Jiang Chen was taken aback, thinking that Yu Ying would make him go all out. I know what you're wondering, but you should know the saying, the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be felled by the wind. I'm worried that if you get the final reward, you won't be able to get out of the final stop, Shadow said, expressing his concern. Didn't you say there are rules at the final stop? Jiang Chen asked in a low voice. Yu Ying chuckled, rules are made by people. When the temptation of what you have reaches a certain level, some people will eat it even if they have no shame. Is that so? Heh. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. No wonder you said the situation at Terminal 3 is getting worse. Yu Ying paused for a moment, then laughed in agreement. Yes, with ghosts taking advantage of the chaos, how can the situation at the final stop be good? Jiang Chen took a deep breath, opened the chat interface, and sent a message. I buy passes, no matter where they are from. Some people even add me as a friend and quote a price. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's message, the chat exploded once again. Most of them were from the number 18 beginner zone. Holy crap, Boss Chenzhou is about to make his move again. Is it because of the district-wide announcement just now? It seems like something big is about to happen. It's a pity we small fry don't have much to do with it, but I can sell it to the big shots for access passes. That would be great. I have quite a few on me too. Is Master Chenzhou trying to gain experience? Soon, many people added Jiang Chen as a friend. I'm also buying passes, but the price is higher than for the sinking boat. Some people can contact me directly via private message. A player with the ID Dragon Emperor openly provoked in the world chat. Players in the fusion zone. Upon seeing this guy's message, Jiang Chen's gaze darkened slightly. Someone is targeting me. I'm testing your password. What's with this Dragon Emperor thing? The illustrator who had been spying on the screen immediately started spitting out insults. What's wrong? That's how this game is played. No matter what the resource is, the one with the highest price gets it. If you poor guys from District 18 can't afford it, then don't buy it. Another player from the fusion zone spoke up, clearly supporting the Dragon Emperor. Try to guess my password, you're broke. The illustrator's fighting spirit is astonishing. Exporting national treasures has made other players somewhat uneasy. Ahem, manners, mind your manners. A good-natured person stepped in to mediate. My code of good manners. Exactly, this idiot directly named someone and said their price was higher than our boss Chenzhou's. What does this mean by targeting him? So what if we're targeting you? What say do you people in District 18 have? At this point, the entire integration zone completely broke off all pretense of civility. As Jiang Chen looked at the retracted messages in his friend's messages, his expression gradually darkened. He doesn't mind competition, but this guy called Dragon Emperor has crossed his bottom line. He contacted Fengdu directly, give me the position of Dragon Emperor as soon as possible. On the other end, Fengdu was overwhelmed by the constant stream of messages from her friends, but when she saw a message from Chenzhou, whom she had set as a special contact, she immediately clicked on it. Where does the Dragon Emperor reside? She was slightly taken aback. She saw the contradictions in the world, and a large number of private messages popped up because of this. But she didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so audacious, directly seeking out the Dragon Emperor's position. Does he already have the right to taunt these players in the merge zone? Okay, but we'll have to wait until he's inside the instance to find him. Fengdu replied, then quickly opened several group chats. These group chats all have more than 1,000 members, and they include not only players from the newbie zone on the 18th, but also players from the merge zone. This is the prestige of the top intelligence broker. Bounty offered for the location of the Dragon Emperor, 30 train coins. Contact me directly if interested. Fengdu sent the message to every group, and then, regardless of the uproar it caused, she just kept receiving messages. A few minutes later, a private message popped up. At the Agate River station, I saw Long Huang get off the bus. Fengdu narrowed his eyes slightly, quickly sent an email to this person containing 30 train coins, and then collected the Agate River Pass in the group chat. Although the world has been in an uproar over the Battle Pass, and even after the Dragon Emperor, many people have claimed to be buying up large quantities of Battle Passes. However, many of the players who joined the Fengdu group chat still chose to trade with her, since this was a trade with an intelligence dealer, and even if they lost a little money, it was still much more worthwhile than trading outside. One of Fengdu's intelligence principles is that anyone who has done business with her will have priority access to intelligence in the future. The more transactions you make, the more benefits you can enjoy. That's why so many players join her trading group. I'm at the Agate River, just got off the bus. I sent you the pass via email. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback when he received the message from Fengdu. Did they even prepare a travel permit for me? How thoughtful. Jiang Chen didn't know how much Fengdu had spent on this information, but estimated it was quite a lot. Fengdu had once said that he was an SVIP and wouldn't charge for these things, but Jiang Chen still felt that he had taken too much advantage of her during this period. Thanks, Keyworld will be free from now on, Jiang Chen replied. On another train, a slight smile played on Fengdu's lips. Jiang Chen also used his pass to enter the Agate River Station, where two players were exploring. Haha, Dragon Emperor, you're awesome. You made that sunken boat feel like it had eaten shit. Hee hee, even if we can't find the person Lord Red Moon wants to kill right now, it's good to make him suffer a little. Besides, the regional dungeon is about to open, who doesn't need a pass to grind experience and improve their strength? What if he finds him? The person next to him raised an eyebrow slightly when he saw Jiang Chen coming from behind. Let him come, I'm not afraid of him. Bang. Server-wide announcement, player Shenzhou has defeated player Long Wang, a player of a much higher level. Chapter 70 Fierce Corpse Town. What? The Dragon Emperor is dead. Isn't the Dragon Emperor the one who just made malicious competition? Wow, that's really efficient. Shenzhou's level must be at least level 10. TSK, was someone just now trying to maliciously compete for the pass? The world chat started to gloat. Those who had joined in the fun to collect passes stopped talking, they didn't think they were much stronger than the Dragon Emperor. At that time. The Agate River instance. Jiang Chen looked at the other player besides the Dragon Emperor with a cold gaze. You must be Shenzhou, right? I provided this guy's coordinates. The player came over with a smile and greeted him. If I heard you correctly, you just said I looked like I'd eaten something. Jiang Chen looked at him and said calmly. This sentence made the player in the fusion zone feel a sudden sense of crisis. Just as he was about to run away, Jiang Chen shot him dead. Phew. Jiang Chen blew out a puff of gunpowder smoke from the gun end and calmly began to collect the spoils of war. Purple equipment, he picked up a pair of silver bracers from the Dragon Emperor's body and glanced at them slightly. This Dragon Emperor is indeed quite capable for daring to make such a boast, but unfortunately his defensive attributes are weaker than his offensive attributes, and he was killed in one blow. Received. Unfortunately, the other person didn't have any valuable equipment. Jiang Chen didn't waste this pass copy, quickly killing all the monsters along the Agate River. However, this Agate River should be a water-based instance, with most of the monsters located in the river. Jiang Chen only managed to kill some mutated crocodiles on the riverbank, and could only watch helplessly as most of the monsters in the river dwindled. It seems that the construction of his yacht is about to begin. When they returned to the trains of the two players from the fusion zone were still parked at the station, and Jiang Chen naturally ransacked them. After moving the equipment, he returned to the train and put it back on the tracks. Demeanor, how were the results? In a friend's message, Fengdu sent a sarcastic remark. Jiang Chen smiled and said, it's all right. By the way, are you lacking any supplies? As expected of players from the merged zone, the Dragon Emperor and his companion had developed their skills a few days earlier, and their train was overflowing with supplies. Grace, I don't need anything. Oh, by the way, I traded some of the passes you needed. Check your mail. Jiang Chen was stunned. He opened his email and saw that there were more than a dozen new passes. His eyes widened in surprise. If this were converted into train coins, it would be worth at least several hundred, right? I can't accept this, he replied to the message. Graceful, don't rush to refuse. Xiaobai and I have collected some of the same passes. We might need to temporarily team up with you if we run into each other on the site and get some experience points. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen suddenly realized that there was such a story behind it. Graceful, but all these passes you have were bought with train coins by Xiaobai. If you don't have enough train coins, you can tell her, she has plenty. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel curious. He knew Bai Ning was a little rich, but he never imagined she was this wealthy. She had way too much money. But Jiang Chen didn't ask. Just like his death train, everyone's train has some secrets, more or less. Okay, but I need to trouble you with a few things. Could you please collect these materials for me? Jiang Chen sent over a materials list, which contained the materials for the yacht. He has some, but it's still far from enough, after all, it's a very large vehicle-type prop. Grace, okay, I'll look for it for you. With a gracious and straightforward reply, Jiang Chen closed the chat interface and turned his gaze to Su Yuan beside him. Collect these passes around the world. If you have any, you can use them to farm experience, Jiang Chen said softly. He never mistreats those who follow him. Okay. Su Yuan nodded and started collecting information in the world chat. Jiang Qin did not use his pass immediately because his train was about to enter the next station. Next stop, Corpse Town. Passengers arriving at the station, please line up and disembark in an orderly manner. Upon seeing the name of the site, Jiang Qin's expression changed slightly. It sounded a bit creepy. However, we can also deduce from the name that the monsters in this dungeon are likely undead. This is also his first time entering a dungeon with undead monsters. I wonder if the death train will provide any special bonuses. We've arrived at Corpse Town. As the system notification sounded in his ears, the train doors slowly opened, and Jiang Qin stepped off the train, followed by Su Yuan. Stations on the same track can be explored together after forming a team, which even saves the need for temporary team formation. At this moment, it was nighttime at the Corpse Town station, and the streets of the entire town were silent. Only one hotel was lit up. The dark streets seemed swallowed by the night, exuding a terrifying atmosphere. Jiang Qin, over here. As a girl, Su Yuan subconsciously grabbed Jiang Qin's sleeve, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Looks like the monsters haven't spawned yet. Jiang Qin glanced around thoughtfully. Unlike Su Yuan, he had dealt with undead monsters many times, and he was followed by a high-level undead. What was he afraid of? Let's find this hotel to stay in first, Jiang Qin said after a moment's thought. This is the only hotel in the entire town with its lights on. There must be a unique reason for it, so going inside would be the best option. Su Yuan followed obediently by his side, unconditionally obeying Jiang Qin's words. The two entered the hotel and saw an old woman with somewhat dry skin sitting at the front desk, who glanced at Jiang Qin and his companion. "Check in, 1 gold coin," came her aged voice. "Damn, this instance even charges train coins." Jiang Qin mentally complained, but still handed over the gold coins. 1 room. The old woman looked at Jiang Qin and his two companions with suspicion. "Yes, 1 room." Jiang Qin smiled. "Will there be enough room?" The old woman muttered under her breath, handing them the keys. Jiang Qin felt slightly embarrassed, took the key, and led Su Yuan and the ghost bride upstairs. He only considered Su Yuan, subconsciously ignoring the high-level undead, the ghost bride. However, after the old lady's reminder, he suddenly remembered something but did not ask for another room. After all, in this instance where the situation is still unclear, it's impossible to get Su Yuan to leave. It would be such a loss if something happened to his beautiful teammate. Fortunately, upon entering the room, Jiang Qin was greeted by a rather large round bed, which relieved him. In that case, it's possible to squeeze in 3 people. That's right, he plans to have the ghost bride in bed too. Yeah, just going to bed. The last time he tested the ghost bride's affection, he used the shadow test, but he felt that it was too limiting. The ghost bride's favorability shouldn't be limited to just protecting her own, it should be gained through other means as well. For example,